This story follows a Korean guy named Kan Woo-jin. He used to be just another Seoul high school kid, chasing success and dreaming of making his family proud. That carefree life ended without warning, with no chance to rewind or fix anything. An unknown force suddenly tore open a portal and dragged the student into a completely different world. There, he faced endless waves of nightmarish monsters hungry to rip him apart piece by piece. School and family vanished in an instant, replaced by a world where only the fastest killer gets to survive. From that moment on, he gained the Necromancer class, along with skills that allowed him to summon the dead. Over the next brutal 20 years, Kan Woo-jin evolved non-stop, crushing new monsters day after day. His abilities climbed past all limits, and slaughtering beasts slowly became routine. Then that same unknown force threw him back to Earth, as if mocking everything he had endured. On his home planet, only 5 years had passed, yet that was more than enough to change everything. Seoul in 2021 was no longer a calm or comfortable place to live. Even school had turned into a place where no one could truly relax or feel safe. A top student named Jamin usually rushed straight home once classes ended. Local bullies blocked his path and made it clear that his easy days were over. His perfect answers in class had long made other students feel small and inferior. The bullies decided it was time to put the overconfident honor student in his place and leave bruises on his neat face. Now he would finally learn that standing out was a mistake, and blending in was safer. As the honor student's blood dripped onto the ground, his attackers openly laughed at him. No one here was shocked by blood anymore. Scenes like this had become normal in this world. Then, the sky warped, and a strange, flickering aura spread through the area. An overwhelming force opened a portal and returned a former student of this school from another world. At first, no one understood what was happening, and the bullies even stopped mid-beating. Moments later, a man appeared, someone who had survived hell for 20 long years. To Kan, the scene looked savage and wrong, and he decided it was time to step in. The bullies responded by telling the old guy to take his meds and stay out of business that wasn't his. Kan had long forgotten what disrespect felt like and made it clear that he was the one setting the rules now. His calm confidence invited an attack, as if the outcome had already been decided. A slight tilt of his head was enough to dodge the blow without effort. After that, the high-level Necromancer chose to show these worms who the real boss was. He snapped his fingers like Thanos, expecting a Marvel-style finale, but reality wasn't running a blockbuster. A second passed, nothing happened, and the moment looked like a failed joke. It became clear that after returning to Earth, his powers were gone. He still had the Necromancer class, but every single skill had been completely reset. Even so, Kan retained his combat experience and mastery of martial arts. Using that alone, he effortlessly knocked out the leader of the bullies and proved he was still someone to fear. Only then did everyone around finally realize this guy wasn't as simple as he looked. It was already too late to react, because Kan caught that familiar scent of blood. Seconds later, the bullies were sprawled on the ground, unable to get back up. The honor student had never seen martial arts that clean and confident. He stared at Kan like a comic book hero who had shown up to save him. The lesson in discipline was over, and the Necromancer decided to ask a few questions. He had spent 2 decades in another world, while only 5 years had passed on Earth. That meant not everything was lost, and maybe his family was still alive. After that realization, Kan decided to say goodbye and use a teleport to go home. Apparently, he still wasn't used to the fact that all his skills were completely gone. The finger snap failed, like stepping into a fight as Conor McGregor, only to realize there were no gloves, no gear, nothing. It looked like he would need to get to know Jamin a bit better and ask for his help. It wouldn't hurt if the kid could spare some cash for food and a subway ride. The honor student didn't want to give away his last money, but his life had just been saved, and debts had to be paid. Right after returning to his home planet, Kan decided to take a slow walk and see what the world had turned into. For the first time in forever, he caught his own reflection and felt a brief chill run down his spine. The ordinary teenager he once was had changed beyond recognition, even though it felt like just yesterday he was a kid with a future ahead of him. As he looked around, Kan noticed an unusual number of people wearing military uniforms. Curiosity kicked in hard as he tried to figure out what was going on and why the subway entrance was now sealed off. Girls passing by exchanged glances and suddenly burst out laughing. From the outside, Kan looked like someone who had escaped a deserted island and forgotten what humans even looked like. He chose not to dwell on it and decided to figure things out on his own. Ever since childhood, Kan had been curious by nature and never afraid to explore the unknown. The moment he stepped into the subway, a system instantly issued a danger warning. That was when he realized he had entered a dungeon where one wrong move could cost his life. To get back out, he needed to obtain some unknown return stone. Kan had no idea what that item was, but the sense of looming danger kept growing stronger. Slow, confident footsteps echoed from a dark corridor ahead. Soon, a massive red dog emerged, having come here to feast on fresh meat. It attacked without hesitation and nearly bit his head clean off. The Necromancer barely dodged in time and instinctively tried to activate blood domination. Of course, it failed. On Earth, everything had to be rebuilt from zero. For now, he could rely only on basic martial arts and years of hard-earned experience. These monsters were called Drebbits, better known as devil dogs. There was nothing supernatural about them, and even an iron rod was enough to take one down. The taste of blood hit his senses, and his body came alive, like slipping back into an unrestricted Dragon Ball mode. After that, the number of monsters around him multiplied by the dozens. They began to surround him, not realizing that he was enjoying every second of it. A few clean, confident moves sent another wave of red dogs straight to hell. An unknown system announced that his hunter level had risen instantly. Everything clicked into place. Kill monsters, grow stronger, and reclaim lost progress step by step. There was nothing wrong with gaining power, especially if it meant cleansing his hometown. The experience points earned in the past were still there, waiting to be spent. Without hesitation, Kan poured every single point into boosting his basic stats. He felt his body harden and grow stronger, fully aware that this was only the beginning. To find the return stone, the entire dungeon had to be cleared. The Necromancer welcomed the challenge and spent the next several hours non-stop wiping out monsters. Even that wasn't enough to return to the surface. It turned out that each section of the subway had its own monster group that needed to be eliminated. His stats kept rising, slowly restoring fragments of his former power. At last, Kan felt it. He could summon the dead once again. This was the very skill that had once made him a legend in the other world. A single spell was enough to pull dead souls out of hell and call them to his side. They obeyed every command, and once the skeletons were unleashed, they handled all the dirty work. When Kan and his army finished off every monster, the subway was practically drowned in blood. At that moment, a glowing red stone appeared in the dark corridor, calling out to him. Meanwhile, a local security guard showed up near the subway station. He had gone for lunch calmly, convinced that only a lunatic would enter such a dangerous place. Returning to the station, the guard saw the broken lock and screamed in pure terror. With shaking hands, he grabbed his phone and immediately called for backup. His pupils dilated as cold sweat ran down his forehead. From the open portal stepped a strange man who showed zero reaction to the danger around him. It felt like he had just finished a casual stroll, not walked out of a deadly dungeon. By that point, Kan had already realized that dungeon gemstones were now the hottest and most valuable currency around. One member of a powerful guild had just scored a reward that was truly worth killing for. He had no intention of sharing it with the captain and was already imagining the cash hidden safely under his mattress. The plan felt flawless until a familiar voice cut through the cold alley behind him. The sharp sound of heels made his body lock up as his entire life flashed through his mind in seconds. When red eyes ignited in the darkness, all doubt vanished. She was standing right there. Almost every hunter in the city knew exactly who Yoni of the Hwarang Guild was. One of the strongest hunters in the country, a woman who earned the title of captain through pure dominance. There was nowhere to run, and giving up a year's salary was not an option he was willing to accept. He chose to challenge her and go all in, betting everything on one desperate move. First, he tried to stall for time, throwing out cheap tricks to distract Yunhee. But her speed existed on an entirely different tier. She had time to smile before mercilessly cutting him apart. That was the fate of anyone who stole guild profits and thought they were smarter than the rest. The moment Yunhee recovered all the stolen crystals, an urgent message hit her phone. An unidentified intruder had been spotted near one of the city's portals and needed to be dealt with. Kan had no idea that his return had already drawn the attention of Seoul's real apex predators. He decided to take a bus back to his old neighborhood and postpone monster hunting until tomorrow. There would be time later to figure out what happened to the planet and where the monsters came from. Right now, all he wanted was to see his family and erase the hollow years of separation. Unfortunately, that plan was never meant to happen. When Kan reached his old home, he realized nothing from the past remained. The small cozy house was gone, replaced by a towering office building. It was already too late to look for his parents, and hunger was hitting hard. With no better ideas, he stepped into a local diner to remember the taste of his favorite noodles. It felt like heaven on earth, even if it cost him his last bit of cash. At that moment, another hungry young guy approached the diner. As soon as he walked in and noticed Kan, he hesitated and clearly grew nervous. It was Jamin, the same honor student who had nearly been beaten to death by bullies. For the main character, this reunion felt like fate handing him a clean solution to future problems. In this changed world, money and a roof over one's head meant everything. If the Necromancer didn't want to sleep on the streets, he would have to ask for help. Jamin lived alone, so all that remained was convincing him to do a friendly favor. Kan asked to stay the night, offering all the money he had in return. In truth, he was simply giving back the same bills he had taken from the student that morning. Awkwardness had never been Kan's weakness, and that was probably why he usually got what he wanted. After a calm night, Kan decided to visit his old school the next morning. He met his favorite teacher, who struggled to believe this wasn't a dream. You don't see a student who vanished for 20 years, return alive and untouched every day. They shared a couple of cups of coffee and talked quietly, digging through memories of the past. Near the end of the conversation, Khan asked for a list of students. He wanted to repay the friend who had kept him from freezing on Seoul's cold streets. Khan understood perfectly that Jaemin would run into trouble with the same bullies again. Bad guys almost always come back for payback after being humiliated. To keep the defenseless honor student out of danger, interference was unavoidable. The bullies quickly surrounded the kid, making sure no witnesses were around. They were just about to smash his face when a familiar presence cut in. The Necromancer appeared, clearly ready to show his power again. He challenged every one of them to step outside and settle things the hard way. Rumors of what was happening spread across the school in no time. Students ditched their classes and gathered on the rooftop to see how it would all end. All that was missing was popcorn and cola. The scene felt like a UFC tournament final, with the entire school as the audience. Khan suddenly realized he had seen moments like this countless times before, just in a different world. Almost every world breeds people blinded by arrogance, drunk on power and authority. During his time on Alphen, Khan had crossed paths with that kind more than once. His greatest rival there was the necromancer Cassius, a man who summoned only the souls of sinners to seize control. Compared to battles like that, today's school clash felt laughably insignificant. The lead bully finally snapped and called in his friends, deciding to overwhelm the old man with numbers. As the wise say, kindness is met with kindness, but evil is answered with justice. Khan made it painfully clear that school kids weren't even close to his level. A few sharp, precise punches to the face instantly sobered up the overconfident idiots. They were forced to endure humiliation in front of the entire school, while the necromancer didn't even break a sweat. Khan turned around and walked away, as if nothing special had happened. At that moment, a taxi screeched to a stop near the school, and a pale, terrified woman jumped out. It was his mother. One look from her was enough to turn the necromancer back into a scared child. Seconds later, they were holding each other, tears pouring freely. Khan buried his face into his mother's shoulder and forgot how to breathe for a moment. According to her, right after her eldest son vanished, portals filled with monsters opened all over the world. Subway stations instantly became dungeons, and his father died on the way to work. His mother was left alone to raise a young daughter named Sua, and the family's finances collapsed fast. Every day turned into torture, with survival meaning a fight over every last coin. Stepping into their new home, Khan immediately felt how heavy the burden had been on his mother's shoulders. His heart tightened at the sight of the cramped room where you could barely turn around. In one of the boxes by the wall, he found his and his father's belongings that his mother had never thrown away. A little later, young Sua returned from kindergarten, barely recognizing her older brother. He once changed her diapers and now she called him Uncle Khan. That's what happens when you're gone for 5 years. But it wasn't the end. There was still time to fix things. As night fell, it was time to rest and think about tomorrow. The main character replayed his entire journey, trying to figure out his next move. 20 years ago, Alphen had summoned him without reason or warning. That world felt like a brutal game where life was always on the line. Survival demanded fiercer combat than anything he had ever known. After countless bloody battles, he finally reached the peak as a max-level necromancer. Then came the encounter with the spatial administrator who sent him back to Earth. For years, Khan had dreamed of reuniting with his family, thinking it would be simple. But after returning, he realized his beloved planet had changed beyond recognition. His father was dead, his family was barely surviving, and it tore his heart apart. This couldn't continue. He had to use his abilities and start making real money. His family had lived too long without support, and now it was time to fix everything. The next morning, Khan bought a new phone and remembered the dungeon incident. Back then, the guard had told him about the awakened profession and its key details. People with supernatural abilities were called the awakened. This profession offered a way to earn serious cash and escape poverty. Khan made up his mind that he wouldn't return home until he could support his family. He texted his mom, saying he would stay with a friend and make her happy very soon. Then he dialed Jaemin's number and heard a completely unfamiliar voice on the other end. Turns out it was a fake number. Trust level about as solid as an NFT bought at 3 a.m. because of hype. A serious punishment was coming his way, and compared to that, dealing with bullies would feel like paradise. After a long school day, the young and promising honor student was heading home. He thought about the guy who had saved his life, yet still considered him a total psycho. That was exactly why he gave a fake number, deciding he never wanted to cross paths with that madman again. When Jaemin got home, it took him a moment to process what had even happened there. It turned out Khan had already been in his room for a while, acting like the place was his own. He clearly didn't care that breaking into someone else's apartment could easily land him in prison. Completely relaxed, he explained that he was an awakened and planned to start a career as a hunter. That claim didn't sound crazy, considering he had beaten up 5 bullies alone without even breaking a sweat. Jamin added that awakened hunters make insane money and can afford almost anything. The first step was registering with the association and getting official access to dungeons. To feel safer, joining a guild and securing backup was also an option. Almost no one worked solo anymore. It was considered way too risky. Even so, the Necromancer trusted no one and wanted to operate strictly on his own terms. He needed to book an appointment with the association, and Jamin agreed to help. He grabbed the phone and realized it was an iPhone from the era when Elon Musk hadn't even thought about Mars yet. The world seemed to darken around him, and the Necromancer's expression changed completely. It turned out he had bought the phone early that morning from a store that swore it was the latest model. The seller was just a scammer, but it was far too late for revenge. Before registering a dungeon for clearing, a license was required. It also became clear that entering a dungeon came with an entry fee. Kan had no choice but to ask the honor student for help again. He asked to borrow money and honestly warned that he'd be staying in the apartment for a while. Jamin froze, unsure whether to get mad, panic, or just accept it, while Kan couldn't care less. The next morning, the main character headed to the Awakened Association and instantly drew everyone's attention. By demonstrating his ability to summon the dead, he made it clear he wasn't leaving without a license. A simple rabbit carcass was enough for the demonstration. After a few lines in an unknown language, the corpse rose and turned into a skeleton. Everyone screamed like they'd stumbled into a horror live stream with no donate button and no exit. He kept his real tricks in reserve for more serious missions. It turned out necromancers were extremely rare among the Awakened. To judge the level of such a hunter, the strength of their familiars had to be tested. A green goblin was brought into the arena and the fight was authorized to begin. Kan immediately ordered the skeleton forward, showing no mercy. After several hours, one of the association staff officially handed him a hunter license. The skeleton turned out to be fairly weak, earning the Necromancer the lowest rank. His talents clearly hadn't fully recovered yet, but it was enough to start a career. Now he could legally enter dungeons and earn a living. His arrival immediately caught the attention of a more experienced, awakened team. They suggested teaming up to make the dungeon clear safer. The Necromancer refused at first, unwilling to share the profits. He had completely forgotten about the dungeon entry fee. Many rookies teamed up specifically to split that cost. A mid-rank miner with experience named Dosu offered a practical solution. If Kan entered with their team, he would only have to pay a small part of the fee. After a short pause, Kan agreed. He had no real choice and his money was running out. While preparing for the raid, he met an insecure newcomer. This cheerful yet slightly nervous guy was named Sangu, and it was only his third raid. He had awakened a few months earlier and immediately dropped out of school to chase an adventurer's life. The kid dreamed of a legendary future, but was clearly terrified of messing up. The moment he saw injured hunters, those dreams evaporated fast. It was obvious the dungeon clear wouldn't be easy, but no one planned to back out. The team leader was overly confident and rallied everyone around their shared goal. A stench hit them hard, like they'd walked into a raid that felt more like an after-school Call of Duty lobby. That was apparently the stench of goblins who had been squatting on this subway station for way too long. The fight kicked off without warning, and even the terrified Sangu decided it was time to prove himself. His fireball technique actually worked, despite him being nothing more than a rookie. The rest of the squad didn't shy away from the dirty and dangerous work either. Their attacks tore into the monsters, dealing serious and painful damage. Even with a numbers advantage, the goblins barely stood a chance. To avoid standing out, the Necromancer summoned only a single undead, yet that alone was more than enough. The skeleton turned out to be surprisingly strong and quickly earned plenty of impressed looks. To power it up, a significant amount of experience points had to be burned on boosting its stats. This was the perfect moment to understand why hunters were often called true adventurers. These people gambled their lives for the sake of blood-red crystals hidden in dungeons. Each stone sold for around $200, though the price paid to obtain them was far higher. Many hunters lost their heads over those crystals, willing to betray anyone for them. It seems Sangu had already been consumed by greed and a dangerous sense of grandeur. Thoughts of money were exactly what caused many adventurers to fall apart in the end. After clearing the first wave of monsters, teams relaxed and forgot that far deadlier threats waited deeper inside. A massive hobgoblin appeared ahead, also known as the Goblin Alpha. Monsters like this were far smarter and stronger than regular goblins. Every newbie knew that. The captain loudly urged the team to raise their spirits and not even think about retreating. He laid out what he believed was the perfect plan and ordered everyone to play their part. The hunters trusted him and began preparing for the decisive battle. It was as if they didn't realize they were facing an enemy on a completely different level. Kan had encountered creatures like this on Alphen and knew exactly how dangerous they were. The Alpha possessed frightening intelligence and the ability to cast spells, but the true threat wasn't magic. It was the skill of absolute control. The hobgoblin could summon subordinates and force them to obey without question. At first, the goblins hid in dark corners, then began striking from the shadows. There was no need for close combat, when a thin needle laced with poison could do the job silently. Once the toxin entered the bloodstream, it was almost instantly over. Survival was nearly impossible, especially without an experienced medic on the team. What had seemed like a casual walk suddenly flipped into a nightmare. The Alpha's leadership and sharp intellect were exactly what made it such a lethal opponent. Only now did the fools finally realize that the Goblin Commander wasn't a basic enemy, but a true night terror. The captain panicked and shouted for an immediate retreat. Hunters who had been confident seconds earlier scattered like frightened children. It was hard to blame them. The enemy was far more prepared and brutal. These monsters had already wiped out more than one adventurer team. Not everyone managed to escape, and losses were unavoidable. The Alpha clearly reveled in the chaos, savoring its own superiority. It unleashed powerful bursts of magic, paralyzing multiple victims at once. The plan worked. The insecure rookie Sangu took a direct hit to the back. In a proper team, allies would have rushed to protect him immediately. But Sangu had joined a group where everyone looked out only for themselves, and he was abandoned fast. The hunters left him behind, and the air around him grew heavy with doom. Goblins closed in from every side, while a single mysterious figure watched from the darkness. Kan didn't run with the others. He had been waiting a long time to start a real goblin hunt. To steady himself, he summoned several powerful skeletons to his side. Seconds later, the undead charged into battle against goblins from another world. As the massacre raged, two captains faced each other, ready to decide right there who was truly stronger. Kan had no intention of backing down. He was used to being the one who struck first. A precise strike pierced straight through the enemy's skull, sealing a clean and unquestionable victory. The system instantly boosted his level, letting Kan feel like a real superhero for a brief moment. He acted purely for himself, never once considering that his actions had also saved a young rookie. Just a few months ago, that kid was an ordinary student, and now he had stood one step away from death. He survived, asked for help, and it was right then that Kan paused to think for the first time. His goal was simple: grow his own power and support his family, while the fate of strangers barely mattered. For the right money, he'd be ready to save Greenland, Taiwan, and Kanye West's career all at once. The Necromancer helped the rookie, then immediately sent him off to collect blood crystals. A life saved meant a serious debt, and that was exactly how the adventurer business worked. Watching Kan, the rookie couldn't believe this monster was ranked F. It felt impossible. It was obvious the Necromancer was far stronger and deliberately hiding his power to stay off the radar. Together, they pushed deeper into the dungeon, wiping out monsters with steady precision like a single unit. Whenever Sangu needed support, the senior hunter instantly used restoration magic. In that time, they gathered crystals worth several $1,000s, and this was only the beginning. For perhaps the first time in his life, Kan showed greed and made it clear that money mattered to him. If Sangu failed to repay his debt, he would quickly regret not dying back in the goblin fight. After fully clearing the dungeon, it was time to head up, when the system suddenly issued a danger alert. The Necromancer sensed a faint thirst for blood, even though there were no monsters left ahead. It wasn't hard to guess. The remaining team members had set up an ambush. Kan ordered the filthy rats to come out of hiding and finally face him directly. At first glance, they almost looked ashamed, as if regret had finally caught up to them. In reality, the hunters were just scared and convinced their comrades were already beyond saving. That only raised one question: why come back at all instead of retreating to the barrier? The captain tried to smooth things over, claiming he had come to his senses in time. He insisted he only wanted to help and make sure everything was under control. In truth, his eyes were locked on the return stones, worth a fortune on the market. Kan calmly poured them onto the ground, like they were nothing more than cheap candy. Anyone was free to step forward and try to claim the reward. Instead of a bloody clash, the captain smiled and called it all a misunderstanding. He swore they had come purely to help and never cared about the money. His performance was so convincing that even the distrustful Necromancer relaxed for a split second. Kan thought he had imagined the conspiracy, believing reality was simpler than that. The moment he let his guard down, those bastards revealed exactly why they had returned. Brutal strikes came crashing in from all sides, aimed at the two rookies at once. Sangu, who had only just healed his wounds, was thrown back into serious danger. There was no doubt left. The captain was rotten to the core and didn't deserve a second chance. He drew his sword and lunged forward, determined to eliminate an unwanted rival. While a bloody hunter-on-hunter massacre erupted underground, it was time to briefly shift focus. An elite squad of adventurers was just wrapping up their mission. Yoonhee received an unexpected call and learned that the recent intruder had been located. His name was Kan Woo-jin, and there was almost no information about him. He had only just registered as a hunter and should be clearing his first dungeon right now. Yoonhee immediately set out in search of him, unaware that the boy was in mortal danger. The captain was certain the rookie was dead, until he saw that devilish smile. The cheap ambush had failed, and the moment of reckoning had arrived. A savage impact against the concrete shattered several ribs and twisted his insides apart. It was merciless, but that exact mindset was how the Necromancer survived on Alphen. Back on Earth, he had no intention of changing and remained absolutely ruthless. The rest of the team couldn't even hope for salvation. They had betrayed their profession, and now the dead would drag their souls straight into hell. Even as death closed in, Dozu still clung to hope for a second chance. Far too naive a thought for a world like this. A man who survived 20 years in hell can't be bought with pretty words. A cold dagger pierced the greedy captain's heart and drained his soul down to the last drop. That day claimed not only monsters, but also young hunters who chose to gamble with a deadly game. Watching it all unfold, the young rookie had no doubts left. Standing before him was a vicious, merciless hunter, ready to do anything for profit and levels. Opinions about the main character could differ, but at times, this guy was genuinely terrifying. Over the course of the day, the Necromancer saved Sangu's life twice. Help like that never comes free, and the price would be doubled. Half an hour later, the dungeon administrator grew uneasy and considered calling the recon team. He was convinced all hunters were dead until the barrier finally opened. Only 2 members of the large team managed to reach the exit. The administrator sensed something was wrong but chose not to ask unnecessary questions. He knew hunters died in dungeons all the time and it shocked no one anymore. Even so, Khan had to leave a phone number for questioning after the investigation. Once the mission was complete, they immediately sold the precious blood crystals. The tempting scent of easy money made the Necromancer's heart beat faster than usual. In a single raid, he earned over $10,000 and finally escaped poverty. Now big money could be made every day, securing a comfortable life for his family. His partner's mood was far darker, knowing debts for a saved life were waiting ahead. Senga had been careless and misheard the amount he owed. Instead of $4,000, he believed the debt was $40,000. He would have to seriously rack his brain, maybe even sell his grandmother's apartment. After wrapping up the dungeon business, Kan decided to stop by a phone store. This was where a guy nicknamed Donut loved scamming trusting customers. His real name was Hun, and today his sweet life came to an end. He had sold the wrong person an old phone at the price of a brand new model. Kan didn't waste time talking and went straight to beating the fat man down. Donut needed to learn the boomerang rule. Bad deeds always come back around. His face turned into a bowling ball, like stepping into the ring against Prime Mike Tyson. That was enough for him to swear he'd never scam customers again. Besides, fixing the mistake was unavoidable anyway. Kan demanded a brand new phone that had only just hit the market. With that settled, he decided to update his contact list. He could have gone home and eaten properly, but plans derailed once again. Unknown men surrounded him, and the situation clearly promised nothing good. The Necromancer tensed up and spotted a woman who was obviously their boss. Yoonhee locked eyes with him, making it clear she intended to teach him a harsh lesson today. Khan reacted with open hostility, warning that any touch would end with her on her knees on the asphalt. He had no idea he was facing one of the leaders of the Hwarang Guild and a true superstar of the Hunter world. Yoonhee released her aura, making it obvious she hadn't come to chat. She hated it when filthy worms crawled into dungeons belonging to another guild. To make sure it never happened again, she was ready to put the guy in his place fast. Kan tried to toss out another joke, but the next instant he felt a cold palm slam against his face. The captain's guard lunged forward and delivered the first crushing blow. It became instantly clear, no one here was playing games. One wrong move could end with a tongue ripped out, and that wasn't a metaphor. The Necromancer sprang back to his feet and launched a counterattack. He was known for his wild confidence, but today the balance of power began to shift. One precise move from Yoonhee was enough for the fearless guy to clearly feel a rib crack. First he slammed hard onto his back, then felt with his own body what that flexible woman was truly capable of. Her kick crashed into his face like a runaway train with no brakes, wiping everything in its path. In that instant, the guy finally understood one simple truth. He was nowhere near the strongest in this world. The message was clear. Messing with someone else's dungeons without permission was a fast track to having your life collapse like a house of cards. Maybe on planet Alphen, the Necromancer had been a god, but here he was just another rookie with decent talent. If he wanted situations like this to never happen again, he'd have to grind until sweat poured down, squeezing every drop of progress. After returning to his friend's apartment, he carefully explained everything that had happened. It turned out Lady Yoonhee was a world-famous adventurer, and only suicidal idiots tried to stand in her way. The Hwarang Guild ranked among the top 3, alongside Hammer and KN. Their influence had long gone beyond raids, spreading deep into the country's politics and economy. Starting a war with them would be pure stupidity, especially while most of the Necromancer's power was still sealed. Kan chose to shelve that problem for later and focus entirely on his own growth. He sincerely thanked his friend for providing warmth, shelter, and a safe place to sleep. Kan didn't just buy him a new perfume, he also left a solid stack of cash behind. For a regular student dreaming of university, it felt like a revelation. Now he could finally buy the right books and hire an experienced tutor. Even so, Kan had no rush to leave this cozy nest and planned to stay for weeks, maybe even months. His mom's apartment was far too small, so he needed to save up for a bigger, proper home. The honor student noticed the brand new phone from the ads. Like Kan had unlocked a fresh skin while everyone else was still grinding the starter gear. Kan chose not to go into details and didn't want to scare his friend for no reason. By then, insane amounts of money had already hit his balance. It turned out Sangu had sold everything he owned to repay the debt. They immediately agreed to meet at a local cafe and talk things through. The rookie looked lost, barely daring to lift his eyes toward the Necromancer. Kan demanded an explanation, trying to understand why he had received 10 times more money than expected. Sangu dropped to his knees, begged for mercy, and even promised to pay more. The fear was so overwhelming that the guy completely forgot what dignity even was. He replayed the dungeon events over and over in his head, terrified the same fate awaited him. Sangu was shaking like he'd already been sentenced, even though Kan hadn't planned anything like that. Since Sangu was willingly handing over the money, Kan decided not to argue. In the end, they agreed to meet again tomorrow and start working together to erase financial problems for good. The next morning, Kan warmed up and headed to the Central Park. Sangu was already there, arriving in his old beat-up car. He had no money left to keep paying debts, so they decided to form a small alliance. From now on, the young rookie would assist and handle all prep work for dungeon raids. At first, he was even happy, thinking this could be called a support role. In reality, he was basically an errand runner, and there wasn't much pride in that. Still, he earned a cut of the profits, which was far more than he'd made with his previous team. After a year of this partnership, Sangu would clear all his debts and finally breathe freely. He was genuinely relieved and promised to do everything possible to not disappoint his partner. The next morning, he was overflowing with energy, strength, and pure enthusiasm. By then, their next raid target had already been chosen. They were heading to the exit near Mabong Station, where local monsters had already killed dozens of hunters. Those roaches had clearly grown, way too comfortable there. They hadn't yet faced real adventurers and had no idea what true rock and roll felt like. The Necromancer immediately sensed his accumulated points and poured them into boosting his stats. After that, he summoned a solid support force and ordered them to fight until the very end. The skeletons charged forward without hesitation, tearing into the monsters. The assistant was given an easy task, collecting the valuable stones. Kan did everything possible to make sure his helper never had to risk his own life. It was satisfying to watch him work, especially given the insane speed of the clear. Normally a dungeon like this takes around 2 hours, yet the Necromancer wiped the entire place in just 15 minutes. They didn't stop for a second, spending the whole day methodically erasing every monster that spawned. When the assistant headed to the Crystal Exchange Center, a very pleasant surprise was waiting for him. Sangu expected a modest payout, but the final number blew every expectation out of the water. It turned out they had earned over $50,000 in a single day, like Mr. Beast casually dropping a paycheck into their account. If things kept going like this, even as a basic errand runner, Sangu could stack absurd money and end up rich. From that moment on, he was ready to scrub toilets if it meant staying close to Kanwoo-jin. For a regular guy with no connections or wealthy parents, this felt like a chance handed down by the gods themselves. Of course, when two young guys start climbing up from rock bottom, rumors spread fast. One of the country's most influential guilds, Hammer, heard about it the very next day. They employed an experienced and sharp captain in charge of scouting. His name was Chan, and his team's main job was finding new, promising hunters. That day, he was informed that 2 inexperienced rookies had bought entry tickets to a highly dangerous dungeon. Instead of spending a full day inside, they cleared it in just 30 minutes. More than that, they kept repeating the same feat every time monsters respawned from the portal. It was obvious these were special adventurers worth watching closely. Official reports listed their rank as low, but the gap between paperwork and reality was blatant. The moment Mr. Chan heard this, he got to work immediately. A veteran talent scout knew better than to ignore anomalies like this. You don't see 2 rookies casually farming a 3-star dungeon every day. Most likely, they were deliberately hiding their true level to avoid attention. While Mr. Chan set out to track down these talents, a curious discussion took place in another powerful guild. Thanks to citywide surveillance, the local boss had begun closely watching the 2 newcomers. He already had full profiles on both of them and was studying the data carefully. Standing beside him was his sister, the same untamed tigress named Yoonhee. She knew Kanwoo-jin was unusual, but hadn't realized just how far that went. Either he had deliberately concealed his abilities during testing, or his growth rate was downright terrifying. At that pace, his potential could rival a local legend, the strongest hunter in Korea, Kim Kan-cheol. For now, such comparisons sounded ridiculous, but even legends once started at level 0. The Hwarang Guildmaster, Mr. Laysan, ordered a meeting to be arranged with the young prodigy. As was becoming clear, storm clouds were slowly gathering around the main character. He was being noticed more and more, despite desperately wanting to stay in the shadows. Meanwhile, the allies decided to take a short break, drink some cold water, and eat a couple of sandwiches. In just a few days, the Necromancer had earned enough to buy his mother a new house in a good neighborhood. When you carry this kind of talent, even the boldest dreams stop feeling like fantasy. But despite the success, he had no intention of slowing down. If anything, he wanted to accelerate, all to make sure that money came hand in hand with explosive growth in power. He needed to recover most of his lost Necromancer skills as fast as possible. After all, you never know what kind of danger waits ahead. As a reward, the system granted him an additional warrior class. That wasn't great news, since staying a pure mage was far more profitable for a Necromancer. Refusing the reward was no longer an option, and the system also granted him a new weapon. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary iron rod, but with each level, it unlocked new potential. On top of that, he received a Demon Seal Catalyst. Demon Seals are magical crystals Necromancers obtain as they progress. Each great crystal contains a powerful familiar incomparable to ordinary skeletons. Commanding such beings elevates a Necromancer to an entirely different tier. Using warriors like these, he had wiped out every enemy on Alphen, and now he intended to do the same on Earth. He activated the crystal immediately, eager to see what kind of monster was sealed inside. The result blew past every expectation, sending a cold shiver straight down the Necromancer's spine. Instead of a monster, Bibi appeared. Pure Baby Yoda vibes. Cute on the surface, yet radiating the feeling she could wipe out a planet. It turned out she was one of his familiars left behind on planet Alphen. The girl had clearly missed her master and couldn't understand where he had vanished to. Suddenly, her attention shifted as she caught a disgusting stench of rot and damp decay. One look at the fallen monsters was enough for Bibi to be sure the smell belonged to Tranit's allies. From the hero's expression alone, it was obvious that name carried immense weight for him. Tranit was a demon who had invaded Alphen from a mysterious dimension. Relying on an endless army of parasites, he wiped out more than 90% of the population. Kan had never faced him personally, but he knew all too well how dangerous and cunning that monster was. It seemed Tranit had now set his sights on Earth, and that was the true reason dungeons had appeared. All this time, the hero believed he had escaped Hell, when in reality Hell had simply followed him. By then, Mr. Chan was already standing at the dungeon entrance. Together with his assistant, Hamin, he was carefully planning how to conduct negotiations. Then the very same rookies emerged from the dungeon, making it clear the raid was over. Sengu looked like a walking corpse, while his boss scanned the surroundings with caution. Representatives of the Hammer Guild smiled and did everything they could to secure a new diamond for their roster. The Necromancer didn't even bother listening, making it clear he wouldn't waste time on that. From the outside, he looked like a lunatic who trusted absolutely no one. Kan made it clear that if they kept pushing him, he wouldn't hesitate to show his dark side. After all that negativity, he needed to blow off steam and decided to give his mother a special gift. She couldn't believe for a long time that the massive house now belonged to her. Years of hardship, hunger, and poverty were finally left behind. Her eldest son not only bought her a spacious home, but also transferred a solid sum to her bank account. He explained that he had started working as an adventurer and promised to be extremely careful. No matter how worried she was, refusing such generous gifts was almost impossible. The family finally breathed in the scent of freedom and forgot about debt. With family matters settled, it was time to think about something bigger. Kan decided to meet with his familiar again and talk everything through properly. Bibi could transform into a small kitten to avoid drawing attention with her devilish wings. The master tried to understand how the energy of an evil demon had even reached his home planet. Was it really true that nothing could be done now, and Tranit would conquer Earth? There were no answers yet, only waiting and hoping for the best remained. By that time, Kan was no longer alone. Another guild representative had tracked him down. This one was the leader of one of the strongest factions, bold enough to come in person. While he tried to convince the Necromancer to join his team, Sangu was having his own moment of joy. After years of driving an old family car, change had finally arrived for him. As a kid, he dreamed of owning the coolest ride in town to cruise around with beautiful girls. Now the dream was real. Only the paperwork stood between him and the keys to a brand new BMW. He was shining brighter than DiCaprio with an Oscar, like pulling a legendary drop on the first loot roll. After this news, the story shifted back to the main hero. Today, Kan looked unusually calm and clearly had no intention of starting a fight. He agreed to talk with the man who introduced himself as Yunhee's brother. Unlike his sister, Mr. Laysen was calm, tactful, and attentive. He carried the confidence and cold calculation of a seasoned strategist. He made it clear right away that he was interested in young talent and ready to finance the Necromancer's growth. If Kan joined his team, money would flow in faster than it could be spent. The offer was tempting, but even that wasn't enough to make Kan bend his principles. He had no desire to follow someone else's orders or share profits with outsiders. To apply some pressure, the guild boss reminded him that more than 5 years had already passed since the dungeons first appeared. The monster kept growing bigger and stronger, while humanity still failed to grasp the true cause of the catastrophe. The scariest part was that it barely frightened anyone anymore. After all, dungeons had become a source of income. If this kept going, the world would spiral into chaos, and someone would have to stop it. The guild boss's main goal was to assemble a squad of the strongest awakened, capable of sealing every dungeon. If Kan entrusted them with his power, that goal would stop sounding like a fantasy. The offer struck a nerve, and he promised at least to think it over. Meanwhile, the Hammer Guild had no intention of backing off. That man didn't accept rejection. Being nicknamed Eric Cartman sounded more like a diagnosis than a joke. The same day, he learned that the young prodigy had booked yet another subway station. On top of that, the two of them were planning to clear a 4-star dungeon today. Either they had completely lost their minds, or their growth had gone far beyond common sense. With such a low rank, entering a dungeon like that was officially forbidden. The only way in was as a miner or support staff, which required guild membership. A plan instantly formed in Mr. Chan's mind on how to turn the situation to his advantage. He did everything possible to cancel the dungeon reservation and ordered a car to be prepared. At the same time, Sank was already driving his boss to the mission, sitting behind the wheel of his brand new BMW. The two had grown closer and talked like people who'd known each other for years. The comfort of the car eased the tension, especially knowing they'd soon dive back into a world of demonic creatures. Upon arriving at the subway station, they ran into an administrator who flatly forbade entry into the portal. According to him, these two adventurers were far too weak for such a pass, and the raid was off the table. Sangu tried his hardest to persuade the administrator, even hinting at a bribe, but it went nowhere. They were already ready to turn around and leave empty-handed, searching for another dungeon. And right at that moment, Mr. Chan appeared out of nowhere with his assistant. This time he knew exactly what to do and how to steer the conversation. He calmly explained that the dungeon belonged to his guild and all previous reservations were cancelled. If Kan and his partner truly wanted to clear it, their chance was right here and now. Mr. Chan called it a gesture of goodwill, though in reality it was a carefully calculated Grand Master move. Before the raid even started, he decided to present a special gift. The seasoned captain hurried to his car, opened the trunk, and pulled out a mysterious bag. He asked for nothing in return, fully aware that favors rarely go unanswered. He was confident his experience would be enough to gradually pull the rookies to his side. Today Kan behaved noticeably calmer than the day before. He even looked friendly, as if yesterday's inner demon had vanished without a trace. That was because after meeting Bibi, his thoughts revolved around Trinette, and today he deliberately pushed that aside. The moment Kan became more agreeable, Hamin assumed the plan was guaranteed to succeed. This young and ambitious employee had long dreamed of a career breakthrough, and now the chance was closer than ever. All that remained was to wait for the raid to end, invite the hunter to a cafe, and slide the right papers over after a couple of drinks. He failed to understand one thing: pretty words don't work on people like that. Someone who survived hell always judges actions, not loud promises. When Mr. Chan returned with the gifts, the hunters were already inside the dungeon. They hadn't waited for him, and the man nearly snapped in frustration. That was because he planned to hand them a full survival kit. Without such gear, rookies stand almost no chance in a 4-star dungeon. Normally, raids like this require a full team of experienced adventurers. No matter how talented, these two were objectively not ready for such conditions. Plenty of overconfident hunters had already challenged 4-star dungeons. Out of hundreds, only a handful ever made it back home. There was no doubt left. Dreams of cooperation could be tossed straight into the trash. These two wouldn't return, and now Mr. Chan was certain of it. While he blamed himself for hesitating, the Necromancer and his partner were already surveying the subway interior. Every monster around had already been wiped out, yet the return stone stubbornly refused to appear. The situation felt off, especially when a massive, all-devouring portal tore open in a dark alley nearby. In their right mind, only a complete psycho or someone with zero survival instinct would step into that thing. Naturally, Kana and Sangha went straight in. The moment they crossed the threshold, they found themselves in the middle of mysterious jungles, completely naked. All gear and equipment had vanished, leaving the two guys stripped bare and totally exposed. Sangha looked like a lost middle schooler, while his boss resembled a Zeus statue that had somehow been dropped into Fortnite. That's what happens when you break into a 4-star dungeon with no prep and no plan. Without hesitation, Khan burned experience points just to buy himself basic clothes. He was only level 10 for now, but sheer experience made his skills hit far harder than those of normal rookies. That gave them a real shot at clearing the place, though relaxing for even a second would have been suicide. Just minutes later, pushing through the jungle somehow turned into pure fun. A massive, deadly crocodile burst from the bushes like it had been patiently waiting for guests. Kan charged it like an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Instead of a hug, he calmly took its head off and casually considered turning the hide into a new bag. Meanwhile, up on the surface, Mr. Chan had fully descended into paranoia. He kept repeating that he had lost one of the most valuable talents of an entire generation. The guild captain was convinced the rookies would never crawl out of that portal alive. In his imagination, monsters were tearing them apart and turning them into a late-night snack. Reality, however, was telling a completely different story. The young hunters felt almost at home in the jungle, like it was their natural habitat. They casually killed a few monsters and even managed to cook something resembling barbecue. After a short break, they moved on again, diving deeper into the dangerous greenery. The farther they went, the more often deadlier creatures crossed their path. To scatter an entire army of monkeys, fireball skills had to come out. Sengu didn't even step in, just watched as the undead handled everything. Summoning a squad of skeleton mages was enough to calmly cleanse the jungle of filth. The assistant wasn't shy about asking questions, trying to understand how his boss survived so confidently in the wild. The Necromancer admitted honestly that he had spent over 20 years in a world like this. Here, he felt at home, and sometimes even caught himself missing Alphen. After overcoming all the jungle's traps, all that remained was to find the guardian of the Return Stone. Logically, this monster should have been the most dangerous enemy, forcing them to go all out. Yet when they found the stone, there wasn't a single enemy in sight. Inexperienced Sangu thought they'd gotten insanely lucky by skipping the final fight, and that was his mistake. Countless traps lay ahead, where one wrong step could mean death. Only seconds passed before it became clear there was no avoiding a battle. From the shadows emerged massive orcs with glowing eyes and blade-sharp teeth. Each one possessed high intelligence and serious martial training. Back on Alphen, Kan had fought orcs many times and had even learned their language. He immediately used that knowledge to understand why they were here. The orcs exchanged shocked glances. Clearly, they hadn't expected a human speaking the ancient tongue. It turned out they had lost their home after being defeated by a great demon. The balance of their world was shattered, and Tranit had promised to rule the entire galaxy. On his orders, the orcs came here believing Earth would become the monster's new home. But the evil demon had overlooked one crucial detail. One of his old enemies was now defending Earth and had no intention of giving up his favorite planet. There were no loud speeches or insults. This challenge was decided in silence. Kan simply raised his weapon, and the orcs answered in kind, instantly rushing into battle. The air grew razor tense, and Sangu's knees started shaking from the pressure. And it was worth remembering that in the real world, time flowed by completely different rules. Only 5 hours had passed, night fell, and someone else's patience finally snapped. The Hammer Guild staff had no more doubts. The young hunters were dead. Just as they were about to get into the car and leave, the dungeon portal suddenly vanished. Darkness swallowed everything, and no matter how hard they looked, not a single living soul could be seen. All that remained was to file a report and officially record the deaths of 2 adventurers. Mr. Chan was already rehearsing the talk with his wife about losing his bonus. Pure vibes of a trader who nuked his savings on Dogecoin. And right at that moment, his heart started pounding like crazy because a miracle happened. The very same adventurers appeared ahead, dragging an enormous pile of loot behind them. They looked like they had returned not from hell, but from a casual evening walk. Without wasting time, the guys jumped into the car and immediately headed home. Driving through the empty nighttime streets, Khan suddenly noticed a familiar silhouette. He recognized his friend, the honor student Jamin, walking alongside a woman. They decided to stop and say hello. Too much connected them to just pass by. At first, it looked like the honor student had finally found a girlfriend and was on a date. But it was more complicated. Her name was Nuna, and she was his older sister. Once upon a time, she studied in the same class as Khan, and had long stopped believing she would ever see him again. Meanwhile, Mr. Chan had already returned to the Hammer Guild headquarters. He met with the boss and confidently declared that he had found a true superstar. For talent like that, they were ready to offer any salary and title, like signing Messi at the end of the season. The boss promised to think it over and dismissed Mr. Chan. After that, he met with his assistant, Park Jin-woo, to discuss the fresh news. Park was one of those whose talent Mr. Chan had spotted at the very start of his career. He had brought many strong hunters into the guild, so his opinion always carried weight. Along the way, they discussed a strange incident in America that had been keeping everyone awake lately. The rumors were confirmed. Someone really had come out of a dungeon. To this day, no one knew who she truly was, except that the woman spoke no human language. She kept repeating mysterious words that no one could translate. The Americans were doing everything possible to establish at least some kind of contact. The operation was personally led by the head of the Titan Guild, a high-level awakened named Dinkin. The irony was that it would take them a long time to realize the woman had been repeating a single name all along, Kanwoo-jin. After returning home, the honor student immediately sat down to study. But there were too many thoughts in his head to focus properly. Again and again, he thought about his sister, hoping she was safe. He had real reasons for worry and doubt. His sister had agreed to meet a psychopath who had returned from the abyss. You never know what to expect from someone like that, so Nuna needed to be careful. Luckily, a third person was with them, Sango the assistant. They ordered plenty of food and drinks and spent the time warmly, reminiscing about the past. Back in school days, Nuna had been considered the main beauty of the neighborhood. With her looks, she drove guys crazy without even realizing it. Now she felt embarrassed remembering those times, as if that incident had changed her completely. She constantly wore a strange hat and flatly refused to take it off. At some point, Sangu noticed that his boss behaved oddly around women. It seemed he had never been in a relationship. After all, he'd spent his youth in another world. This clearly needed fixing, and the assistant was already ready to take action. He immediately suggested ordering more alcohol to lighten the mood. Everything went off the rails. Instead of fun, Sangu just got the most wasted. The boss gave him a harsh warning, making it clear that behavior like that could cost him a year's salary. At some point, the beauty couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep. The alcohol hit fast, and she clearly wasn't ready for it. Rolling onto her side, Nuna dropped her hat straight onto the floor. The locals immediately noticed her and started whispering, stealing glances in her direction. It turned out there was a scar on her face, one that made people feel awkward just looking at it. Everyone else looked away in embarrassment. Everyone except Khan, who calmly picked up the hat and gently placed it back on his friend's head. To him, she was still beautiful, even if that past incident had permanently changed her appearance. The next morning, Nuna woke up and couldn't figure out where she was or what had happened the night before. Lying in her brother's room, she pieced together last night's memories like a shattered puzzle. Her brother explained that she had drunk too much and just needed some rest. Once she felt better, she headed straight to the bathroom to wash up and clear her thoughts. There, she remembered dropping her hat and how her childhood friend had carried her home in his arms. The thought made her uneasy. She had spent years carefully hiding the flaw on her face. After the monster attack, she'd gotten that scar and had avoided mirrors ever since. Realizing that Kan had seen her like that filled her with deep embarrassment. But her memory kindly reminded her that he still called her beautiful without hesitation. That thought made her smile and believe that the feelings from the past hadn't completely faded. Now it was time to rewind a little further and peek into the hero's youth. Back then, he was just an ordinary student with no power, titles, or insane abilities. His parents put school above everything and demanded that Kan always stay a top student. But one day, a problem appeared at school that flipped his world upside down. After meeting her, he could no longer focus on textbooks or grades. She was far too beautiful to think about anything else. Sometimes they stayed after class to clean the room, then wandered through the evening city together. The atmosphere of those days stayed in his heart as something warm and truly important. At some point, Nuna confessed her feelings to him, and Khan's heart nearly burst out of his chest. Emotions like that now visited him only in dreams. Waking up meant returning to a harsh reality where everything had long since changed. Lately, he had been renting a hotel room so he wouldn't crowd his mother and younger sister. Early in the morning, his assistant showed up and immediately started checking available dungeons. Almost all promising locations were already booked by major guilds. Clearing weak dungeons didn't appeal to him, so they had to look for unconventional options. Kan immediately called an old acquaintance and asked for help with the search. Mr. Chan seemed ready to rush over even in the dead of night, like a manager who just spotted the next Michael Jordan. He actually came through and quickly helped find a suitable place to grind. Together, they headed to the eastern part of the city and located the right portal. Before the raid, they noticed the dungeon was in a reconfiguration phase. Newbies didn't understand what that meant, but seasoned hunters grew grim at the word. Reporters and curious onlookers had already gathered near the problematic portal. Not long after, soldiers arrived and sealed off the area, letting no one through. Here it helps to dive into the rules and understand how the system works. All dungeons are divided into 3 stages: mine, reconfiguration, and rupture. The dungeons Kan had cleared before were mines, allowing repeated raids. That stage lasts several months, after which limits kick in and the portal enters reconfiguration. At that point, the strongest guilds race to seize the renewed dungeon first. Whoever clears it first officially becomes the owner. Mr. Chan warned that such dungeons are far more dangerous. The monster levels spike hard. A hunter without guild back and shouldn't even think about going in. Despite the risk, Can was already imagining what it would be like to own his own dungeon. He was ready to step into chaos until he heard some bad news. The new dungeon consumed too much energy, and rookies simply weren't allowed inside. It looked like he'd have to admit that teamwork sometimes has its advantages. While the Necromancer mulled this over, the crowd around them was already pulling out phones, snapping photos of the rising stars. These were the elite hunters of the Hwarang Guild, arriving to take full control of the dungeon. Their polished high-end gear instantly pulled every gaze in the area. And of course, it was impossible not to notice that very girl who seemed afraid of absolutely nothing. They had crossed paths before, and Yoonhee had left behind a deeply unpleasant aftertaste. Now the Necromancer had the perfect chance to settle the score. He had no intention of backing down, and quickly came up with a way to slip into the dungeon. A crooked grin spread across his face as he deliberately started mocking the experienced, fearless woman. He teased her with sweet, borderline reckless words, clearly pushing buttons on purpose. Every move was pure provocation, calculated with a single goal: to get under her skin. No matter how hard she tried to keep her composure, this guy knew exactly how to dig deep. A crowd gathered fast, everyone eager to see what would happen to the one who dared anger the Princess of Death. Yoonhee finally snapped, waved her hand, and roughly shoved the insolent fool aside. That was exactly what he had been waiting for. A single touch was enough for him to accidentally stumble and fall straight into the portal. Now the administrator would have no questions. Everything could be logged as an accident. It was too late to react. The portal accepted its new victim and shut instantly. The assistant couldn't do a thing, left only to sip his latte and hope the boss would come back alive. In the next instant, the Necromancer found himself in a scorching desert of another world. He geared up immediately and came face to face with the King of Quicksand. A massive, foul-smelling sandworm crawled toward him, expecting easy prey. A perfect warm-up, and a good chance to cleanse the dungeon of worms at the same time. The plan cracked when it turned out the monster's hide could shrug off a sword strike. Worse still, the creature called in its entire family, and things got real fast. Giant worms surrounded him, squeezing in like a living trap. Suddenly, everything went silent, and a blinding flash made one thing clear. Today was a bad day for worms. The entire family was turned into minced meat by the power of the universal spear. The weapon grew alongside its master, step by step becoming a nightmare for monsters. In the distance, a new type of worm appeared, known here as balls. Even those couldn't scare an experienced necromancer. He was already imagining turning them into Nesquik chocolate balls for his morning milk. Blows rained down one after another, turning the desert into a full-scale battlefield. When it was over, the guy could barely stay on his feet from exhaustion. He had to use a purchased potion that instantly restored his health. His body stabilized, and he could move on toward the nearest city. All this time, intense public attention remained around the subway station. People didn't disperse and grew more impatient with every passing minute. Many openly called Can an idiot for sticking his nose where it didn't belong. It nearly sparked a conflict. The assistant refused to tolerate insults aimed at his boss. He believed to the very end that the Necromancer would pull through and come back. No matter what happened, the assistant was sure Khan would carry it on sheer grit and experience. Even Mr. Chan, despite his doubts, felt he was witnessing history in the making. If he survived, Korea would gain a new top tier, like a hidden Elden Ring boss entering the league. But it wouldn't be easy since the number of monsters inside the dungeon kept rising. After the worms came the parasites hiding in the mountains. There was no way around using skeletons here. The enemies were simply too many. Closer to noon, the hunter finished the slaughter and reached an abandoned city. Once, this place had been called Lucretia. Trade once thrived here. Travelers from every continent crossed paths, and rare artifacts were sold openly. The abandoned city only looked empty at first glance. Relax for even a second, and hidden creatures would tear your head clean off. Can reacted just in time and came face to face with Nagas, the infamous serpent-like monsters. They looked like humans twisted into snakes, gifted with lethal abilities. These creatures didn't appreciate intruders stepping into their temple. They demanded he leave immediately, but Can chose to dig deeper instead. The picture was becoming clear. A demon was pushing monsters out of Alphen and herding them straight toward Earth. During the exchange, it surfaced that even the blue-eyed priestess had intervened. Yet even she failed to negotiate with Tranit and was cast out onto Earth. It was shocking, but now wasn't the time to dig through old history. Monsters couldn't be allowed to invade Earth. This place needed a ruthless purge. Sensing danger, the Nagas instantly activated camouflage. To survive, the Necromancer had to push his instincts to the absolute limit. Both sides went all in. Blades, screams, blood. No one planned to retreat. Even the skeletons evolved mid-fight, manifesting new weapons and attacking far more aggressively. Invisible strikes quickly turned into a serious threat, becoming harder to track by the second. He had to constantly spin his head, catch every sound, and squeeze his reactions to the edge. That barely held until archers joined in from above, perched on rooftops. The sheer number of enemies crushed in from all sides, making it nearly impossible to regain momentum. The Nagas were clearly stronger and completely at home in close combat. Even combat-grade skeletons could no longer turn the tide. That left only one path to survival. All of Korea was glued to their screens. A rookie had charged into territory usually reserved for people with Andrew Tate-level confidence and the same level of planning. His name was dragged across every channel with zero expectations of a happy ending. Even so, the bosses of major guilds held their breath, hoping this guy was truly different. Everyone thought about their own gain, and only a few genuinely worried about a living human. Sangu couldn't even eat properly. The tension twisted his stomach into knots. He'd grown too attached to his boss to pretend he didn't care. By now, every skeleton had been completely destroyed. They failed to protect their master, leaving him alone against the Serpent Lord. That was exactly the goal. Careful pressure had forced the boss out of hiding. The moment it happened, the bluff collapsed, and the demonic stone automatically raised his level. From here on, jokes were over. This wasn't GTA with cheats anymore, but a mode where mistakes cost more than deleting a TikTok account with 1 million followers. The Necromancer instantly summoned the dead servant of the shifting sands. The massive corpse charged into battle, obeying every command without hesitation. The Serpent army immediately lost its confidence. They began to fall back, and the noise of battle across the city slowly faded. Monsters that had been seconds from victory completely lost control of the fight. Only their boss remained, already realizing the plan had gone to hell. The dessert was too hot for two. Someone had to stay here forever. The Necromancer activated a skill and transformed another weapon. A clash between two elite fighters promised to be brutal and fast. Using a vortex technique, the hunter shattered the veteran serpent's defense. He carved the enemy with wounds and prepared to end it. The boss clung to life in desperation, like a child reaching for a last toy. It transformed into a giant anaconda and tried to swallow its opponent whole. A desperate move, but far too predictable. The Necromancer struck first and officially cleared yet another monster-infested city. The center fell silent. Reporters were already crafting headlines like "I show speed YouTube drama, loud, dumb," and built around a corpse in the thumbnail. Then a flash of light made everyone gasp. The guy already declared dead walked out of the dungeon. Paparazzi cameras fired non-stop, while a close friend rushed in for an embrace. After a brief greeting, it was time to deal with the woman responsible for all this chaos. Without Yunhee, clearing this dungeon would have been impossible, so on paper she genuinely deserved praise. Her face made it obvious how badly she wanted to grab his neck and rip his Adam's apple clean out. But there were too many witnesses around, so revenge had to be postponed. Meanwhile, the boss of the Hammer Guild was already getting ready to go home, exhausted by non-stop calls from his furious wife. He was almost dressed when news came in that the guy had actually made it out of hell alive. Holding a 5th-level dungeon solo was like walking into a mob of crypto bros and realizing they had no plan, no brains, and no exit. It became obvious. This guy had reached a high rank and would soon join the strongest adventurers in Korea. That meant Mr. Chan had been absolutely right to offer the rookie a high position and a fat paycheck. Even blindfolded, he could sniff out talent, and he'd proven it more than once. If Hammer secured this new superstar, the guild would easily become the best in the country. From that moment on, the boss had no doubts left and was ready to pay any price for the kid. Their main rival, the Hwarang Guild, wasn't planning to waste time either. Its boss was meeting with a minister, calmly discussing the progress of their shared interests. Preparations were complete, and plans were finally taking real shape. During the quiet conversation, Laisan received a message from his sister. He couldn't even imagine that the guy he'd spoken with recently had single-handedly wiped out every monster in a lethal dungeon. Now Hwarang was joining the hunt as well, and for that Laisan was ready to ask the minister for a favor. Several days passed before the main hero even started thinking about new missions. All that time he simply rested and enjoyed the silence of his friend's apartment. Jamin studied hard for his exams and was openly irritated by all the chaos. There were way too many strangers in his home now, none of whom he had invited. Kan would have gladly gone outside, but reporters were camping there around the clock. They bombarded him with questions and dragged him into pointless interviews. Even his mom had already found out that her son had become famous. Instead of joy, it only gave her new reasons to worry. She reminded him that fame always comes with responsibility and Kan needed to be careful. During the same conversation, it turned out he'd received a draft notice for the army. Korea was still divided and no one had solved that problem yet. All of this was starting to seriously piss him off, and his thoughts grew more aggressive by the day. Sometimes it felt like the easiest solution was just to take out Kim Jong-un and wipe out half the world's problems in one move. The Necromancer was almost ready to reunify Korea himself, but Sanggu managed to stop him. You can't just kill a dictator who's always one step away from a nuclear button. They had to look for another path, colder, smarter, more calculated. Sengu suggested a solution, explaining that the system worked differently. Awakened hunters weren't sent to fight like regular soldiers. If a hunter didn't want to serve in the army, they could still benefit the country another way. All it took was joining a guild and carrying out missions tied to national security. The plan made sense. If you ignored the fact that Kan preferred to work solo. The boss lit up like a LinkedIn startup guru everyone suddenly believed in. No product, no ideas, just a perfect smile. A few hours later, great news hit the Hammer Guild. Mr. Chan couldn't believe how perfectly everything was lining up. That morning, the Necromancer had agreed to a meeting and a talk about cooperation. It looked like he was ready to join the guild and accept their terms. For Chan, it was a full-on triumph, promising a massive bonus. Head held high, he headed to the meeting, completely confident in his negotiation skills. Before that, he needed to report to the boss. Hearing the good news, the boss immediately started shaking his hand and thanking him for the excellent work. He brightened up instantly, like someone who just realized they wouldn't have to pay their debts after all. They chose a familiar spot for the meeting, a cafe near the Necromancer's place. But from the very first second, everything went off script and the illusion shattered like fragile glass. It turned out Kan had no intention of joining a guild and instead planned to build his own dream team from scratch. He immediately named the people he wanted to work with, knowing full well that pulling this off solo was impossible. Mr. Chan and his assistant's first reaction were clear disappointment. They had expected a completely different outcome. But the moment they heard the concrete benefits, their expressions flipped instantly. Each of them was promised double the salary and a fast track up the career ladder. Kan offered them co-founder status in a new major guild, one meant to seize real power in the country over time. The conversation ended in heavy silence, like Mark Zuckerberg right after being asked why anyone needs a metaverse headset that costs half a paycheck. Young and ambitious Haman didn't hesitate for a second. He was in. The second big money entered the picture. Every remaining tie to the Hammer Guild vanished from his mind. Now the decision rested solely with Mr. Chan, who had worked in the same place for years without change. Considering how fast the Necromancer was growing in power, refusing cooperation would have been straight up stupid, especially since the Hammer Guild had been stagnant for ages, with everyone stuck in the same roles. He no longer wanted to stay a background assistant and dreamed of becoming someone who shaped the fate of an entire organization. At that moment, the decision fully formed in his head. He was in as well. Only formalities remained, informing the boss it was over and clearing out the office. Even that supposedly simple step turned into a mountain of problems and stress. When they returned to the office, they were greeted by confetti and loud congratulations. Every employee of the guild had gathered to celebrate Chan's supposedly successful negotiations. It wasn't a joke or a prank, just a massive misunderstanding. The stunned man forced a smile while barely holding back tears inside. He had no idea how to tell the truth and announce his resignation now. The boss refused to listen. The celebration rolled on and no one seemed to notice Chan's tension. Every minute made him more anxious as he searched for the right moment to speak up. The pressure kept rising until the boss finally approached him directly. All that was left was to exhale and unload everything he'd been holding in. A few minutes later, the boss learned the mission had failed and the young superstar wouldn't be joining them. He exploded, shouting and accusing Chan of total unprofessionalism. Then he even threatened to fire him, and Chan seized the moment instantly. He calmly agreed to leave the position and placed his resignation letter on the table. For the sake of working with the new star, Chan had risked everything, even paying association staff to adjust the Necromancer's rank. He'd gone into debt, constantly booking dungeons under his own name, and was close to selling his car. After all that, staying in the guild and missing this chance would have been pure stupidity. The decision was final, and the opinions of the boss or other employees no longer mattered. From that day on, the Hammer Guild lost a specialist who could find talent even where none seemed to exist. Two friends stood at the edge of a new chapter with zero guarantees of success. They took the risk and officially joined the newly formed Adral Guild. Why that name was chosen, not even the gods could explain. From that moment on, they became partners and stopped worrying about formalities. Kan wasn't nervous at all, confidently repeating that Adral would quickly become the best guild in the world. He was dangerously carefree and barely understood how this business actually worked. First, they had to put all the small details aside and focus on one major issue. Building a guild took more than just gathering close friends. The team needed a broader staff, meaning they had to push hard and recruit new people. The Necromancer greedily scrolled through his phone contacts, which were few to begin with. Soon he found a suitable option and decided this person would be perfect for office work. The next morning, a typical scammer received a call from his former customer. Hun had no idea how this would end, but fear pushed him to show up anyway. He brought all his documents, and that same day became a full-fledged member of the Adral Guild. Donut still couldn't believe it. Yesterday he was scamming pensioners. Today he was launching a career, the classic origin story of a future billionaire straight out of a Bezos playbook. A few days later, the new team found a suitable office space and rented it long-term. Everything looked surprisingly solid and respectable, even though it had required a serious cash burn. Not long ago, Donut was convinced this was all a prank and wouldn't last. And it all started when he sold a phone to a dangerous guy who never forgives mistakes. Now that same guy was constantly on TV, and Donut found himself carrying out his orders. After a brief moment of thought, Hoon realized this kind of job could bring in real money. He was sick of a salesman's minimum wage and wanted actual growth for once. Turns out even a casual beating can be the opening chapter of a weird and massive career arc. A bit later, the boss gathered all the founders in his office for a serious talk. It was time to assign positions and clearly define everyone's responsibilities. Can had zero clue about corporate structure, so he suggested everyone pick their own lane. Any guild splits into two groups, awakened hunters and regular staff. For hunters, the key things are contracts, stable income, and fat bonuses. After hearing all the details, the boss immediately appointed his assistant as director. Sengu was thrilled, feeling like he'd finally grabbed luck by the tail. That joy vanished fast when he learned he'd be director of resource collection, which basically meant hard labor, gathering materials and hauling them on his own back. Mr. Chan took the role of general manager, leaning on years of experience. Hamin became head of support, responsible for all internal operations. Things were far more complicated with Donut. He had no idea how the guild world worked, and it wasn't clear why he was even there. He'd been brought in just to help found the organization, and after that, he seemed unnecessary. Since he stayed, they decided to give him a job, kind of like giving Drake another hit. Nobody's sure why, but sure. Why not? Once positions were settled, the boss proposed the first mission. He needed to complete a raid to get out of mandatory military service. That's when it became clear this was the real reason the guild even existed. Mr. Chan hesitated for a moment, realizing things might have gone differently at his old job. But it was too early for regrets. Big wins were still ahead. Lately, the Necromancer had become the hottest topic across the entire country. For Nuna, it felt unreal seeing her former classmate as a national superstar. She still remembered the night he carried her home in his arms. Those memories warmed her heart and gave her hope. But harsh reality kept pulling her back. Dorm residents constantly reminded her to wear a hat and hide the scar. Because of that, she felt broken again and forgot about her dreams. All she could do was stay patient and believe things would change soon. Her brother was supposed to visit today, and they'd planned to go see a movie together. On his way to his sister, he accidentally overheard two women talking in the dorm. Jamin instantly realized they were discussing his sister and her appearance. His chest tightened, and in that moment he firmly decided to help his beloved sister. Meanwhile, the Necromancer finished clearing yet another dungeon. He and his assistant stepped out to face a crowd of reporters and ran straight into Donut. Today, Donut was working as a personal driver and had even put on a suit for the job. The journalists ignored all boundaries, trampling over people for a headline interview. A man who'd spent his life selling phones was completely unprepared for this chaos. Still, he chose to gamble and use the opportunity. Hun had no intention of going back to the old shop and selling phones for the rest of his life. He snapped and started screaming at the reporters, forbidding them from even touching his boss. He yelled so loud that spit flew everywhere, and strangely enough, it worked. The reporters backed off and didn't dare mess with him again. The boss finally exhaled and realized he'd hired the right person after all. Within a few days, everyone had settled into the guild and wrapped up all the paperwork drama. Today, Khan sat in the office, scrolling through fresh newspaper headlines. Almost every journalist predicted him a legendary future, some even comparing him to Korea's top hunter. The thought of facing such a rival was tempting, but right now he had other priorities. Suddenly, Jamin knocked on the door, coming in to ask for help. Just minutes later, Jamin left so quickly it felt like he was embarrassed by his own request, leaving tension hanging in the room. He had looked dead serious, clearly asking the Necromancer for something important. After that, Kan started picking out neat clothes and mentioned he was going on a date with Nuna. Donut caught that instantly, and a plan was born in his head on the spot. Officially, he'd been assigned as the plant manager, the guy in charge of office greenery. But he wanted more, so he immediately declared he'd help set up the perfect date. Without wasting time, they headed to a clothing store to build the right look. At first, it all felt like a joke, and Kan was clearly out of his comfort zone. He didn't understand why there were so many steps, and quickly regretted trusting an inexperienced guy. Just an hour earlier, Hun had sworn he was a romance expert. He claimed to know dozens of ways to charm a girl, repeating that sincerity and first impressions were everything. According to him, full trust in his advice guaranteed success. The Necromancer decided to risk it anyway, fully aware that trusting a professional scammer was basically shooting himself in the foot. The result turned out insanely good, like the outfit had been picked by Taylor Swift's stylist on a rare perfect day. In the new suit, the adventurer looked straight out of John Wick. All that was left was to add a watch and walk toward destiny. Donut even wrote a note detailing the full plan for the perfect date. At least now, the boss didn't have to overthink the evening himself. Sangu planned to chill peacefully, which couldn't be said for Donut. He was dead set on helping the boss and refused to stop at generic advice. This had to be a truly perfect night in that men effort. He dashed outside and grabbed the first taxi he saw to get downtown. Meanwhile, Nuna had no idea this evening would turn out special. She got a message from her childhood friend and learned he wanted to meet. Stepping onto the balcony, she saw him in a sharp suit, like he'd just walked off the set of a new James Bond movie. Nuna had always been insecure, so she couldn't bring herself to wear a dress. Even meeting a friend, she kept her cap on, hiding the scar. Kan noticed immediately and realized it was time to change something. He walked into a nearby shop and suggested buying 2 stylish masks. She looked him in the eyes and decided this was someone she could trust. Minutes later, they were already running toward the local cinema. Passers-by turned their heads in surprise at the mysterious pair. Once the masks were on, the awkwardness faded away. Kan escaped the clingy reporters, and Nuna escaped thoughts about her flaw. From there, things started happening that were hard to call coincidence. Looking closer, it became clear the theater was empty except for them, and that wasn't random. That only happens when someone deliberately buys out every seat. When the Necromancer approached the ticket counter, he was told there were no tickets left. They were disappointed and even considered another cinema. At that moment, a guy in a strange mask walked up and handed them 2 tickets for free. He didn't give his name and bolted immediately, like he was afraid of interrupting the date. Kan noted the guy looked suspiciously like one of his employees, but didn't dwell on it. Donut instantly ran off to refund the tickets, since he was the one who'd bought out the whole theater. Minutes before the screening, he was already demanding his money back. Old habits die hard. The movie itself went perfectly, and afterward, they decided to take a walk. The street was flooded with lights, music, and noise, and right in the middle of that chaos, a local clown offered a simple but tempting game. All it took was a small fee and a bit of blind faith and luck, just like in every place built to drain wallets. Nuna talked her friend into trying, and somehow they hit the jackpot on the very first attempt. Usually these games spit out cheap trinkets, but this time the prize was on a completely different tier. When the game ended, the clown took off his glasses and winked, looking like Elon Musk after announcing another genius idea no one asked for. It was Donut himself, going all out for his boss, even if that meant putting on clown makeup. The evening flew by like someone hit fast forward, feeling like a perfect stretch of time with 0 heavy thoughts. They wandered through shops, laughed, talked, and reminisced about school days, as if the world had never known pain. Later, they stopped by a small restaurant for dinner, catching their breath after the long walk. The date was slowly coming to an end, but the most important moment of the night was still ahead. Nuna felt light and free, as if she'd briefly returned to a past where the scar didn't chain her body or mind. A strange warmth hung in the air, and she looked into the eyes of the man who seemed like the most beautiful person in the world. Right then, fireworks lit up nearby, their beauty so overwhelming that words felt useless. Out of nowhere, people holding flowers appeared and froze in place, like they were waiting for a pre-arranged signal. But everything went off script the moment Nuna took off her mask. People noticed the scar and began exchanging glances, curiosity written all over their faces. The awkwardness shattered the mood instantly, and it was clear how she closed herself off again. That's when Kan used his abilities to shield her from the stares and noise of the outside world. He wrapped her in a sealed space and calmly said he had a surprise for her. None of this was random. Jamin had asked him earlier to help his sister. He explained that after their parents' death, she had changed deeply and shut herself away. She stopped smiling and enjoying life, and he begged him to do whatever it took to bring the light back to her eyes. The Necromancer found a solution and didn't hesitate to buy a magical restoration potion. This ointment could heal any wound, even scars that had lingered for years. He carefully explained how to use it and asked her not to wash it off until morning, promising the result would be special. After the date, he walked her home, wished her a calm night, and left without rushing. Thinking back on the evening, she couldn't hold back her happiness, even though it had started as a simple walk with a school friend. Only later did she remember the gift she'd received from the clown. Opening the box, she found a ring with a neat, stunning diamond. In that instant, every event of the day replayed in her mind. Now it was clear the evening really had been special. The people with flowers during the fireworks had clearly been waiting for something specific. The ring pulled all the scattered pieces into one picture. Most likely he'd planned to propose, but everything derailed at the last second. In reality, it was all Donut's doing. He had wildly overestimated his event planning skills. The next day, he had to apologize for getting way too involved. If he stuck his nose in again, he'd be sent right back to selling phones. Hun genuinely wanted to help, but sometimes knowing when to stop is the real skill. Meanwhile, Mr. Chan had already struck a deal with the Ministry of Defense. If the Necromancer completed 10 mobilization missions, military service would be off the table. They had to start immediately. A dungeon breach had already occurred in a neighboring city. The Necromancer arrived on site at once, by which point most residents had already been evacuated. The city looked empty and dead, making it the perfect moment to explain what a dungeon breach really meant. If a dungeon isn't cleared within a month, the barrier collapses and monsters spill out. That was exactly what happened here. The dungeon proved too difficult. If the monsters fully break free, chaos will erupt and wipe out everything around it. Preventing that requires serious preparation and precision. Assisting the Necromancer was First Lieutenant Chohei from a special defense unit. They agreed to drop formalities and move fast to stop a catastrophe. The breach was scheduled for tomorrow, which meant there was still time. To stop the catastrophe, the dungeon had to be cleared, but reality hit way harder than anything written on paper. Elite squads had already gone in before, only to stall out and retreat with nothing to show for it. Even when multiple teams linked up, the run still collapsed into a full failure. International forces were called in as a last resort, but even that didn't flip the script. In theory, the breach could still be prevented, yet no one left was willing to gamble their life. Now everyone was bracing for the worst-case scenario, fighting monsters after they spill into the real world. Not just adventurers, but professional soldiers were being prepped for that nightmare. The plan leaned hard on new tech and heavy firepower, aiming to erase anything that crawled out of the portal. No matter how scary the monsters were, a missile to the face was expected to solve problems like a Terminator plot fixes drama. From the outside, it looked like the soldiers didn't fully grasp what they were about to face. When real Alphan Titans showed up, calling for backup would be as useless as praying during a Godzilla movie. Kan decided to head to the elite hunter team waiting for the dungeon breach. This was where the best of the best had gathered, people ready to die for their country. Among them stood a familiar face, aggressive, fearless, and still devastatingly beautiful Yunhee. She hadn't forgotten past grudges, and not long ago she'd had a serious talk with her brother. The head of the Hwarang Guild had asked his sister for a favor. It involved a talented necromancer and demanded total commitment. He believed his sister could pull it off, bringing them closer to their long-term goals. Tension hung thick between Kan and Yunhee even before a single word was exchanged. Everyone nearby stiffened, expecting the long-standing conflict to erupt into bloodshed. One spark was all it would take to blow the whole powder keg sky high. Each of them was ready to go all the way, just to prove who the real top talent in Korea was. The lieutenant had to step in and cool down 2 walking time bombs. The situation stabilized for the moment, and that's when the Necromancer made his move. He requested detailed intel on the dungeon on the verge of breaching. For someone like Yunhee, it didn't take long to read what this sly operator was planning. Minutes later, armed with the data, he headed straight for the subway station. A 6th-level dungeon didn't scare him. He came in planning to solo clear it and stop the breach himself. His rival followed and demanded he stop immediately. She understood his plan perfectly and knew he was far sharper than he looked. He had no intention of waiting for a full breach and then cleaning up the mess with everyone else. Going in first, clearing the dungeon, and claiming the reward made far more sense. No one had forbidden it, and on top of that, it could save innocent lives. Kan calmly stepped into the portal, fully aware this move would push Yunhee over the edge. At the same time, her older brother was casually playing golf in his office, clueless about the chaos unfolding. When the call came in, he first assumed it was a bad joke. It was hard to believe his rational, battle-hardened sister had entered a 6th-level dungeon without backup. From the outside, it looked like she'd lost her mind, or someone had deliberately provoked her. Either way, both were already inside, each determined to claim the prize for themselves. The Necromancer held a clear advantage. He could rely on an army of the dead. They split up to explore the territory separately. Yunhee had been here before and knew what kind of lethal creatures lurked in these forests. Much of it caught Kan off guard, but backing down was never an option. Having come this far, he intended to see it through and enjoy every second of it. A massive monster quickly learned that sheer size alone meant nothing. Using his summoned hammer, Kan shattered the skull of the hulking orc. By then, alongside Bibi, he had summoned another familiar. It was Rocky, a stone monster capable of smashing through walls with its own head. Together they pushed forward in search of the returned stone. Before long, the forest path led them to a place that immediately felt different. The Necromancer had heard of this place before. Back on Alphen, legends spoke of a sacred land rising into existence. This massive slab of stone was known as the Tarta Plateau, also called the Temple of Giants. By constantly clearing dungeons and grinding levels, the Necromancer had made serious progress. He had learned to harvest the souls of fallen monsters and bend them to different purposes. For example, he could reshape his spear, reforging it into a full-fledged sword mid-battle. Those same souls also allowed him to summon extra familiars, including ones capable of flight. Blinding beams of light flooded the area, followed by the familiar echo of hooves striking stone. That was how Shinshin appeared, a spectral horse, loyal to the core and always ready to answer his master's call. With Shinshin, crossing bottomless chasms and scaling impossible heights became trivial. Things were going far worse for the aggressive lady. She kept running into monsters and had no dead army to back her up. Only her shadow break technique let her escape danger again and again with her life intact. After cutting down dozens of creatures, she finally reached the edge of the forest. That was when it hit her. The rival was clearly ahead. He had too many tricks, too many tools that kept him one step in front at all times. The reason hunters had failed to clear this dungeon before turned out to be simple. They couldn't cross the abyss. Only a handful possessed flight abilities, and even that offered no guaranteed success. Beyond the chasm, the return stone was guarded by 3 high-level monsters. In the end, hunters had been forced to retreat, warn the government, and prepare in advance for rebuilding the city. For guilds, that meant future big money. Construction and reconstruction always came with fat profits. Yoni had never wanted to meddle in her brother's political games, but today it was a matter of pride. If the Hwarang Guild couldn't clear the dungeon while some solo operator nearly did it alone, that was pure humiliation. To prevent that outcome, the Necromancer had to be stopped before finishing the job. In the real world, only 1 hour remained before the dungeon breach. An emergency press conference was hastily assembled to answer the public's questions. Panic ruled the room as everyone demanded clear explanations from the head of the Hwarang Guild. He sweated and stumbled over his words like a politician in a bad thriller, shoved in front of a mic with zero prep. Layson genuinely didn't know what to say, especially with his sister now facing mortal danger. The conference had to be cut short, ending with a nervous retreat into the hallway. In truth, his concern for his sister was mostly an act. Yunhee was a pawn, and what he feared most was his political chessboard collapsing. By then, a massive crowd had gathered near the portal. The loudest of all were the Necromancer's allies, calling themselves the Adral Guild. They shouted for answers, demanding to know where their boss was. Panic ruled them too, yet they waited. If Kan was alive, he would show up. Right now, dozens of stone monsters stood before him, not yet rushing to attack. One step forward was all it took for those statues to spring to life. They surrounded the hunter instantly, making it clear the path was sealed. A trap like this was hardly enough to scare someone who had survived far worse. Yunhee chose not to interfere, watching from a tree in cautious silence. It was her first time seeing the Necromancer fight as a pure warrior. It looked like he had a dual class, and that gave him a massive edge. When she had faced these creatures herself, barely escaping required calling in allies. Kan struggled as well, and if he wanted to make it in time, his speed was everything. The stone golems had to be destroyed, or reaching the return stone was impossible. The stone itself was guarded by 3 cyclopes who had long forgotten how to smile. One look into their cold eyes made it clear these guys had zero sense of humor. Only after 10 grueling minutes were all the stone statues finally smashed apart. Familiars had to be summoned, or the fight would have dragged on forever. The return stone shone brighter and brighter, screaming one thing loud and clear. The moment of the dungeon breach was almost here. There was no time left. He had to move fast, or innocent lives would be lost on the surface. Cyclopes were a race descended from the ancient giants. Though they shared roots with ogres, Cyclopes were not as savage or feral. They were lucky enough to inherit the wisdom of giants who once thrived as a true civilization. Their raw power made them more than worthy of being the final bosses guarding this temple. It turned out the Cyclopes knew the Necromancer and called him the Immortal. He was known as the King of Death, which made their resolve absolute. The Cyclopes gripped their enchanted weapons, ready to grind this man into dust. Not the best way to start negotiations, but Rocky stepped in just in time and shielded his boss. Kan was still trying to figure out why the Cyclopes had ended up so far from their homeland. A demonic god was clearly involved, one who made a habit of ruining human lives. They said Trinet was the new order of the universe, and that his armies could not be stopped. The monsters had no intention of challenging him, which meant humans would have to handle it themselves. The first strike landed cleanly, the spear finding its mark with precision. The monster howled in pain but didn't stop, charging straight at the tiny ant before it. It succeeded. 2 massive arms closed in, forming a living prison around the Necromancer. He had escaped far worse places before, so he tore those bindings apart with ease. But then something strange happened. The Cyclops' arms and eye fully regenerated. With regeneration like that, the fight could drag on forever. By now, the military had already arrived at the metro station. Chaos was about to erupt with only minutes left before the breach. Nuna was visibly shaking, praying non-stop that the man she loved would survive. And it truly wasn't easy, considering he was facing 3 Cyclopes that couldn't be killed. Their gigantic bodies and instant regeneration only dragged the battle out longer. Even Yunhee had relaxed, deciding this guy was finally done for. He kept gambling again and again until it became clear every plan was collapsing. If defeat was inevitable, then the final move had to be a real all-in. Another thought surfaced, a theory capable of pulling off a miracle. This was the Temple of Giants, after all, and the Cyclopes were merely its guardians. The master immediately ordered his familiars to stall the massive monsters at any cost. Bibi resisted until the very end, even though a blood contract could not be broken. She would have to obey the order no matter what, even if she ended up torn apart like a broken toy. While the demoness made big eyes like a Shrek character auditioning for a kid's movie, her boss did the grown-up work and climbed higher. He reached the head of a colossal statue and carefully scanned his surroundings. Most likely, the temple's divine relics were granting power to its guardians. If that theory was correct, the Necromancer knew exactly how to strip the Cyclopes of their endless regeneration. He activated an earthquake technique and brought the massive statue crashing down. That stone titan had been the source of the Cyclopes' eternal life, and it had just been cut off. Now all that remained was to strike the true target and see what would happen next. In the same instant, a Cyclops lost its head, and a devilish grin spread across the Necromancer's face. The regeneration was gone, and now things were finally getting interesting. From this moment on, the Immortal set the rules, and the Cyclopes learned divine punishment the hard way. In less than 2 minutes, every last one of them was beheaded. A massive flood of experience, skills, and rewards poured in, earned through sheer ingenuity. All that was left was to claim the return stone, which had somehow vanished. Yunhee chose her moment perfectly and intercepted the crystal at the last second. What game was she playing now? Was this bold woman really challenging the immortal Necromancer? Now it was time to recall her conversation with her brother, who had specifically asked her to lure Khan into the dungeon. This man was far too mysterious, and the time had come to expose his secrets. He needed to be watched, studied, and fully understood, every last one of his abilities. It was possible that powerful figures were hiding in the crowd, quietly backing him, and their names mattered just as much. His sister never wanted to become a rat or a spy, but orders from the top left her no choice. The problem was simple. Not long ago, Khan had founded his own guild. If his secret wasn't exposed, he would soon dominate the crystal market, the fattest money stream in the entire country. These crystals were pulled from dungeons and sold for insane cash, and guilds were ready to rip each other apart for them. They would gladly step over corpses if it meant protecting that absurd profit. All this time, they believed necromancers relied on hidden tricks or forbidden hacks, but in reality, he really had been holding dungeons solo. Instead of handing over the return stone and sealing the dungeon, Yunhee chose the path of blood. She had too many personal reasons to let this man walk out alive. He had crossed her path more than once, and now payback was overdue. Near the metro station, panic wasn't limited to the Audril Guild alone. Layson himself looked uncertain, anxiety creeping in by the second. His sister had taken the necromancer's bait, and now the entire plan was close to collapse. Laysan reminded everyone that the breach was coming soon, and that staying away was the smart move. He didn't want anyone diving into the dungeon to help the hunters. In truth, he only cared about his own benefit, even if that meant burying his sister for it. At that very moment, the barrier flared up and stopped responding to people. Mouths went dry, the crowd holding its breath as the finale approached. Just 5 minutes earlier, real hell had broken loose inside the dungeon. 2 high-level fighters were battling with no intention of surviving together. Ken had his own reason to fight, revenge for the first loss of his career. It was impossible to forget that Yunhee had brutally beaten him after his return to Earth. He was far stronger now, but strength alone still didn't guarantee victory. They fought until the very last minute, momentum swinging back and forth non-stop. The Blood Princess pressed the attack relentlessly and even managed to crack the massive Rocky. Without ghostly armor, the same fate would have awaited the Necromancer himself. Their power was roughly equal, but Khan was clearly slower. When everything stacks against you, the only option left is to think and play dirty. Yunhee attacked too wide, making no effort to hide her rage. Sometimes that caused problems, but her movements were becoming easier to read. Blinded by the hunger to win, she completely forgot about basic defense. She lunged forward, already tasting victory. After this clear, she imagined herself as the main star. Like the Squid Game finale, where everyone else was just disposable extras. Dust exploded into the air, and from it rose a dead skeleton. Kan had deliberately acted cornered, baiting her into believing in total dominance. All that remained was to wait for the summoned dead to arrive on time. They appeared from nowhere, razor blades flashing as they instantly pierced the target's guard. What followed was the final strike, clean, ruthless, and precise. Time seemed to freeze, then blood poured like a river. The Necromancer automatically reached level 50 and unlocked the ability to resurrect fallen familiars. The greatest rival on Earth had fallen, her cold heart stopping forever. After the barrier finally went silent, a single figure emerged from it. A wounded, exhausted Necromancer stepped out alone. His friends rushed toward him, checking his condition and celebrating the win. Seeing his face, they truly realized for the first time that even their boss was mortal. Only Nuna ignored all boundaries and threw herself into his arms. Choking on tears, barely breathing, she tried to make him understand that he had no right to risk himself like that. He hadn't heard words this warm in many years, and they melted something frozen deep inside him. In that moment, her scar was completely gone, proving the magic ointment had truly worked. She decided to bring up the gifted ring and confidently stated that she was ready to become his wife. The Necromancer didn't get it at all. It felt like he had been married off as suddenly as the Kardashians do it. Fast, loud, and without his consent. Nuna explained everything that happened on the date, and then admitted she had found a wedding ring inside the box. It was calmly clarified that she had misunderstood everything, and the girl instantly turned red with embarrassment. Donut, who was standing nearby, immediately realized it was time to vanish before things got worse. Today, he was almost guaranteed to catch a couple of punches once the boss finished dealing with Layson. The air smelled like trouble, but Layson still had no real proof to accuse the Necromancer directly. Ken didn't dodge the issue and honestly said that Yunhee had died during the battle. He didn't specify who exactly killed her, a monster or a human. The conversation ended there, but rage flooded the man who had lost his sister. The dungeon breach never happened, and the dream of massive profits evaporated. On top of that, the guild boss lost his sister, and with her, his strongest adventurer. Now few would want to deal with him, branding him reckless and unreliable. And the cause of it all was the man known as the immortal Necromancer. While Layson swore revenge, Khan finally got a haircut, healed his wounds, and decided to rest. He still couldn't forget the powerful enemies from the 6th level dungeon. That was exactly the difficulty tier he had grown used to on the planet Alphen. Monsters like that would soon appear everywhere, and a way to stop it had to be found. Turning on the TV, he heard a mysterious professor explaining his view of the situation. The scientist warned that the monsters clearly came from another planet, and dungeons were nothing more than roads for them. The creatures used dungeons to reach Earth, but that wasn't the end of the story. Even after gates appeared, monsters couldn't freely emerge because a full breach only happened after a month. Dr. James Toppler had his own theory connected to the return stone. That stone acted as a key, allowing passage to Earth. It sounded convincing even to someone who had spent decades on Alphen. At first, the monsters were weak because they weren't adapted to the new planet. Over time, they would adapt, grow stronger, and become far more dangerous. More and more 5th and 6th level dungeons were appearing, and this was clearly not the limit. Now the real question was why such a phenomenon had become possible at all. Dungeons weren't just mines. The red blood crystals were actually bait. The more of these crystals existed on Earth, the more suitable the planet became for monsters. The picture was disgusting. People happily swallowed the bait, smiling like customers who had just been expertly scammed. The energy inside those crystals was known as mana. Monsters rapidly increased Earth's mana level, creating perfect living conditions for themselves. James Toppler was right, but the Necromancer didn't get to hear the rest. His assistant called, saying he urgently needed to come to a press conference. No one had warned him beforehand, and it clearly wasn't a coincidence. Someone had likely prepared a trap for the Necromancer, and now everything would come to light. Everyone hoped the questions would be simple, and the event would pass without scandal. But Layson's face made it clear. He had prepared something special for this conference. He had arranged in advance for journalists to ask the most uncomfortable questions possible. It cost him money, even dipping into his own pocket. He answered part of the questions himself, and then all eyes turned to the Necromancer. Journalists pressed in from every side, with a redhead from Korea Post pushing hardest, wearing the face of Jake Paul, convinced he could fight again. Constant hints that the Necromancer had killed his partner left no room to breathe. The Hwarang guild boss clearly wanted to frame his enemy and disgrace him nationwide. What he didn't realize was that the Necromancer had survived real hell for many years. To him, this press conference was no scarier than watching a children's fairy tale. He harshly warned the journalist to never spread that kind of nonsense again. Then, ignoring the cameras, the immortal slowly turned toward Layson. One brutal kick was enough to send that red-haired rat crashing to the floor right in front of the cameras. The hall exploded into screams and chaos. No one had been ready for a press conference ending like this. In that moment, Khan felt as if he were sealed inside a vacuum where no one was watching him at all. For an ordinary person, this would have become a lifelong public disgrace. But for an immortal Necromancer, bad PR meant absolutely nothing. On the planet Alphen, he had personally wiped out more than 1 billion monsters. Back there, the entire world watched his every step, so a live broadcast in one country didn't even register. He calmly continued beating Layson live on air, doing it one-handed. The slaps landed heavy and loud, pure Will Smith at the Oscars energy, minus the applause. Hun, watching the broadcast on TV, couldn't help remembering himself in a similar position. His boss had never cared about public opinion, and now that truth was undeniable. The broadcast suddenly cut off, and the channel panicked and switched to Animal Geographic. Within minutes, the entire internet was flooded with Necromancer memes. In the middle of that madness, Donut noticed something important: news coming out of America. He played the video and saw a so-called holy woman performing the impossible. The whole world was already talking about the miracle, and the views were skyrocketing. Hundreds of people were pouring into American cities just to see it with their own eyes. A girl with an elven vibe calmly studied the beauty of a world beyond the ordinary. Beside her sat a man in a wheelchair who had never walked since childhood. Mr. Smith had lived his life in pain, and today that nightmare was about to end. One magical touch was enough for muscles and nerves to start working together. Mr. Smith rose to his feet as if a god had gifted him wings. Through tears, he thanked the holy woman named Murdy. She calmly replied that the goddess's grace knew no limits, and a reward awaited all who believed. There were awakened people with similar abilities, but no one had ever reached this level. Healing the wounded was possible, but helping someone sick from birth was nearly impossible. Representatives of American guilds watched everything closely. Murdy was never left alone. No one knew what to expect from such power. She acted as a messenger of the goddess Arya. After leaving the dungeon, she remained in a drowsy state for a long time until she mastered human language. Goddess Arya was the deity of fertility and foresight in the world of Alphen. Her attendant wielded miraculous healing and could deliver prophecies through revelations. Thanks to her gifts, American guilds advanced at breakneck speed. In return, she asked for only one thing: to create an order of paladins devoted to the goddess. Preparations were already underway, and within days more than 1,000 applications had poured in. If this woman couldn't be stopped, the only option left was cooperation and hoping for her help in saving Earth. Murdy held the highest rank in history, and only a complete idiot would dare cross her. While Murdy was making the world a better place, the immortal continued spreading chaos. In front of the crowd, he beat an ordinary hunter without changing his expression. Then he turned to the journalists and calmly admitted that he had personally killed Yunhee. She had tried to stab him in the back, and that was something he never forgave. He made it clear that any traitor would meet the same end. After those words, the journalist fell silent, afraid to make a single sound. The necromancer walked into the corridor without showing a trace of emotion. The killing seemed not to bother him at all. Unlike Mr. Chan, it was obvious they were made of different stuff and saw the world through entirely different lenses. Can wanted only one thing: for his message to be heard by the entire country. People had to understand that he would kill anyone who stood in his way. After this, hardly anyone would dare plot against the Adral Guild, especially since the necromancer knew perfectly well that it was Layson who had tried to have him eliminated. Now that the core problems had been dealt with, it was finally possible to move forward without rushing. Cleaning up the fallout from the failed press conference fell on Mr. Chan, since that was literally his job. That was how it always worked. The boss created chaos, and the vice president patiently cleaned up the mess afterward. Looking at the bigger picture, things weren't actually that bad. Stepping outside, the adventurer suddenly realized that many people genuinely saw him as a hero. The city's residents were able to return home, even though just recently they were convinced the place would be wiped off the map. They carried flowers and thanked him, calling him the man who had saved countless lives. It was one of the most rewarding moments of his entire career. In that instant, he clearly felt that none of it had been pointless and that this path was worth continuing. From that moment on, his allies never once regretted leaving their old jobs for this new challenge. Things were far less bright for the boss of the Hwarang Guild. Waking up after the brutal beating, he struggled for a long time to accept the harsh reality. He had been humiliated live on air, and his organization's reputation was shattered in front of the entire nation. He swore to destroy the necromancer at any cost, ready to use even his political connections. For now, Korea faded into the background as the scene shifted to Manhattan, USA. This was where the headquarters of the Titan Guild stood, home to the Order of Arya. Murdy finished her prayer and learned that her master was waiting to meet her. The only thing that truly concerned her was the creation of the Paladin Order. Too many applications had poured in, and time was needed to choose the best warriors worthy of serving the goddess. According to the prophecy, the Paladin Order was destined to become the main force in the holy war against monsters. A catastrophe like the one that destroyed Alphen could never be allowed to happen again. The holy war to protect two worlds was approaching at terrifying speed, and time to prepare was running out. If the prophecy was true, no guild on Earth would be able to handle it alone. Amid all this tension, some good news finally surfaced. The person Murdy had longed to see had finally been found. The moment she looked at the photograph, she froze, as if an icy arrow had pierced her heart and locked her body in place. She trembled, trying to understand why he had returned to Earth and what had happened to him. It seemed that the ruthless necromancer was the very savior spoken of in the prophecy, and now the fate of the world rested in his hands. A full week passed after the 6th level dungeon was cleared. Emotions cooled slightly, only to be followed by a court summons for assault. The president of the Hwarang Guild filed a lawsuit against the Necromancer, demanding $10 million in moral damages. That greedy fool didn't even understand who he was trying to go to war with. Kan had hoped the incident would fade with time, but it was hard to erase something that 50 million people had watched live. The boss was so furious that he decided to personally go to the Hwarang Guild. His allies practically held him back, afraid of the consequences. Mr. Chan asked to be trusted with the matter and promised to handle everything. He remained painfully polite, though it was obvious one more push would make him snap. For now, they needed to focus on other priorities and expand the Hunter Squad. Far greater threats loomed ahead than clearing ordinary dungeons. The demonic god had close allies known as the Servants of Trinet. When those creatures reached Earth, fighting Cyclopes would feel like a casual walk on warm Brazilian beaches. Once, the Necromancer commanded an elite army. Now he had only a scattered bunch of misfits. The only hunter at his disposal was young and inexperienced Sangu. While Chan searched for new recruits, Sangu began a path of serious training. He had to be forged into a real fighter, or he would be useless. The time had come when simply carrying the boss's gear was no longer enough. Real contribution was required. They gathered their equipment and headed into the nearest dungeon. This was where Sangu's journey from loser to berserker truly began. He hadn't even finished the first stage yet, but he was already getting used to the smell of blood. His stats were climbing, little by little, a clear sign that he was ready for the next trial. Every ambitious guy carries a goal deep inside, even if he's scared to admit it out loud. If Sangu didn't want to spend his entire life hauling the boss's gear and staying on backup duty, he had to take a real risk. He had always dreamed of becoming a powerful fire mage, but lately that dream had faded into the background. All this time he'd been a driver, hauling dirty equipment, running errands, and booking dungeons. It was time to end that chapter and dump the dirty work on Donut, the perfect candidate. Zero motivation, zero conscience, but loud enough to shake walls. Becoming a great fire mage required character and ironclad willpower. Sangu swore he had both, without fully grasping what kind of hell he'd signed up for. The next month would stay with him forever, because soon it would be clear whether he'd become a legend or die on the training grounds. After several weeks of merciless training, Sangu started cursing the day he ever met his boss. He couldn't understand how ordinary field exercises had quietly turned into a fight for survival. When the boss promised to turn him into an elite hunter, it sounded cool and inspiring. Reality, however, was so brutal and filthy that it felt like a never-ending nightmare. Sangu had long forgotten rest and proper meals. Now he lived on forest mushrooms and trained around the clock. Sometimes he was allowed to sleep on damp ground, only to be thrown into the ocean with sharks without warning. High-level skeletons constantly tested his limits, never giving him even a second to breathe. No matter how painful it was, the training started paying off. His talents bloomed like cherry blossoms after rain. His fire attacks doubled in power, and speed was no longer his weak point. Sangu felt the rush, his eyes burned, and his stare told every enemy that quitting wasn't an option. The problem was that the monsters were growing more dangerous too. The undead never backed down and were harsher than any desperate instructor. That day, Sangu nearly died and screamed so loudly that the entire forest heard him. After that, the Necromancer approached and forced him to stand up, teeth clenched against the pain. To survive, one had to become stronger. There was no other path. To fuel his ally, the boss urged Sangu to imagine his future. When Sangu became the greatest mage alive, every door in the world would open for him. Money would stop being an issue, and beautiful women would beg him for dates. The motivation hit too hard. The guy screamed like a pig headed for slaughter. He begged for help to reach the next level and finally bring all his dreams to life. That kind of hunger was exactly how real legends were born. After the most brutal training yet, it was finally time to rest. Sangu earned himself a massive dinner at a local cafe through sheer suffering. He looked like a zombie starved for weeks straight. His wounds had to be healed immediately with a magic potion, or he would have bled out on the spot. On TV, a report was airing about a holy woman saving America. Her unbelievable powers had already helped hundreds across the country. One glance wasn't enough for Kan to recognize her right away. He saw a beautiful woman, but only when he heard the name did it click. If this really was Murdy, then he needed to fly to America fast and arrange a meeting. She was never supposed to be on Earth, and if she was here, something serious had gone down. Without wasting time, the boss headed straight to the guild office to meet the vice president. He demanded immediate tickets to America and for the visa process to be handled. Chan already knew that a summit of the world's strongest hunters would take place in the US in the coming weeks. The strongest people on the planet were gathering to discuss how to fight monsters and protect Earth. Judging by everything, St. Murdy would be involved and would likely take control of the situation. The Immortal couldn't care less about official meetings, he just wanted to see an old friend. Mr. Chan promised to handle everything, but first they had to deal with the Ministry of Defense. An urgent mission came in from them. The local star was requested to head to Pyongyang. Just hearing that city's name was enough to make him forget all plans involving America. A trip to North Korea was the last thing he wanted, but sometimes you have to move against your own desires. The local dictator had pushed everyone past the limit, hated even by those whose job required smiling and clapping on command. Legends of his cruelty circulated everywhere, yet even those stories failed to capture how terrifying Kim Jong-un felt in person. Tears meant nothing to him. He seemed to have despised any kind of acting since childhood. If a soldier failed an order, death followed instantly. No trial, no questions, no mercy. Sometimes he staged public executions himself just to remind everyone who owned the board. Not long ago, a massive dungeon opened inside the country, and North Korea couldn't handle the threat alone. For the first time in many years, they were forced to contact South Korea and ask for help. One aide reported that they would have to deal with a new hunter superstar. Kim Jong-un had long dreamed of meeting the Necromancer in person, and now the chance had arrived. Kan had joked about North Korea more than once, never imagining things would turn this dark. Now he was heading into the country himself to deal with the local dungeon. Lieutenant Chohei would support him on this mission, someone he had already crossed paths with before. At the same time, a delegation of diplomats entered North Korea, hoping to stabilize relations. Before any purge could begin, they had to understand the dictator's motives. Rumors said the country had almost no hunters, and that was close to the truth. Guilds and talent had never been cultivated here, leaving them helpless against a threat like this. North Korea had once leaned heavily on China, but that alliance had recently cracked. China refused to help, forcing the regime to urgently search for new partners. For the profit tied to clearing the dungeon, they were ready to forget principles and work with South Korea. Diplomats would handle the politics, but first, the dungeon had to be sealed. For negotiations to succeed, the Necromancer had to eliminate the threat completely. A dungeon rupture was unacceptable, otherwise relations between the countries would explode again. The situation was razor-thin fragile. One wrong step meant chaos. The lieutenant repeatedly urged the Necromancer to be extremely careful. The fate of two nations now rested in his hands, whether he realized it or not. Their first stop was a meeting with the president inside his luxurious palace. Military hardware surrounded the place, clearly meant to intimidate visitors. Inside the palace stood soldiers who didn't talk and barely blinked. Kan was deliberately kept waiting, a display of psychological pressure. He was ready for it. Those tricks didn't work on him. Heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor as the dictator emerged from his lair. He was the first to extend a hand and greet the famous adventurer. From that moment on, nothing went the way Chohei expected. Seeing the dictator, Kan grimaced, bloated authority, icy eyes, and the smile of a man who believed himself untouchable. He greeted him like running into a washed-up school drunk from the past. The guards instantly lost it and demanded respect. The Necromancer rushed an apology and mixed up the president's name, calling him Kim Dum-un. That single slip was enough to derail the meeting instantly. The lieutenant panicked, her entire life flashing before her eyes. She was sure they were about to be executed, especially when soldiers reached for their weapons. Inside her head, one thought screamed on repeat. She had warned him, and he still wrecked everything in 10 seconds flat. Meanwhile, he just smirked, as if standing on the edge of death was business as usual. Instead of rage, the president burst out laughing, appreciating the bold insult. He declared that he respected people brave enough to walk the blade's edge. The dictator took no offense and formally welcomed the guest into his home. After that, they sat at the table and got straight to business. Kan immediately ditched formalities and brought up the dungeon, ignoring diplomacy entirely. Kim Jong-un appreciated the bluntness and confirmed the dungeon threatened the entire country. He promised to grant any request if the hunter cleared it. The Necromancer saw no reason to wait and decided to begin the operation that very day. He planned to claim the entire reward for himself, and by doing so, carve a path toward an alliance between the two Koreas. The guy looked locked in and confident, even though he still had no idea what kind of nightmare waited ahead. The dungeon's level was unknown, but every previous squad that entered had been wiped out. Kan rejected military support outright, making it clear he had no intention of dragging kids into his fight. That level of audacity earned respect, even if it seriously annoyed everyone around him. Every single step he took was being watched with obsessive attention. The president was already considering keeping this adventurer in the country as his personal bodyguard. At the same time, he knew the rule. If Kan failed, his head would roll. The moment the immortal stepped into the dungeon, the familiar energy of Tranit crashed down on him. The demonic god's colony reeked with a disgusting stench, like reality itself screaming to be erased. Somewhere in here, one of the 72 commanders could be hiding. Facing a monster like that meant only one thing. Survival belonged to the one who never made a single mistake. First, the path had to be cleared by dealing with the Mantis army. Steady progress allowed Kan to unlock yet another familiar. The giant monster was named Dolso, and he had waited far too long for a chance to break free. To Dolso, the mantises weren't a fight, but a warm-up, crushed like minions from Despicable Me. Within minutes, the monster hordes were reduced to heaps of shredded remains. The Chinese would probably celebrate, and somehow figure out how to cook it into something edible. After the purge, the Necromancer summoned an army of skeletons and prepared for round 2. This time, the enemies were different insects, poisonous black widow spiders. On the horizon appeared Rokto, a rhino with absurd strength and near impenetrable defense. A seasoned fighter knew that even beasts like that had weak points. Against such a foe, Dolso should be able to finish the job in minutes. That was how the second round against the demonic gods colony began. When the forces collided, it became obvious only the strongest would survive. The clash between the two titans was especially insane to witness. The boss backed his favorite familiar, activating the bone prison technique. He leapt atop his mount, aiming a strike straight at the rhino's exposed weakness. This new skill was called the brandish technique, aged and lethal like century-old French wine. The next 12 days drowned in blood, shattered bones, and non-stop agony. When it finally ended, the victors uncovered the incubator, the core of the entire colony. After the victory, the Necromancer summoned the souls of fallen monsters and bent them to his will once more. Their command was simple: erase the colony and stop the next invasion. It dealt a serious blow to Tranit's army, even though final victory was still far away. Soon, the entire colony detonated, as if packed with dynamite from the inside. The Necromancer barely managed to take cover before the shockwave hit. When the dust settled, a blinding light ignited ahead. As a reward for clearing the dungeon, he obtained the Return Stone and a precious dimensional fragment. The dimensional stone turned out to be a mysterious shard, from which the material world itself was formed. How to use it wasn't clear yet, but its future role would be decisive. For now, the artifact had to be hidden and shown to no one. While the immortal Necromancer was purging the dungeon, the dictator's secret chamber was anything but quiet. Turns out, the guy was a hardcore fan of everything related to hunters. He even had a personal collection, generously funded by the national budget. A new portrait now dominated the treasury, and Khan definitely wouldn't be happy about it. The old photograph was tossed out without hesitation. The dictator changed idols easily, discarding former favorites without a shred of regret. At that moment, emergency news arrived. The immortal Necromancer had successfully cleared Gwangyong Station. Now the dictator hoped to keep the hunter in his country, smothering him with privileges and attention. But this plan clearly didn't sit well with the commander of the DPRK's elite special unit, a man named Peng Guan. From the very start, he hated the Necromancer, seeing him as a symbol of a foreign and hostile culture. That hatred only deepened when the guy cleared the dungeon in 3 days, while the army looked like a nervous jury at a middle school science fair. After his return from the dungeon, all public attention snapped straight onto him. He pulled off the impossible and made the entire world debate not the feat itself, but the man behind it. Talking to foreign reporters never interested him. Khan was built for way bigger things than cheap headlines. Lieutenant Choa rushed in immediately to congratulate him in person. She was convinced that negotiations between the two countries would now accelerate, and the agreement would be signed much faster. Diplomats were already grinding non-stop, and the first results were cautiously labeled as restrained optimism. Inside the team, everyone knew the odds of the clearance succeeding had been over 70% against them, but nobody dared say it out loud. Not wanting to waste free time, the Necromancer decided to dive back into a dungeon once again. He didn't stop to think that his death or failure could collapse every deal achieved so far. This guy loved walking the blade's edge, feeding on the risk that reminded him he was still alive. North Korea needed to learn one thing fast. Interfering with his dungeon runs was a bad idea. They clearly weren't used to dungeons being farmed multiple times, stacking profit and growth like a broken system. 2 more brutal weeks in the warped time of another world pushed the Necromancer closer to his former greatness. Step by step, he reclaimed his lost strengths, knowing they would soon be desperately needed. Before long, Earth itself would stand on the brink of annihilation, and only this guy would have the power to stop it. During battles, he barely intervened, letting his army handle all the dirty and lethal work. Sometimes boredom kicked in, and that's when he started picking off vulnerable targets himself. His accuracy was flawless as ever, even though he never considered himself a master archer. Warrior class privileges made him twice as dangerous and unlocked one especially intriguing ability. He could summon a ghost that looked disturbingly similar to himself. For the first time in many years, this skill finally awakened, and the Spectre stepped out of the shadows again. It excelled at staying unseen and carrying out any order, though it was almost useless in open combat. As a spy, however, it was perfect, feeding the boss information and keeping him one step ahead at all times. By then, the dungeon was finished, and another full clear ended in total success. After returning to the real world, it became clear that negotiations were still ongoing. A visibly shaken Choei worried about him and practically begged him to stop. If he dove back into another dungeon now, the risk would be insane, with an entire nation's fate on the line. This time, he chose to trust his friend and allowed himself a short rest after the grind. The banquet hall was alive with laughter, the two delegations acting like old friends reunited at a party. To him, it was painfully boring. Fake smiles, hollow faces, like a graduation party for future middle managers. He signed a few autographs and excused himself with talk of urgent matters. As he left, he felt someone watching him and decided to test an old skill. The Necromancer ordered the ghost to shadow the dictator and monitor his every move. It turned out to be a serious mistake because the real threat wasn't Kim Jong-un at all. Captain Guan was the one who would try to burn everything down. He refused to let anyone look down on North Korea and decided the hunter had to be eliminated. One of his subordinates was already ready to step up and play the role of a suicide bomber. A massive load of dynamite would detonate at the press of a trigger, and not even higher powers would save anyone. After such a dull evening, he just wanted to unwind a little. And for a guy like Khan, the best way to relax was another dungeon clear. Two soldiers wished him luck, then stared after him a bit too intently. Their faces seemed to change, darkening instantly as if shadows swallowed their minds. One of them suddenly broke into a sprint, chasing after the hunter to stop him. The immortal Necromancer sensed nothing wrong and calmly listened to the soldier's frantic speech. It turned out the man was ready to press the detonator and sacrifice himself for a so-called greater cause. His only wish was to restore North Korea's greatness, even at the price of an absurd death. The explosion was so violent that the soldier was torn into scraps barely fit to be rat food. An internal barrier absorbed the blast, and outside, no one even realized anything had happened. The captain had kept everything under absolute control from the very beginning and was fully convinced his plan ran clean, flawless, no glitches. He never imagined that the guy already written off as dead had survived, even if he now looked like a walking corpse held together by pure will. The Necromancer's life could have ended at any second, and the captain genuinely hoped that would be the final chapter. For several days straight, Kan went completely silent, and with each passing night his friend's anxiety grew heavier. In the end, she went straight to the South Korean ambassador and asked him to carefully and calmly review the photographs she brought. Foreign reporters had supplied images that looked way too strange, raising far more questions than answers. The photos clearly showed a soldier following the Necromancer into the dungeon, a soldier who never came back out. Everything about it smelled wrong, and Chohei demanded an immediate investigation. She was coldly informed that this was Pyongyang, and here no one could be accused without ironclad proof. One wrong word and you get chopped into pieces and casually fed to pigs, no trial, no questions. The lieutenant was made to understand that interfering was pointless, and all she could do was hope for the best. Naturally, foreign journalists blasted the story across every global tabloid within hours. When the dictator learned he was being suspected of murdering South Korea's biggest star, he flew into real rage. Kim Jong-un ordered everyone involved to be found immediately and vowed to personally deal with the situation. The optics were brutal, with North Korea starting to look openly monstrous in the eyes of the world. For several days, not a single piece of good news appeared, and then suddenly the barrier activated. The moment people heard about it, they realized hope wasn't completely dead yet. The man believed to be dead had survived, and his devilish grin made one thing clear. He was back for revenge. Wounded but unbroken, the Necromancer dragged himself forward, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Everyone around froze, holding their breath, waiting to see what he would do next. He made it clear instantly that this was payback time, and everyone responsible for the betrayal would die brutally and publicly. With shaking hands and cold sweat pouring down their faces, soldiers desperately grabbed their weapons. The fools didn't even realize that ordinary bullets couldn't pierce the armor of a man whose survival once decided the fate of the world. The first soldier was erased instantly, looking less like a fight and more like an adult beating a child. After that, Kan knocked out several more soldiers right in front of his favorite familiar. It turned out that among the local forces were also multi-awakened hunters. Their level couldn't be underestimated, since each had devoted their entire life to training. The real question was what they would do once the Necromancer unleashed the Phantom Spear technique. Massive spectral spears erupted from all directions, slicing flesh and tearing souls apart. Their strength meant nothing. Next to this devil, ordinary hunters were pure background noise. When bodies were already piled high, the lieutenant rushed in, trying to stop her friend. She was an awakened hunter herself, but she refused to intervene with force and tried to stabilize the situation. She explained that killing a neighboring government would plunge the world into total chaos. He calmly made it clear they had been betrayed and he had no intention of pretending otherwise. If it came to that, he was ready to walk over bodies and never look back. Choi was doing her duty, standing firm and refusing to retreat. Looking into her eyes, he understood clearly that there would be no agreement and he would have to follow his own conscience. The lieutenant even seemed relieved, clearly not fully grasping what kind of man stood before her. He stepped forward decisively and struck her straight in the chest. For several seconds, she was paralyzed, unable to breathe, collapsing face first onto the floor while desperately gasping for air. He had no intention of killing her, only giving her a brief time out to rethink her choices. After that, the real slaughter began because North Korea was always prepared for scenarios like this. The soldiers quickly grasped the scale of the threat and attacked the hunter from multiple directions. Wrapped in phantom armor, he advanced calmly, erasing everything in his path without hesitation. The route to the main bunker took only minutes, and now it was time for dessert. If they believed titanium doors would save them, they were gravely mistaken. Terrified soldiers tried to reassure the dictator, repeating that the bunker could withstand even a nuclear warhead. It was obvious they didn't believe their own words and had no idea what to do next. The massive doors were absorbed and became part of a gigantic familiar. At that point, it was crystal clear that only a miracle could save the dictator and his inner circle. Kan slaughtered every single one of them, not bothering to listen to pleas for mercy or hollow excuses. The only one left alive was the president, the man Kan considered the root cause of everything that went wrong. It was already too late to beg for forgiveness. The Shadow Wraith was ready to drag the dictator's soul straight into hell. Before carrying out the execution, Kan ordered his servant to reveal all of the president's memories, making sure the judgment was fair. As he watched the events of the past few days unfold, a cold and deeply unsettling shock ran through the Necromancer. It turned out Kim Jong-un had no part in the conspiracy and was nothing more than a pawn in someone else's game. Now the mess had to be cleaned up without turning it into an even bigger disaster through a pointless execution. The president swore to hunt down everyone responsible and punish them with maximum cruelty. That was enough to establish a temporary truce and attempt to bury what had happened. Still, no matter how satisfied the president was, the mountains of corpses had to be hidden from the public eye. It became clear that Kim Jong-un was such a hardcore fan of the Necromancer that he was ready to forgive him absolutely anything. His private museum made it obvious. When it came to the awakened, he would sacrifice even his own life without hesitation. When it was over, the Necromancer calmly stepped into the corridor and heard the angry growl of a panther. He prepared for a fight, only to realize it was just an ordinary feminist reacting to the phrase about men being in charge. Joey had been unconscious the whole time and had no idea what actually happened there. She was convinced the dictator was dead and that an international scandal was now unavoidable. Even the news that he was alive didn't calm her right away. She was sure the Necromancer was about to kill the president and that nothing could stop him anymore. When everything was finally explained to her, she felt a strange, almost frightening sense of relief for the first time in her life. Her expressions and emotions made it clear. She truly knew nothing about the conspiracy and had acted in good faith. Looking back from the moment they met, there wasn't a single thing to blame Koch for. For the first time, Kan had met someone with principles so solid they couldn't be ignored. People that valuable were worth pulling to his side at any cost. Kan offered her a massive salary and suggested quitting a military career that only brought trouble. It was time to truly shape the world, not just carry out someone else's dirty orders. While the lieutenant was still thinking it over, the dictator had already found everyone involved and dealt with them. Some innocent people were executed as well, but no one cared enough to sort that out. Every aide of Captain Guan was eliminated, along with the mastermind of the conspiracy himself. Before their deaths, they were accused of robbing the National Hunter Museum, even though the main character took everything himself. The dictator refused to hear objections and made it clear no one was allowed to slander his idol. That was how it all ended, even though just recently catastrophe had seemed inevitable. For the Necromancer, the trip was a win. His level climbed, his inventory grew, and his team expanded. The next stop was the United States, where he would quickly realize that demons were dangerous, but taxes looked even scarier. Saint Murdy was a critical piece of the puzzle. Without her, the planet couldn't be saved and balance couldn't be restored. In the following days, everyone discussed what happened in North Korea, and burying the incident proved impossible. Too many foreign journalists had already told the world everything. Awakened individuals were now seen differently. On one side, saviors of the world willing to sacrifice themselves. On the other, beings no one could stop if they chose to break the rules. Still, Kan was labeled a hero because without him, the country would have faced a full-scale coup. Every member of his team followed the situation closely, glued to the news. At first, the Adral Guild staff watched with disbelief, convinced it was all media exaggeration and cheap hysteria. Donut was the first to defend the boss, insisting he couldn't have coldly murdered soldiers or staged a blood-soaked circus. But the longer the broadcast went on and the more facts surfaced, the more doubt crept in, especially under pressure from friends. Those people had long known what their boss really was, and barely questioned who looted the entire North Korean National Museum. Sangu was visibly tense, replaying their first meeting in his head over and over, clinging to every detail. He admitted that even back then, he felt it. This man could be cunning and ruthless if the goal demanded it. To him, it was obvious that anyone who stood in Kan's way would lose their head without hesitation. After those words, a heavy silence filled the room, thick and uncomfortable, like the calm before disaster. At that exact moment, the guild doors opened and the boss calmly walked inside. He swept his gaze across everyone and instantly knew the conversations behind his back had just ended. Of course, they instantly pretended they had been discussing some other South Korean hunter, random and completely irrelevant. To ease the tension and wash away the aftertaste of recent chaos, Kan suggested hitting a local restaurant. Guild members almost never spent time together outside work, without orders, reports, and constant pressure. Now they could finally relax, drop the formal masks, breathe out, and allow themselves to rest. Fresh sushi and ice-cold sake could lift the mood of even the dead. Field-tested way more effective than any doctor house therapy session. After everything that happened, Kan kept getting summoned to meetings with the local president, but he felt zero interest. Mr. Chan was supposed to handle that himself. After all, that was exactly what the big paycheck was for. Ignoring the president's calls felt awkward, but for a member of the Adral Guild, Kan mattered more than any head of state. When the group was already pretty drunk, Donut suddenly brought up something that had been eating at him for a long time. A holy woman had appeared in America, someone who could heal people with a single touch. The boss reacted calmly, casually mentioning that he had known her personally for a long time. Everyone froze in shock. Kan had never been to America, so how could he possibly know her? He had been working with them for months and decided there was no point hiding the truth anymore. The Necromancer openly admitted that he had survived for many years on another planet called Alphen. That was where the monsters now creeping into Earth came from, which explained why he knew their weaknesses so well. At first, no one believed him, assuming the boss was drunk and rambling like a Pokemon fan convinced Pikachu exists. He had to make it clear that this was no joke and that every word needed to be taken dead serious. The time spent on Alphen never left his mind. Every battle and every drop of blood stayed with him. 20 years had felt like an eternity, and now everyone understood why the boss had become so ruthless and straightforward. Now he was heading to America to meet an old acquaintance. It sounded nice, though in reality their relationship could hardly be called friendship in the usual sense. That very morning, St. Murdy received a prophecy directly from the goddess. She learned that the immortal Necromancer was approaching, and her hands began to tremble on their own. Memories from 5 years ago tied to the planet Alphen surged through her mind. Back then, the situation was razor-tight. Survival demanded constant sacrifices of principles. St. Murdy and her companions moved through rocky mountains, scanning every ledge with extreme caution. Everyone was on edge, silently hoping the expedition wouldn't end in disaster. Only a madman would walk through the Valley of Death, a place no one had ever returned from alive. But that day, it was the only path to survival and the only way to protect their homeworld. If the travelers slowed down even for a second, they would be caught by the demon god or the immortal Necromancer. They feared him for real, and it showed the moment his figure appeared on the horizon. Panic erupted, people not even having time to reach for their weapons. St. Murdy's closest aide lost his head before he could even think about sharing his crypto wallet password. The saint screamed like a slaughtered pig, and then she finally saw him. Under the moonlight, the man shone like a diamond pulled from the ancient depths of a mountain. His merciless grin made it clear today would go exactly the way he wanted. The Necromancer seemed not to remember that moment at all, calmly calling Murdy his friend. While she waited tensely for the meeting, he and his allies had already gotten seriously drunk. In fact, Donut overdid it the most and ended up passed out right at the table. That pig had never known restraint, unlike his more composed companions. Fueled by liquid courage, the group finally decided to speak up and share what had been bothering them. They couldn't understand why the boss was so harsh with journalists and kept painting himself as the villain. They tried to explain that stacking up new enemies was a bad strategy and something he should drop fast. Kan used to be different. He cared about the country and tried to keep balance and stability. But now he was on Earth, and the old approach no longer worked. One single word, catastrophe, was enough to make everything else fade into the background. Soon the moment would come when all dungeons would turn into rifts and explode at once. This couldn't be compared to the problems from 5 years ago, when the world had only begun to change. A dungeon would appear at such a level that no hunter could possibly clear it. Hunters and soldiers would look like a pack of dogs suddenly ambushed by tigers. And then, if everything spirals out of control, dragons will descend, torching every living thing in their path. Only the strongest will survive, those who can unite not for ideals, but for raw, selfish ambition. Compared to that kind of apocalypse, even nuclear war would look like a generous gift from the heavens. Of course, there will be stubborn fools who refuse to give up, clinging to justice until the very end. Wars, kings, saints, and their knights will become the foundation of a new, brutally unforgiving world. But in the end, civilization will still collapse, and only those who adapt fast will remain standing. To prevent that future, humanity will need a hero right in the middle of the catastrophe. They will need someone who doesn't care about rules because he stands far above the system itself. That is exactly why reacting to newspaper insults, court summons, and bad press makes no sense right now. On the contrary, Can plans to show even harder just how arrogant and merciless he can be when the moment comes. His strategy is crystal clear, which means it's time to see what his main enemy thinks about all this. Lyson was already sick of reading headlines calling the Necromancer the strongest fighter in the world. Once he had underestimated that guy, and now his familiar world was crumbling into pieces. It hurt to watch himself lose everything, while the immortal bloomed like spring flowers in full swing. He lost his sister, and the guild lost its respect and state support. To deal with the pile of problems, he decided to pull out a hidden ace from his sleeve. The president of the Hwarang Guild entered a PIN code and opened a safe filled with classified documents. Photos of those files were sent to an old and extremely influential acquaintance. Almost instantly, the phone rang, belonging to someone whose reach was hard to even imagine. To keep those documents from going public, the businessman was ready to do absolutely anything. Lyson asked for only one thing, promising in return to destroy the compromat forever. Can felt that a knife in the back could come at any moment, even if he didn't know exactly when. So he calmly packed his things and within a week was preparing to fly to America. If Sangu had managed to level up a bit more, he would have gone with the boss. Even so, he was happy. His level had risen and a brand new B-rank ID card was now in his hands. To congratulate his student, the boss decided to gift him a precious return core. Those cores only drop in serious dungeons, making it the best gift of Sangu's life. Right before departure, urgent and extremely unpleasant news arrived. Rumors spread that terrorists were planning something horrific, and all flights were temporarily grounded. They had to wait, and today's trip to the States would most likely be cancelled. Sometimes it's random events that lead to the most unexpected encounters. A loud, confident male voice rang out, belonging to someone who clearly knew what he wanted. He had heard stories about the Necromancer from the Seoul station and dreamed of meeting him in person. One confident look was enough to show his interest in Khan. Kan saw the old man for the first time and had no idea who he was. He looked like an NPC ready to hand out a quest. In reality, this was the head of a massive guild and real estate corporation known as KH Group. Only a few people knew that Bayek Chando was also a high-level hunter. He offered to fly to America on his private jet, brushing off all delays like they didn't exist. For Kan, it was a golden ticket he couldn't possibly refuse. Then Bayek made a strange gesture and unexpectedly suggested they become friends. Honestly, Kan didn't fully get what that even meant. He clearly hadn't been keeping up with TV trends. If he had watched Squid Game, he would have understood instantly. But it's never too late to catch up. During the flight, they decided to watch the first season and make the Necromancer at least a little more modern. After a 20-hour flight, the private jet finally landed in the land of free America. The experienced hunter and successful businessman turned out to be a genuinely useful ally. He showed Khan several seasons of Squid Game, and now they constantly joked using references from the show. Their assistants pretended not to know these people and blushed with second-hand embarrassment every time. At the airport, they were greeted by a representative of the Titan Guild, assigned to escort the guests. They had to part ways with their new friend, but it clearly wasn't a final goodbye. It felt like they clicked perfectly, and sooner or later, fate would definitely bring them together again. Now he could fully focus on American business and finally get at least a little serious. The real reason why Beck had taken such a strong interest in the Necromancer was still not entirely clear. He clearly liked the guy's arrogance and already saw him as a potential partner. On top of that, their taste in TV shows matched, which, strangely enough, turned out to matter more than many contracts. After such a long flight, serious business talks were off the table anyway. Reaching a decent hotel at last, the Necromancer finally got a chance to properly rest. He had no intention of sleeping right away and suggested having a drink to fully unwind. Mr. Chan, who had dreamed of sinking into a jacuzzi and enjoying silence, was visibly disappointed. In the end, they agreed to meet downstairs after everyone finished their bath routines. The Necromancer washed up, got dressed, and suddenly noticed a strange, narrow beam of light cutting through the dark room. At first, he thought it was some dumb prank, but then he remembered what kind of brutal world he lived in. A thin laser meant only one thing. Someone had already locked on, and there was no time left to think. To prevent the deaths of countless people, the Immortal lunged forward and chose to strike first. He didn't care about the consequences, knowing that his barrier and monstrous strength almost guaranteed survival. Everyone below witnessed a massive explosion that lit up half the city like a second sunrise. After the blinding flash came a dull impact as if a body had smashed straight into the ground. It was the Necromancer from South Korea. Alive, but having landed right on someone else's car. The ghostly armor burned through all stored souls. but it saved his life. He immediately downed a magic potion, rapidly restoring his strength and physical resources. The whole situation felt off. Terrorists rarely strike without reason and almost never target a regular hotel. Most likely, there was only one objective: kill him specifically. Now the ghost would trail the terrorists and gather all the necessary intel. After that, Khan would come for them personally, and his revenge would hit harder than a devil's kiss. That same evening, Saint Murdy was informed that the Necromancer had arrived in America. She grew visibly nervous, repeatedly reassuring herself that no one would manage to anger him. It was strange to see someone so powerful gripped by such intense fear. Her lips trembled, her mouth went dry like after hours under a scorching sun. And all because tomorrow she would face the immortal feared by an entire planet. To establish dialogue, she was ready to go to him first herself. Murdy tried to find out which hotel Can was staying in so she could head there immediately. That required serious escort from high-level fighters. The Holy Knights of Area, also known as Paladins, were ready to fulfill their duty. The chief paladin, Officer James Barnes, promised to deliver Murdy to the hotel safe and sound. When Mr. Chan heard the explosion, panic hit him and he tried to contact the boss. Dark thoughts spiraled in his head, and he quickly realized the Necromancer might have been the target. Just 5 minutes earlier, he had been standing under a warm shower, thinking about pleasant little things. Hearing the blast, he first assumed it was just a gas tank explosion, but stepping onto the balcony made it clear it was a terrorist attack. Breaking into the boss's room, he froze in horror as if staring straight into something truly terrifying. By that time, elite paladins were already escorting Saint Murdy toward the hotel. She felt uneasy, clearly shaken, unable to sit still for even a moment. She usually behaved very differently, and her anxiety spread even to her closest guard. He swore to protect the saint at any cost. She had recently cured his daughter of a terminal illness. The car slammed to a sudden stop, and only seatbelts saved the passengers from impact. The driver apologized and reported a strange explosion ahead. While people on the streets feared a repeat of a terrorist attack from 20 years ago, Murdy was thinking about something else entirely. She feared these events would enrage the Necromancer, and then all of America would drown in chaos. She ordered them to keep moving and not even think about turning back. Meanwhile, Can was already trying to intercept one of the terrorists. The ghost was chasing a helicopter, but that was only one of several targets. The man who had guided the strike with a laser was now calmly strolling through a dark alley between buildings. He moved quietly, steadily, and with confidence, fully convinced that nothing could touch him right now. That confidence was a lie, because death was already walking right behind him, completely silent. At one point, he suddenly bolted forward like he'd heard a fresh Taylor Swift track and realized running was the only option left. A real chase began, where every meter, every turn, every inch could decide the outcome. The criminal had exposed himself, and now there was no doubt left. He had to be erased. His overconfidence mirrored Yoonhee's, who had believed to the very end that she could defeat the Necromancer. Can activated a dash skill and accelerated in an instant, as if the space ahead of him had compressed. He nearly caught up, already reaching out, when the target simply vanished in the next heartbeat. It was a high-level ability that allowed instant repositioning, breaking pursuit in one move. The terrorist was called Al-Assad, and even without a smile, he kept mocking the immortal. He raised 2 fingers and beckoned in open provocation, as if inviting Can to keep playing. Then the criminal calmly entered the nearest subway station, deliberately avoiding unnecessary witnesses. More than 10 years had passed since anyone dared mock the Necromancer this openly. If this man wanted to play grown-up games, the immortal was more than happy to accept. The subway was dark, damp, and hostile, like ghosts of the past endlessly wandering the tunnels. Al-Assad had no doubt the arrogant Korean was walking straight toward his own grave. For the terrorist, this was familiar hunting ground, a craft he'd learned back when he was just a teenager in Afghanistan. His father had sold his own son to insurgents for a few dollars just to buy food. That act shattered the child and turned him into a sociopath, incapable of normal human connection. To put it bluntly, he became a monster who could kill with his eyes closed. Endless war burned into his mind, forcing him to kill just to survive. Now he could wipe out even an entire army without hesitation if the order came. Killing, killing, and more killing. That was all his conscious life had ever been. His very existence was built on doing that filthy, blood-soaked work. After awakening, he began taking elite contracts to assassinate politicians and military generals. Clutching a dagger, he waited calmly and coldly for the moment to end another life. Can moved through the tunnels as if he could see straight through the darkness and predict every step ahead. His heartbeat stayed steady and calm even when the killer appeared right behind him. A flash of light made it instantly clear this fight would be neither quick nor easy. Can blocked Al-Assad's strike, proving that tonight he faced a truly worthy opponent. Each of them had walked their own brutal path, but only one would leave this place alive. For someone who had survived a demonic world, an ordinary terrorist still didn't feel impossible. Al-Assad refused to be a pawn in a Grandmaster's game and immediately struck back. He moved like a wounded dog backed into a corner, dangerous, desperate, lethal. His skills couldn't be underestimated. He had long reached an elite level. After awakening his abilities, no one could predict his actions until he crossed paths with the immortal. Thanks to overwhelming combat experience, Can saw every move before it even began. He didn't even need to summon the dead. In the subway's darkness, he was in his element. The ability to vanish into shadows made the Necromancer nearly unbeatable in conditions like these. The terrorist began searching and quickly stumbled upon a pool of fresh blood. Silence ruled the area, making it impossible to tell where that blood had come from. A sudden, blinding flash lit up the space, revealing the Necromancer and his elite squad of skeletons. Thus began the second round, the final decisive clash of titans. The fool had been carefully lured into a trap, even while imagining himself the predator. In reality, he was the prey, about to be cut into tiny pieces. To avoid becoming a pawn, one must risk everything, and Al-Assad had learned that rule as a child. After awakening his powers, he unlocked the technique of divine wrath. Once activated, the assassin transformed into a berserker with assassin-level skills. Now he was ready to challenge even the devil himself, let alone a bunch of ordinary skeletons. The assassin carved through skeletons without the slightest hesitation, leaving behind not a fight, but a literal mountain of bones. His gaze turned cloudy, as if his mind had drowned completely in a murky river of madness and rage. That was exactly what the Necromancer wanted, because nothing hits better than a proper slaughter before bedtime. When the assassin closed into arm's length, he was already convinced it was over. The opponent clearly couldn't keep up, and all that remained was a careless swing to take the head. A sinister grin crept across Al-Assad's face. He was sure his 100th hunt had ended in success. Al-Assad swung, and the world suddenly jolted as Khan's blade slid across his neck before the killer could even blink. The arrogant assassin's head flew from his shoulders, and his heart stopped faster than thought itself. That is how every attempt to cross an immortal Necromancer ends. Khan chose to activate the very skill known as the Soul Seal. This technique allowed him to bind the soul of a defeated enemy and use it whenever the moment demanded. After the battle, Khan went to claim his well-earned rest, and the very next day headed to the interview hall of the Titan Guild. This was where the long-awaited council of the world's strongest guilds was set to take place. Mr. Beck was already there, riding high after a Breaking Bad marathon, as if he'd decided villainy counted as career growth. This TV series addict was starting to irritate Mr. Chan, who still couldn't shake yesterday's incident from his mind. He worried America might see Khan as a terrorist staging a public attack. On top of that, the boss still hadn't arrived, meaning the meeting would start without him. Representatives from guilds across the globe had gathered inside, but the hall fell silent when Mr. Dean stepped up to the microphone. He immediately stated that facing the coming catastrophe would require more than a single guild. Spatial gates would soon unleash hordes of deranged monsters hungry to devour Earth. All of these creatures once lived on the planet Alphen, which had now become uninhabitable. Time flows differently on Alphen. A single Earth year equals only a few months there. Representatives of the Japanese Taken Guild, profiting from bloodstone trade, hesitated over closing the portals. Their concern was profit, not how catastrophic the consequences might become. Mr. Dean proposed a solution involving the participation of Saint Murdy. According to his plan, humans from Earth would cross the bridge first and begin exterminating monsters preemptively. Silence filled the hall, followed by a low rumble of muted debates and arguments. Everyone knew Saint Murdy possessed extraordinary power, but trust remained the real issue. She claimed she had come from Alphen to help, yet too much about it felt suspicious. To prove her superiority, she flooded the hall with monstrous energy and amplified every hunter present. There was not a single human in the world capable of something like that. Together with the Paladin Order, the Saint intended to open a portal and let humans enter the demonic world. If they refused, Earth would repeat Alphen's fate and sink into chaos. To save both planets, war would have to begin, even if many hated the idea. On top of that, saving Earth would allow bloodstone trade to continue, killing two birds with one move. At that moment, a familiar voice cut in, reminding everyone that the portal to Alphen was already open. The instant she saw him, Saint Murdy forgot about destiny itself. Standing in the doorway was the immortal Necromancer, and now he was the one setting the terms. Tension snapped through the room, and Saint Murdy trembled as if she were staring at her own death. The hall froze as Murdy looked at him like he wasn't a man but a verdict, the past clawing back at her throat. A paladin immediately branded Can a rude bastard who needed to be taught manners. What followed defied explanation. It was that unreal. Mouths fell open in shock and the paladin practically swallowed his tongue. You don't see a saint drop to her knees every day. Paladins stood frozen, like fans realizing their idol was fake. That was how one should behave in front of this man, unless they wanted to lose their head like Al-Assad. James Barnes finally understood that even saints were nothing compared to the Lord of the Dead. Murdy hurried to apologize for everything that had happened on Alphen, admitting how much she hadn't known. Now it was time to find out why she had come to Earth and what exactly she was prepared to offer. Murdy had received a direct order from the goddess to bring Earth's savior back to their home planet. There were far too many people around, and the tension could be felt crawling under the skin. Can wanted to talk calmly, as if he didn't even notice that a global live broadcast was rolling right now. People were asked to step back, leaving only a single camera and a clean live feed. On top of that, the hero who had stopped a missile strike on a hotel deserved center stage. Audiences eat that up. Can decided to use the moment and make a separate announcement aimed straight at the terrorists. He stared directly into the lens and made it clear that whoever fired that missile at him would pay a brutal price. Can would find everyone involved, and each of them would pay in a way the rest of the world would never forget. The message landed hard, and the people in the hall felt genuine unease crawl up their spines. Mr. Chan finally saw his boss and confirmed that he was truly unharmed. He wanted to thank him for saving the hotel, since he'd been in the next room when the explosion hit. But his closest friend was more disturbed by something else. Why Can kept calling Murdy his friend and why she had been kissing his feet. Apparently, this guy had his own definition of friendship, and to him it all felt perfectly normal. The official gathering wrapped up because it was time to discuss the real details of the future plan. In a separate room, the most influential people on the planet gathered, those whose decisions would shape humanity's fate. The Necromancer tried to ease the tension, casually saying there was nothing to worry about since he and Murdy were already friends. She clearly didn't like that wording, as bloody memories from the past flashed before her eyes again. To speed things up, the Immortal decided to demonstrate something very clearly. Can placed the severed head of the terrorist on the table, and the room went so silent that someone's swallowing could be heard. The man who had planned the assassination attempt on the Adral monarch was no longer a threat. Can immediately made it clear he didn't suspect the Titan Guild, since the source of the problem was obviously elsewhere. St. Murdy instantly offered her help and promised to personally deal with every terrorist involved. She shot a sharp look at Mr. Dean and demanded that all available resources be used to hunt them down. After that, the discussion shifted to the invasion and the very plan that involved marching into Alphen. The main figure was skeptical. If all the strongest hunters left for another planet, Earth would be left defenseless. To him, it looked like a straight-up declaration of war, and he shut the idea down on the spot. Trying to apologize, the saint dropped to her knees again, apparently forgetting that on Earth, it's usually enough to just say, sorry. She chose to present her version of events and began explaining spatial dimensions. While she flooded the room with heavy terms barely anyone understood, something strange was happening at a classified underground base. The ghost had been tracking the terrorists all this time, and the trail led straight there. Some unhinged professor had gathered these people to create a new type of nuclear weapon. The ghost called in BB to help gather as much information as possible. The shady research facility turned out to be far more complex than expected, especially after one artifact appeared. An assistant brought the professor a large box guarded with excessive zeal. The professor set it on the table, unlocked it, and pulled out a glowing yellow stone. The Necromancer had received an identical fragment after clearing the dungeon with Trainet's colony. This artifact was called a space fragment, and the professor was convinced it would let him create a new class of nuclear weapon. All his life, he had dreamed of surpassing Dr. Toppler and becoming the greatest scientist on the planet. Readings began to spike rapidly, and the system slowly slipped out of control. At that moment, little BB tensed up, sensing that something bad was about to happen. People lost control of the economy as quickly as Jake Paul did when he went out to fight Anthony Joshua. The system completely collapsed, and only the smartest ones started running for safety. But it was already too late. The space fragment activated in a completely unexpected way. It opened a portal to another world and instantly wiped out every scientist in the lab. After that, a monstrous creature emerged, carrying the stench of death itself. Bibi recognized him instantly and hissed like a wild cat at the sight of the neighbor's dog. Standing before her was a succubus radiating terrifying power, one of Trainet's top generals. But for now, let's not reveal what happened next and calmly return to the Titan Guild. Negotiations continued, and the air was thick with overloaded terminology. People had long realized that dungeons were essentially front doors into the world of Alphen. No monster can unleash its full power on Earth without mana. That's why the demonic god first sends weak creatures to Earth, slowly flooding the world with mana crystals. All of this served a single purpose: to turn Earth, step by step, into a perfect, comfortable, fully livable habitat for monsters. The real question now was different: how to stop this process before the planet completely became someone else's home. Dungeons and every spatial dimension were under the direct control of the Lord of Dimensions. In simple terms, he alone decided whether monsters would be sent into this world or left it untouched. The World Invader and his 72 warlords had held that control for years, never loosening their grip. Now they were expanding through war, methodically conquering new lands and dimensions. The warriors of Alphen had failed to put up a real fight and proved too weak, which is why their world was ultimately destroyed. St. Murdy's plan was to seize the title of Lord of Dimensions and confront Trainet on equal footing. That would allow the dungeons in both worlds to be restored and the situation at least temporarily stabilized. The Necromancer was intrigued, instantly picturing himself stripping enemies of their lands and leaving former rulers broken helpless. But the hardest part came next: figuring out how to claim the dimensional territories and the title itself. The plan required special stones known as space fragments. Kan immediately revealed that he already possessed one such fragment, though it was clearly not enough. There had to be 3 fragments in total, or the entire scheme would collapse. The Immortal instantly realized that St. Murdy could not have come here empty-handed. He read her like an open book, even though she hadn't hinted at the artifact once. One glance was enough to tell. The second fragment was on her right now. Murdy handed over the stone without hesitation, but even 2 fragments were still not enough. The third remained missing, and at that moment the ghost returned, having completed its mission. It brought bad news. The hallucination witch named BB had been lost. From all the details, it became clear that one of the demonic god's servants had descended to Earth, a succubus named Rashmod. Negotiations stopped instantly because BB urgently needed help. Hearing Rashmod's name, St. Murdy immediately forgot every previous conflict and argument. That demon had to be destroyed immediately, or every human plan would fall apart. The ghost quickly displayed the enemy's exact location, and the delegation moved out at once. Half the hunters and the guild leaders stayed behind. Kan personally ordered them not to interfere. Even St. Murdy was denied permission to fight at his side. It seemed the Immortal was aiming for a personal rematch, and for him this was a matter of honor. Entering the research zone, he immediately spotted a portal leading straight into a dungeon. Standing beside it was an old acquaintance, the disgusting, foul-smelling Rashmod, holding a black cat in his arms. This slimebag had died more than once at the Necromancer's hands, making it a mystery whether he'd somehow forgotten that fact. If the demon had developed dementia, then it was time for some aggressive therapy with a sharp blade. Rashmod knew this meeting was inevitable and hoped things would go differently this time. Back on Alphen, Kan possessed monstrous power and abilities bordering on absolute. After returning, he'd lost most of those skills, and the coming battle promised to be very different. Rashmod had invited him to a dance beneath the earth, warning in advance that the Immortal must come alone. Everyone else had to be evacuated far away so no one else would get caught in the blast. There was little time before the clash to issue final orders to his allies. When Kan admitted he no longer held his former power, St. Murdy went pale, as if struck in the chest. She had expected the Immortal to be Earth's savior, and for that, he needed to reclaim all his old strength. In his current state, he could no longer summon the familiars that had made him a legend in another world. Like this, he might not even defeat Rashmod, let alone the demonic god himself. Despite everything, Kan never lost confidence and allowed himself no doubt. He calmly stated that everything would go according to plan. He only needed time and one discovered weak point. When he stepped toward the portal, lightning tore through the sky as if Zeus had just realized his Apple TV subscription expired. Witnessing this, people instantly lost their nerve and froze in place. Massive monsters began pouring out of the portal, making it clear a dungeon split had occurred. Rashmod had calculated the future battle in advance and acted like a seasoned strategist. He didn't want to supply the Necromancer with bodies inside the dungeon, so he released every monster outside ahead of time. That way, humanity gained new problems, and Kan was left without his usual advantage. To truly back up his allies, it was time to unleash a special weapon reserved strictly for the endgame. The Immortal activated the core, and it immediately began devouring every piece of military hardware in the area, leaving not a single gram of metal behind. It looked like Magneto waking up after hearing about yet another X-Men reboot, only angrier, meaner, and on a whole different scale. From the harvested metal, a brand new Optimus Prime took shape, ready to cleanse this world of every last Decepticon wannabe. The monsters clearly hadn't signed up for this. They were promised to fight against ordinary, helpless humans. The Transformer charged forward, crushing them into foul-smelling paste, turning writhing vermin into molten scrap. At that exact moment, Saint Murdy finally realized the truth. The immortal hadn't lost his power, he was still dangerously lethal. Once Can sealed off the surface chaos, he immediately headed toward his meeting with the succubus. Rashmod was clearly dragging him into a pre-built trap, but there was simply no other path forward. Can couldn't abandon the hallucination witch and was ready to do whatever it took to pull her out alive. Arrogance always overflowed from him, and maybe that was why he and Rashmod were mirrors of each other. Both believed they were the best in existence, but there could only be one crown, and someone had to die. To crank the enemy's rage to maximum, Can decided to open the fight with a theatrical execution. With a sharp motion, he tore off Bibi's head, as if completely unaware the animal rights crowd would lose their minds. Still, nothing about it was permanent. Bringing the hallucination witch back from the dead was always an option. The demon would pay for his sins regardless, even if he'd prepared something special in advance. The immortal drew his weapon just in time and cleanly blocked the first strike. He counterattacked immediately, making it clear that years hadn't dulled his edge. A keen observer would have noticed even demons starting to doubt themselves when facing a wall they couldn't break. For Rashmod, this was unthinkable. Something he clearly hadn't planned for. The one who was supposed to fall to the opening blow only grew stronger, ready to purge the world of evil. The first counter-strike alone made the demon feel vulnerable for the very first time. Pressing the advantage, Khan began chaining weapons together, constantly shifting style and pressure. The next blow was so brutal that neither barrier nor defense held, slamming the demon straight into the wall. Internal organs clenched in agony as blood poured straight from his mouth. Can didn't slow down, lunging forward to split the demon in half with a single sword swing. There's always something satisfying about watching a monster who overestimated himself shrink into a terrified child. The strike landed perfectly, the blade slicing through demonic flesh in an instant. The immortal couldn't understand why Rashmod charged back in if he hadn't grown any stronger since their last encounter. Just as Khan turned to leave, he heard that the demon was still alive, something that felt impossible. By some miracle, Rashmod regenerated his wounds and rose again like a wannabe necromancer. It seemed he'd implanted another treasure into his body, granting regeneration straight out of a Wolverine fanfic. Thus began the second round, and for it, the demon summoned monsters straight from the abyss. His grin made it obvious. The first round had only been a skill check. Now it was time for max focus and speed, like Rick Sanchez flipping on hardcore mode and going out for beer. To fend off monster swarms while keeping his eye on the real target, Can had to push himself to the absolute limit. For now, the scene shifts back to the surface to see how the Transformer was holding up. People watched the battle like a stream with donations turned off, ordering Pizza Hut and pretending everything was fine. Murdy was visibly tense, staring through the monsters as if she could see beyond them. Every thought she had was fixed on the immortal fighting the strongest enemy of his entire Earth career. Only minutes passed before the hero was practically drowning in enemy blood. He wiped out nearly every monster, but the cost was painfully high. His strength was running dry, while his opponent kept openly mocking him. This was the moment where the dead summoning technique, the one that made Khan a legend in the Alphan Abyss, became unavoidable. Every fallen soul rose again to answer the call of the strongest necromancer. The skeletons obeyed with delight, closing in on the demonic spawn from all sides. That was when Rashmod finally lost all composure and snapped. As the dead and the monsters tore into each other, the two true titans found their opening to clash once more. Their blades met at the dungeon's center, and even the walls trembled from the impact. Now it was Rashmod's turn to show what he'd become, and how far his twisted evolution had gone. The demonic god had been secretly boosting Rashmod all this time, shaping his talents in the shadows, and by now the results were genuinely terrifying. At that razor-thin moment, the system dropped a notification that Rocky had secured an overwhelming victory. That meant only one thing: the full energy harvested by the familiar in battle was now flowing straight into its master. The strongest strike activated, and the Anubis technique landed perfectly, the hammer falling with zero margin for error. The demon twisted in agony as the sound of his skull cracking echoed under the weight of the heavy blow. If that somehow wasn't enough, Khan could always switch to a sharp blade and cut away whatever remained. As a kid, he once dreamed of becoming a chef, and now he sliced with the confidence of someone who trained on Mortal Kombat meat his whole life. The decapitated monster finally went silent, and in that dead stillness, the scent of victory hung thick in the air. To make sure the demon would never regenerate, Khan crushed the head completely and shut the bastard up for good. This was real victory at last, or at least that's what he was absolutely sure of. After everything was over, the Necromancer returned to the surface and immediately congratulated his familiar. Together they had done flawless work, wiping out an entire monster army without even a hint of mercy. Bibi would be fine. As a summoned familiar, she could be restored a month after death. Now it was time for a serious talk because ignoring what happened today was no longer an option. Rashmod's appearance outside the metro station had a clear cause, and St. Murdy understood it perfectly. She explained that Earth hadn't fully synchronized yet, which meant dungeons could manifest literally anywhere. Most likely, someone had used a summoning circle to deliberately drag the demon into this world. Only a complete maniac would attempt that, since it was basically signing their own death sentence. Looking at the burned-out station and the stunned faces around him, Can clenched his fists, not in rage, but in responsibility. He made it clear that Trainet would never claim Earth as long as he was still breathing. It turned out the goddess had been right all along. The immortal Necromancer was meant to become humanity's savior. Murdy promised to do everything in her power to help him and swore she would always stay by his side. After the brutal clash with the demon, Khan focused on grinding in 6th rank dungeons. Day and night, he defended those zones, and on rare free days he made sure to forge alliances across the globe. The Titan and Adrel guilds agreed to form a pact and gather the most fearless warriors to protect the planet. Lately, the entire world was in turmoil, facing a dilemma that split humanity into two camps. Some believed mining mana crystals only sped up Earth's destruction, while others argued survival was impossible without it. Everyone wanted profit, but nobody was eager to pay with their own life. Taking all this into account, humanity desperately needed a unified defense system, and thus the World Awakened Association was born. For a full month, Khan untangled these problems until he finally decided to return home. He said his goodbyes to his allies and told Murdy to wait for him on Alphen. While South Korea joyfully welcomed its hero, the saint went to speak with the goddess. At that very moment, the goddess delivered a revelation written in an ancient language. The message was clear: follow the immortal Necromancer and never leave him alone. Returning to his native soul, Khan immediately felt a powerful surge of strength and energy. He was supposed to attend a dinner with the president to discuss the threats looming over the country. At the last second, the Necromancer said he wasn't hungry and asked to be dropped off right on the street. He had no desire to see the president and dumped all negotiations onto Mr. Chan's shoulders. Ignoring the government was dangerous, since sooner or later it always comes back to bite. But the immortal seemed deaf to his friend's arguments, letting every word pass straight through. He left Mr. Chan alone to clean up the chaos, without a shred of regret. If Chan had known what he was signing up for, he would have never traded the Hammer Guild for this nightmare. Meanwhile, the main hero caught a taxi and headed home, dreaming of finally seeing his family. Then it turned out he'd forgotten his wallet and couldn't pay for the ride. Classic GTA moment. Loot lost again. He had to rely on an ancient method of acquiring money, one familiar even to Neanderthals. All it took was calling Jamin, who was always ready to lend a couple of bills. The honor student had no idea how that call would end. He expected a friendly chat, but instead got hit with a brutal request for cash. It seemed the immortal Necromancer would never change. Even at the top of Forbes, he'd still be broke. Nuna sensed something was off immediately, because her brother never came home without a serious reason. The moment she heard her classmate had returned from overseas, her face lit up brighter than any star. Without overthinking it, they set up a meeting and spent the next few hours tucked away in a cozy local cafe. The conversation flowed easily, especially after their last encounter, when she'd misunderstood a lot of things. Now they remembered that moment with a smile, even if Nuna still felt a faint trace of awkwardness now and then. By the way, she'd quit her old job and fully committed herself to creating comics. Strangely enough, the main character of her story looked suspiciously similar to Khan. Just as cocky, just as reckless, just as fearless. Especially when the fights kicked off. Even the hairstyle matched, though Nuna insisted it was nothing more than a coincidence. What mattered most was that she genuinely loved what she was doing and felt she was steadily moving toward her goal. She also made sure to thank him for the magical ointment that completely erased the scars on her head. Now she could live a full life and, of course, secretly hope that one day she might become the Immortal's wife. After that warm meeting, it was time to return to office routines and work-related chaos. A lot had changed inside the Adral Guild since the headquarters urgently needed expansion. People lined up eagerly for jobs the moment they heard the guild belonged to Korea's strongest hunter. Recently, Lieutenant Choi had joined as well, resigning from military service in search of a new challenge. Her level was painfully low for now, but the Immortal knew exactly how to fix that. First, he decided to talk things through calmly and analyze her stats in detail. At level 14, she had the Tamer class, boosted loyalty, and principles set in concrete. People like that were priceless in a team. You could rely on them even when everything went to hell. No matter how far military tech advanced, awakened abilities still outweighed everything else. He offered her several enhancement stones to unlock her hidden potential. Her endurance jumped immediately, followed by magical output and physical strength. All that remained was finding the right skill book to begin her real growth arc. Alongside a telepathy book, the boss pulled out an entire stack of manuals on martial arts and beast taming. Studying that library would take months, maybe even years, but the payoff would be massive. The conversation was cut short when an enraged Sangu burst into the room without knocking. He warned that the boss should take some valerian, calm down, and only then turn on the TV. Right now, every Korean news channel was broadcasting the same breaking story. According to reporters, South Korea had signed a defense contract with the Adral Guild. The signature on the document was supposedly placed by the guild's vice president himself. Kan had never authorized anything like that and had no clue where this was headed. It turned out the guild was now obligated to work directly for the nation's defense industry. In plain terms, they were expected to act like soldiers and forget about freedom real fast. Looks like Mr. Chan had seriously screwed up, his first truly massive mistake. It was hard to believe he'd slipped like this, unless someone had slipped him an eclipse-grade powder in his tea. The boss got dressed quickly and made it clear he had no time to deal with this right now. He was heading into a dungeon and taking not only Sangu but Chohei as well. A bit later, negotiations with the government finally wrapped up. Mr. Chan felt satisfied with the outcome and planned to head to the office to discuss everything with the boss. He had no idea those closed-door talks had already turned into a nationwide talk show. Checking the internet, he saw all of Korea debating the alliance between the guild and the Ministry of Defense. Chan immediately called his assistant to find out what the hell had happened. The response was a counter-question, since Chan himself had formally conducted those insane negotiations. Now it was time to explain how things were actually supposed to go. Mr. Chan had only come to discuss details and draft a preliminary agreement, not to sign anything. The final signature was meant to happen only after personal approval from the immortal Necromancer. The government decided to play dirty and frame the situation in the most favorable light for themselves. Cameras were deliberately turned on, pushing the talks into a live broadcast to leave Adral with no escape route. Chan never realized that all those smiling faces at the table had been planning this behind his back for a long time. Their goal was simple: use public opinion to force the guild into signing the contract. Those people had no idea who they'd really gotten involved with or what kind of consequences were about to fall straight on their heads. A handshake meant nothing, especially once the immortal learned what had been done behind his back. Mr. Chan rushed to meet the boss in person, ready to report everything that had happened. By then, Kan had already left the office and was deep inside a 6-star dungeon at the 9th subway station. For probably the first time in her life, Chohei felt real, sticky fear crawl up her spine. Before, there had always been military hardware and soldiers she could rely on without hesitation. Now her entire backup was a guy who'd been in school not that long ago and had barely learned how to defend himself. Sangu tried to calm his partner down, reminding her that today they were just the support squad. Their mission was simple: carve up monster corpses and extract mana crystals for black market sale. All the real work would be done by the Necromancer, who had decided to stretch his legs after coming back home. Cho slowly began to sink into the real world of dungeons and monster combat. Until now, she'd always stood on the other side of the barricades and had no clue how things really worked. Honestly, she didn't like it much. The job felt dirtier, harder, and scarier than she'd imagined. Against her hesitation, Sangu looked 10 times faster and more confident, like he was born for this grind. When crystal harvesting wrapped up, strange and unsettling sounds echoed from a dark corridor. Flickering eyes scared the hell out of her, and she almost called the cops, panic level straight out of an It Clown encounter. She needed to calm down. It was just skeletons returning from a mission, dragging monster corpses with them. There wasn't a single scratch on the immortal's face. Proof of a flawless clear. He'd long mastered summoning hundreds of undead and was steadily closing in on his former peak. With the dungeon cleared, it was time to train the kids a little. Sangu needed to step up to the next level, and Chohei might just awaken her Tamara talent today. Kan had prepared a trial for her in advance, wanting to see what she was really made of. The girl stepped forward on shaky legs, then screamed like she'd just seen Lady Gaga without makeup. Standing before her was a massive level 57 saber-toothed tiger that she was supposed to control. Chohei had no idea how to do that, even though the system recognized her as a tamer. No one had ever taught her this, and the best she'd managed before was taming a tiny kitten. The boss told Sangu to make sure the monster didn't make any unnecessary moves. Young and reckless, the guy was ready for anything just to show the boss how far he'd come. He jumped straight into the tiger's cage and made it roar as loud as Elon Musk when someone won't let him go to Mars. The kitty clearly wasn't in a playful mood, forcing Sangu to play Matador. The monster didn't appreciate the joke, flashing fangs and claws before leaping forward to make lunch. The young hunter was ready and instantly activated his new technique, Steel Flesh. After that, he beat the monster like a stuffed toy, zero guilt involved. They said Sangu was only mid-rank, but in practice he'd already blown past expectations. The saber-toothed tiger couldn't compete and went down fast. After that, Chohei tried taming a truly dangerous beast for the first time in her life. The strategy was simple. Whenever the monster started growling, Sangu stepped in. His methods were questionable. so kids should probably look away and never try this at home. It was obvious the girl lacked enough mana for proper taming. Without hesitation, the Necromancer shared his own energy and made it clear there were no more excuses. There were only two main ways to tame any monster. Either beat it half to death, or make it think you're its best friend. If the beating doesn't work, the second option always remains. Cho would have to bond with the saber-toothed tiger no matter how weird that sounded. For this, the boss devised a simple but effective plan, once again using Sengu. The guy pretended to attack the monster, constantly trying to intimidate it. His job was to be as aggressive as possible and show he wouldn't back down. Chohem, on the other hand, tried to protect the tiger, shielding it with her own body. She clenched all her strength into a single strike, pouring every ounce of emotion into it. Even though it was supposed to be an act, the blow came out so strong she nearly killed Sangu. The top-tier acting performance actually won the tiger over, and it almost instantly warmed up to its new master. From that moment on, it was ready to obey any command, which is exactly what true taming looks like. It became obvious that with the right approach, absolutely any monster could be brought under control and turned into a weapon. Everyone nailed the task. Though Sangu would definitely need to check his ribs later, they felt like they'd shattered into dust. After training wrapped up, the group lit a campfire and simply soaked in the silence and raw atmosphere of dungeon wilderness. The young, ambitious guy seized the moment to finally say what he'd been bottling up for a long time. It seriously bothered him that he was still stuck as a mid-rank hunter. He wanted more and was ready to grind for it just as hard as he had during the darkest days. The boss had always been willing to help his friends grow, which was why he'd saved one especially interesting book. With that ancient knowledge, fire magic could break into a whole new tier and turn Sangu into the greatest mage in history. He was currently level 61, but mastering this technique could push him all the way to the top rank. Given that chance, the guy yelled in pure joy, fully aware that the hardest part was still ahead. Once everything was done, the team headed back to the guild office, where crowds of reporters were already waiting. Mr. Chan looked deeply lost in thought, replaying over and over what exactly he should say to the boss. When the furious Necromancer entered the office, everyone instantly stepped aside. Mr. Chan forgot his entire prepared speech and suddenly looked like a kid waiting for punishment. After pulling himself together, he explained that none of it was his fault, and that the government had used him like a puppet. He laid out every detail and made it clear the Ministry of Defense had exploited a live broadcast for their own agenda. From that moment on, the immortal stopped doubting his deputy and finally saw the full picture. His rage burned so hot that he vowed not just to retaliate, but to show the entire world that even governments didn't scare him. Presidents and ministers no longer seemed untouchable, because a new era was beginning. The era of adventurers. The Necromancer ordered an immediate press conference and told them to invite absolutely everyone. Journalists from all over the world swarmed him, desperate to hear the line that would become tomorrow's headline. Mr. Chan had prepared a careful script with polished explanations for the boss. Kan glanced at those prepared answers and simply tore the paper apart, choosing pure improvisation. It was a total fiasco because everyone instantly knew a real show was about to start. The immortal Necromancer declared that no agreement would ever be signed without his personal approval. He accused politicians of fraud and made it clear he would never be a pawn in a presidential game. If they crossed him again, he'd pack his bags and leave the country to fend for itself. Everyone understood perfectly well that Korea couldn't afford to lose its strongest hunter. With that, the press conference was cut off immediately. It was obvious a war with public opinion was coming, and Mr. Chan would once again be the one cleaning up the mess. After the conference, journalists and the internet completely lost their minds. The Necromancer's words poured gasoline on the fire, keeping people talking day and night. Only the Adral Guild ignored the noise and kept preparing for the disaster ahead. To scale up, they began recruiting new awakened, who literally lined up to apply. Everyone wanted to work beside the legendary warrior, and over 1,000 applications came in within a single day. Each candidate had to be thoroughly vetted. No room for cowards who'd run at the sight of a demon army. The staff believed that under the Necromancer's command, even the weakest rookies could grow like Sangu and Choe had. While paperwork piled up, the system congratulated the main character on reaching level 70. At last, he could use the very skill that had once made him famous in another world. A single command was enough to send a multi-thousand undead army charging into battle. It was also time to finally use the soul crystal that had been gathering dust in his pocket. Keeping an experienced assassin sealed away without letting him affect battles would be a waste. Restoring his body and bending him to one's own purposes was far more efficient. The moment the terrorist's soul returned to the physical world, he tried to kill his enemy. Only at the last second did he stop, not yet realizing the system wouldn't allow him to harm his master. One command was enough to drop him to his knees, shaking in terror. Now he had two choices: vanish forever in the world of the dead, or serve the Necromancer. Deep down, hatred boiled inside him, but he didn't want to be erased and forgotten forever. Killing had always been his favorite thing, so he accepted every condition of his new boss without hesitation. Now, the fearless assassin became part of the undead army and was headed straight into war against the demons of Alphen. Even so, he didn't rush to obey every single order, quietly testing how far he could push the limits. Al-Assad was far too arrogant and wild to instantly turn into a loyal lapdog. He just needed time, like people who couldn't process the premiere of the magnificent Marty. To make the rules painfully clear, Khan summoned another familiar known as Kiba. The massive brute grabbed the assassin in an instant and slammed his head into the cold ground, no speeches required. Al-Assad understood everything immediately. Authority here was enforced through raw power. Incidentally, this was Khan's first reunion with Kiba after many years, a general who once commanded the undead armies and delivered victory after victory. The team kept growing, and with it, the Necromancer edged closer to an all-out war. For that future, he needed Death Knights, beings capable of commanding entire armies on their own. Under their leadership, skeletons could fight freely, even when Khan was worlds away. A full month passed after the battle with Rashmod, and little Bibi finally returned from the realm of the dead. She was clearly unhappy that the boss hadn't saved her sooner, forcing her to spend weeks hanging out with Hitler and Napoleon. Slowly, her energy came back, the anger faded, and she prepared to get back to work. Senga was also making impressive progress, absorbing fire magic skills and steadily moving forward. He no longer looked like a weakling and could already be trusted with genuinely dangerous missions. Not long ago, he'd met his beloved cat, which he constantly carried in his arms. Sangha had no idea she could actually transform into a devilish, bat-like child. Khan had no time for nonsense like that. He needed facts, real skills, and raw emotion. The young mage immediately demonstrated what he'd learned over the past few days of brutal training. His fire orbs had become noticeably deadlier, and this was only the beginning. Choe was also making major strides, steadily developing her tamer skill. So far, she'd tamed only one large monster, but even that was enough to double her level. Now it was the rest of the team's turn. Everyone had to be ready for the coming war. After returning to the real world, several urgent problems still needed to be handled fast. The terrorists behind the American attack had been identified, and it was time to erase them from existence. To do that, coordination with the Titan Guild was required for a joint operation. Mr. Dean was glad to hear from an old acquaintance and agreed to help without hesitation. By then, the American Guild had already picked up the terrorists' trail on its own. Khan made it clear the time for revenge had come, and he intended to bathe in enemy blood. Someone leaked those words to the media, and by evening, every TV channel was buzzing. People wanted to know if the Necromancer would really go all the way and wipe out a terrorist organization. Watching all of this closely was the man responsible for setting the entire chain of events in motion. Using connections and classified documents, Laysun extracted terrorist contacts from an influential businessman. He spent nearly all his money to put a hit on the Necromancer. The plan collapsed, the guild teetered on bankruptcy, and top hunters began defecting to rivals. For the boss, it was a tragedy he might never fully recover from. Drowning in rage and hatred, he felt himself sinking into darkness when he suddenly sensed a presence. A misty aura appeared from nowhere and quietly asked what Laysun truly desired. Though confused, the hunter answered honestly. Only bloody revenge mattered to him. The apparition laughed and promised to lend him power to achieve that goal. It invited him to a meeting and vanished just as suddenly. The room returned to normal, making it hard to tell reality from illusion. Looking around, Laysun noticed a mysterious sword shimmering with a strange aura. The blade had once belonged to his beloved sister, proving the apparition was real. If it could truly help him get revenge, there was no reason not to take the chance. Far from his home, staring out at the Manhattan night, Mr. Dean reflected on his last conversation with the Necromancer. The Agile Guild had asked him for only two things. First, to arrange transport to Central Asia, and then to stabilize the region after the terrorists were eliminated. From the outside, everything looked stupidly simple, especially for a guild with a budget that might as well have been bottomless. At this point, the Titan Guild only had to follow the Immortals' instructions and keep the questions to a minimum. If the operation failed, a tidal wave of public backlash would hit them, and surviving that would be brutal. But if it succeeded, they would be hailed as the heroes who crushed international terrorism. Out of nowhere, Saint Murdy arrived at the meeting, finally ready to unload everything weighing on her heart. She openly declared that she had to leave the guild and follow the Necromancer, becoming his support and shield. This was the goddess's will, and Murdy couldn't change it no matter how badly she wanted to. Dean was genuinely thrown off since his guild's recent surge in popularity had been driven almost entirely by her presence. Her blessings and prophetic skills had been printing value non-stop, and now that era seemed to be ending. On top of that, the fate of the Paladin Order, created to serve the heavens, was still unresolved. Trying to stop Murdy would have been pointless. She clearly knew better than anyone how to prevent the coming disaster. As a farewell gift, Mr. Dean offered her the Paladin Order itself, believing it might still prove useful. They talked warmly and parted like old comrades who had survived more than one nightmare together. Yet while Murdy made her way toward Korea, something truly horrific could already be unfolding here. Driven by pure revenge, Layson left his home, fully committing to claiming the power of the Abyss. Following strange instructions, he eventually came face to face with a statue of his greatest enemy. That man was called a savior, a title Layson completely rejected. He smashed the statue in full view of a guard who had stepped away for a bathroom break. The guard tried to intervene and instantly felt his body lift off the ground. An unknown force locked his movements, and glowing red eyes marked the beginning of the end. No matter how loudly he screamed, help was never coming, and with every second, Layson grew stronger. A second guard rushed in, but by then it was already too late. His radio sparked and died before it could even reach the police. Now both guards were hanging in midair, like a Hogwarts lesson gone wrong, powered not by magic but raw terror. Convulsions and internal bleeding shattered their sanity in moments. The slaughter ended almost instantly, and two grown men stopped breathing. To someone like Layson, they were nothing more than disposable trash. With his hands barely stained, he descended to the nearest subway station where a dungeon waited. Until now, he hadn't fully understood what was happening, but at last his mind cleared. He looked around, trying to grasp how he had ended up in such a savage, terrifying place. The memories snapped into focus. An unseen monster had been guiding him the entire time. Calling the police was pointless now, and surrendering to the flow of borrowed power felt like the smarter gamble. A portal opened before him, and an unseen voice relentlessly pushed him forward. He felt he had nothing left, and turning away from vengeance would have been pure stupidity. On the other side of the portal, he beheld an icy palace, its path anything but easy. Unnatural cold locked his body in place, yet that was far from the only anomaly. The monsters along the way ignored him completely, as if some unseen aura shielded the intruder. Reaching the frozen palace, he saw not a single guard. The moment he entered the main hall, he felt the presence of a truly overwhelming being. The master of this place sat calmly upon the throne. A merciless grin made it clear this monster was the ghost that had lured him here. All that remained was to meet the creature capable of dragging an entire world to its death. While the dark forces tightened their ranks for a counterstrike, Khan was already locking in his gear and booking a flight straight to Afghanistan. For him, this was not just another order. It was a shot at scorching terror at its roots and finally unleashing the rage he had been bottling up for far too long. After endless wars against monsters, fatigue sometimes crept into his bones, so a new enemy felt like a blast of icy air cutting through the haze. The first twist hit mid-flight, when St. Murdy calmly took the seat across from him, like it was destiny. She gave an awkward smile and apologized, warning that from now on she would be shadowing him everywhere. Murdy had no choice in the matter. The will of the goddess was absolute law, something she could neither dodge nor defy. Kan's gaze turned razor cold, making it clear she was not to get underfoot, and distracting him was off the table entirely. If he sensed even a flicker of holy energy at the wrong moment, he would find a way to make Murdy regret ever stepping into his orbit. The girl lowered her eyes, fingers tightening together as she agreed, silently praying this mission would not become her punishment. Meanwhile, Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan saw a sudden surge of soldiers and hardware, the air thick with preparation. A few days later, the Necromancer arrived, and the operations room immediately buzzed with sharp electric tension. The primary target was Nasser Salchai, once a respected businessman with a spotless public image. When the government stripped him of assets and power, he refused to bow and instead declared war on the entire world. His network trafficked weapons across global hot zones, turning chaos itself into a fountain of obscene profit. Intelligence had recently locked down coordinates for a major negotiation hub where the organization's top brass planned to gather. A predatory fire ignited in Khan's eyes. He was itching to storm in and end it fast and brutal, like the final round of Mortal Kombat with the fatality already queued up. Veteran soldiers pulled him back, reminding him that a cool head here mattered more than raw power. If the main terrorist slipped away with documents and data drives, the entire operation would collapse into humiliating failure. The captain of the U.S. Army unit in Afghanistan, Mr. David Morgan, firmly urged him to exercise patience. But Khan knew his time was limited, so he proposed a different way to run the mission. The soldiers would simply lure the terrorists into his line of sight. After that, he would handle everything alone. He would gather the intel and eliminate the targets, while the military would not have to gamble with their lives. The plan sounded so confident and airtight that no one dared challenge it. 2 days later, a covert special operation was set in motion in the Pakistani city of Peshawar. That same day, Khan met the American intelligence officer assigned as his partner. Her name was Rachel Park, and for her this was the first mission of such scale and danger. She struggled to grasp how anyone could stay relaxed, even enjoy themselves, in an environment like this. Half-destroyed buildings surrounded them, scars of endless clashes between terrorists and government forces. The atmosphere pressed down on their shoulders, knowing one of the most critical missions in recent years lay ahead. Yet the Necromancer seemed untouched by the weight, observing everything with icy detachment. The moment he stepped onto a potential battlefield, his memories dragged him back to the harsh yet glorious days on the planet Alphen. Maybe it was unshakable faith in his own strength. Or maybe something inside his mind had snapped long ago. Their car stopped in front of a massive modern hotel, all glass, concrete, and the shine of expensive interiors. The priority now was to blend in, dissolve into the crowd of tourists and business elites like background NPCs. Can and his partner took a table in the restaurant, staging an ordinary meeting between colleagues. They ordered food and settled near the main suspect, maintaining a smooth, casual conversation without missing a beat. Rachel did not even notice that Can had already completed his preparations and activated his tracking tool. It was not tech. He released a ghost, invisible to any set of eyes. Rachel's task was to distract the target with conversation, while Can intended to move through the hotel and control the board. Instead, he stepped outside at an unhurried pace, as if he simply needed a breath of fresh air. From the top of the steps, he surveyed the bustling city and caught himself thinking he felt calmer here than he ever had on Alphen. Suddenly, a small flock of children rushed toward him, chattering quickly in a language he did not understand. Their outstretched palms and insistent stares made it clear they were asking for money, because in this country, even children had to grind just to survive. The kind-hearted guy from Seoul smirked and reached into his pocket. To him, money had long since turned to dust. Elon Musk would look like he was still saving up for his first Tesla. Among the kids, he noticed a little girl with bright, almost glowing eyes. There was so much pure hope in her gaze that even the Necromancer's heart flickered for a split second. At first, she studied his face in silence, as if judging whether he was good or dangerous, then quietly greeted him. The girl extended her thin arms forward, repeating the same gesture as the others, a plea for help. Can was about to place the bills into her palm, feeling a strange warmth spreading through his chest. But the instant he realized the entire scene was an expertly staged theater of shadows, it was already too late. Explosives were strapped to the little girl, and the detonator triggered by remote the exact second Khan reached for the cash. After the deafening blast ripped the air apart, the protagonist carved one brutal rule into his soul. The world is never split clean between innocence and evil the way it pretends to be. If not for the phantom armor technique wrapping his body at the final heartbeat, not even ashes would have remained. He survived, rising from the smoke like a revenant, instantly recognizing the truth. He had relaxed, let emotion dull the predator instincts that kept him alive. Barely any time had passed since his return from the demonic planet, yet the steel grip that saved him hundreds of times was already slipping. Hearing the explosions, Rachel bolted outside, frantically scanning the wreckage and chaos for her partner. The moment she saw him standing in the smoke with an ice-forged stare, it was obvious. The real slaughter was about to begin. In that instant, Khan cared about only two things: where the terrorists had run and who pressed the trigger. Rachel reported 6 more blasts across the perimeter, which meant 7 children were dead in total. For those monsters, children's lives were nothing but tools, and the thought made something inside Khan boil over. Creatures like that had no right to walk this earth. It was time for a total purge. The Necromancer swore in silence that he would hunt down every last one of them and personally send them straight to hell. From that day forward, he barely slept, grinding non-stop for a week, tracing every thread of the network. Now a terrorist vehicle carried new captives destined for the usual racket of extortion and leverage. While most prisoners trembled and prayed for mercy, one figure with a sack over his head sat perfectly still, breathing slow and steady. He had orchestrated his own kidnapping to infiltrate the base from the inside. To make it happen, Can had a hardline talk with the commander of the military unit in Afghanistan and convinced him to greenlight the insane plan. The soldiers would not need to join the infiltration or risk their lives. The Necromancer intended to run the whole operation solo without even asking for fire support. The discussion was interrupted by a young colonel bearing a vivid scar slashed across his face. Roger had long noticed that the hunter from Seoul was built different, seeing in him a pivotal piece of the entire anti-terror operation. He warned that charging in too bluntly would alert the rebel commander, who would vanish into the mountains like smoke. Everyone understood the Necromancer's rage, but cooperation with the military increased the odds of success. They tried to sway him, yet the Soul Hunter trusted no one but himself. Refusing to waste time on debate, Kane simply turned and walked out, leaving the Americans' proposals hanging in the air. Roger caught up with the overconfident hunter in a narrow corridor of the base. Kane's frozen eyes made it clear. Fear had long since stopped existing in his world. The colonel proposed skipping a frontal assault and playing it smarter by cutting off the snake's head. Eliminate the rebel commander first, then wipe out the remaining faction. That was how Khan ended up here, bound, playing the role of a helpless captive. Beside him trembled businessman Roman Baker, a known black market arms dealer. The rebels considered him a rival and had originally planned to capture him alone. All that was needed was to stage events so that Khan would fall into their hands alongside Roman. The setup worked flawlessly, and the Necromancer quickly found himself inside the terrorist base. Now the most interesting phase began, the one he had risked everything for. To execute the plan, he required the ghost's assistance and the activation of his body swap ability. Switching bodies with a vile creature was disgusting even for him, but the objective outweighed revulsion. The terrorists had no idea they were living through the final minutes of their lives. First, Khan would mark each of them, preparing to eliminate them without unnecessary noise. He would carefully select only true criminals, and under no circumstances harm civilians. Moving through the base, disguised as one of the guards, he spotted the rebel leader, and his fists tightened on instinct. Not far from the base, a mass execution of hostages was already being prepared. The rebels did not plan to simply kill them. They intended to film everything as a spectacle of fear. Around 18 hostages knelt on the ground, encircled by 25 armed militants. The one who commanded the dead heard in the desert wind the whispers of those previously executed here, voices demanding vengeance. Today the rebels would pay for their sins, even if the desert sands had to be dyed crimson. Before the carnage began, Khan chose to address the scum, reminding them of the god whose name they hid behind. Any true god punishes sinners personally. It is not for humans to pass divine judgment. Those who place themselves above divine law choose their own path to hell. By the time the rebels realized the figure before them was awakened, running was no longer an option. The atmosphere on the square flipped in an instant, and even the bound hostages felt it. Hope was still breathing. The rebels panicked, snatching up their rifles and unleashing a storm of gunfire at the main character. Khan activated his defensive barrier and bullets froze mid-air before him, like time itself refused to obey the shooters. Then the Necromancer stepped forward and summoned his core power. He awakened the souls of those executed in this desert long before today. Now the dead were granted a shot at vengeance for the pain and humiliation carved into their final moments. The rebels had no options left. They dropped their weapons and bolted for the vehicles. Every man thought only about saving his own skin, forgetting their leader's orders and their fake bravado. Shooting at skeletons proved pointless. Bones shattered apart and instantly reassembled, marching forward like a nightmare on loop. Panic spiked, and the only escape for the militants was to flee back toward the base, screaming for help. But every army needs a commander, even one forged from bones and ash. The familiar Ramzan lunged ahead, his massive body charging like he meant to wipe the fortress off the map in a single hit. When he smashed into the gates, a shockwave rippled across the ground, and even underground bunkers felt the dull tremor. The army of the dead began their execution, while their creator watched calmly, like a conductor leading a crimson symphony. This was only the opening act of punishment for those who sold their souls for power and cash. During the carnage, Khan walked across the field unhurried, as if strolling through Central Park instead of ground littered with shell casings. The next objective was to locate the remaining hostages and escort them to a safe zone. Soon it became clear the rebels were using them as human shields. They dragged out the same black market arms dealer, Roman Baker. His life stirred no sympathy. Deals like his were the fuel feeding endless wars. One militant shouted that if Khan took another step, the captive would catch a bullet to the forehead. But when movement is blocked, the mind becomes the weapon. A single icy glance was enough. The rebels collapsed before they even understood what hit them. Freed Roman Baker began frantically thanking his savior, offering any amount of money imaginable. In response, the Necromancer silently drew a dagger and signaled for him to shut it down. Apparently, Roman believed he was facing an ordinary American soldier bound by rules and morality. Instead, he stood before a man who could smile and deliver a death sentence in the same heartbeat. The dealer who armed the worst hands on earth had signed his own execution long ago. When Khan ended him, there was no regret inside, only cold relief. The fewer men like that walking the earth, the fewer children would die from their contracts. Glancing around, the Necromancer noticed someone had been watching him the entire time. Several war correspondents, risking their lives, were filming everything for explosive coverage. They did not interfere. They documented the truth for those who would never see this desert with their own eyes. Khan showed no irritation and even allowed them to follow, capturing everything raw and unfiltered. If the operation succeeded, the footage would spread worldwide faster than any viral headline. Soon reports reached the American delegation's military base in Bagram. Video feeds made it clear. The rebels were urgently pulling in every available piece of military hardware. They were preparing to defend against something genuinely terrifying. From a distance, it almost looked like internal conflict inside the camp, and the captain briefly suspected infighting. Then he was informed that a single hunter from Seoul had freed all hostages and eliminated over 100 militants. From that moment, American soldiers fully understood Korean hunters operated on a completely different tier. Most astonishing of all, there had not been a single casualty among their own personnel. Everything had been done by one lone hunter, who even now was not requesting reinforcements. He waited calmly for the tanks to roll closer, ready to erase them alongside his familiars like dust in the wind. The Awakened from Korea had effectively declared open war on the terrorists and allowed the world to witness it live. Thousands, then millions of viewers worldwide watched the rebels gather the remnants of their army. The stream was already pulling numbers bigger than the Avengers finale. From the outside, it might have seemed the terrorists had the numbers, but in this story, numbers meant nothing. In the heat of battle, it was easy to forget another key figure in this saga. Saint Murdy remained in a secure location, praying without pause to her goddess. She sensed that the immortal Necromancer was consumed by rage, yet that fury was born not from bloodlust, but from pain for the children sacrificed in this war. If Kan had defended all of Alphen from the start instead of just his own territory, maybe Trinet would never have conquered the planet and reduced it to ruins. Murdy prays to her goddess, asking that Kan's fury be one day directed at Tranet and that a new order rise across the universe. But before deciding the fate of galaxies, this war on Earth has to end. The terrorist leader cannot process that his elite fighters are getting folded by a bunch of skeletons. Right now, major rebel bases are being wiped out one after another, no reset button, no comeback. Conventional weapons are nearly useless. Skeletons feel no pain and know zero fear. The rebel leader is already certain his true enemy will soon appear in person. He orders tighter security, seals the perimeter, and commands preparation of a secret weapon. No one knows what he is cooking up, but Kan does not care. He goes live and addresses terrorists across the globe. He gives them one option: surrender immediately or get crushed under the march of the dead. The rebels laugh it off and pull every ounce of military power they have to stop the Korean hunter. They keep doubting the Necromancer, and that doubt becomes their fatal mistake. For people who have lived under the shadow of terrorism for years, this is a turning point. In the middle of chaos, a real beam of hope finally cuts through. The rebel leader personally steps out before his forces, signaling that this fight will decide everything. Either the terrorists keep their grip on the Middle East, or they get erased completely. Before the clash begins, they should have realized one thing: tanks are useless against immortal familiars. Kan gives the order for his army to burn down anything that stands in the way. The familiars, who have waited too long for a true battle, finally get unleashed. The rebels answer with dense gunfire, grenades, and heavy artillery lighting up the field. The dead keep advancing, closing the gap and dragging the fight into brutal close combat. At point-blank range, rifles stop being king. Cold steel and inhuman strength take over. Tanks fire massive shells, trying to blast the skeletons into fragments. It causes real problems. Bones are fragile and can scatter under heavy explosions. Kan immediately orders one of his captains to neutralize the threat. Everyone has seen how destructive Ramzan becomes when he flips into rage mode. If he can smash fortified walls, military hardware is not surviving the encounter. He marches straight through enemy fire like death does not have his address. Ramzan lifts a colossal hammer and activates his absorption technique. For the first time, the rebels face a being that does not flinch even under tank fire. They were not built for this, and their formation begins to crumble. The strike known as Liberation detonates in a massive surge of mani. One tank explodes into scrap, and the army of the dead tightens the pressure. The sky fills with helicopters seized by the rebels in past operations. This is a serious threat. Airspace control is a different beast entirely. The rebel leader stays in the rear, directing the battle from a safe distance. On his command, dozens of rockets streak toward Kan at once. He had no time to prep for an aerial assault and is forced to adapt on the fly. The situation is rough, but for moments like this, he has a special undead unit. Magical skeletons raise their staffs and activate a unified barrier protocol. A dense arcane dome forms before the army, capable of stopping even a heavy rocket barrage. The instant the helicopters prepare for another strike, Kan seizes the initiative. No warnings, no stalling, he goes straight for the throat. In war, showing weakness is an invitation to defeat. He learned that rule on Alphen's battlefields, and now he moves with cold precision. Arcane blasts rip through the air, disabling helicopters one after another. Ground rebels lose their aerial backup and turn into easy targets. Now a true monster steps forward like a transformer from the Autobots' ranks, minus the dramatic speeches of Optimus Prime. The same rockets once launched at civilians now flip back toward their original owners. Massive explosions roar across the field, and the blazing desert grows even hotter with fire and twisted metal. Kan stood off to the side, watching as his army methodically crushed enemy resistance, and with every strike he felt a cold wave of satisfaction settle in. Victory always hit him different. In moments like this, the world snapped back to something simple. Enemy in sight, objective locked, result delivered. Meanwhile, the rebel leader, tucked away in a so-called safe zone, watched the collapse of his forces through a completely different lens. He saw his army thinning out and felt as if an invisible blade was inching closer to his throat, slow and inevitable. When another defensive line shattered, Khan decided the dragged-out spectacle had run long enough. It was time to move on the main target. Tracking the leader was easy. Radar mapping carved the path and the ghost confirmed the exact location. The nearest bodyguards, who once swore to die for their commander, suddenly felt their fingers go numb and their legs turn weak. Their courage drained as fast as their ammo. Weapons hit the sand, and they chose survival over loyalty. But the Necromancer had no intention of sparing those who had enforced brutal orders for years. He eliminated them one by one with icy precision, leaving only silence behind, and only then did he shift his gaze to the mastermind. The man loved to cosplay as a righteous warrior against Western capitalism, wrapping himself in loud speeches about justice. His words sounded polished and confident, but Khan saw something else entirely. In his mind, the image of that little girl surfaced again, the one forced to wear a bomb for someone else's cause. Her life had barely begun. She deserved school, friends, a future, not to be turned into a living weapon. There had been so much light in her eyes, it could have warmed the whole world. Yet men who called themselves defenders of faith stole that light and reduced her to a tool. From that moment on, Khan had no intention of listening, debating, or forgiving. He was simply going to do his job, remove the poison corroding the world from within. No screams, no desperate justifications mattered. A second later, the rebel leader lost his head. Blood soaked into the scorching sand, and with it ended the reign of fear that had held Afghan children hostage. After the battle, news that a single man had flipped the tide of war spread across the globe at viral speed. People struggled to believe one hunter achieved what entire armies could not. Civilians celebrated, calling the Necromancer a new hero, but the story had a darker flip side. Many began to wonder what would happen if someone like him ever turned against the system. Ironically, the deepest anxiety brewed in South Korea. Inside the Adral Guild, leadership discussed the footage in stunned disbelief. Finding out your boss commands tens of thousands of skeletons is not exactly routine. Even veteran members understood this was no longer just a powerful hunter. This was a strategic-level force. In Congress, the atmosphere tightened. Politicians exchanged uneasy glances and avoided direct statements. First, Khan refused to sign a military agreement with Korean forces, and now it was clear just how dangerous he could be in a conflict. Rumors of a potential coup began circulating, even though Khan himself had zero interest in politics. Some officials even proposed restricting his movement for the sake of national security. At the peak of these debates, an emergency alert flashed nationwide. A dungeon break had erupted in Daegu. The region was considered stable, and no one expected a sudden catastrophe. Jukjeon Station became the epicenter of chaos, and even top-tier hunters hesitated at the entrance. Soldiers scrambled to evacuate residents as the situation worsened, minute by minute. Monsters poured out of the dungeon non-stop, flooding the streets and forcing the government to declare martial law. The president personally appealed to the strongest guild in the country for immediate intervention. Something felt off. Stable dungeons do not just burst without warning. There are always signs. Now, even children who were simply getting ready for bed were under threat. The streets filled with creatures reacting to the slightest sound or movement, like a quiet place, except someone decided to blast a ringtone at max volume. For them, there were no morals, no rules. Every human was just prey. A random phone vibration or a light switch click could turn into a death sentence. The city seemed frozen, holding its breath and waiting for salvation. But the soldiers were overwhelmed, and hope was draining along with their ammunition reserves. A small girl hid in a dark alley, silently praying she would not be noticed. A massive monster stepped toward her and raised its claw, ready to deliver a fatal blow. At that exact moment, a loud, determined shout split the air. One of the country's bravest hunters activated body enhancement and slammed a crushing strike into the white giant. An old familiar face entered the scene, the drama-loving hunter with a flair for bold lines, Baek Chondo. Whenever the nation stands on the edge, he steps forward without conditions, fighting without asking for rewards or applause. Baek had always been that kind of man, the one you lean on when everything is collapsing. No speeches, no empty promises, just action. For him, saving even one child outweighs chasing another million followers like Selena Gomez on Instagram. The only thing truly bothering him now is the lack of a full-scale force, because monsters are already roaming the streets like they own the block. A few hundred soldiers are a drop in the ocean. Stopping a dungeon break demands serious military backing and top-tier hunters. The seasoned warrior still hopes this wildfire in Daegu can be contained fast and brought under control. But what if this sudden breach is not a one-off glitch, but the beginning of something bigger? What if disasters like this become the new normal, and all of Korea slowly sinks into darkness and chaos? Within hours, official numbers hit over 50 dead, around 500 injured, and damages surpassing 70 billion won. Terrified residents decide not to gamble their lives and start fleeing the city, abandoning homes and jobs. 2 days later, the situation remains out of control, and the country drifts deeper into real panic. Inside the Adral Guild, they cannot reach their boss and can only hope he will contact them soon. Sangu refuses to sit idle and chooses to enter a low-rank dungeon to continue training. He is warned not to take unnecessary risks and to stay reachable, since the boss might suddenly call for backup. The young hunter promises to keep his phone close and be ready to move at a moment's notice. For this new session, he invites Joey, who has become someone truly close to him. Donut and his assistants decide to stay at a nearby cafe, close enough to respond if things go sideways. While they stroll calmly through the city, a strange and suspicious figure passes by them. Even then, Donut senses a heavy aura, as if death itself brushed past for a split second. He chooses not to dwell on it, unaware of how crucial that encounter will turn out to be. Minutes later, a phone call shatters the calm with grim news. The subway station in the Eastern District has become extremely dangerous for anyone nearby. A dungeon once labeled low-level and stable is suddenly on the brink of breaking. Hunters training inside must be warned immediately. They have no clue what is coming. For them, it was just another session, one more step toward getting stronger. Each of them dreams of one day approaching the Necromancer's level and proving they can be relied upon too. Joint training like this bonds people, slowly turning strangers into real comrades. Lately, Sangu and Choei spend more time together, talking about progress and sharing personal worries. For Sangu, that sense of support feels calmer and warmer than his past training ever did. Not long ago, he had to spar with familiars, and during those sessions, he practically begged for mercy. Soon, they wrap up training and decide to head back to the surface for dinner. Fortnite energy, looted up and forgot the storm circle already closed in. But the moment the hunters step out of the portal, strange and unsettling sounds greet them. Emerging from the subway, they see the city already swallowed by chaos and heavy gloom. Bloodied hunters lie scattered across the streets, waiting for any kind of help. One wounded fighter barely manages to explain that a sudden breach occurred at a nearby station. A high-level dungeon released monsters directly onto the city streets. Almost immediately, the same happened at another station, even though hours earlier there was no threat. Sangu has many relatives in the Sadang district, where the situation is spiraling out of control right now. It is every person for themselves, because soldiers and hunters physically cannot cover all breach points. People are forced to survive as if thrown into wild jungles, with no rules and no protection. Only thanks to timely hunter intervention do some manage to escape alive. The monsters have not fully secured the perimeter yet, which leaves a narrow window to evacuate civilians. Among the hunters fighting back, even the president of the Hammer Guild, Mr. Park Sano, can be seen. He commands the element of wind, using it to deflect attacks and hold the defensive line. While clearing the perimeter, he spots his former employee, Chan. They once stood in the same guild, but now represent entirely different factions. No one would have guessed their next reunion would happen under such deadly and bizarre circumstances. Despite past conflicts, Chan had always been reliable and never intentionally harmed the guild. He explains that his guild is already dispatching awakened members to help stabilize the chaos. This is no time to reopen old disputes. The moment demands unity above all else. At the same time, Mr. Park clearly understands that within the Adral Guild, the true pillar of strength remains the Necromancer, and without him, serious support is almost non-existent. Reinforcements were critical now because a massive and truly terrifying wolf had entered the scene. It looked like a fusion of beast and mythic unicorn, leaping across rooftops with ease and howling as if the moon itself was driving it insane. That single howl was enough to summon a pack and surround a large building where civilians were hiding. The wolves were not here for a slow game. They lunged straight for the doors, ready to tear into living prey. Park was nearly alone, and did not expect help to arrive this fast, let alone from such an unexpected direction. He had underestimated the Adral Guild. Even without their leader, they could field serious power. Sangu was the first to dive into the fight, activating Firewall and sealing off the wolves' path to the civilians. He had leveled up noticeably, and now he could at least hold the monsters back for a while. That breathing room allowed the hunters to regroup and start eliminating the wolves one by one. This is what happens when the younger generation stops waiting for orders and takes responsibility. Unlike exhausted veterans, young hunters feel like they have nothing to lose, so they push all the way. Even the largest and most savage-horned wolf tasted true soul fire for the first time. Soon a familiar rumble echoed in the sky, and the hunters realized backup was closing in. Helicopters carrying professional soldiers rushed toward the danger zone. That was when it became clear the wolf perched on the rooftop could speak human language. It seemed amused by explosive metals and human spellcasters, as if observing a new toy. The wolf declared Earth an interesting planet and looked forward to claiming it as prey. Its jaws did not move, meaning the voice echoed directly inside everyone's minds. This was one of Trainet's 72 commanders, a wolf named Uriel, planning to gift Earth to his master like a Dark Souls boss, convinced humanity were just NPCs. If everything unfolded as planned, Uriel would ascend to a higher level and gain even more authority. When its horn began crackling like lightning, even the bravest hunters felt their mouths go dry. Ordinary monsters were one thing, but beings like Uriel operated on a completely different threat scale. Soul's strongest defenders cried out in pain and dropped their weapons. Many collapsed unconscious, yet one figure remained standing, protecting his district with the last of his strength. Sangu had impressed the monster, so Uriel increased the pressure to test his limits. The second wave of torment began, and the young mage felt as if his insides were slowly baking inside a furnace. Sang could no longer resist, and darkness rapidly swallowed his vision. Sensing weakness, Uriel descended from the rooftop and stepped forward with absolute confidence. With the last of his strength, Sangu lifted his head after hearing a strange whistle slicing through the sky. A massive missile streaked toward the city, looking like proof the government was ready to sacrifice the district. Had they really chosen the nuclear option, prepared to wipe everything out? At that exact moment, the missile defense system activated, launching an interceptor skyward. The two forces collided midair, followed by a deafening explosion. Civilians were unharmed, but the shockwave was so violent that windows across the district rattled and cracked. The monster froze for a second, confused, then caught a strange and familiar scent. It had never set foot on Earth before, but it had encountered that scent during another war. Standing before it was a man who had once caused it serious trouble. The immortal Necromancer had returned to his home city to restore order and erase this creature. The missile that had flown toward the city had been nothing more than a fast ride for Khan. To speed up his return, he had simply mounted the warhead and arrived home in minutes. Now he could calmly face a monster he recognized from a previous life. Uriel finally understood where its old acquaintance Rashmod had vanished. The demon had likely fallen to the Necromancer, and now the wolf sought revenge for its ally. None of them expected the immortal to appear on Earth. Otherwise, they would not have dared invade so openly. Ken coldly inquired how the monsters had learned to breach dungeons without the usual time intervals. Uriel feigned ignorance, though a flicker of doubt passed through its eyes. There was no time for talk. Encounters like this only ever end one way. As Uriel summoned more wolves, the Necromancer was already raising his skeleton army from beneath the ground. The familiar Kiba issued a booming command for the dead to advance and not stop until total victory. The wolves who believed themselves a superior race quickly tasted their own blood and realized that today they were the prey. There were so many undead that their surge looked endless, and stopping that avalanche became harder with every passing second. The wolves tore into bone with savage fury, but the skeletons did not care. No pain, no fear, only forward momentum. The Necromancer did not stand back either. He stepped into the fray instantly, refusing to let the enemy seize the tempo. His first crushing strike landed, yet instead of an easy win, a familiar elfin magic pulsed through his body. Uriel quickly realized that direct collision was risky and shifted tactics without hesitation. It retreated and mockingly suggested the Necromancer wait, promising to return far stronger. The immortal had no intention of letting it go. Give a monster time, and it regenerates into something worse. Kan dashed after it and plunged straight into the dungeon itself, the source of the outbreak. A choice appeared before him: duel mode, or a battle for dominion where the victor claims control of the dungeon. The fight with Rashmod had unfolded differently, so Kan paused for a split second before choosing, like Elden Ring hesitation, where thinking too long gets punished first. He began tracking Uriel, who had withdrawn to recover and regroup. Opening a gate to Earth had been a catastrophic miscalculation. The monsters never realized a Necromancer guarded the planet. Kan even found the dungeon intriguing, already imagining how it could serve future hunts. Uriel hurried to explain that if it secured dominion, the gate would vanish on its own. That meant it would never allow a mere human to seize territory it already considered its own. To stop Kan, the monster prepared to activate its unique dominion effect, gambling everything. The ordinary wolf began to morph, transforming into a towering bipedal beast. Its physical stats spiked over 300%, and it moved as if death itself no longer applied. Refusing to fall behind, the Necromancer enhanced his own body and raised a massive black blade, ready for a brutal clash. They had not faced each other head-on in ages, and the tension revived that forgotten thrill of real combat. In this fight, the opponent had to be torn apart completely, otherwise regeneration would erase every wound. Uriel wasted no time and surged forward, closing the distance in a blink. Fighting on home ground boosted its confidence. Here, it felt like the ruler. Leaning on superior physicality, it aimed to crush the human quickly, but Kan carried hidden cards the enemy had yet to read. First, he summoned the Black Cat, deceptively small for a battle of this scale. Then the rest of the familiars emerged from the shadows, tightening pressure from every angle. Uriel no longer held a clear advantage. It had to track multiple threats at once. It still outclassed each individually, but every exchange drained more stamina. When it refocused on Khan, its endurance had already dipped. Its bursts slowed, and fragments of strength leaked away through constant clashes. On paper, that gave the Necromancer leverage, yet he remained cautious, never underestimating the foe. Uriel's next devastating blow knocked the sword from Khan's grasp and hurled him aside. Disarmed, the Necromancer stood exposed and briefly lost the initiative. A cough of blood proved that even he could be wounded on foreign ground. Uriel roared triumphantly, convinced victory was finally within reach. For years it had trailed behind the Necromancer, and now it believed the rematch had turned its way. But its victory laugh cut off abruptly, like an engine stalling mid-roar. The fallen body of Khan dissolved into nothing, a mere illusion. Uriel had burned its strongest skill, pouring everything into a strike against a phantom target. Now the real Khan and his assistant calmly observed the confused monster. The black blade reappeared in its master's hand, and the true power phase began. Uriel could not guard in time, only feeling the blade carve deep wounds again and again. At last it broke, unleashing a howl of rage and frustration. The Necromancer, drenched in enemy blood, made it clear that Earth had no room left for creatures from the demonic realm. A frame straight out of John Wick. Minus the dog, and minus the mercy. As the battle neared its end, the most satisfying stage for any hunter arrived. It was time for rewards, and Khan obtained the third dimension fragment. The fragments resonated with one another, forming something called spatial proof. The term sounded complex and cryptic, and its practical power remained unclear for now. In the end, a triangular purple crystal manifested before Khan, a key to owning an entire dimension. The reward was more than earned. He had gambled his own life for it and gone all in without hesitation. After wrapping up everything inside the dungeon, the Necromancer returned to his hometown as if it had just been another work shift. He assumed the worst was over, unaware that no one had managed to warn him about the new breaches. A worried Sangu quickly reported the situation, explaining that nearby areas were still on the brink. Breaches kept erupting one after another, like someone had hacked the system and rewritten the rules. The strangest part was that everything started near the 4th subway line and concentrated in a single district. The Necromancer promised to personally inspect that sector, ordering the other hunters to clear the surroundings. As for local skirmishes, things were technically still under control. Even with fewer hunters, sharp teamwork allowed them to hold the line. But when the dungeons began expanding and monster numbers surged, tactics had to shift immediately. The hunters slowly started losing ground and were forced to retreat. To stabilize the field, the Necromancer stepped into the fight himself. Before investigating the root cause, he reinforced defenses and forged another massive battle construct, another so-called transformer. With that towering creation on the field, holding the line became far easier. Khan moved swiftly across the city, sealing the most dangerous hotspots one after another. He dispatched familiars to different districts, issuing precise orders without wasting breath. He could have fought everywhere personally, but new ruptures would appear faster than he could close them. This was not about putting out fires. It was about finding and destroying the source. The Necromancer sensed someone was deliberately triggering portal breaches, and that mystery required his direct attention. He arrived at Seoul's central subway station and carefully scanned the area. According to his calculations, the next rupture should occur here. Yet everything felt unnervingly quiet. Khan concealed himself like a predator, patient and perfectly still. If his math was correct, those responsible for the chaos would soon show themselves. After some time, footsteps echoed, and several individuals in neat uniforms approached the station. 2 of them were hunters who had long heard of the famed Necromancer. Almost instantly, a larger group joined them, as if pre-assembled at the same checkpoint. The coincidence did not sit right with Khan, and he showed no hint of friendliness. No smiles, no handshakes, just decisive action, nothing like LinkedIn-style motivational energy. He stepped toward a young sorceress and locked eyes with her gray stare. The next second, Khan did something no polite person would ever do. He launched a crushing uppercut straight to her chin, triggering gasps and outrage from the crowd. People surrounded him, demanding apologies and accusing him of assaulting a girl. But the so-called girl twisted and transformed into a tall, solid-built man. It was Layson, the same creep who had recently gained power from dark entities. He favored disguising himself as a woman to move unnoticed through the city. Khan delivered several more strikes, shattering the remaining illusions and tearing off the mask completely. If he truly stood behind the dungeon breaches, punishment was inevitable. Hearing that, Layson froze for a split second, realizing he had been exposed. Not long ago, a 25th tier lord named Mello had granted him special power in exchange for vengeance. To an ordinary human, it looked like a once-in-a-lifetime chance to rewrite destiny. He saw the Lord as a deity and believed Earth should bow before such power. Since then, Layson had been orchestrating dungeon breaches under the monster's command. Now that he was uncovered, he chose to go all in rather than retreat. The man who had ruined his plans again and again had to die here and now. Layson possessed the necessary skills, and behind him stood a dark force. His abilities looked flashy from the outside, but the red-haired degenerate overlooked one critical detail. Real combat is not decided by skill lists and dramatic effects alone. A seasoned fighter can win even when outmatched in raw power. Many treat experience as just a word old men throw around, never grasping its weight. True experience is cold calculation, restraint, and the ability to survive where others already break. A seasoned warrior always feels the rhythm of battle, knowing when to slow down, when to wait half a heartbeat, and when to snatch the initiative in one sharp move. Precise strikes, clean distance control, and tempo management win fights without noise or cheap bravado. The Necromancer secured a decisive victory and even felt a hint of disappointment. The fight ended faster than James Cameron drops a new avatar. To finish things with Layson properly, witnesses had to disappear and the noise had to stay at zero. They went deeper into the dungeon, where no one would interrupt the final exchange. The criminal now had to explain how he triggered dungeon breaches one after another. If he wanted a quick and painless end, honesty was the only smart move. Layson responded with sarcasm and fake fearlessness, which meant it was time for Plan B. Can was ready, and a second later, his opponent's mind collapsed into a manufactured nightmare. At first, Layson did not understand where he was. He just ran toward a distant flash of light, hoping for escape. But no matter the direction, the immortal Necromancer appeared before him again and again. It felt as if Can had filled the entire space with copies, sealing every possible exit. Cold sweat streamed down Layson's temples, and Lord Malo never came to save his trembling vassal. That is the price of striking deals with devils and facing the consequences alone. While Layson's sanity slowly unraveled, Can and Bibi calmly observed his will breaking apart. Soon the exhausted criminal snapped back to reality, screaming at full volume, stripped of all confidence. No more tough guy energy in the style of Jason Statham. Just desperate promises to spill every detail. But the mind intrusion had already done its job. Can had the answers and knew the red-haired fanatic was disposable. One clean sword movement ended the life of a man once considered an influential guild boss. Despite the victory, the sense of an approaching threat still pressed down on the Necromancer. More and more Earthborn players were being dragged into this game, and this was clearly only the opening act. Through Bibi's magic, Khan learned Layson's full backstory down to the smallest detail. He had triggered breaches using a return stone and stayed under the radar for a long time. He became a vassal of a dimensional lord, meaning resurrection was theoretically always on the table. In time, nothing human would have remained in him, only a full transformation into a monster. The Necromancer still had a narrow window and refused to waste even a second. Opening a portal, he immediately shifted to the Flying Dragon's dungeon, keeping momentum high. Dense darkness wrapped the area, and an icy wind made it clear humans were not welcome here. A massive castle loomed ahead, filled with stone statues, so lifelike they unsettled even the undead. Even Bibi, who had witnessed horrors before, felt tension crawling through the air. They reached the enormous main doors, and Can stepped inside without hesitation. In the center of the hall stood a throne, beside it glowing the return stone, as if waiting for its master. Earlier it was mentioned that the purple crystal granted the Necromancer the right to conquer dungeons. He chose to claim this domain, and a blinding flash of light instantly swallowed him. His skull throbbed with pain, his legs trembled and refused to respond, as if the dimension itself resisted. In that moment, Khan realized he had been one step behind the true enemy all along. It was a multi-layered scheme by the sovereign of spatial dimensions and his commanders, all hungry for more power. For them, Alphen and Earth were nothing but hunting grounds, with living energy as prey. Khan leveled up, grasped the scale of the threat, and returned home to design a plan for total eradication. By then, all monsters that had spilled from the dungeons were eliminated by the hunters. Inside the Adral Guild, chaos ruled. The city was only beginning to recover from the nightmare. Order had to be restored, warehouses secured, and resources replenished after looters had stripped them bare. The boss ordered inspections of every warehouse in Seoul, searching for a location to convert into a fortified stronghold like the Hammer Guild's base. Dangerous times were ahead, and the headquarters needed maximum defense. Gradually, the city edged back toward normal life, internet restored, employees preparing to return to work. Just as the Necromancer was about to allow himself a brief rest, an unexpected call from his Nuna cut through the calm. Through tears, she begged for help to save her brother, her voice shaking with panic. A serious incident had occurred, and the situation was spiraling fast. Quiet and model student Jamin had begun changing, transforming into an aggressive, biting vampire. He screamed, lunged at people, and swore to destroy anyone who dared approach him. Doctors had to chain him tightly to the hospital bed and even call security, because the kid had become a danger to everyone around him. Can headed straight to the Seoul Medical Center without hesitation, ready to support his friends and figure out what was really going on. Nuna looked shaken and lost, desperately searching for something solid to hold on to. She could not imagine what would happen if her brother fully turned into a monster, and that fear was crushing her. Her childhood friend calmly told her to pull herself together and promised he would find a solution. He made it clear she needed to trust him completely and stop spiraling into worst-case scenarios. The Necromancer firmly stated that Jamin would not die, and with some luck, he might even return to a normal life. But before throwing promises around, the boy had to be examined to understand exactly what happened. The once model student looked like all the energy had been drained from him, leaving behind an empty shell. The analysis revealed a clear bite mark. A vampire had sunk its fangs straight into his shoulder. Until that moment, Jamin had considered vampires nothing more than fairy tales. Now his life had flipped upside down, and he would have to adapt to this new reality faster than he ever wanted. Ken warned him not to rely on movies or TV cliches because real vampires played by very different rules. After the bite, he truly would become a bloodsucker, and the old life was already gone. There was, however, a way to avoid destruction, but it demanded resolve and iron will. With tears in his eyes, Jamin asked for help, declaring he would do anything to keep his mind intact and stay alive. The scene shifted to a dark street in nighttime Seoul. A young woman failed to make it home, intercepted by a predatory vampire. For him, human blood was power and fuel, a twisted rush that fed his dominance. The great seventh-tier lord, Vampire Waymart, savored the hunt and ruled the night like it was his personal stage. Tick-tock confidence at 3 a.m., thinking nothing could touch him. But as the sky began to pale, he realized it was time to vanish before sunrise. Normally, he slipped away without issue, but tonight luck ran out. Footsteps echoed behind him. Jamin had tracked the very vampire who bit him. Waymart chose caution over pride and attempted to flee, unwilling to test the enemy's strength. He was used to playing it safe, but this time he faced a human burning with supernatural resolve. In a blink, a silver chain snapped tight around his neck, locking his movement. Now Jamin had to take the next step if he truly wanted to survive. He needed to seize the dagger and drive it straight into the monster's heart. It might disgust him, but hesitation was not an option. It was time to act like an adult. The vampire would perish with the first rays of sunlight, and the consequences of his bites would vanish with him. If the heart was not pierced in time, Jamin himself would crumble into ash. He understood that clearly, which meant the decision, heavy as it was, had to be made. He had to live. His sister was still crying and waiting for this nightmare to end. Besides, Jamin had worked too hard in life to just throw it away. There was no path left but forward. He raised the dagger, screamed through the strain, and plunged the blade straight into the dark creature's heart. But instead of the expected spray of blood, something far stranger unfolded. The blood lifted into the air, weaving into a pattern resembling a map or ancient sigil. Then the entire dark mass shot directly toward Jamin. He did not want it, yet the blood forced its way into his body. Can stood nearby, observing calmly without interfering, like a scientist watching an experiment reach its climax. This was no Twilight fantasy. This scene was raw, brutal, and real. The student's appearance began changing rapidly before their eyes. The shape of his ears, the length of his nails, the shade of his skin, even his gaze turned sharper and predatory. The boy was gone. In his place stood a fully awakened level 15 vampire. But the story did not end there. Something unsettling stirred within the Adral dimension. One of the Necromancer's familiars patrolled the borders, ensuring the territory remained secure. Just as it prepared to return, it noticed dark silhouettes approaching from the mountains. The familiar instantly drew its weapon, ready for combat, knowing visitors rarely arrived in peace. From the shadows stepped a tiger with human features and a physique carved like a gym legend, declaring a desire to meet the lord of this territory. It was already clear that recently, dungeon breaches had begun erupting from zones once labeled stable and fully controlled. That meant the old rules were dead, and the world was slowly sliding into anxiety and real, cold fear. To prevent mass panic, the government kept repeating that everything remained under full control. Civilians were not fools. They did not buy those statements and demanded a formal contract with the Adral Guild to secure national safety. Pressure mounted daily, and Mr. Chen could barely keep up with the endless flood of calls. Everyone understood that only the Adral Guild could shield Korea, so officials, media, and ordinary citizens alike pushed for an agreement. At that tense moment, a woman known across the globe landed in Korea. In reality, she looked even more stunning and commanding than any photo online had suggested. St. Murdy arrived with her paladin squad and finally stepped onto Korean soil. She brought all the documents the Immortal had requested and promised to deliver them to Khan personally. But Khan was tied up with more urgent matters and had no time for empty formalities. He stood within his own dimension, scanning the unexpected changes around him. A cheerful Bibi rushed to greet her master and eagerly explained every upgrade to the castle. She believed the gloomy stronghold lacked a greenery and warmth, so she took it upon herself to fix that immediately. The dimensional shop sold almost everything imaginable, and the little shopping addict could not resist. Now she functioned as a full-time steward, and honestly, she was crushing that role. The only downside was that Bibi had spent over 10,000 points, which looked a bit excessive. Mid-conversation, a metallic clang echoed through the air, like someone hammering steel with serious intent. It turned out Ramson enjoyed spending free time in the forge, repairing armor and crafting new weapons. Beyond the blacksmith, other facilities had appeared, quickly drawing attention from the local warriors. Bibi even built a tavern, so dungeon residents could unwind after hunts. The place felt surprisingly cozy, but she had completely forgotten about Jamin. She considered the young vampire too weak and assigned him the dirtiest, most unpleasant chores. Their talk was interrupted when unexpected visitors entered the fortress territory. A sizable beastfolk squad had arrived, clearly seeking serious negotiation, not sightseeing. Kan invited them into the castle and personally spoke with their leader. The tiger requested that his family be allowed to stay temporarily and experience safety for the first time in years. These beasts were worn down by refugee life and simply craved peace and a moment to breathe. Kan saw potential value in them. Rejecting that outright would be short-sighted. Still, he demanded the full backstory before granting anything. He had only recently claimed this dimension and lacked knowledge of its deeper history. Before arriving here, they lived in the Orc dimension, ruled by the Orc chieftain. Heavy taxes and constant pressure drove them to abandon that land in search of a new home. After passing through other dimensions, they reached this one and found it relatively calm. Kan heard for the first time that dimension residents were required to pay taxes to the Lord. Those payments came in the form of bloodstones earned from hunting. It was, in fact, a convenient energy source with minimal effort for the ruler. Hunts occurred beyond the gates, meaning the Dimension Lord took no direct risk. Hearing that, the Necromancer frowned and asked the key question. Which world did those gates actually connect to? He now understood that a spatial dimension had 4 primary energy acquisition methods. First, by killing and absorbing the energy of wandering hunters. Second, by launching an army outward through a breach. Third, by cultivating plants or beasts that contained bloodstones as renewable energy sources. And finally, by waging war between dimensions, which granted the highest and most valuable rewards. The simplest solution would have been allowing residents to hunt freely and collect blood crystals as tribute. Instead, the Necromancer chose a different route and declared the gates permanently sealed, like a Minecraft admin fed up with griefers hitting ban all. He explained that the world beyond the gates was his home and no new conflicts would be allowed. He held no hatred toward monsters for the past, believing they once acted without understanding. If they wished to stay, they could, but only if they caused no trouble. After claiming a dungeon, there was a 1-month grace period free from external invasions or major conflicts. After that, other conquerors could arrive and attempt to seize the territory by force, and preparation had to begin long before that day came. Before that day arrives, military strength and dimensional energy reserves must spike fast, or they will be crushed without mercy. 20 more days passed, and the residents of the Adral dimension worked nonstop, as if bracing for a full-scale siege. Defensive systems and supply chains were reinforced at lightning speed, while on Earth an equally intense operation unfolded in parallel. The Adral Guild began relocating its main office closer to a central Seoul subway station, placing itself at Ground Zero. The Necromancer finally met with Murdy and received the long-awaited package of documents. Inside lay a list of specific individuals marked for elimination. At first, Chan thought it had to be a twisted joke, but he quickly remembered his boss never jokes about things like that. The country had barely begun stabilizing, and the Necromancer was already preparing for more bloodshed. The list included figures occupying the highest offices, people shaping the nation's fate. Kan decided to personally attend the government session where all those names would gather in one hall. From the outside, it looked insane, a hunter planning to eliminate politicians. But the truth ran deeper. Intelligence confirmed that part of the government orchestrated the attacks against him. Layson had collaborated with a certain lawmaker who stayed hidden in the shadows, pulling strings. Now every one of them would answer, and Khan had no intention of sparing anyone. All that remained was to contact Parliament and arrange a meeting destined to be historic. The very next day, South Korea's parliamentary building filled with officials and media. The mood almost felt celebratory. Smiles, handshakes, confident faces expecting good headlines. Representative Park So-guk believed a military alliance contract would be signed that day. His colleague Choi Tae-oh wore a satisfied grin, already savoring a political victory. The government believed they had cornered Khan. Classic move. PowerPoint strategists, thinking they outplayed someone who writes rules in blood. They saw themselves as winners in a chess match against an arrogant hunter. From the outside, it looked like the Adril Guild had bent under public pressure. None of them realized this was only the opening move in a far more dangerous game. While Donut drove the boss toward Parliament, he cautiously asked more than once if a massacre was on the schedule. He was sharply told to stay quiet or risk ending up on the list himself. Lesson learned: curiosity kills faster than monsters. Mr. Chan tried to reason with the Necromancer, but quickly understood resistance was pointless. The car cruised toward the government complex until Khan suddenly ordered a route change at the last second. He declared there was one stop to make before the official meeting. That stop was the private residence of the president of South Korea. Kim Byung-man was in a foul mood due to protests and rising public unrest. The only comfort he held was the belief that the nation's strongest hunter would soon sign a military alliance. Just as he began to relax, troubling news arrived. The immortal Necromancer was already nearby and heading straight for the residence. Meanwhile, Parliament members grew restless, waiting for their late guest. Feeling disrespected, some even considered walking out, interpreting the delay as a personal insult. To them, it looked like the hunter was grandstanding, flexing dominance. A few even regretted not eliminating him during his trip to America. Then at peak tension, the doors swung open and a confident young man stepped inside. Voices immediately shouted demands for respect toward state officials. Kan ignored every outburst and walked forward calmly, as if entering his own throne room. He instructed his aide to hand over the folder and began reviewing the list with cold focus. Right now, it was being decided who would not return home and would pay for their actions. The hall was packed with lawmakers, yet indiscriminate killing would be a strategic mistake. At the same time, more than half truly deserved punishment. The choice was not simple, especially amid constant shouting and noise. The Necromancer stood, took the microphone, and spoke with the confidence of someone addressing the entire world. He made it clear he did not care about self-proclaimed rulers of the nation. Kan openly stated he knew who ordered the assassination attempts and who orchestrated the dungeon breaches. He warned that the world would soon change and the familiar system of power would collapse. Only those truly useful in the coming war would remain. The rest would simply vanish. The time to settle accounts was almost here, and the Necromancer had already leaked every shred of gathered intel to the biggest media outlets. All that remained was to wait for explosive headlines, so the lawmakers would finally understand why their names were marked for erasure. His declaration ignited the hall in fury, with shouts and insults flying from every direction. Khan did not even blink at the noise. He simply turned toward the exit as if the verdict had already been written. The enraged crowd tried to block him, with one especially aggressive deputy stepping forward. The man clearly had no clue the hunter possessed a shadowbind skill capable of paralyzing a target in seconds. Realization hit too late. His body shut down and he dropped like subway Wi-Fi. Loud complaints, zero function. The others who had been mocking Khan moments ago instantly lost their swagger. They still had no idea what awaited them within the next few hours. Even so, the Immortal chose to spare them, for now. He stepped outside calmly, ignoring Donut's stunned questions. Many wondered how the Necromancer restrained himself, but only the president understood the real reason. Their private conversation had clarified everything. Mr. Man already knew about the deputy's dirty dealings. These individuals did not deserve blind execution without exposure. First, their corruption had to be laid bare. Once outside, Kan discreetly summoned his undead. The command was clear: eliminate every face marked in the documents. It looked contradictory, given that he had promised more caution just days ago. Donut begged him to reconsider, though deep down he knew arguing was pointless. Kan had made his decision. Now it was time to flush the rats from their holes. He unleashed a fire strike, turning the building into a blazing trap. Panic spread as deputies crowded the exits, hesitating at the brink. The moment they bolted outside to escape the flames, a grim reality awaited them. A towering monster stood ahead, cutting down half of those who fled without hesitation. Once a target was identified, it acted swiftly and coldly, like a sentence being carried out. In blind panic, some lost all sense and ran back into the fire, abandoning survival instinct. The familiar ignored the chaos and executed orders with ruthless precision. Kan watched from a distance, controlling every detail like a director overseeing the final scene. He observed the fall of those who had plotted against him and felt no doubt. He knew every name tied to terror plots and alliances would lace on. When proof is complete, words become meaningless. Only judgment remains. For people accustomed to seeing themselves as ultimate authority, this was a brutal awakening. Their untouchable status vanished in a single evening at the will of one hunter. Parliamentary immunity, influence, connections, none of it could save them now. All they could do was beg, but mercy did not exist in this game. Even Donut cracked under the pressure and emptied his breakfast onto the pavement. It was not every day a hunter decided to flip the script and tear down the system. At this pace, he might truly be remembered as the most ruthless figure in the nation's history. The president understood the gravity of events, yet he could no longer reverse them. When Khan appeared at his residence earlier, it felt like a nightmare made real. But the Necromancer had arrived armed with documents listing the deputy's crimes. Before acting, he revealed his hand and offered a calculated deal. Investigation confirmed the president was not part of the conspiracy and could be trusted. Meanwhile, emergency broadcasts flooded every channel with news of the parliament attack. Some labeled it a coup, others called it purification. Military forces surrounded the building but hesitated to fire without direct orders. Khan warned that in 5 minutes he would escalate if the siege was not lifted. The defense minister waited for the president's command, unwilling to shoulder responsibility alone. After the Necromancer annihilated terrorist forces in the Middle East, no one was eager to clash with him. In a single day, he eliminated 57 deputies and carved his name into history. After a brief pause, the president ordered an immediate withdrawal and the end of the siege. Whatever the defense minister argued, Mr. Mann stood firm in his decision. He immediately ordered an official press conference to be arranged without delay. Meanwhile, the Adral Guild monitored every news feed with razor focus. For the vice president, it was the most brutal day of his career. The phrase mass elimination of parliament members sounded like something ripped from a Tarantino script. Chan understood he would be the one facing journalists, and that pressure hit harder than anything else. It was hard to predict how the public and other hunters would now view the guild. Only Murdy remained calm, because to her, Khan had not changed at all. In his previous life, he acted with the same ruthless clarity, so the panic attacks of his new allies did not surprise her. Soon the news announced that during the press conference, the president officially recognized the sovereignty of the Adral Guild. The guild received formal status as a separate nation with expanded authority. The declaration shocked all of Korea. The president had publicly backed the Necromancer. Commentators stumbled over their words, struggling to frame what had just happened. Amid the roar of breaking news, Khan calmly returned to the guild's main headquarters. Chan was still trying to process how his boss could have pulled off such a ruthless purge. Khan clarified that no one had technically died inside Parliament, so his promise remained intact. He had coordinated with the president in advance, and now the most dangerous phase of the plan was complete. From this point on, the Necromancer would forge his own nation and set its rules himself. Chan and the others had no choice but to accept the new reality and serve the newborn state. The president agreed because he understood one thing. Alliance with Khan was smarter than open war. The Necromancer demanded independence and offered military protection in return. In times of chaos, that was the most rational deal on the table, and the president signed off. This was never just about terrorists. The system had been rotting from within for years. Several powerful lawmakers had harmed civilians for far too long, and that cycle had to end. In Khan's view, removing 57 politicians was harsh but justified. If Chan felt uneasy, he would have to adapt. Tomorrow, he would step into the role of prime minister. Career jump like The Office, except instead of coffee breaks, it was non-stop crises. From now on, he would oversee governance of the new country and carry its weight. It was hardly the career path he imagined, even if the paycheck upgrade was real. Now these so-called lunatics held near unlimited power, and imagining where that could lead was enough to unsettle anyone. While Khan was fixing chaos on Earth and tearing down political webs, dark clouds were already gathering over his personal dungeon, promising a new storm. News that a human had claimed a full spatial dimension spread across worlds and tiers at lightning speed. Ruthless monsters instantly locked predatory eyes on this fresh, not yet hardened territory. In just a few hours, the protective barrier would fall and the Adral fortress would face direct invasion. By then, the Necromancer had returned to base, fully aware there was no more warm-up time. He personally inspected the entire perimeter, reinforced weak points, and stationed his generals at critical positions. His spatial dimension was now home to various beings, all of whom depended on his decisions. Order was restored swiftly, and he looked ahead without hesitation. Beyond the regular skeleton army, he could now rely on beastfolk hardened by endless struggle. Murdy warned him that dimensional warfare played by very different rules than human conflict. Once the protection period expired, monsters would attack in waves, testing the fortress relentlessly. It resembled a chess match where the Dimension Lord was forbidden from personally stepping onto the board. Khan did not fully grasp the mechanics yet, so he requested a practical demonstration. The system allowed a training simulation to observe invasion dynamics firsthand. Murdy activated the magical interface, and Khan entered a simulated world. Here he could not intervene directly. He was only a strategist and silent observer. Watching closely, he noticed several tiger warriors holding the defensive line. He could issue commands, reinforce positions, and restructure defenses in real time. Preparing for true war required resource stockpiling and boosting each fighter's energy level. Defensive outposts were equally crucial, ensuring even civilians felt secure. The Immortal was used to fighting personally, and being barred from action irritated him. Like a FIFA coach without a controller. Brain active, hands locked. It felt as if his greatest weapon, his own power, had been sealed away. In training mode, he faced the disciplined nightly squad of Count Ritten. The Tiger unit was swiftly overwhelmed, and the system coldly recorded the first defeat. Even in simulation, the taste of victory was missed. Being unable to step into the fight made Can feel restrained, almost bound. Still, in real conflict, a rematch could always be requested, which offered slight comfort. If Adral lost control of the dimension, the rematch would follow far harsher rules. In that duel, only the Dimension Lords would step onto the field. No armies, no backup. That format truly mattered, where personal power decided everything. Even if Adral fell, the Immortal could reclaim it in honorable combat. Now he looked ahead not with frustration, but with calculated focus. His top warriors needed accelerated growth. Lately, some had grown complacent. He decided to start with the small, long-eared girl who had been tending flowers more than training. Can handed her a tome of knowledge filled with complex magical formulas and battle schematics. If Bibi mastered most of it, her level would skyrocket. Afterward, Can visited Jamin. The young vampire still struggled to adapt to his new existence and needed guidance. He had not seen his sister in a long time, and that distance had to be corrected. Yet after transforming, Jamin felt ashamed to show himself to Nuna. He feared she might look at him with fear or even disgust. He promised to consider meeting her once he adjusted to his new nature. Meanwhile, among the dimension's inhabitants, Khan sensed growing tension. Since he did not impose taxes, some whispered that he was a weak ruler. They feared he might lose the territory, forcing them to flee yet again. Can ignored the rumors, knowing clarity would arrive soon enough. The moment the protection timer expired, the system logged the first official battle request. Victory would extend the safe period by 4 precious days. Today Khan placed his trust in Bibi, eager to test her growth. The opponent was a green troll from another dimension. Crude, foul, and clearly experienced. Underestimating it would be fatal. Its full strength remained unknown. Losing the dimension would not be irreversible since a rematch was always an option. Even if Bibi failed to maintain control, Khan himself would enter the arena and settle it. Outwardly relaxed, inwardly he calculated every possible enemy move. Soon the enemy appeared on the horizon as a dense green mass advancing steadily. Green trolls wielding heavy clubs looked primitive, yet their movements radiated brute strength. Orcs and tigers took their positions instantly, defending the perimeter without hesitation. Once, Khan could never have imagined commanding such beings. He started as an ordinary man from Earth. Now he stood as a Dimension Lord. Yet Bibi's overconfidence proved costly. A critical error in defensive formation, a florist genius suddenly remembering this was war. A month of preparation was not enough. The battle ended far too quickly. The system coldly announced that control temporarily transferred to the green troll. The small familiar lowered her head, apologizing and admitting her lack of experience. Can calmly stopped her, revealing that he had already submitted an official rematch request. The green troll could refuse, but victors rarely pass up a chance to humiliate twice. Winners often feel invincible and enjoy finishing what they started. The monster eagerly accepted. Another victory would raise its dimension rating by 10%. Both lords were instantly transported to neutral ground for the decisive duel. Everything was at stake. If the Necromancer lost, Adral would be gone for good. Instead of attacking immediately, the orc unexpectedly chose to speak. It aimed to squeeze maximum leverage from the situation before spilling blood, seeking advantage for its own dimension. The monster proposed raising the stakes, adding an extra reward to the duel so it would no longer be a formality but a true survival game with real consequences. It spoke surprisingly softly for such a brute, carefully choosing its words. The orc switched to respectable negotiator mode, even though it still reeked like a swamp. Can watched the slippery bastard without emotion, fully aware of the greedy, dirty play unfolding in front of him. Still, the Necromancer calmly accepted the terms, because his confidence in his own power and the outcome was absolute. In return, he promised that if he lost, he would personally walk to Seoul's first subway station and allow the monsters to unleash a full-scale break. That would mean chaos and thousands of casualties in Seoul, so even the idea of defeat carried city-level consequences. Can deliberately forced his opponent to strike first, studying his style and searching for weaknesses. The orc charged forward too crudely. Wide swings and sloppy technique screamed lack of real experience. Maybe brute strength had won him fights before, but he had never learned from them. The Necromancer met the clash head-on and responded with a precise, calculated counterstrike. Doubt flickered in the orc's eyes. For the first time, he realized this human was no easy prey. He had expected to crush him in seconds without resistance. Reality hit different. The human moved faster, thought faster, struck cleaner. Can dodged within centimeters of the blade and punished every mistake instantly. It felt as if he already knew the trajectory of each attack, standing where the orc would step a heartbeat later. And he still had not unleashed his full magical arsenal, leaving room for something unexpected. Suddenly the air grew heavy, and dark fire ignited in the necromancer's eyes. The orc who had roared about his dominance was now stepping back, scrambling to survive. Without hesitation, the immortal activated air severance and split his opponent in two with a single flawless motion. Victory in the rematch restored Adral's privileges and extended the dimension's protection for several crucial days. But calm was an illusion. Inside the dimension, new dungeons continued activating. Skeleton patrols soon detected suspicious traces near the northern ridge and immediately sent a signal. Deep within a stone cavern, a full army of blue-blooded lizard folk had formed, armed to the teeth. These monsters possessed high intelligence and adapted quickly to undead tactics. Their commander ordered his warriors to target skulls, identifying the skeleton's weakest point. The Radi race leader, Lyric, understood that defeat meant extinction for his people. The first clash favored the lizard folk, and they advanced deeper into Adral's territory. They moved cautiously, constantly checking flanks and anticipating ambush. But danger did not strike from the sides. It descended from the sky. The roar of wings shattered the silence as a flock of wyverns sealed the invaders in a tightening ring. The lizardfolk archmage raised his staff and summoned celestial energy, drawing power into the clouds. Lightning bolts ripped through the air, attempting to strike down the flying beasts. Yet their assault was intercepted by a foreign magic, stronger and more precise. Before them stood a man from Earth, observing with cold amusement and total control. He greeted them like the true lord of the land, making it clear who set the rules here. The lizard folk formation began to falter as realization spread through their ranks. The necromancer declared firmly that he alone decided who lived and who vanished in this realm. He even asked about their home planet Jakku with measured curiosity, as if already calculating future moves. At first, the lizard folk answered defiantly, claiming readiness to fight even a dimension lord. Kan merely smirked slightly, knowing words would not convince them. Dark energy spread across the ground, pressing against their chests and crushing confidence. Their resolve shattered as they felt the true weight of the immortal necromancer's power. Panic erupted, and they turned to flee toward the cave tunnels. But behind them stood an army of the dead, sealing every escape route. Kan ordered one captured alive. Answers were needed. Those once hailed as elite now looked like cornered prey. The skeletons pursued tirelessly, turning retreat into a hopeless marathon. In that critical moment, Lyric proved himself a true ruler. He commanded his warriors to retreat to the cave, while he alone turned to face the undead army. Even an enemy can earn respect when willing to sacrifice himself for the survival of his people. The lizard leader proved to be more than brave. He was a trained fighter wielding a sealing magic technique. He flooded his weapon with dense mana and slammed it into the ground, sending waves of magic rippling across the battlefield. The shockwave hurled the undead backward, and for a split second Lyric believed he had shifted the tide. Then a calm, familiar voice cut through the chaos, steady and unshaken, urging him to stop. The lizard had unexpectedly caught the necromancer's interest, and now simple execution was off the table. Instead of death, Kan offered him a place within his army, to become part of death's power itself. Lyric was too fired up to think clearly, so first he needed to be brought back to his senses. Under the necromancer's terms, he would surrender his soul into a sealing stone and become part of the system forever. By then, the remaining lizard folk had escaped and were unlikely to risk returning anytime soon. For now, the dimension's safety could be set aside while preparing for greater wars ahead. Notably, after the recent victory, visitors from across the universe began arriving in Adral more frequently. With local dungeon resets complete, beings appeared seeking diplomatic ties. Word of the necromancer's power had spread rapidly across neighboring dimensions. Fewer and fewer were willing to challenge a human wielding such destructive might. Offers of cooperation arrived, sometimes accompanied by rare and exotic gifts. Many of these creatures looked terrifying, yet most carried surprisingly peaceful intentions. For Kan, this meant potential allies and expansion of his resource reserves. Still, dealing with some of them tested even his patience. One example was an octopus from planet Gurla, so gluttonous it seemed ready to devour everything in sight. It presented a valuable statue as tribute and nearly emptied the fortress refrigerator in exchange. Yet from that same octopus, Kan gained crucial intelligence about the neighboring planet Jakku. Beyond the lizard folk, other races lived there. Races that might one day set their sights on Adral. That meant defenses had to be strengthened in advance against sudden invasion. At least for now, the lizard folk were unlikely to wage another war without their leader. Beyond information, guests brought concrete alliance proposals. The octopus, allied with a yellow lizard faction, invited Kan to join their coalition. The necromancer declined immediately. He trusted his own power above all else. Yet he understood that greater strength carried greater responsibility, and managing it alone would not be easy. If Earth and Adral were attacked simultaneously, defense would become dangerously thin. The army would have to split, resources divided across two fronts. Kan would face the harsh choice of which dimension to defend personally and which to entrust to a familiar. That risk could not be ignored, and the idea of alliances lingered in his thoughts. The octopus's words broadened his perspective and planted strategic considerations. The army needed reinforcement, ready to guard both realms at once. After the meeting, the Necromancer returned to Earth to continue strengthening himself. His primary goal now was leveling up and unlocking access to more powerful spirits. To achieve that, the guild began assisting other nations in clearing top-tier dungeons. It was time to reunite with an old acquaintance, Mr. Beck Chondo. The seasoned hunter immediately recognized the protagonist's aid and greeted him with a grin as Flaming Sangu. The young mage's fame had clearly spread across Korea, though Kan paid it little mind. Flaming Sangu had become popular not only as a hunter, but also as a charismatic blogger. He and Baek Chondo had bonded during a previous dungeon break and built real camaraderie. While they casually discussed the new season of Squid Game, Kan silently mapped out the next operation. Over 12 high-risk dungeons awaited clearing worldwide, starting with Japan. A compact team departed for Osaka without wasting a second. At the airport, they were recognized immediately. News of the Necromancer had circled the globe. The first hurdle became obvious. None of them spoke Japanese. Ponchik was supposed to handle translation, yet he had completely failed to prepare. They forced him to drink a language comprehension potion despite his protests. The brew tasted brutally bitter, but its effect activated instantly, with no unpleasant surprises. In the very next moment, Adril's foreign minister fully grasped everything happening around him and understood the true scale of the operation. It hit him like a revelation, and he almost regretted not securing that potion earlier when he had the chance. Minutes later, the team reached the dangerous Namba station in eastern Osaka, where the air already felt heavy with tension. Nearby, hunters were assembling, gathering strength and bracing for a brutal raid. Before the purge began, the vice president of the Japanese guild Sensei, a high-level water mage named Tokuchi, chose to personally warn everyone about the threat. The Necromancer had no intention of wasting time. Countless similar dungeons still awaited him. He was certain he needed no advice and knew exactly how to operate during a break scenario. That calm confidence did not go unnoticed by the Japanese representatives. Many still viewed him as reckless, considering the previous hunter squad had failed here. Kan had not brought a massive unit or heavy reinforcements, as if the danger barely registered. His composure intrigued Tokuchi enough to make him observe the raid personally. Kan disliked unnecessary baggage, but in a foreign country he understood he had to respect protocol. He accepted the conditions and allowed the Japanese side to join the operation. Mr. Baek was eager to fight, determined to show the old school still had bite. After brief preparations, the team advanced toward the problem zone without hesitation. Outwardly, everyone looked confident, though they all knew the mission would be brutal. Takuchi still struggled to believe these Koreans intended to clear the dungeon without full support. Doubt crept in, yet curiosity overpowered fear. The moment they descended into the subway, it became clear the Korean squad moved with precision and discipline. One devastating spell from Sangu obliterated an entire wolf pack instantly. With that, the assistants could safely focus on their primary task. Kan had brought them under one condition. They would extract bloodstones from fallen monsters. Sangu used to handle that job, but his role had evolved. Now he operated as a full-fledged combat mage. Mr. Beak barely blinked before the young prodigy had already wiped out the nearby perimeter. Alongside his skeletons, Khan pushed forward rapidly, giving monsters no chance to resist. That was the result of brutal training under an immortal necromancer. Growth fueled by hunger, not excuses. In such conditions, even veteran hunters had to handle the dirty work without complaint. Yesterday, Tokuchi had been considered elite among Japan's guard. Today, he was prying crystals out of charred carcasses with his own hands. Soon, Kan's calm voice declared the primary purge complete and ordered them onward. In under 5 minutes, he had eliminated all key monsters, as if finishing a warm-up set. Once the subway was secured, it was time to move to Phase 2. The hunters stepped through the open portal and instantly found themselves in another dimension. Insane heat wrapped around them, scorching through clothing and sinking into bone. Ahead glowed the return stone, but Tokuchi urged caution before advancing. Once they left the island platform, a mechanism would activate and trigger explosions. First, the fire entities had to be destroyed. Only then would the island shift and reveal a safe path. Fighting here would be extreme. Even the air burned with each breath. That was why Khan chose to summon one of his strongest familiars. In such heat, risking his own body made no sense. Overwhelming force was the smarter play. Takuchi warned again that one wrong step could doom the entire team. Kan cut him off sharply, making it clear panic had no place beside his familiars. The squad advanced carefully, shielded behind the massive stone form of the summoned creature. Takuchi grew increasingly baffled, unable to understand how the Korean hunter possessed such knowledge of these realms. To silence endless questions, Kan casually spun a tale about training under ancient masters of the Shaolin Order. He spoke with such confidence that even his allies briefly wondered if it might be true. In reality, his knowledge came from a far different source, a former deadly rival. That fallen mage once wielded phoenix fire and had terrorized the entire planet, Alphen. They later became allies, though that was a long story for another time. If Kan increased his level further, he could summon that fiery wizard once again. And when that happened, Sangu would gain the chance for true training, pushing his fire magic to an entirely new tier. Of course, training like that always carried the risk of permanent death. But Khan kept that detail to himself and continued forging his people. The very next day, using a memory artifact, other hunters were able to witness the Necromancer's battle with their own eyes. What unfolded in the recording could hardly be called an ordinary fight. It looked like a showcase of an entirely different tier of power. Kan faced astonishing creatures, each armed with unique and dangerous abilities. Some tried to crush him with raw strength, others flooded the battlefield with magic, while a third group attacked from long range without ever stepping into melee. The clash was brutal, yet his familiars appeared at the perfect moments, sealing off the deadliest angles. In unbearable heat, endurance felt nearly impossible. The body itself wanted to quit. And still, the Necromancer kept smiling, as if this was not war, but a calculated training session. He cleaved monsters in half, then raised their souls, adding fresh warriors to his growing army. It became undeniable. He could not be compared to ordinary hunters of Earth. Gato, head of the Sensei Guild, had never seen a single individual clear a breached dungeon alone. Her assistant described moments not captured on the recording, astonishing her even further. Even after watching it personally, believing in that level of mastery felt almost impossible. The moment Kan finished with the Osaka dungeon, he moved toward China without delay. Not a single day of rest. For him, this was just another work shift. All one could do was nervously smirk while watching this guy rewrite world history in real time. People still called him a Korean hunter out of habit, even though Adral had become an independent state. Official recognition had yet to come, but compared to his power, paperwork felt irrelevant. Reality was simple. Adral already surpassed most nations in strength. That meant they did not need recognition. They could decide themselves who qualified as a partner. After clearing dungeons in China, even skeptics stopped calling him insane. When he destroyed 5 dungeons in a single day, all doubt vanished. The Necromancer's team was already moving toward the next location without slowing down. Japanese and Chinese officials had recently offered him citizenship swaps and astronomical sums of money. After witnessing his capabilities, they were ready to offer anything just to secure his allegiance. Land grants, official independence, limitless training opportunities, the offers kept stacking up. It sounded tempting, but for someone who always thought one move ahead, the outcome was obvious. Kan had no intention of becoming anyone's chess piece. By nature, he was his own player, writing his own rules. Rather than empowering a single nation, he aimed to shield the entire world from the coming invasion, a completely different level of motivation. Another key reason for refusal was his proximity to the Soul Station and the portal to his spatial dimension. When his allies heard that explanation, they briefly assumed their boss had overheated under the sun. The next few flight hours turned into a detailed breakdown of dimensional mechanics and the real scale of invasion threats. Now his companions understood he governed not just a guild on Earth, but an entire dimension beyond it. And there, as he explained, the risk of massive invasion dwarfed any ordinary dungeon break. That meant urgent strengthening, expanding the team, and hoarding resources. Otherwise, monsters would not be stopped. A new phase of progress began upon arrival in India's capital, New Delhi. Here, events unfolded slower than in Japan or China, tension building gradually. The hunters entered the dungeon as usual, accompanied by a local representative. A high-rank awakened buffer from the Vishnu Guild promised support for the Korean squad. His name was Blanca, and at first glance he looked tense, as if constantly bracing for disaster. Soon it became clear that standard buffs barely affected the Necromancer, sometimes even producing reverse effects. Kan asked the Indian mage not to interfere, in a tone that sounded like calmly explaining rules to a child. Further clarification followed. The Koreans operated under their own tactics and rarely relied on classical support roles. With experience, Beck chose his words carefully and reassured the new ally not to take it personally. In the end, Beck and Blanca remained at the entrance while the 2 young prodigies methodically cleared the perimeter. Soon a portal opened, clear proof that the subway was fully cleansed of monsters. Blanca kept glancing around as if trying to wake up. Witnessing a top-tier raid finished in 5 minutes made his brain clock out. From the depths emerged skeletons, the fire mage, and the necromancer himself, as if returning from routine work. The entire group stepped through the portal into surroundings far more pleasant than Japan's infernal dungeon. They found themselves on a sandy beach, greeted by sea breeze, fresh air, and an eerie calm before the next storm. But the scene was far from harmless, and relaxing here was strictly off-limits. The moment Sangu, grinning like he was on vacation, dashed toward the warm water, he nearly became the first casualty. A massive claw burst from the sand, slicing toward his leg with lethal intent. From afar, it might have looked like an oversized crab, but for an unprepared hunter, that thing was a death sentence. At first, Sangu did not register the danger and even suggested turning the crabs into dinner. Priorities online as usual, menu first, survival second. His laughter drew attention, and within seconds, he found himself surrounded by a tight ring of sand predators. While Blanca panicked and prepared to retreat, the necromancer simply watched with a faint smirk. He had already decided there would be crab for dinner. It was just a matter of execution. The fire mage handled the situation in seconds, though previous hunter teams had lost control here and died. Within half an hour, the squad sat on summoned chairs, calmly eating tender crab meat. It looked less like a dungeon raid and more like a beach resort. Give them a minute and they would start rating it 5 stars. For Blanca, the entire scene felt absurd. He alone understood the true threat still awaited. A colossal octopus named Dread, compared to whom the crabs were trivial. That thought gnawed at him, and he insisted on forming a precise strategy. The crabs might have been warm-up, but what came next would not be forgiving. To reach the return stone, they would need to cross a zone filled with venomous jellyfish. Hearing this, Kan grew serious and replied calmly that this level of resistance was exactly what he expected. If this was going to be a real hunt, then it was time to showcase real necromancer power. He stepped waist-deep into the water and froze, becoming living bait. A brief silence lasted only seconds before dark shapes formed beneath the surface. They erupted upward, revealing slimy, grotesque faces. These were aquatic monsters of unknown origin, terrifying to most hunters. But not to him. The necromancer summoned skeletal mages and ordered activation of poison ring mode. A violent explosion tore through the water, echoing across the dungeon. Moments later, dozens of sea creatures were hurled to the surface as if ripped from the abyss itself. They floated lifelessly, confirming the fishing season was officially over. Maybe fishing on Alphen had different rules, but here the necromancer set them. Celebration was premature, though. The apex predator had yet to appear. The ocean swelled violently as a massive body surged upward from the depths. It was an old acquaintance, the gluttonous octopus named Dread. Within his own dungeon, he grew larger, faster, and far more vicious. He despised intruders destroying his marine domain. He knew of the necromancer's strength, yet retreat was not an option. This territory was too valuable. Dread prepared to fight to the end, spreading his colossal tentacles like spears of war. Kan studied his opponent carefully, understanding this battle required seriousness. Dragging it out was not viable. Too many tentacles meant too many angles of threat. The solution was simple. Strike fast and strike hard, cook the sea giant before he could react. Concentrated energy condensed into a blazing firebomb above the water. One catastrophic detonation tore the octopus apart and pushed Kan to the next level. For results like this, he had launched his global dungeon tour, and satisfaction showed. Each new level brought him closer to his ultimate goal, protecting Earth from Tranit's invasion. The shockwave grazed Blanca slightly, though he had braced for disaster. He politely requested advance warning for such attacks to avoid becoming collateral damage. It was obvious he still had much to learn beside the necromancer. Even if he ranked high in India, within Adril he looked like a rookie. Still, Kan noticed his self-healing potential and considered its strategic value. He decided to gather more information, even inquiring about Blanca's salary in the Vishnu Guild. The objective was clear: recruit him to Adral with better terms and real growth prospects. For Blanca, the offer came unexpectedly as their acquaintance had barely begun. He had to gently explain that in India, leaving one's guild so casually for another was not common practice. The guy turned out fiercely loyal to his guild, so recruiting him would require a real trump card, not just flexing authority. Once the dungeon purge was fully complete, the hunters headed toward the airport without unnecessary noise. The head of the Vishnu Guild, Mr. Kasim, personally thanked them for stabilizing the capital and preventing catastrophe. Kan skipped drawn-out formalities and bluntly stated that money was the least of his concerns right now. As payment, he wanted the hunter named Blanca placed under his command. The request hit hard. Both the guild master and Blanca had assumed the transfer discussion was long dead. Kasim and Blanca considered each other almost brothers, so the topic felt heavy and uncomfortable. But what if, instead of cash, Vishnu was offered terms impossible to refuse? Kasim initially stood firm, declaring he did not trade brothers for gold, much like world leaders rejecting absurd offers to buy their land. Then Kan shifted the board and offered full control of the newly cleared dungeon to the Vishnu Guild. Furthermore, if another critical breach occurred, Adral would guarantee immediate military support. That deal carried far more weight than simple money, and Kasim began seriously considering it. That was what it meant to hold a real ace up your sleeve and play it at the perfect moment. In the end, Vishnu agreed to release their strongest hunter, and Adral secured a significant reinforcement. Blanca was fortunate. In another timeline, he might have died in a dungeon and joined the army of death far less voluntarily. To him, everything felt surreal, unaware that his path in a drawl would prove far more intense than expected. Over the following days, global headlines began to sound almost identical. Media outlets praised the Korean hunter team, risking their lives nonstop to clear breach stage dungeons. It took Kan only 3 days to stabilize scattered crisis zones that other nations had struggled with for months. After Japan and France, even the United States hurried to establish diplomatic ties with Adral. The South Korean president could barely believe he once overlooked such a resource right under his nose. The fledgling had grown, left the nest, and become a force no one could speak down to anymore. Adral's rise was unstoppable, and high-ranking officials said it openly. The only rational move left was not to hinder the new state, but to become its closest ally. By then, the team had returned home, feeling Korea's familiar atmosphere for the first time in weeks. This time the airport was packed with journalists, camera crews, and fans eager to capture the new global icon. The Necromancer and his squad were looked at like heroes stepping straight out of Marvel and DC universes. Sangu could hardly believe he had become a celebrity. A year ago, he was carrying gear for senior hunters. Ponchik's evolution was just as wild. From phone salesman to foreign minister of a newborn nation, not an upgrade, but full evolution mode. Yet calling all this luck or coincidence would be a mistake. Each of them endured real danger, brutal training, and moments where one misstep meant death. Their progress was forged from work, pain, and discipline, not destiny handing out favors. Reporters scrambled to learn where the ultimate superstar was hiding. Instead of celebrating triumphantly, the Necromancer had already entered another dungeon. No one knew his route or even which country he was currently in. Ponchik stayed silent, aware that his boss could be in America or at a Seoul subway portal at any moment. In truth, Khan had simply shifted into his personal dimension to assess the balance of power. During his absence, too much could have changed. Order required direct oversight. The protection period had expired, chains shattered, and dozens of monsters were eager to test Adral's strength. Among potential challengers were not only beasts, but humans, including the red-haired Leah, ruler of the Battle Fortress Dimension. Kan chose her deliberately, facing someone who understood human logic promised a more engaging clash. This time, Bibi could not afford mistakes. Failure meant no fun for a full month. The system activated the dimensional battle, and the result came surprisingly fast. It turned out Bibi had not just been planting flowers, she had been training seriously and reached a new tier. For victory, Kan promised her 10,000 energy units, and now he had to honor that word. Yet instinct whispered that such explosive growth felt suspicious. Progress that sharp in such a short time required a seasoned strategist behind it. After brief reflection, Kane realized the mastermind was Jamin, a lifelong gamer with tactical instincts. A dimension battle truly resembled a complex strategy game where calculation and positioning ruled. The duel ended in Adral's victory, but Leah clearly refused to accept defeat and was already burning for a rematch. Without hesitation, she filed an official duel request against Kane himself, and the chill in his eyes made it clear this was exactly what he had been waiting for. The Necromancer accepted without drama, and in the blink of an eye, found himself standing in a dry, blazing desert. The whole vibe screamed Wild West afterparty. Cowboy aesthetic on point. Common sense left somewhere in another dimension. She looked bold and bizarre, like a gunslinger from an alternate reality where style mattered more than survival. But the key detail was simple. She was human, and that already made things far more interesting than another shapeless slime. Instead of striking first, the Necromancer unexpectedly floated the idea of cooperation, hinting at a potential alliance. Leah took it not as diplomacy, but as weakness, assuming her opponent feared losing. She clearly saw herself as superior and was used to weaponizing both firepower and charisma. What she failed to grasp was that the man before her had long since outgrown tricks like that. For Kan, there were only two endings, either victory or defeat, and he intended to demonstrate that personally. Leah lifted her rifle, took slow aim, and coldly declared the game over. In her mind, she had already reclaimed lost territory and claimed a new fortress. A second later, warm sand hit Kan's face and the world drowned in thick darkness. It was no ordinary weapon. It was an artifact infused with a sealed ability. Now it made sense why she stalled earlier. She had needed time to charge enough mana. Convinced the target was done, she casually offered surrender, as if it were procedure. By her calculation, the toxic cloud would paralyze him and reduce him to a puppet. After that, she planned to finish him with real bullets, keeping herself safe. That exact combo, control and execution, had secured her past conquest. The strategy was flawless, except for one tiny issue. Poison meant nothing to a necromancer, and bullets were just background noise. As he calmly deflected incoming shots, a magical blade materialized behind him. Kan reacted instantly, catching the weapon barehanded like it was a wooden stick. That was the first moment real doubt flickered in Leah's eyes. Her tricks collapsed, and instead of panic, her opponent smirked and summoned the army of the dead. All that remained was a command: seize the reckless snake and uncover what secrets her dimension still held. The undead closed ranks without hesitation, tightening the circle and turning the sandy arena into a death trap. No artifact, no matter how rare, could halt a skeleton army advancing without fear. Leah quickly realized her miscalculation and switched to the oldest survival instinct: retreat. But escape was not simple when her bullets barely dealt critical damage. Her pistol shifted from offensive weapon to desperate shield, blocking blades and pushing back skeletal hands. Cornered, she fought to stay composed, though her heart pounded like it wanted out. She noticed precise headshots could temporarily neutralize individual skeletons. The problem was numbers, too many enemies, and her ammo drained fast. The poison cloud she had relied on for years was now nothing more than decorative smoke. Desperate, she poured her remaining magic into a direct strike on the Necromancer, betting that killing him would collapse the army. The plan sounded solid until a massive familiar stepped from the shadows. A towering Death Knight advanced, and the balance tipped irreversibly. Breaking free from her own toxic haze, Leah felt every cell scream in pain. She barely stood, warm blood trailing down her skin into the sand. Can observed calmly, as if watching a match he had already solved. Tricks like these never frightened the dead, and Leah now understood that firsthand. She still snapped back like a cornered predator ready for one last bite. To end it, the Necromancer stepped forward and, with one precise motion, severed her head. Perhaps even within the simulation, she would learn a lesson. Every strong dimension lord eventually meets someone stronger. The duel concluded with Khan's victory, though it was only a projection. The real Leah still lived in her own world. He secured his dimension and extended the protection period without major losses. The system even allowed him to claim part of her spoils, including artifacts from her treasury. His gaze locked onto the sandals of Skia, a relic once tied to a god of Alphen, boosting the wearer's speed. Old memories surfaced of the legendary Thresh set, a collection over which bloody wars had once erupted. Only the strongest beings even knew of its existence, those who once risked everything to claim each piece. To unite glory, protection, grandeur, retribution, and march into one complete legacy, a path through blood, betrayal, and dozens of brutal battles is mandatory. The set was considered the most powerful gear across all dimensions, a myth whispered only among elites. With it, Khan once reached an insane tier of power and bent Alphen to his will. If he manages to reassemble the full Thresh set, his magic and overall dominance will spike to absolute max level. That would mean reclaiming the peak he once lost, a true return to the throne. One of the core components required to forge March is the Sandals of Skia, a divine tier relic of absurd rarity. Items like that simply do not exist on Earth, so today's loot counted as massive luck. Everything was aligning perfectly. All that remained was defeating other dimension lords and expanding influence step by step. But writing Leah off the threat list would be premature. After defeat, her resurrection would trigger in 12 days, just another cycle she knew well. She had walked through death more than once and remembered the bone-freezing void. This time, though, her rage burned hotter than ever. She swore to finish what she started and erase the man from Earth. Meanwhile, after yet another victory, no one doubted the Necromancer's power anymore. The residents of Adral trained in peace, pouring effort into developing their growing city. Infrastructure expanded, new structures rose, and the fortress slowly transformed into a full-fledged capital. With matters settled, Can went to meet Jamin. He approached the barista and asked for the same drink his friend had ordered. A second later, he remembered Jamin was now a vampire. Regular drinks were off the menu. From this day on, cold latte officially replaced old food habits in a very different way. Their conversation was calm and warm. Jamin was gradually adapting to his new nature. His years of gaming suddenly paid off. When others said stop playing, he had been grinding army control skills. Can made a direct offer to appoint Jamin as chief tactician for dimensional warfare. It sounded bold, even reckless, considering the fate of an entire dimension was at stake. The Necromancer rarely trusted outsiders, but someone who had walked through hell beside him earned a chance. In the end, victory and defeat were just stages. If necessary, Khan could always demand a rematch and wipe any monster in the galaxy. That decision lifted a weight off Jamin's chest, allowing him to breathe without feeling like dead weight. Alongside his new role, he kept progressing, and one day he would step onto the real battlefield himself. Meanwhile, a nearly forgotten soul completed its restoration. Not Leah, her timer ran separately, but someone far more dangerous. Lyson resurrected yet felt hollow, as if part of his identity had been erased. Lord Malo coldly labeled him pathetic and implied even basic tasks were now questionable. He had expected more from his subordinate and doubted whether cooperation should continue. After death and rebirth, Lyson's connection to Earth was completely severed. He became an ordinary vassal, stripped of the right to seize returned stones or provoke breaches. He was not revived out of mercy. A new mission already awaited him. He would take a valuable artifact and travel to the planet Jakku. There he must locate the ancient dragon Rajakui and deliver Lord Milo's message. If the dragon destroyed Earth, Melo promised access to the planet Iferin, an offer capable of tempting any ancient apex predator. Afterward, Laysan must return to Earth and sow chaos, dividing humanity from within. The granted artifact would amplify his abilities and support this calculated scheme. This time there was zero margin for error. Speed and precision were mandatory. Lord Melo's ring would restore his mana, double his power, and create the illusion of invincibility. Now back to Adrel, the world where guild members and their families lived. Today, Nuna received a call and arranged an important alumni reunion. She stepped into the shower and began preparing, determined to look flawless like in her best years. It had been over 5 years since the last gathering, and deep down, she hoped to see Kan there. Still, she knew he was probably busy saving the world again and did not expect him to appear. Despite a trace of sadness, she felt proud that her friend handled matters far greater than ordinary life. The day promised nothing extraordinary until she stepped into the hallway and froze before a painfully familiar face. Her younger brother stood by the door, returned without warning, and calmly greeted her. She did not hesitate for a second. She threw her arms around him like he was still that same high school kid, not a vampire who had tasted death and rebirth. Tears poured out on their own, and the older sister held him tightly, unable to steady herself for a long while. She kept whispering that she would accept him no matter what, even with a tail, fangs, or as the weirdest creature alive. Only then did she notice Jamin had not come alone. Someone else stood quietly behind him. The necromancer wore a wide smile, his calm presence filling the room like silent light. Realizing the state she had greeted them in, Nuna flushed red and rushed to change. Kan simply smirked. Years of wandering had erased habits like knocking on doors. There was no time for long talks, so he gave a brief farewell and moved on. Even after world-shaking victories, his mind stayed locked on leveling up. Obsession for some, survival necessity for him. Soon he met with Ponchik and received full intel on a new dungeon. Another purge was coming, but this dungeon carried something different in its aura. Kan decided to go solo and strictly forbade interference. He calmly descended into the subway and entered a dungeon known as the Garden of Mibichi. Experience warned him. A 6th-tier dungeon meant something truly dangerous lurked inside. The connection between dungeons and spatial dimensions was tightening like a noose. It was only a matter of time before one of the lords carved a path to Earth. To prevent invasion, threats had to be eliminated on their own ground. The portal opened, and instead of wasting time on minor mobs, Kan moved straight toward the core. Outside, cold winds swept the station, and for 6 hours Ponchik regretted not following. Sometimes he imagined hidden warrior talent within himself, a guy who barely held a joystick now mentally saving the planet. He worried for his boss and refused to return to the office. Maybe that loyalty was exactly why he kept getting promoted. Inside the dungeon, a full day passed. Time flowed 4 times faster there. Even for Kan, who never wasted seconds, that distortion felt strange. Suddenly, one staff member's phone vibrated with urgent news. Multiple resets had occurred simultaneously, and more than 20 new breach zones appeared. No one expected such a strike, and confusion spread instantly. Analysis revealed most of the new dungeons were 6th rank or higher. That meant global crisis. The world had not prepared for this scale. It was not just South Korea. The entire planet felt destabilized, as if someone was deliberately shaking the balance. Laysan and his lord were obvious suspects, though proof remained absent. The necromancer's absence only amplified the tension. While the world teetered on the edge, he was deep within a dungeon. Delay now could lead to irreversible consequences. Megacity residents were already aware of alarming reports. Panic simmered quietly, though strange events on the streets had yet to draw attention. A pale man stood trembling, trying to convince himself what he had seen was not illusion. He did not know whether the voice was demon or ancient god. It hardly mattered if it meant saving his sick daughter. He had no choice. He would obey the command of the otherworldly being. The man approached a guarded subway station, where soldiers and hunters stood watch. Pulling his hood low, he stepped forward and heard a warning. Instead of stopping, he lunged ahead, forcing his way through with desperate resolve. No one knew what promise the spirit had given him, but the fallout could alter the nation's fate. Meanwhile, Laysan set his plan into motion. He gathered an army of monsters and prepared to unleash them upon the human world. The Spider Queen Charlotte was already raising her brood, promising them a feast on Earth. Now shift the scene to a place where people still felt no storm approaching. The 13th reunion of Mito High School was officially declared open. In the hall stood grown adults, smiling and reminiscing about school days as if they had ended only yesterday. Reunions always start warm and nostalgic, familiar faces glowing under soft lights, until the night spins out of control. Deep down, Nuna still hoped Kan would suddenly appear in the doorway, even though logic said the odds were near zero. She kept glancing at the entrance as if she could summon him by will alone. Then a heavy crash thundered from the corridor. A classmate burst into the hall with the face of someone who had just realized the reunion had officially gone off the rails. He shouted for everyone to run, warning that an army of spiders from a breached dungeon was right behind him. He knew those might be his final seconds, yet he chose to warn the others anyway. The room froze, as if time itself glitched, fear pinning people to the floor. The party turned into a trap the moment a crushing aura of death approached the building. The Spider Queen Charlotte had decided to personally grace the reunion with her presence. The bitter irony was that the rest of the city had not yet grasped the scale of the breach. Meanwhile, Jamin strolled calmly through the evening streets, trying to adjust to life among humans again. After time spent among dimension monsters, Earth felt both familiar and alien. His relaxed mood vanished when he noticed a column of military vehicles rolling by. That was the signal. An ordinary night was mutating into a crisis. A notification hit his phone about mass dungeon resets and urgent civilian evacuation. The vampire instantly connected the dots and remembered the subway station near Mito High. A chilling image formed in his mind. The reunion could become ground zero. The sky was no longer filled with just spiders, but dense swarms of bats. This was not a movie or legend. The city was under real invasion. Soldiers opened fire, trying to shoot down creatures before they reached civilians. People ran through the streets searching for shelter, shoving and stumbling. Yet the chaos felt less random and more like a calculated strike. Evacuation had barely begun and control was already slipping. The monsters shifted flight paths, accelerating suddenly and ruining aim. With multiple breaches across the nation, awakened fighters were stretched dangerously thin. Everything now depended on the courage of those on the front line. But when a new shadow swallowed the sky, the bats stopped being the main threat. A colossal dragon loomed overhead like something ripped from epic fantasy pages. It was Rajakui, an ancient yellow dragon capable of erasing a city block with one tail strike. The most unsettling part, Khan knew nothing of the catastrophe unfolding above. He was deep inside a dungeon, focused entirely on his own duel. Before him stood a man in a dark cloak, his presence heavy and suffocating. Perhaps this was the one called Mibichi, the ruler of this dimension. The stranger slowly removed his hood and declared he had waited too long for this meeting. It was Mib, one of Alphen's strongest knights and once a close ally of Khan. The Necromancer remained cold and composed, offering a brief greeting to the old comrade. From the outside, it might seem he merely followed St. Murdy's path, but the truth ran deeper. Mib did not even know Murdy was alive, as if their last encounter had ended in tragedy. Once, rumors of her alliance with the Necromancer would have sounded insane. Now it was reality, reshaping the balance of power. Mib himself had been accused of betrayal and siding with Tranit. The warrior claimed the truth was more complex than simple labels. According to him, Tranit represented a new world order impossible to resist. Even the gods, he argued, could not halt that tide. He did not see his choice as betrayal, but adaptation to the inevitable. To Khan, those words sounded like surrender dressed as philosophy. If his old friend truly chose that path, then words were useless. Former allies were destined to become enemies. Khan calmly drew his sword just as he had done hundreds of times before. Mib mirrored the motion, proving he remained a lethal opponent. They did not call him Alphen's strongest warrior for nothing. Mib spent decades sharpening body and mind until every movement became a calibrated formula of death. His swordsmanship was beyond insane. The blade moved faster than thought, and his stance shifted before an opponent could even inhale. Yes, the Necromancer once cleansed Alphen of monsters, but he did it with an undead legion, strategy, and ruthless calculation. In a clean one-on-one duel, Mib had never truly fallen behind his former ally, and he knew it. If the fight dragged on without intervention, even Khan could not fully predict the outcome, so he summoned a familiar without hesitation. Not out of fear, but out of refusal to indulge someone else's duelist fantasy. Some would call it cowardice, but wars are won by those who use every resource on the board. Mib needed to understand. The rules had changed. The era of romantic duels was over. Now it was not one sword and one will against him, but 30 elite undead moving like a single organism. In the jungle, no one signs a code of honor. The strongest survives, not the most noble. While Khan made hard choices without blinking, his hometown slid deeper into fire and chaos. The new breach dwarfed the previous one, and tension in Seoul hit critical mass. Forces were stretched thin. Hunters scattered across the sprawling city. Every Adrael member held their sector, but without the Necromancer, the system began to crack. The most terrifying factor was the dragon roaming freely above the capital. Until Khan returned, someone had to step up and prevent panic from winning. For the first time, Sangu truly felt responsibility. No more hiding as the second option. Meanwhile, Ponchik and his assistant still waited at the dungeon entrance, ignoring advice to take shelter. They waited for the boss while absorbing alarming news reports. When Ponchik heard the dragon had appeared near his favorite burger spot, he nearly lost composure. For a split second, he imagined losing his favorite cheeseburger as a personal tragedy. The irony masked a grim truth. The situation was turning lethal. Can sensed the distortion in balance and accelerated the dungeon duel's conclusion. Upon returning, he found a note from Ponchik, who had gone to save documents and equipment from the office. That was the cost of hyper-focusing on power growth. The real world slips through the cracks. Yet Sangu was not the only one stepping up. Another fighter emerged from the shadows. Jamin unleashed his vampire abilities in a real urban battlefield for the first time. He moved across rooftops at terrifying speed, and at that moment, Kan's voice echoed in his mind. It was a long-range mental link, a technique reserved for those bound by trust. Jamin reported the chaos and admitted he was rushing toward the school where Nuna was. That district had already been spotted swarming with deadly spiders. By then, alumni hung in webs like trophies on a hunter's wall. Charlotte methodically wrapped her victims, preparing for her feast. Her mood was high. Human prey felt like a gourmet delicacy. Dungeons never carried such sweet terror. Tonight felt like a festival. Even the thought that Mello had first claimed rights to Earth stirred jealousy. She wanted this world for herself. She slowly selected her next victim, savoring anticipation. The sweetness of human flesh and despair called to her. Hearing the screams, Nuna felt her heart drop into her stomach. She was certain no help would arrive, not even the police in time. Then two swift figures appeared on the horizon. Kan and Jamin stormed into the chaos zone, ready to erase every spider in sight. The Necromancer summoned skeletons, placing Lyric at the front to lead the assault. Charlotte had already approached Nuna, deciding she would be the main course. Her limb-like appendages brushed the web near the helpless girl. Suddenly, an explosion thundered. The shockwave hurled the queen backward and shattered part of her cocoon. Nuna broke free, and seeing Kan, burst into tears of relief. He had come after all, even if at the final second. While Jamin helped his sister stand, Kan methodically cleared the perimeter. He had always despised those who targeted his people, and this time he was ready to go all the way, leaving his enemies zero chance. The cheerful classmates had already gathered around the stage, hyped for their local hero to show up at any second. They laughed, shared old school memories, snapped photos, just vibing, bothering no one. Then Charlotte crashed the cozy reunion like etiquette had never been invented. You do not just kick down the door to someone's party with an army of spiders when you were never invited. If she did not understand words, then the explanation would come in a harsher language. No small talk, just impact. Charlotte had no intention of retreating either. Her perfectly prepared dinner had just been ruined. She summoned her entire brood and ordered the spiders to tighten the circle around the overconfident hero. The tension spiked so high that one mistake could cost a life. Instead of drawing his usual sword, Kan decided to switch the script and catch her off guard. He pulled out a massive warhammer and smashed it down in the center of the hall. The shockwave rippled across the floor, crushing nearby spiders like grapes under a press. Charlotte struggled to watch her precious offspring reduced to pulp, but distraction was fatal. She was next on the list. With the first charge, the Necromancer slammed her into a wall, shattering a leg and cracking ribs. He gave her no breathing room and instantly activated the razor blade technique. Magical spikes pierced her body and a furious screech tore through the hole. Now she looked more like a mutilated exhibit, fully aware humans were not her playground. Only one step remained, the final strike to seal it. While Kan methodically finished Charlotte, his top student was far from idle. Sangu fought in the city center, where chaos matched the school's disaster. His waves of fire saved the district just as monsters nearly sealed the encirclement. Luckily, he crossed paths with Chohei and her battle-trained saber-toothed tiger. Together, they moved like a synced combo, as if they had rehearsed this fight. But mana reserves plummeted fast. They needed even a few seconds of breathing space. A brief hesitation made the mage an easy target for an advancing beast. He realized his magic was drained. This would be hand-to-hand now. His physical strikes were not legendary, so the odds looked shaky. Then fate dropped a bonus. A massive explosion erased the monster outright. Kan's familiars had joined the battlefield, deciding the chaos could be handled without their master. Little Bibi had no intention of letting allies fall to arrogant creatures. She brought St. Murdy along to instantly heal the wounded. Sangu's strength surged back, and he locked into combat rhythm again. Rumors spread that Kan was already returning, so holding the line was enough. Meanwhile, Stone Rocky crushed monsters calmly, like this was just another daily routine. News arrived. The Necromancer had crossed a new threshold of power and could now summon the Plague King. Once known as Gen, that warrior had stood at the highest rank among the Immortals' soldiers. In 2 centuries, he had slaughtered over 30 million people. His presence alone signaled epidemic. Sangu remembered he would train under that being, and a chill ran through him. He pretended calm. But when your mentor is the Plague King, career counseling will not save you. The truth was simple. Kan himself had once spilled even more blood. In this world, you either grow stronger or vanish. Soon, the Necromancer arrived and immediately locked onto the main threat. To cleanse Soul of Chaos, the dragon perched on the broadcast tower had to fall. Without it, the remaining monsters would lose coordination and become easy prey. As always, Kan chose to go solo, refusing backup. Leaping from rooftop to rooftop, he eliminated lesser beasts below as he advanced. He hovered near level 80. But would that be enough against such a foe? The yellow dragon Rijeki wielded devastating fire breath. Kan relied on his spiritual armor, though it had barely endured such force before. Behind him stood thousands of civilians who believed in him alone. He had to hold the line, otherwise Soul would become ash. Kan lunged forward and took the torrent of fire head-on, lighting the city in a blinding flash. The brilliance was so intense people lost orientation, as if a second sun had risen. Through the roar of flames came the dragon's irritated growl. Rajakui realized his attack had failed. A new force had entered the field. The Plague King stepped forward, shielding his master, and it became clear. The real battle had just begun. Jen even managed to crack a joke, saying his master just picked up a brand new pet. But in reality, standing before them was nothing more than a trainette pawn that needed to be erased ASAP. The Golden Dragon had caused chaos on Jaka countless times, so yeah, its downfall was long overdue. Normally, the dragon ends fights instantly with a blast of fire breath. This time, it did not even bother brushing its teeth, just to crank the damage up to max level. Probably for the first time ever, an opponent tanked that attack and instead of backing off, wanted more. The Plague King had not stretched in ages, meaning this was about to turn into a real show. First move, he dimmed the enemy's vision and dragged it into shadowy chaos. The dragon was clearly spoiled by constant winds. You could feel it even on instinct level. It kept hyping itself up, acting like even the devil would not scare it. The thing is, its armor is insane, but even top-tier defense has weak spots. All it takes is recalling past dragon kills and crafting a fresh strategy. Too bad there was zero time, because the dragon was already diving in. It did not vibe with the dust around, so it decided to delete that annoying skeleton. Kan just stood there the whole time, not even flinching, betting the skeleton would cover him. The mage pulled out a clutch move instantly, proving why he is considered elite. He summoned hundreds of Hydra units through a classic Abyss portal. Honestly, the whole scene looked unreal, and the dragon was definitely not ready for that. All its jokes died instantly, and the shock was impossible to hide. Finally, it found a worthy opponent, one that would not fold, but push forward. Everything happened so fast, nobody could react, but the entire city witnessed the beauty of it. A flash of light within deep darkness lit up the whole central district. It was clear the mage was not backing down and still in peak condition. He had just been unsealed after ages, and nobody could guess what he would do next. Maybe hit McDonald's first to fix that skinny build real quick. But he was summoned for real battles, not nonsense, so time to drop the jokes and prep for war. Also, the artifact hunt cannot be forgotten, especially a key piece of Trash's set. The mage kept repeating that execution must be found, but now there were issues with that. Kan was not even sure the item actually existed, but the search would continue anyway. Honestly, it felt good knowing the main crew had offloaded some responsibility. He summoned old allies who now handled the dirty work, giving him breathing room. Still, the mess left by that stinky yellow lizard had to be cleaned up. Everything was fine until instincts sharpened and alarms went off. The Necromancer looked up and spotted a bright red dot closing in fast. Not every day you see a meteor dropping, especially after the forecast promised rain. Seoul residents would not appreciate an apocalypse, so something had to be done to save millions. Turns out Jen the Mage already made a move, summoning that meteor to finish the dragon. The backup arrived late, leading to this messy situation. Still, the city was gradually clearing out, and some people saw profit in the chaos. There are always those guys filming absurd stuff for their YouTube channels. Problem is, some individuals really do not tolerate that kind of behavior. Kan was not warned there would be a live broadcast here. These guys had two options, pay up or play by his rules. Being broke and young, they chose the second option instantly. Minutes later, emergency news hit public TV. According to the Immortal, the Necromancer detected a meteor summoned by Rajaki. Rumor had it impact would happen in 15 minutes, so morning prayers were off. The Necromancer even ordered troops to evacuate before it was too late. The local hero personally took control of all monsters near the central district. Dude clearly lost it, not realizing the meteor would atomize him. Locals understood escape was pointless. The shockwave would catch them anyway. All that was left was to hope the hero would pull off another miracle and stop it. This whole story was just a cover to hide the ugly truth. No way Kan could admit the meteor came from his own assistant. Now he had to clean up this mess himself, while the mage did not even feel guilty. He only wanted to wipe out monsters in one hit, not thinking humans mattered that much. Anyway, enough talk, time to focus on the real action. A massive flash was about to go down, impossible to ignore. Even the Plague King never imagined using magic to save humans. To him, they were just ants getting in the way. But when the boss threatens a pay cut, suddenly Big Barrier Mode gets activated. The monsters below had no clue what was happening. They came to party, but ended up on the edge of death. The mage stopped the meteor with a barrier, then unleashed full power on the remaining monsters. For the next few days, Central Seoul went through heavy reconstruction. Koreans bragged that while others use nukes, they have a necromancer. Of course, all eyes locked on the main hero, pulling in massive hype. Now the entire country faced a major decision. Accept protection from Adrel or watch them leave. Not just civilians had time to think. Guild members were also processing everything, still in shock. Their boss kept creating insane situations they had to clean up. They were used to it by now, but that did not mean they liked it. Allies hoped to strike a deal with the government and stay in the country. Nobody wanted to leave and abandon the locals. While everyone was overthinking, Khan cleared every dungeon in Korea. Then he got an overseas invite and headed out to chill a bit. By the way, Earth was slowly turning into Alphen. Back then, saying that could get your tongue cut out, now it hits different. Alphen once had peace too, until monsters flooded everything. They had to constantly wipe out invasions, just like Earth now. First step is destroying monster bases and their generals. Take those out, and life gets slightly easier. Right now, Roman Italy was way too hot for tourism. Monsters were attacking the city center again, suffocating civilians. Soldiers were already in action, barely holding them back. Not going great, since the odds were clearly against humans. They just got orders to retreat as soon as a safe corridor opened. Bombs were planted across the city, and in 4 minutes, it would turn into chaos fireworks. It would not wipe all monsters, but at least slow them down. The vehicles supposed to leave the zone suddenly stopped. Confused soldiers looked around as flying monsters closed in. Young troops already said their goodbyes, knowing bullets would not stop them. One soldier even saw his whole life flash before his eyes. Then came a surge of energy. He opened his eyes, and it was over. The monsters were wiped out, all thanks to one warrior. The Necromancer was known even in Europe, no intro needed. Murdy stayed behind to heal the injured, while Can handled bigger business. He was warned about bombs in the alley, but clearly did not care. They say cool guys do not look at explosions, but ignoring bombs everywhere hits different. This situation clearly needed another familiar stepping in, one who had some debts to repay. This bloodthirsty, spectacle-loving maniac would gladly wipe a city off the map without hesitation. The moment he got the green light to clear the perimeter, the entire battlefield instantly heated up to max intensity. A large-scale explosion was one of Jen's signature moves, the very skill that made his name back in the early days. Once the low-tier monsters were dealt with, the squad rushed straight toward the so-called base. The Colosseum had changed over time, and honestly, not for the better. Ancient gladiators would not approve of this mess, and neither would the locals. At this base, they were about to run into yet another old acquaintance, and this reunion would not be pleasant. It felt like bumping into a classmate who still owes you money, and the vibe instantly goes south. The local boss already knew he was facing the guy who wiped out every monster around, meaning no time for jokes. The Dimension Lord Nictor was a giant warrior from the Yellow Lizard Alliance of planet Jaka. He looked intimidating and aggressive as hell, but the real question was whether he could actually fight. Turns out, Nictor was just Rajaki's lackey, running all his dirty errands. The moment he learned his boss had retired, things started looking real bad for him. His confidence dropped faster than a blogger losing followers after a bad feminism joke. Then rage kicked in, and he completely lost control over his emotions. Still, revenge for his boss had to be taken, even if the odds were stacked against him. Too bad the Necromancer was so fast and agile that landing a hit was nearly impossible. By the time the warrior swung, Khan could brew espresso, eat a croissant, and scroll TikTok. For this kind of work, he always had familiars ready to handle the dirty business. With helpers like these, the Necromancer was slowly losing his edge. He had gotten way too lazy, delegating most of the work to others. Sure, it looked cool from the outside, but at a critical moment, it could backfire hard on the main hero. For now, though, the warrior was finished, and the Colosseum could be considered cleared. In the end, he was just a big fighter with an oversized ego and terrible defense skills. Now everything left at the base had to be burned down to restore the site for future tourists. The Plague King handled it perfectly, since fire was his main element after all. After the cleanup, another fragment of a dimension revealed itself, floating slightly in the air. Just a reminder, this stone fragment was a key used to access Trainet's game. In Korea, out of 9 dimensions, only 3 contained such keys. Counting the ones Can got from the Dread Dungeon, he now had 5 dimension stones. Also, it was hard not to notice that all bases were located in crowded areas or historical landmarks. That actually worked in the Necromancer's favor, making it easier to track down these monsters. If the Dimension Lords had stayed hidden, cleansing Earth would have been way harder. now shifting over to Jeju Island, where the Manjangul Cave is located. The renovation schedule got moved up, and that caused a bit of a problem. Tourists were still inside, meaning they had to be evacuated immediately. For an ordinary guard, today felt seriously off. Rumor had it the contractor changed, and now some weird construction was going on. Stuff like this had happened before, but today everything felt extra secretive. The manager gave strict orders not to let anyone else inside. After that, he and his assistants activated some mysterious aura. On his hand was a ring that looked strangely familiar. Turns out, the manager was that same slime named Laysan, here to summon Lord Mello into this world. Meanwhile, Khan wrapped things up in Italy's capital and flew to rainy London. A very important meeting awaited him there, one that could change everything. Journalists already knew Khan would take part in London's military operation. The army, exhausted from prolonged war, welcomed such a powerful hunter with open arms. Now locals were glued to their TVs, watching high-level monster extermination live. The Korean, alongside his undead army, was ready to put on a masterclass. At the same time, Dr. Toppler referred to Khan as the second candidate to save the world. If the Necromancer was only second, it was scary to imagine who held the top spot. The operation went flawlessly, and the Necromancer secured the sixth dimension fragment. After that, a young man approached him, clearly convinced the Korean star earned his reputation. His name was Tom Claxon, chairman of London's Awakened Association. He then made a rather strange offer to buy a dimension fragment. It was weird that he even knew such stones existed. While the world was still clueless about them, London's association head was already trying to buy one. Apparently, some countries had already obtained fragments and started research. England wanted its own sample, and Dr. James Toppler was the one pushing for it. Khan had heard that name before and immediately recalled an old storyline. Back then, the doctor had explained many details about these fragments. No need to repeat it all. What mattered was that he clearly knew more than others. When Khan first heard that story, he did not even notice the doctor lived in England. It would be smart to arrange a meeting and talk to that old man directly. The conversation with the chairman ended without results, though they agreed to stay in touch. Tom strongly urged Khan to reconsider and sell the fragment. Before leaving, the Necromancer personally asked for a favor. Meeting the doctor felt crucial. At least that is what his instincts told him. This mysterious old man was closer than anyone to the truth behind the dungeons. He lived in a countryside mansion only the ultra-rich could afford. James Toppler even had Korean tea ready, and that did not feel like a coincidence. Turns out he knew Korean too, not just dimension secrets. Then he started speaking to Murdy, using the language of Alphen. Now it made sense why Khan and Murdy froze in place like that. The Necromancer immediately pulled out a knife and demanded answers from James Toppler. First things first, he was not a dimension lord or a villain, just a man unafraid of death, and clearly for a reason. The strangest part was that he had no soul, despite looking human. Necromancers are known for seeing souls in humans, animals, even insects. Khan had never encountered a being without a soul before, but this old man had none, and the realization sent chills down the spine. James quickly calmed his guest, saying they ultimately shared the same goal. Dr. Toppler came from another dimension, and that was all he could say. He also knew he would not be killed, since Khan came for answers. The old man was clearly a master manipulator, outplaying his inexperienced opponent. At that point, the only move left was to accept the game, sit down, and continue the talk. This was not just about protecting Earth, but all planets. The old man began explaining transit matter, but avoided how it was created. The core formed from transit matter, creating a supernatural link with every planet. Because of that, dimensional movement came into existence. Living beings could travel between dimensions due to unstable connections. That clearly referred to Khan's own experience of ending up on another planet. The conversation dragged on, with James remaining mysterious as ever. It was time to get straight to the point and ask how to save Earth. Transit was the connection itself, while dimension territories acted as links. Blocking that connection could strengthen defenses, and it seemed Murdy understood. A planet's god functioned like a barrier, sealing that connection. Earth's god would soon appear, and had to be protected from Transit's influence. In simple terms, only by protecting that god could the connection be cut and Earth saved. Alphen had its own god once too, but that story ended on a pretty tragic note. No matter how strong the barrier is, it cannot block every single virus, which means someone has to become the ultimate cure. In other words, there must be someone who wipes out every virus that slips through, and that someone has to be the Necromancer. Looks like the king was absolutely right when he kept pushing for that key artifact. That chest called Trash's Execution is the kind of weapon that can delete any opponent, anytime. After that, James stated that the Necromancer is the only one who truly sees the world for what it is. And with that, the strange and slightly chaotic conversation came to an end. Khan wanted more and decided to stop the old man no matter the cost. But instead of a physical body, he felt nothing but a transparent projection. As a final note, James wished the Necromancer luck on his long path toward the truth. In the next moment, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind a bitter aftertaste. Now there was no doubt left. The hunt for Trash's execution had to begin. This was the final weapon that could push the Necromancer to the next level. The portal was already open, and Can looked dead serious, like a director rebooting Harry Potter. Soon after, Adral successfully signed an agreement with the Korean government and became an independent state. You could say the whole squad got exactly what they wanted, all thanks to the boss's power.
The crew celebrated for a long time, hyping themselves up nonstop.
To be fair, Khan was not the one handling negotiations, so his allies really carried that work. They were all waiting to reunite with the Necromancer, who was returning to Korea that very day. Still, none of them could even imagine what the boss would do next. They had now become a full-fledged state with influence reaching across the globe. Chan was even thinking about becoming prime minister, even though nobody offered him that role. When the staff arrived at the guild office, they saw a guard arguing with some unknown man. The guy kept insisting he had to get in, claiming he personally knew the boss. Turns out it was Hunter Blanca, who had finally arrived from India. Donut recognized him instantly and shut the conflict down fast. It would have been way easier if he had contacted the guild in advance. The Indian hunter was quickly shown around Adral's guild headquarters. He liked the place a lot, though he did not expect to meet the boss so soon. Apparently, Can had already been there for a while, wondering why no one was at their posts. The Indian hunter had to explain why he arrived so late. Either way, welcome to Adral. Now this team is basically your second family. The staff then reported all recent updates and presented the independence agreement papers. Can listened carefully, like every word mattered. Mr. Chan even joked that now he should call him ruler. The response came back saying, "Your Majesty would be more fitting." The boss smiled and called it a joke, but somehow that did not feel like one. The news did not change his plans at all, and he immediately ordered everyone to gather. A serious talk was coming, meaning big changes were ahead. Everyone felt uneasy, sensing something major was about to go down. The boss started talking about entering the outer world and reminded them they had been destroying dimensional links. All of this was hurting Earth since enemies kept forming new connections non-stop, wiping cities out. It had gotten old real quick, and it was time to admit that fighting on Earth was inefficient. Constant defense drains you. It was time to go on offense and push forward. From his words, everyone started guessing he was hinting at a trip to Alphen. But that beautiful planet where he spent years was better saved for later. Right now, planet Jaka looked way more appealing, since Khan already had influence there. It was time to start hunting the yellow lizards organized by Rajakui and grow stronger. The team quickly packed up and prepared for a major life shift. They headed to a Seoul subway station where another unexpected meeting took place. Big Chondo was not about to let his friend go alone and wanted in on the action. He assembled a full squad with specialists for every role. There was a linker, an active tank, even a healer, while Sangu had a different mission. He needed to complete his training, and that required a permanent mentor. The young mage was so scared of meeting the Plague King, he nearly broke down trying to stay with the boss. They had to explain that Jen had already made contact and was ready to take him as a student. Looks like Sangu could not escape brutal training. Compared to what is coming, his past trials with the Necromancer would feel like a walk in the park. Then the portal finally opened, revealing a world that would become their new home. Planet Jaka, where Adral's dimension exists, is truly a wild place. You can find monsters not just from different planets, but even from different galaxies. People once thought Can only controlled dungeons, but now he ruled an entire dimension. Another part of his crew was waiting there, clearly missing their boss. This group even had a leader, the vampire Jamin. He did not even realize he was the leader, getting awkward when it was said out loud. Sadly, Shy Jamin still believed he might be a burden to the team. He needed to trust himself more, especially with new training ahead. After all, he had to protect his sister, and that would not come easy. Right after scouting the new world, the Necromancer opened another portal and told everyone to get ready. Everyone looked dead serious, like they had no idea what kind of trouble they were stepping into. Meanwhile, Sangu would be training with the Plague King, and that was not something to envy. At the same time, the Necromancer and his squad would conquer the remaining dungeons of Jaka. They chose to head into the Nazaya Pillar dungeon, which looked calm at first glance. The boss ordered everyone to split up and called the young mage to follow him. Then strange noises echoed and hostile monsters appeared on the horizon. They already knew the man who killed the yellow lizard had arrived, and they wanted a word. They even offered Can a high-ranking position, like that would interest him. Now everyone feared him, but he came here to kill, not to listen to sweet talk. The squad leader lost his head instantly, literally. That was the signal. Negotiations were off. Conquest had begun. Like a raging typhoon, he and his squad swept through the dungeon, wiping everything out. While his old allies were chilling and barely training, the Necromancer kept leveling up non-stop. To be honest, Khan handled almost all the monsters himself and did it in record time. Once he and Sangu left the dungeon, all responsibility shifted to the team. Their task was simple: find dungeons and clear them. At first, it sounded impossible, especially without terrain knowledge or GPS. But taming a small bird was enough. It would guide them instantly. Now back to the main hero and the young mage, who reached yet another dungeon. Carl wanted to handle this zone personally, while little Sangu could get ready for training. That meant they had arrived, and yeah, time to change those soaked pants. There was no soft landing either, since the boss just dropped him off mid-flight. Hard to even comment on that, no parachute, nothing. From now on, every free second was training time, and survival would require pure luck. Just recently, Sangu thought he had already gone through the worst training of his life. Now he was about to meet the Plague King and learn what real pain means. We have seen how that guy treats people, so mercy was not an option. Days, maybe weeks, awaited him, pushing limits non-stop under constant threat of death. For a few seconds, he begged Can to take him back home, but nobody listened. The boss did not even think about stepping in and just watched from the sidelines. In that moment, he remembered his first encounter with the Plague King and how it ended. That skeleton can straight up be called insane, if only because it absolutely loves killing. Better leave the teacher and student alone for now and move on to clearing yet another dungeon. Turns out this place is the camp of Dimension Lord Leah, meaning skeleton support is a must. Every single one of those warriors got their moment to shine and charged in without hesitation. The immortal Necromancer stayed back, taking a calm, calculated stance with zero rush. He knew the second the skeletons reached the dungeon walls, the counterfire would start instantly. Loud explosions echoed out and the skeleton army started taking heavy losses. After that, the Necromancer switched tactics and repurposed the Fallen for something bigger. One by one, they turned into stone, forming a single massive warrior. This giant stone juggernaut was built to break through, and it looked more than ready. The cannons opened fire again without warning, but this time the results were way worse. The stone beast pushed through, slammed into the walls, and shattered the defenses with sheer force. After that, the remaining familiars burst out of the seal, all ordered to go all in. Now the odds shifted hard and the cannons could no longer keep up. The local warriors could not believe their former general had turned traitor. They stared at the lizard named Larrick, refusing to believe what they were seeing. That is just how the rules work on planet Jaka. Predator devours predator. Long ago, the local god made a prophecy, and everything now pointed to it coming true. With no master left, the base was finally conquered and could now be occupied instead of destroyed. The name Leah should ring a bell since the Necromancer has already crossed paths with her. After her injury, she still had not recovered enough to reclaim her territory. Can refused to occupy the base and chose a completely different move. He hit the destruction switch and wiped everything around into nothingness. It would be interesting to see Leah's face when she finds out her base is gone. But there was no time for that. There were way more interesting things going on than her reaction. Meanwhile, the Hunter Squad was holding steady and moving with confidence. Even without their boss, their progress barely slowed down. Poor Jamin got sent to drink the blood of a dead monster, and honestly, he did not hate it. It looked kinda awkward from the outside, but the energy filled him up instantly. No time to stop, the little bird already pointed out the next direction. The hunters kept moving through the forest until they heard a strange rustle in the bushes. When they turned around, they got jumped by some wild killer beaver. Everything happened so fast they had to activate split consciousness mode. In that instant, everyone received instructions, and the team synced like a machine. Every hunter wanted to prove themselves and show what they were made of. Some flexed raw power, while others supported with magic, and some relied purely on speed. Just look at this guy like he had not eaten in months. Not long ago, he was the quietest dude alive, until he grew fangs and started fearing garlic. The squad should prank him with a holy water shower, though Jamin would definitely not appreciate it. Alright, enough messing around, time to focus on the next threat. A pack of wolves appeared on the horizon, and these ones were definitely starving. The call was made to retreat immediately, but Jamin hesitated for some reason. He did not turn back, like something was pulling him forward non-stop. The guy snapped fast, like gamers hearing Nvidia dropped a new GPU. He lost control again, and it was honestly scary to imagine how this would end. They kept telling him to stop and come back to his senses, but he was yelling about Dracula and vampire supremacy. Just seconds ago, the wolves were hyped for an easy meal, even arguing where to start. Now they were the ones in trouble, not even knowing where to run. A single vampire was tearing them apart, even trying to skin them alive mid-fight. The allies stood frozen, unsure whether to help or run from this demon. Truth is, escape was not even an option anymore. Strange swamp creatures appeared behind them, looking like Ember Herd without makeup. The forest monsters clearly sensed intruders and moved to eliminate them. If you think that was the end of it, that is a huge mistake. Reinforcements came from the sky, and the hunters felt trapped in a cage. Horrific creatures surrounded them from every direction, and hope started fading. Running was obvious, but the real question was, where? The guy obsessed with series and bodybuilding grabbed the vampire and said it was time to bounce. Jamin was not having it, and threatened to drink his ally's blood right there. Years of steroids made Beck's skin so tough it could not even be pierced, meaning the vampire had to settle for tomato juice and follow orders. While the hunters fought to escape the forest, the young mage wished he could join them. Compared to his current training, fighting wild monsters sounded like a vacation. When Sangu heard he would learn fire magic, he was actually excited. No one warned him that a real hellfire is a nightmare not everyone survives. The Plague King's training methods were straight up unhinged. He seriously needed a therapist. Instead of teaching skills, he was basically trying to kill his own student. Sangu had no choice but to grab whatever weapon he could and fight for his life. A wooden stick was useless against flaming meteors, but still better than nothing. The young warrior charged forward, ready to fight until his last breath. Deep down, he accepted that death was inevitable, so fearing it made no sense. His body filled with resolve, visible in the fire burning in his eyes. The Plague King did not hesitate and welcomed the clash head-on. He not only blocked the attack, but started absorbing Sangu's fire. Clearly, he enjoyed causing pain, all because a human once turned him into a familiar. Then it followed the classic script. Flames erupted and a massive explosion hit. That did not mean Sangu would give up, not after everything he went through. He was just unlucky that his teacher turned out to be a complete psycho. At this point, the only option left was to play along and take the psycho down. Right then, the Plague King unleashed a death tornado straight at him. Dodging was nearly impossible due to the speed gap, and blocking would be even worse. That left only one move: use the teacher's technique against him, meaning Sangu would redirect that power back if he survived the next second. He had reached the edge of his life, and everything would be decided now. He screamed like a wild opossum and then did something completely impossible with bare hands. Jen was sure he was just another weakling who would fold instantly. Instead, he faced someone who did not fear death and craved victory above all. Somehow, Sangu pulled off the impossible and could not hide his joy. He absorbed insane power, emotions flooding over him. That meant one thing: he had finally mastered the basics of magic and conquered fire. This deadly training session turned out to be insanely valuable. The happy kid started thanking his teacher, talking about how grateful he was. That lasted right until another explosion reminded him it was not over. There are no breaks between rounds here. This is old school training. Only constant battles and life or death pressure can turn a weakling into a real man. While Sangu tried to adapt to his new life, Planet Jaka was doing the same. The lizards were clearly not happy since their dominance was coming to an end. One of them was deeply worried about the shamaness and kept asking about her condition. He asked the guard to tell her that a savior had arrived on the planet. After that, the guard stepped aside and allowed him to enter the room of Shaman Seitsushi. She looked way too calm, like that tea came with something extra on the side. They had to explain that Ria Fortress had already been destroyed, and it was done by a new predator who took down Lyric. Word spread that this new predator does not ally with anyone and wipes out absolutely everything in its path. The shaman was not frightened at all, and instead became even more convinced that united alliances would destroy the outsider. In the past, that would have been true, but this invader is different because he kills monsters with his bare hands. It is possible that he is the very human from the prophecy, which means he cannot be ignored. All the hints point to Khan being the one who must save this planet if he truly is the chosen one. The inexperienced lizard even started celebrating, saying that pleasant times had finally arrived. He was immediately told that the prophecy is nothing more than a lie meant to give false hope. The real ancient prophecy says that the chosen predator will destroy this entire planet. All that remains is to pray that the Necromancer is just another villain who will soon leave. The conversation was interrupted immediately after a warning about an invasion. Flames had already appeared near the settlement, which meant things were about to heat up fast. A large force had already attacked the lizards beyond the forest, and the shaman was urged to evacuate. Of course, she could not do that since she had already prepared to watch the new season of Young Sherlock. The alliances have long been fighting each other, so waiting for help is meaningless. In addition to a powerful predator, the enemy has a numerical advantage thanks to skeleton warriors. The lizards were clearly shaken because they now had to face the one who destroyed their general. Kan did not even think about stopping and kept moving forward without pause. The most interesting part is that he barely cares where he is or who stands against him. The guy does not even understand where he ended up, and that is not a problem at all. He simply wants to destroy everything in his path, and there is something almost amusing about it. Seeing a large number of armed lizards, he calmly gave the order to kill every single one of them. For the skeletons, that was exactly what they needed, and they rushed in like starving hounds. The lizards nervously prepared for battle, trying to hide their inner fear. At the peak of the battle, an important incident suddenly stopped the bloodshed. Lyric, now a familiar, chose this exact moment to speak to his king. He asked Can to show mercy and leave his people alone. They are merely inhabitants of the planet and have nothing to do with Tranit's power. To be honest, the Necromancer had not seen such loyalty for a long time and had almost stopped believing in it. Black Knight Lyric sincerely begged for the salvation of his people and promised loyalty in return if Can showed mercy. Rejecting such an offer would have been cruel and short-sighted. At that very moment, the war ended and the Immortal ordered his troops to retreat. For the lizards, this became a day they would remember for the rest of their lives. Just as they were preparing to celebrate, the Necromancer suddenly stopped and turned around. Fear instantly overwhelmed them, and they regretted not being prepared for something like this. The reason was that on the watchtower there was a cloak that looked strangely familiar. Looking closer, it was clearly the damaged robe of trash. Such items should not be left unattended, even if they are sacred relics. Can gave the order to bring him that item and to kill anyone who tried to interfere. Mercy is one thing, but when it comes to artifacts, there is no place for emotions. Lyric immediately agreed to carry out the order, especially after his people had been spared. At that very second, the shaman ran out and asked him to stop. She reminded them that the divine cloak protects the village and must not be given to an outsider. A cold blade appeared near her neck in the very next moment. If she values her life, she should step aside and not interfere. In the end, the Necromancer got what he wanted, strengthened his dominance, and removed the limit on possessed souls. The shaman could not calm down and kept repeating that the artifact belongs to the god of destruction, and an ordinary human cannot handle it. Has she still not realized that the one standing before her is not an ordinary human, but the chosen one? The moment a Dimension Lord puts on the cloak, his body is consumed by the curse. Such words clearly do not concern a potential owner like him. If the sacred artifact is taken, the lizards will be forced to wander without a home for the rest of their lives. The shaman hurried to reassure everyone, saying that the human would be cursed and the cloak would return. Such thinking is naive, especially when times have already changed. The cloak may look worn, but it fits the Necromancer perfectly. The curse does not affect him at all, which means he is the one from the legend. All this time, the cloak belonged to him, and he is simply taking it back. After that, the shaman immediately fell to her knees while the others thought she had lost her mind. Her mind understood that before her stood the very predator known as the Herald of the God of Destruction. It seems that the planet is destined to be destroyed, regardless of what the locals might say. Several days have passed since then, and the events are becoming more and more intense. We return to the squad of hunters who barely managed to escape from the dark forest. It would be a mistake to think their problems ended there, because everything has only become worse. It is good that St. Murdy is nearby, capable of healing wounds and restoring lost energy. They still have not encountered the immortal Necromancer and have no idea what has happened to him. Jamin tried to contact the boss, and even he failed, which means Khan is far away. Until then, they must hold on and leave all past mistakes behind. The vampire's frenzy nearly cost the entire team their lives, but this is not the end. He is still too young and inexperienced, and in moments like these, friends are ready to support him. All of this sounds good, but we should not forget where they are. Behind them, a massive crowd of orcs is approaching, which means another battle is inevitable. This time, unlike the situation in the dark forest, there is nowhere to run. The steroid lover is clearly panicking because he might die before he even gets married. It is hard to believe he still has not found a wife. This is what constant binge-watching leads to, and now he has no choice but to move forward. When death seemed inevitable, a bright flash of fire suddenly gave them hope. Huge, fearless, and vicious orcs screamed in pain. The heat became so intense that breathing itself became difficult. And all of this happened thanks to a single person who had recently reached a new level of power. Sangu survived death and rose again like a phoenix, ready to shine. Can sent him to protect the squad, and it must be said that he handled it perfectly. His overwhelming power could be felt even from a great distance. It is difficult to believe that a person can change so much in just a few days. While the hunters were catching their breath, the Necromancer encountered a new Dimension Lord. This victory did not come easily, mainly because of his constant exhaustion from lack of rest. In the end, Can decided to finish the lizard by simply throwing the cursed cloak onto him. It is unclear why the trick did not work and nothing happened to the lizard. The monster called the Necromancer a foolish idiot who took cursed equipment without an additional code. This is where things become interesting, because no one had ever mentioned any code before. The enraged Necromancer demanded an explanation, but received only insults in response. The monster mocked him, as if this were the perfect moment for self-destruction. Only thanks to timely defense did he manage to avoid severe burns. The monster was completely eliminated, but now new questions have arisen. Now the matter concerns some kind of codes, and the more answers appear, the more questions arise. Can immediately decided to speak with the Plague King, who might know something. He once called his master special, and that now seems to be true. For some reason, the Necromancer is the only being who has avoided the curse of trash. Not long ago, the pawns of Trinad also sought cursed artifacts, but eventually disappeared. This does not necessarily mean they died, but rather that they vanished. All of Trash's equipment collected in Alphen are items that kill anyone who touches them. If someone gets their hands on Trash's execution, they can permanently erase the Dimension Lords who keep coming back to life. In short, the full set needs to be assembled, and only then will there be a real chance to deal with those bastards. After that, the conversation shifted to Sengu, and some interesting details came out. Turns out this guy's talent is on the same level as the Necromancer's, and his growth is starting to scare even the Plague King. Jen now has to decide on his own how to train him. That problem is officially his. And if Sengu dies, he will just become another skeleton, which honestly is not even the worst outcome. The moment they said that, chills ran down the young mage's spine. He did not understand what was going on, but his instincts were screaming that his life was now in danger. A bit later, all the squads returned to base to finally get some rest. There, they could get familiar with local customs and even enjoy what could loosely be called tourist infrastructure. Still, they could not forget about constant defense, because another invasion was only a matter of time. Kan gave new orders to his vampire subordinate and then heard an unusual request. Recently, Jamin has been trying to obtain several items, but he clearly lacks the points. There is something he has been saving up for, but he never quite has enough. It turns out, he wants the heart of a vampire lord, meaning his ambitions have finally awakened. Even he understands that he is asking for too much, but the desire burns inside him relentlessly. On planet Jaka, he has become more of a burden to the team, and that cannot continue. If he wants to be a true member of the group, he has to get stronger and learn control. He cannot keep losing his mind and attacking everything in sight over something like tomato juice. That is not how this works. No matter how expensive the purchase is, it could actually benefit the entire team. Jamin could become a vampire lord and even establish his own bloodline. The Necromancer granted his request and immediately bought everything required. Now all that remained was to perform the ritual and test the results. There was not much time left before the trip to Alphen, so preparations were reaching the final stage. At the same time, back in Adral City, the former phone salesman was pretending to be extremely busy. He now had to negotiate all over the world since he was part of the government of a new state. A fresh shipment of weapons had just arrived at the Prime Minister's office, so things had to move fast. The staff gathered in the conference hall for another round of negotiations. Journalists and foreign diplomats were also present. Mr. Chan had officially become Prime Minister, though Donut clearly wanted some authority, too. He asked for freedom in negotiations, claiming he had been good at selling since childhood and that diplomacy is basically sales. And yeah, everyone knows how he sells. This guy could sell a smartphone to a blind, limbless man, so he is definitely shady. Many countries sent representatives to establish cooperation. The deal was simple. Whenever a country faces dungeon problems, they call Adral for help. For the Necromancer and his crew, it is important to secure favorable terms and not work for free. During the talks, the discussion suddenly shifted direction. Besides cooperation against monsters, the British side wanted to buy a dimension fragment. These milk tea addicts were getting way too bold with their habit of trying to buy everything. Someone should remind them they are no longer the empire they used to be. To push the deal through, the British representative offered an aircraft carrier in exchange. According to him, even the Necromancer would not refuse such an offer, and honestly, he had a point. The funniest part is that Donut and Mr. Chan have no idea what a dimension fragment even is. These guys are clearly amateurs, and negotiating like this is risky. They started panicking and pulled out their phones to ask ChatGPT. Not getting a clear answer, Donut admitted he could not decide on his own. He would have to consult the king of Adral, and that might happen sooner than expected. Kan seemed to sense the situation heating up and arrived right on time. He was ready to cooperate because he actually needed that aircraft carrier. Normally, running one requires at least 1,000 people. The Necromancer casually said he would handle that himself, like it was nothing. Now that the offer was clear, he wanted an answer to his question. Why does the British side want the fragment so badly? Is there some hidden agenda? According to them, it is only for research purposes. In other words, the classic prepared answer to get what they want. With such a fragment, it is possible to create spatial gates and travel to another planet, basically owning a dungeon. Judging by their reaction, either no one knew that, or the ambassador is just that good at acting. In that case, the deal cannot be cheap. After the negotiations, Kan explained that he wanted to run a test. He would check the British side's honesty and see if they can be trusted. Once he needed the fragment back, he would take it again, making the deal almost too favorable. By the way, the guild had slowed down recruitment, and that needed fixing. Kan promised to personally evaluate candidates and recruit whoever was necessary. Everything sounded great, but he forgot about the Awakened Assembly happening in 6 days. The global gathering of awakened individuals is a major event. Planning began a month ago after repelling a monster attack. The strongest Korean guilds, together with Adral, are organizing a global meeting to plan long-term defense strategies. A crisis is coming that cannot be handled alone, so alliances are necessary. It seemed like the boss was returning to normal duties, but he suddenly stopped. Can turned to Donut and crushed all his plans in one move. Donut had to forget about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and go back to being a secretary. He cannot even handle negotiations properly, so promotion is out of the question. At first, Donut panicked and even considered retirement. Then he realized he was being appointed secretary to the King of Adral, which is way more important. In the next second, the guy was shaking with excitement and could not hide his emotions. He kept shouting about his promotion, and Mr. Chan decided not to ruin his mood. Now back to planet Jaka, where things are heating up again. Another monster dimension has just been attacked, and they were clearly not ready. The Dimension Lord of the Red Hammer Alliance, known as the Monk King, could not believe what was happening. He was used to everyone avoiding him, but now someone was openly challenging him. His assistant explained that this was not about alliances, but about some lunatic who refuses to cooperate with anyone. This guy already wiped out the yellow lizards, meaning he is not easy to stop. The boss ordered the activation of magical defense weapons, only to be told they were already destroyed. The soldiers were still alive, though too scared to even step out and fight. Situations like this are rare, and it is hard to even suggest how to react. The boss could not understand why the soldiers were alive while the weapons were gone. The answer was simple. Two invaders were fighting each other on his territory. To him, that was the ultimate insult, and he swore to kill both of them. A second later, he swallowed his words as a massive meteor crashed into his office. By now, it should be obvious what is happening and who is behind it. Sometimes maniacs show up who are ready to cause total chaos just for the sake of training. The Monk King lost his head in an instant, even though he was confident just seconds before. The remaining monsters had no choice but to stay out of the way while the mages settled their rivalry. Looks like someone finally got tired and even asked for a 10-minute break, as if this was some paradise resort where rest is an option. He would have been completely wiped out if an important figure had not appeared behind him. The immortal Necromancer himself had arrived to congratulate his ally on the progress. The mages instantly acted like everything was under control and they had not just wrecked entire dimensions. That is what happens when someone is too obsessed with fantasy worlds and starts abusing magic. Now let's take a look at Jaemin's progress after becoming a vampire lord. Today, he also decided to visit the locals and have a little fun. He had already been called a strawberry-faced kid, and that actually got under his skin way more than expected. Just now, for the very first time, he chose to show mercy and did not finish off a wounded opponent. Instead, he sliced open his own hand and began pouring his blood over the enemy. The moment that wounded soldier takes even a single sip, he instantly becomes Jaemin's eternal servant. While the vampires and mages seem to have everything under control, it is time to check what is happening with the hunters. They have just wiped out an entire squad of monsters in the forest, and they are clearly satisfied with this revenge. Kan quickly congratulated his allies, and immediately noticed that their aura had grown stronger than before. It looks like each of them has unlocked their inner potential, and even age is no longer a limitation here. Unfortunately, Baek Chando has to leave the squad and return back to his own guild. He has gained enough experience and knowledge to turn his personal team into a serious force on Earth. Kan started asking questions about Jaemin and suddenly received some unpleasant news. That guy went to a nearby fortress without taking any weapons or backup with him. This hardly looks like simple reconnaissance, and most likely his personal ambitions are involved here. The sky darkened not only because of heavy clouds, but also because of a dense swarm of bats. This means the vampire lord is returning here, and he clearly got used to his new role already. The kid must have taken a lot of acting lessons to finally land the main role in a movie like Dracula. The whole scene looks extremely impressive, and even his allies are slightly trembling from fear. By the way, the soldiers and monsters from the fortress have also turned into slaves and now follow their lord's commands. He clearly took inspiration from the Necromancer, who constantly increases the size of his army. But unlike the undead, vampires have one very unpleasant weakness. The moment they get close to humans, they start craving that sweet blood way too much. Jaemin did not think about this detail, and now it is obviously too late to stop them. The vampires rushed straight at the Necromancer, while he calmly stood there and watched everything unfold. Like an experienced spider, he lured them into his web and tore them apart without any hesitation or regret. The hardworking servants who formed the very first squad of the vampire army are now completely gone. Copying your boss is definitely cool, but that hunger bug clearly needs to be fixed somehow. A true leader must be able to suppress the desires of his servants through his own overwhelming dominance. Otherwise, all these vampires are nothing more than uncontrollable monsters that cannot be managed. At the same time, it should not be forgotten that most of the army is just expendable material anyway. If you look at Kan, you can see that in 20 years on Alphen he gathered only about 50 Death Knights. That means he carefully selected each one and never accepted weak trash into his ranks. Jamin still has too many illusions about reality, which means he needs time to adjust to his new role. Step by step, he began to grow as a vampire lord and achieved noticeable progress in just a few days. Around that same time, the moment finally came for interviews with new candidates joining Adral. Naturally, many people gathered here. Good and bad, kind and cruel, honest and not so honest. The moment the necromancer entered the hall, everyone immediately fell silent and looked into his deep black eyes. Everyone he chooses today will become a citizen of a new state, so the selection process must be extremely strict. There is no need for complicated tests here. Turning on intuition mode is more than enough. As soon as the immortal selected 23 of the strongest, no one said that the rest could simply leave. Of course, people expected some kind of trial or challenge, since every exam usually ends with a test. But the rules here are different because Can has always loved breaking patterns. Public dissatisfaction had to be suppressed in another way by giving the losers one last chance. There is very little time, which means improvisation is the only option. Anyone who survives for 30 seconds will pass this test. But everyone must remember that the price is their life and nothing is guaranteed here. At that moment, confidence was completely wiped off their faces, and many began stepping back. Risking your life and challenging a monster is not exactly what you want to do on a calm morning. Only one madman in a hood stepped forward and said he was ready to try. Then he revealed his face, and many hunters immediately recognized him. This was Kim Chul, the highest-ranked hunter in Korea before the necromancer appeared. He progressed from the lowest level to the maximum and never revealed his secret. The most interesting part is that intuition did not even detect his presence before, which is very strange. Now the necromancer feels his power, which just a second ago seemed completely non-existent. If such a famous figure wants to join the new state, it is definitely worth attention. In reality, Chol came here just to talk, as if the necromancer had plenty of free time. He keeps saying the conversation will take only a couple of minutes, but the boss orders the guards to remove him. The guards quickly surrounded the hunter and warned him not to make any sudden moves. He refused to leave and instead suggested an alternative, a fight with a familiar in exchange for a conversation. He is ready to risk his life just to gain a few precious minutes alone with the necromancer. The killer gladly accepted the task and prepared for a brutal fight without mercy. Everyone moved aside to avoid interfering with the clash of these two forces. Deadly aura versus crushing fire pressure. All of it happening live right now. Naturally, the killer moved forward first to meet the expectations placed on him. Even though Khan acted like he was not interested, in reality, he barely blinked. It is important to understand how strong this so-called legend actually is. The killer constantly improves and his rank is always rising. He uses his best abilities, and it seems like the initiative is on his side. At one point, Chol recalled Dr. Toppler and mentioned it would be interesting to see this. Now he could no longer hide his interest at all. The moment he heard the name James Toppler, all attention focused entirely on the fight. The level that recently seemed just high began to change rapidly. As if with a snap of fingers, Chul raised his level even higher and cut off the killer's arms. No one expected such a turn of events, and the hall filled with gasps of amazement. The hunter known as Lightning did not stop there and prepared to deliver a final strike. It was brutal, fast, and completely ruthless, as if the fate of humanity was at stake. Only at the very last moment did the necromancer intervene and block the attack in time. 30 seconds had passed, which means the trial was automatically completed. By the way, the immortal blocked Lightning's strike so easily that almost no one noticed it. The lover of killing can now return to his cozy nest and maybe visit a therapist. As for these two hunters, they are about to have a long and interesting conversation. Chul not only knows Dr. Toppler, but also has the ability to manipulate levels. A person like this cannot be ignored, but also cannot be left completely free. His hands and legs were chained with iron restraints so he would not make unnecessary moves. Dr. Toppler already escaped once during a conversation, and no one wants to repeat that mistake. For the necromancer, using a power-limiting artifact during a first meeting is nothing unusual. Dr. Toppler considers the necromancer a candidate to save Earth, but for that he must find a code. The dying monster also mentioned a code which clearly connects these events. At the same time, James Toppler did not explain what it is, he only sent a message through the hunter. It feels like the old man is pretending not to know anything, while actually understanding everything around him. As for Lightning, he called himself just an ordinary awakened who does not cooperate with anyone. Then he mentioned something important, that he receives support from the so-called Moon World. According to him, the Moon World is an organization connected to the doctor. More questions followed, but aggressive Donut interrupted everything. He started shouting that some girl had lost consciousness, and Khan immediately understood. His intuition told him his sister was in danger, and the conversation instantly stopped mattering. The main character dropped everything he was doing and dashed straight to the central hospital like it was his final mission. The moment he got there, his mom threw herself into his arms, barely standing, like her legs were about to give out any second. Their little Sua had collapsed unconscious and wasn't waking up at all, while the doctors kept dodging answers and saying nothing clear. In moments like this, all that's left is to comfort your mom and say the few words that can keep her from breaking. Can promised her everything would be all right and swore he'd find a way to bring his sister back to a normal life, no matter what. After that, he told his assistant to take his mom home and make sure she wouldn't have to deal with any extra stress or worries. Now all attention locks onto the little girl and her seriously strange symptoms. First things first, her body is completely fine, but something is clearly off with her consciousness. Not long ago, Dr. Toppler mentioned that a god is supposed to appear on this planet and act as its protector. And he didn't just say it casually, he even hinted that Khan himself is the one destined to find and protect that god. Murdy made it clear that she believes that God is actually the younger sister of the immortal Necromancer. For some reason, that girl is giving off divine energy, even if it's still weak for now. Maybe right now she's meeting that god inside her dream, and that encounter might decide everything. When she finally opens her eyes, she could become a saint who hears the voice of God and protects the world around her. Meanwhile, in Director Adral's office, Mr. Chul was still there, together with Donut. While the chubby guy was trying to figure out what exactly happened to the little girl, the hunter reminded him that nothing in this world happens without a reason. He made it clear that every coincidence has its cause, and then effortlessly tore apart the iron restraints like they were nothing. Donut immediately rushed in to stop him, like he had just binge-watched Mortal Kombat and suddenly thought he could pull off the same moves. Of course, he got knocked out with the very first hit, and that was the end of it. The ruthless wheel of fate starts spinning, and now there's only one question left. Can the Necromancer break free from it? Right now, the fate of humanity depends on the main character's actions, and one wrong move could cost billions of lives. A bit later, Donut finally came back to his senses, and for a moment, it felt like he had landed in some kind of pig paradise. Then Mr. Chan quickly reminded him that instead of fries and cola, what's waiting for him is a harsh lecture from the boss. By that moment, Khan had already returned to the office and immediately demanded an explanation. The assistant quickly retold everything that had happened, while that cold, serious gaze felt like it was drilling a hole straight through him. Most likely, the hunter known as Lightning was clearly hinting that Sua's situation isn't just some random accident. Sometimes it feels like the Necromancer once held a guiding thread in his hands, but somehow let it slip away. Looking up at the evening sky, he suddenly remembered an organization called the Moon World. It seems like those guys are hiding their true nature and acting like they're watching everything happening on Earth. While Donut goes through recovery procedures at a local Burger King, Mr. Chan needs to track down Lightning. Any methods are on the table, even if it means cooperating with other countries. At the same time, they can't forget that there's less and less time left before the expedition to Alphen. Preparations sped up when Kan assigned Chohei to train the rookies. Thanks to the right strategy, power stones, and skill books, the newcomers started progressing insanely fast. They couldn't even believe their own growth and kept thanking their teacher over and over again. In the end, all those rookie hunters turned into a full-fledged squad called Fandom. As for the mages, they also wrapped up their training camp. Now there's no doubt that Sangu achieved his dream, even if not exactly the way he planned. He can rightfully be called the strongest fire mage, at least on planet Earth. Of course, it didn't come easy, and he'll be remembering that grind for a long time. As for the Vampire Lord, he didn't fall behind either and kept moving forward with his allies. After his boss's advice, he stopped wasting power and learned to control his servants properly. Sometimes that started to annoy the rest of the team, but they always showed patience. In short, the Immortal built solid teamwork. This whole system basically runs on its own now, and only needs some fine-tuning from the main boss. The expedition to Alphen will begin right after the Global Guild meeting, which means there's almost no time left. This is probably the perfect moment to introduce the audience to that very moon world. When I first heard about this organization, I thought it was just a cool name. Turns out, these guys are literally on the moon, like office rent on Earth is just way too expensive. Dr. Toppler is one shady and unpredictable old man, and it's impossible to tell what to expect from him. Today he's eating plain porridge, but he keeps repeating that the times will change very soon. This time, he must carry his plan through to the end, even if no one really understands what that means. Finally, the day of the guild meeting arrived in the Korean port city of Busan, and the atmosphere was already charged like something huge was about to go down. By that moment, the long-awaited aircraft carrier was already there, standing like an absolute beast. Its size was insane, and that's not even mentioning the kind of combat power it could potentially bring. It was honestly hard to imagine how Adral's people were supposed to handle such a massive steel monster. A lot of people considered this whole idea straight up crazy and couldn't picture how it would even work in reality. Of course, the boss didn't explain anything to anyone and just kept doing what he believed was right. Just a moment ago, he confidently landed on the ground riding his green dragon, the same one he tamed back on planet Jaka. Today, he had an important meeting at the guild summit, but he decided to step away for a bit. After all, it was important to personally meet the new aircraft carrier captain, whose name was Gilsu. Due to contract restrictions, the carrier had no aircraft, no escort ships, and was clearly lacking manpower as well. This carrier was way too big to be used as a normal means of transportation. But that was exactly the point of the plan. Can clearly knew what he was doing, and for this plan he needed several dimensional fragments. Then all those flashy moves started as he combined the fragments to create a spatial dimension right before everyone's eyes. In front of all the gathered people, a massive tree appeared, looking like some kind of sacred flower. While the Necromancer would be on Alphen, his home planet would constantly be under pressure from invading monsters. To avoid unnecessary risks, he decided to simply move a Drow here, no matter how insane that sounded. While he was wrapping things up on the aircraft carrier, the Global Guild meeting officially began at a hotel in Seoul. There were all kinds of people gathered there, but they were all united by one goal: protecting their home planet. The Adral Guild took the role of leader, trying to share critical information with everyone. The guild representatives were a bit nervous, and that was because the boss had disappeared again. Very soon, he was supposed to give a full speech, and no one wanted to end up apologizing to all the gathered guests. As for Mr. Chan, he suggested explaining all that stuff about the network connecting planets known as Tranet.
Honestly, it was so boring that people were literally starting to fall asleep in their seats.
The whole point boiled down to the fact that monsters can travel between worlds and create serious problems. If nothing is done, the situation will get worse, and the invasion will become even larger in scale. At that point, it would threaten the lives of all humanity, and every disaster movie you've ever seen would basically become reality. Naturally, questions started popping up. What are we supposed to do about this, and how do we deal with these new threats? Destroying a dungeon is impossible, but there's a chance to cut off the connection to Tranet. Right at that moment, the Necromancer rushed into the hall and said that this is exactly why he's heading to Alphen. On that planet, there's a hidden weapon called the Set Trash, which can be used to establish a proper defense system. Today, Can gathered all these leaders to ask them to protect Earth while he's gone. Not everyone liked that idea, since the world's guild bosses had gotten used to taking it easy while the Necromancer handled all the dirty work. Some even started doubting the Immortal's honesty and accused him of having selfish or even malicious intentions. Rumors started spreading that Can just wanted to go to another planet to farm resources and make a huge profit off it. Honestly, that strategy would be pretty profitable, but it has nothing to do with reality. The Necromancer would gladly let any competitors go ahead of him if they personally wanted to head to Alphen and say goodbye to their lives. There probably aren't many brave enough to agree to that, so they should just shut up and do what he said. Besides the main plan, it was also important to share information about especially dangerous criminals. Lei-san could still cause serious trouble, and everyone needed to recognize that bastard on sight. Not long ago, he was the boss of an influential guild, but then he switched sides and went full villain. After being provoked by a spatial lord, he even managed to trigger a dungeon split in his hometown. As a result, Seoul and Daegu took massive damage and only survived by a miracle. Long story short, this psycho is a real problem, which means he needs to be found and neutralized. On top of that, the spatial lords will definitely try to contact local hunters and offer them cooperation deals. Can warns that it's better to reject those offers, otherwise the consequences will be extremely brutal. He's not planning to play games, switch between good cop and bad cop, or try to persuade anyone. The moment he senses something suspicious, he'll immediately use force, and that's where all the jokes end. Tomorrow morning, together with his team, he's heading to Alphen to find a way to save Earth. All he needs from the local hunters is to properly defend Earth while the Necromancer is away. The speech came out packed in hype, straight up motivational, and for a moment, it even pulled Khan's mind away from all that bad news weighing on him. Still, his sister hadn't regained consciousness yet, and yeah, that was definitely pressing down hard on his heart. Murdy couldn't stop thinking about the upcoming trip to Alphen, hoping the United Forces were still holding the line against Tranet's army. But she should probably stop drifting in her thoughts and come back to reality, because something straight up miraculous was happening right now. The descent of a god had begun, and now this wasn't just Little Sua anymore, but a holy messenger chosen by a god. Not even half an hour passed before the Necromancer and his assistant were already at the hospital. If the god had awakened, then why was there no reaction at all? And why was the little girl still silent? This whole thing is called synchronization, and the process is going steadily without any issues. They just needed to wait until Sua started speaking, but the Necromancer, as always, had zero patience. He stepped closer and started asking her name like he was expecting another Jesus or Buddha standing in front of him. But the truth is, a newly born god simply doesn't have a name yet. Even though it was their first meeting, it felt like they had known each other for thousands of years already. After that, the conversation dragged into this long, heavy phase, and honestly, It's hard to even describe what was going on. The god's words were so twisted and strange that almost no one could actually understand them. The meaning boiled down to this. A false history, repeating endlessly, had once again turned its gaze toward the end of this world, and it's the Necromancer who has to stop that endless cycle of slavery and finally bring suffering to an end. After that, the god finally left the girl's body and allowed her to return to herself. She recognized her beloved older brother and happily buried her face in his chest like nothing had ever happened. It's a good thing she accepted the divine presence without any issues, but that doesn't mean her soul won't suffer consequences. From now on, the girl needs even stronger protection from those horrific beings influenced by Tranit. No one really understands why she became the vessel of the god's name, but there's no way that's just a coincidence. No matter what happens, the plan cannot be broken, which means all staff and their families must relocate to the aircraft carrier. On top of that, someone has to take care of Sua while the Necromancer is away from Earth. She'll need even more protection than the planet itself, because the fate of humanity now rests on that one small girl. And now we shift back to those mountains where one sneaky bastard kept stirring up trouble. Supposedly, there's construction going on here, and even the guard isn't allowed to check what's happening inside. And that's despite the fact he's been working here for over 10 years and clearly earned some level of trust. Because of all this noise, the supervisor had to be called in, even though he had no clue what was going on. The guard explained that he'd worked here for a full decade and had never seen anything like this before. Of course, he had questions, which was completely reasonable, but the local manager shut down every single one of them. The supervisor gave a sly smile and instantly came up with what he thought was the perfect plan. He asked the guard to get into his car and promised to satisfy his curiosity. After that, they drove to a cave and confidently headed down inside like everything was under control. At some point, horrifying screams echoed out, and the guard felt death brush right against him. At that exact same moment, the supervisor just smiled and said he didn't hear a thing. He hinted that it was probably just bats, even though the sound was way closer to a wolf's growl. The disguised Leisan deliberately went through with this crime just to get rid of unnecessary witnesses. The poor guard only wanted to learn the truth, but his life ended way earlier than it should have. Hungry wolves from another world gladly tore into his flesh like it was nothing. After that, there was no point hiding his face anymore, and the criminal finally returned to his true form. He took a few more steps and then entered the main cave, immediately dropping to one knee. All of this was to greet Lord Mello, who was slowly getting used to life on this new planet. Just a day earlier, the Lord had ordered him to gather all possible information about the immortal Necromancer. Now it was known that Can was setting up a base on the aircraft carrier and even planning to move his lair there. The plan was clearly well thought out and cunning, something no ordinary fool could ever come up with. At the same time, along with Adral's Awakened, a military expedition would also head to Elfin, and that part wasn't in the plan. The Immortal is going after something called the Execution of Trash, and Lord Mello already knows how to turn that to his advantage. He orders his subordinate to find and kill the god, leaving this worn-out planet without any protection or hope. Little Sua is in serious danger, but honestly, no one is really surprised by that anymore. The Necromancer is already on Alphion, breathing in that long-forgotten scent of rage and battle like he's finally back where he belongs. He had almost forgotten the local climate and atmosphere, but it hit him instantly, dragging back memories of the past. Not everyone is impressed by the local vibe, because to a newcomer, Alphen doesn't exactly look welcoming or beautiful. After all, a 200-year war happened here, and after something like that, expecting a pleasant atmosphere is kinda naive. Murdy quickly explained where they were and sketched out a rough map of the area. It was all pretty abstract though, since control over territories could have changed hands recently. The Immortal is more than ready to remind everyone who the real boss is here and take back those lands. First of all, he's interested in the territory of the United Forces, and that's exactly where they're heading right now. One look at that beautiful blonde girl is enough to tell she's expecting trouble and already knows it's inevitable. Since everything is basically set in motion already, all that's left is to follow the main character and watch how it unfolds. In southern Alphen lies the Borg Gorge, a place packed with as many problems as the roughest ghetto zone. Just now, monsters attack defenseless people and force them to retreat. The situation is extremely bad, and without proper skills, defending yourself is almost impossible. Good thing there was someone nearby who could step up, take responsibility, and stand up for the weak. With his muscles, he wasn't just winning over women, he was also smashing monsters without hesitation. This hero's name is Tower, a classic monk devoted to Skia, the god of trackers and adventurers. Judging by his look, it's not hard to guess he's a fan of Vin Diesel, Jason Statham, and Dwayne Johnson. Maybe he even dreams of starring in a movie with them. But right now, Alphen has way too many problems for that. Here, muscles aren't for posing in the gym, they're for straight-up survival. The monk grabbed a young guy with him and ran to catch up with the others. All those people suddenly froze, because another problem was waiting right ahead of them. The path was completely blocked by some giant octopus with long tentacles and a nasty, scheming look. Retreat wasn't an option either, because those same mantis monsters were already behind them, now with backup. The only thing left was to pray to the god of trackers and hope for help. Usually prayers like that don't do anything, but today was clearly not a normal day. Out of nowhere, a terrifying force appeared, tearing the monsters apart piece by piece. In reality, there was nothing supernatural about it, and every attack had a logical explanation. The truth is, help had arrived in the form of Lord Grion and the Silver Arrow. Looks like these are the very same united forces barely surviving in these hellish conditions. After a brutal fight, the survivors decided to rest because you never know when the next wave of monsters will hit. Grion the Mage is one of the Alliance's heroes and the strongest fire mage in this area. He reported that the eastern assault had ended in failure and all survivors had retreated and were now trying to recover. The Silver Bullet Itasha suggested moving to new lands and abandoning their old home entirely. It all sounded pretty grim, especially since it once felt like victory was closer than anyone thought. In the middle of their conversation, strange sounds echoed out, and every hunter instantly tensed up. Bad news doesn't surprise anyone anymore, but this time it was way too sudden. A new wave of mantis monsters had joined forces with a massive creature called Ferris. It's a gigantic airborne monster that's ready to eat day and night just to satisfy its endless hunger. Long story short, the situation is completely catastrophic, and finding a way out won't be easy. They need to get out of here as fast as possible, because that's the only way to survive and keep resisting. The Silver Bullet fully agreed with the mage and suggested they move faster before it's too late. The surviving civilians would have to be abandoned because trying to save them would likely get the heroes killed as well. The story was clearly heading toward a bitter ending, and the little boy could barely believe that no miracle would happen. His questioning gaze forced the monk to gather all his willpower and make a difficult decision. He told his allies to leave, while he himself chose to stay behind and try to protect the others. Now that's what real courage looks like, not all those flashy Hollywood speeches. The monk hadn't forgotten that his calling wasn't about personal life, but about protecting people first and foremost. If he was destined to die, at least he would know his life had meaning and his path had a clear purpose. That kind of resolve couldn't help but affect his comrades, who just a moment ago were thinking only about themselves. They couldn't keep calling themselves heroes of Alphen if they abandoned the common people and ran away with their tails between their legs. Long story short, everyone chose to stand their ground and fight to the very end, including even the leader of the elven settlement. The conversation dragged on a bit too long, but the monsters weren't going anywhere and the battle was only heating up. Caught up in emotions and gearing up for the fight, nobody even noticed a new aura entering the scene. Sangu saw such a massive monster for the first time and instantly realized this was the perfect moment to kick off his hunting season. After all those brutal, exhausting training sessions, finally showing his talent mattered way more to him than grabbing the latest iPhone. His magic attack immediately made it clear to the monsters that they were no longer the ones in control here. Everyone who witnessed that burst of fury straight up denied reality and couldn't believe their own eyes for a long time. And that was just the beginning, because right after the flames erupted, a strange vibration echoed through the area. That kind of vibration only happens when a massive army is marching in perfect sync toward one direction. Kan finally pulled his army out like it was sitting in his pocket and ordered them to wipe this place clean of those horrific creatures. The mantises were used to winning through sheer numbers, but today, their era officially came to an end. The army of the dead had arrived, and with it, the past was officially back in play. No one had heard anything about the undead in a long time, and now the Alliance members were terrified of being trapped with no way out. For them, facing the Necromancer felt no different than facing death itself, and now they were even more scared than they were fighting the monsters. The elf girl saw things differently and said this was their chance to escape while the undead were busy with the monsters. She really thought she could outplay fate, even when that fate's name was Kanwujin. The immortal Necromancer was already here, and he wasn't about to let these heroes take even a single extra step without his say. He looked straight into the eyes of the Alliance heroes and confidently declared that a new era was beginning on Alphen. Let's just say, the welcome he got was far from friendly. And honestly, there were good reasons for that. Nobody understood why the Necromancer had returned, or why Saint Murdy, who had gone missing, was now standing beside him. Some even accused Kan of kidnapping the Saint and breaking the laws of Alphen. The Saint had to step forward herself and personally explain everything that was going on. She said she had brought an ally from Earth to save the planet and asked everyone to calm down. Of course, people took her words like a joke, and judging by their faces, nobody found it funny. The Immortal had caused so many problems here before that no one believed he could actually help Alphen now. Everyone was convinced Kan had clouded the woman's mind and maybe even used her for his own twisted goals. They straight up called him a pervert and said today would be his last breath. That's how it goes sometimes. One misunderstanding and suddenly a full-blown bloodbath is about to happen. Munktor had already tuned everything out, and the only thing on his mind was killing the man standing in front of him. Can had to act first and show what real power actually looks like. One strike was all it took for the Necromancer to smell victory in the air. The other heroes stepped in, trying to prove they were still worth something. Grion the mage couldn't just stand there without throwing in some fire magic. Sure, he didn't train under the Plague King, but he had still made serious progress. That level might be enough against regular monsters, but when it comes to facing the Necromancer, that's where the real problems begin. Kane quickly shut him down and made the difference between a mage and a chosen warrior painfully clear. Now the only one left was the Silver Bullet, with her small stature and sharp elf ears. Did she really think that was enough to win, and was she seriously about to risk it too? Luckily, the elf wasn't that foolish and quickly lowered her weapon. With one problem handled, it was time to deal with the rest. While the saint would stay behind to heal and support the survivors, the Necromancer would handle the monsters himself. They had gotten way too comfortable here, all because Alphen hadn't had a dad figure in a long time. Not far from here lies the lair of Lord Gamushu, sitting on a hill crackling with lightning. Time to pay him a visit and make that one-eyed bastard suffer. He didn't believe at first that the Necromancer had returned and, just like the heroes, tried to resist. He even agreed to stop interfering with the Alliance and stay within his own territory. The problem is, the Necromancer wants the entire planet and isn't planning to share it with anyone. During the conversation, the word code came up again, just like back on planet Jaka. It almost felt like everyone was mocking our guy, who's trying to save the planet without even knowing what these codes really are. The Cyclops refused to explain anything, saying secrets exist to stay hidden. Enraged, the Necromancer wiped him out on the spot, as casually as taking out the trash in the morning. Everyone keeps talking about this code, but there's still zero concrete information about what it actually is. The two assistants had already finished clearing the lower floors and found nothing worth noting. Once the inspection of the fortress was complete, the squad returned to St. Murdy and the United Alliance. The heroes couldn't wrap their heads around how the Saint had managed to keep her abilities. Usually anyone who sides with the immortal loses their powers, but she turned out to be the exception. They had no choice but to accept that the Saint was still in her right mind and actually listen to what she had to say. These guys had finally cooled their heads and now wanted to know why they had been spared. Right at that moment, Can appeared nearby and gave them an answer no one expected. He said their interests aligned, and it was time to unite for a common goal. After all, every single one of them wants to destroy Trinette, so why not do it together? The heroes needed time to process that information and adjust to this new reality. Some still believed he couldn't be trusted, seeing him as a madman obsessed with death and destruction. At first, St. Murdy thought the same, but the goddess found the right words to change her mind. Besides, Can's fate isn't set in stone yet and he's still standing at a crossroads. In the end, he'll either find the right answer or lose his way, and if that happens, things will only get worse. First, he has to find his inner purpose, and only then can he truly trust his own heart. Yeah, those words might sound vague, but gods never speak in a straightforward way. It's even possible that saving Alphen can only happen if the Necromancer himself dies. Either way, the plan has to move forward, and that's exactly what the team did. The refugee settlement helped the civilians recover and start feeling a lot better. The main forces of the United Alliance gathered here to discuss how to destroy Trinette. Everyone was clearly on edge, because each of them had their own opinion. For example, the young ruler of the Honshu kingdom named Khans declared he would never cooperate with the Necromancer. The rest of the Alliance representatives also voiced their positions. The Orc leader Kur and the Dwarf King Raoul were also visibly concerned. The whole situation made it clear that reaching an agreement wouldn't be easy at all. In a situation like this, they couldn't move forward without the Saint stepping in. She reminded everyone that the Necromancer has nothing to do with demons or pure evil. He's just a human like the rest of them. While people kept accusing Murdy of talking nonsense, the Saint continued repeating the same thing. She explained that this wasn't a joke and that she had personally gone to Earth under the goddess's orders. There, she saw the true nature of the immortal, and it wasn't as simple as people thought. As always, he acted harshly, but everything he did was for the sake of his family and his comrades. He also found time to protect the weak and always stood up for justice. In any case, the goddess had foretold that he would be the savior, so it was time for everyone to shut up and accept it as fact. Can finally couldn't hold back anymore and decided it was time to step into this show. Dressed in plain human clothes, he didn't look intimidating at all and honestly looked like some guy stepping out to grab another beer. He confirmed that this was just cooperation and nothing personal. The Immortal suggested focusing only on Trinette and leaving all past grudges behind. Some of the Alliance representatives exchanged looks and gave each other quiet nods. In the end, they agreed to become allies, but honestly, I still don't trust them one bit. Either way, it's time to build a plan and start acting like a real team. While the Alliance leaders were flexing their strategy skills, someone else was flexing in the kitchen. The locals hadn't seen this many delicacies in ages. Turns out the mages and even the vampire lord aren't just good at killing, they can cook like pros too. After that, the meeting wrapped up, and Can said he wouldn't be joining them. He needed to bond with the heroes, and yeah, he already had his own way of doing it. The immortal threw on his cloak and disappeared off somewhere unknown, which pretty much says everything about his version of friendship. He headed toward the southern lands, where Mount Soros rises. That's exactly where he'd find the one the Alliance kept talking about. To prove the Necromancer's words, they asked him for a little favor. If he was truly on their side, he had to go south and meet a certain interesting creature. The funny part is, it all happened naturally since Khan himself picked that territory for the fight. He chose a local canyon, perfect for both attacking and maneuver-based defense. Everything looked ideal, except for one small detail. This land was already under Tranit's control, which means the Necromancer had to fix that and prove his resolve at the same time. And right there, he would meet an old acquaintance he hadn't seen in a long time. The massive wolf Uriel gladly accepted the challenge, ready to settle the score. The wolf couldn't understand why the Dimensional Lords would start such a costly battle. After all, his lord is an immortal being who usually ignores small fry. But since they were already face to face, why not make the most of it? Not long ago, history repeated itself, and Ken once again heard about the Code of Alphaean. He decided to play it smart and claimed the war was escalating because he already possessed that code. The wolf instantly realized the Necromancer was aiming to take over all of Alphen and hinted that this path was wrong. No one has ever managed to reach the code hidden somewhere deep within this planet. Even though the answers were vague, a few important details still slipped through. Apparently, the code is somehow tied to control over planets and helps manage entire territories. According to Dr. Toppler, saving Earth also requires finding that code. The wolf sensed that his opponent had only recently become a dimensional lord and didn't know much yet. Turns out there's another hidden code somewhere around here that no one even talks about. Honestly, at this point I'm completely lost and tired of listening to all this nonsense. Thank God the wolf eventually realized he was being played. The human knew absolutely nothing and was just trying to squeeze out any information he could. That realization pissed the monster off and he immediately shifted into his combat form. Finally, we're getting a real clash instead of endless talking. The Necromancer accepted the challenge instantly and rushed forward without hesitation. While the older brother was busy fighting terrifying creatures, his little sister wasn't wasting time either. She slowly became friends with Bibi and even got pretty good at drawing. Not sure if befriending some alien creature is actually a good idea for her though. Still, it's definitely better than doing nothing. They kept talking non-stop and even found a shared goal. She wanted to draw the aircraft carrier they were on, even though it wasn't as easy as it sounded. Their conversation dragged on forever, and honestly, I'm not about to narrate all of it. For example, they discussed how the aircraft carrier could become a fully functional flying machine. At first it sounded completely insane, but then Bibi came up with a genius idea. She immediately rushed to the captain's cabin, sticking her nose where it probably didn't belong. Mr. Chan didn't even have time to react, even though he definitely should have stepped in. Soon enough, Bibi called Nosum from the Black Mine for backup. They spent a long time trying to explain to Mr. Chan why they needed to fix an already working aircraft carrier. In simple terms, sailing on water is just too boring. It needs an upgrade. This thing has to learn how to fly. Sure, it sounds crazy, but turning down an idea like that would be even crazier, especially when dwarves can literally build anything with those golden hands of theirs. The conversation got interrupted when Mr. Chan noticed flashes of magic lighting up the area. Portals opened up behind them, which meant the immortal Necromancer had succeeded. A massive number of warriors instantly gathered near those black voids. At the same time, on Mount Soros, the Necromancer had finally defeated the Blue Wolf. The local heroes, who had never managed to even scratch the beast, were completely stunned. Thanks to his victory, the first Alliance base would now be established in Adral. The Necromancer immediately asked for flags to show that the Alliance was thriving. He was supposed to combine the Alphen flag with Adral's, but things didn't go exactly as planned. The person responsible for preparing the flag made it look kinda weird by adding a huge black cat. Of course, that was Bibi, who clearly wasn't done interfering in everything happening around here. Right now, she's even supervising the dwarf's work to make sure nothing breaks. The base near the World Tree looks solid and impressive. The only thing ruining the vibe is that slightly ridiculous Adral flag. The Necromancer is definitely going to have a serious talk with Bibi after she pulled that stunt. But for now, there's no time to get distracted. It's all about obtaining the set trash. To do that, Can plans to meet the great priest Lycia, assuming he's still alive. 5 years ago, Priest Lycia tried to stand against the army of the Immortals. Right after that thought, Khan suddenly remembered that he had personally killed that priest. The problem is he has way too many enemies and can't even remember who he killed and who he left alive. The priest was supposed to have a successor located on Mount Linta in northern Alphen. The Silver Bullet knows the way there, which means she can guide the immortal. Saving the planet requires the priest's help, so she has no choice but to cooperate. Murdy stays behind to guard the military base and oversee the training process. The elf girl is clearly not thrilled about having to spend time traveling with the Necromancer. Not long ago, he was her enemy, and now they're supposed to walk side by side like old friends. Of course, he didn't even ask her opinion, and simply ordered her to follow him if she wants to live. Very soon, news of their journey spread across the entire alliance. People started calling the Necromancer a filthy pervert who kidnapped the elf. No matter how hard Saint Murdy tried to explain things, it didn't really sound convincing. Last time, Tian had already stolen Lysia's relics, and now everyone feared history would repeat itself. Rumors spread that the Necromancer is obsessed with relics, and this alliance is just a cover for his dirty plans. While everyone argued, only the bald monk remained calm and completely unfazed. There's actually a simple explanation for all of this, but to understand it, we need to look into the past. When Tower was barely 16, he was already juiced up on steroids and looked like a full-grown man. He spent almost all his time with the priest, and one night he found Lysia in a critical condition. Back then, the priest told his student to prepare to take his place. Tower didn't even want to hear it, since he was just a rookie monk with no real experience. By that time, the immortal had already stolen one of the priest's relics, the boots of Skia. While the priest was incredibly weakened, the monk swore he would take revenge. He vowed to make the Necromancer pay for all the suffering, even if it meant giving up his own life. 3 days after that night, Tar became the great priest and received a new relic from Skia. Then came the day he formed an alliance with the very same immortal who had stolen all 5 relics of the 5 gods. Either his thirst for revenge disappeared, or he just became really good at hiding it. The monk stepped forward before the alliance and explained that blaming the Necromancer was pointless. He already possesses 5 relics, so stealing one more makes no sense. If he's going after another relic, then there must be a logical reason, and they should trust him. By that time, the Silver Bullet had already led Khan to the destination he needed. Right before them, the city of Linta revealed its full beauty, a place known for its breathtaking natural scenery, which means that at the bottom of that lake lies an entire city, and reaching it is far from simple. In fact, this city can be called the last hidden stronghold of the Alliance, a place you can't access without knowledge and preparation. Even Lord Tranit himself hasn't managed to get inside, because only those chosen by Priest Lysia are allowed entry. Beneath the water, there truly is a full-fledged city, something tourists might jokingly call Antarctica. Of course, there are no tourists there. I literally just made that part up. Even the Silver Bullet isn't one of the chosen, so she can't just walk in like it's nothing. She started talking about how a guardian is supposed to appear soon, but the Necromancer had already stopped listening. The moment he got the important info, he headed straight for the underwater city. Call him an idiot or a psycho if you want, but once he locks onto a goal, he moves instantly no matter the cost. The problem is, even touching the water is enough to bring serious trouble down on you. Of course, the underwater city has a proper guardian, and it would be stupid not to expect that. When the guardian of the deep finally revealed himself, everyone instantly understood he definitely wasn't cut out to be a Disney prince. The 12 dragons that had protected Lake Linta since ancient times were already here. These aquatic beasts wouldn't mind switching up their diet with some fresh human meat for a change. Judging by the look on the Necromancer's face, this was exactly what he had been waiting for. Unlike the Silver Bullet, who had already mentally written her will, he was craving the fight. The water dragons didn't appreciate that kind of disrespect and decided to show their power. They had to evacuate immediately to avoid getting turned into roasted chicken. Just one magical blast was enough to understand why even the Dark Lord Tranit himself couldn't break into this city. Good thing the magical horse can fly and pulled off a perfect last-second rescue. The elf kept repeating that they needed to go back before it was too late. Does she really want to miss all the fun and refuse to make friends with the underwater creatures? In reality, the dragons only look dangerous at first glance. If you actually talk to them, you'd find out they've got surprisingly human problems, like suffering from the lack of toothpicks to get human skeletons out of their teeth. So yeah, dragons can actually be great buddies, if you know how to handle them. But Ken doesn't have time for conversations right now. While he's trying to somehow reason with these 12 Oceans buddies, let's cut back to the Alliance base. Saint Murdy is clearly worried about the Necromancer being gone. It's only been 1 day, and they're already lost on what to do, so much for that independent Alliance power. Strange divine prophecies keep spinning in her head, and now she doesn't even know what to believe. Good thing Sangu is there, completely confident in his boss. He reminded her that the Necromancer loves danger, so it's no surprise he's taking his time. Now let's go back to the Dragon Zone. It's not hard to guess that the silver bullet is cursing the day she ever met the Necromancer. She probably thinks it would have been easier to just end it back then instead of dealing with this psycho. Just look at his face. This guy clearly enjoys pain like some kind of masochist. Instead of retreating, he's already preparing for the next round. But don't call an ambulance just yet, because the guy isn't crazy. Fighting dragons isn't exactly fun for him, but he's definitely not alone in this fight. All it takes is one call, and the dead from hell will show up instantly. These guys are always ready to jump in and turn everything into a brutal bloodbath. Now the elf is starting to see things from a different perspective. The dragons also decided not to rush in and instead called someone from the city. At first glance, he looks like some clown or a random market vendor, but thanks to experience, it was clear this was the high priest of Lycia. The priest was ready to sacrifice himself just to protect the underwater city, but no one was actually planning to kill him. They only needed the relic. Strangely enough, the priest handed over his gloves almost instantly, like he had already ordered new ones on Black Friday. This relic can grow any seed since it belongs to the god of abundance. These gloves will become a key material for creating the set of trash. More and more relics are gradually gathering in the Necromancer's hands. All that's left now are the relics of Arya and Harris to restore his former power. While the Necromancer handles the dirty work, the Alliance representatives keep getting more and more nervous. The Necromancer had been gone for just one day, but for these guys, it felt like an eternity. According to him, he had to establish a base on Mount Soros, but that didn't ease anyone's anxiety. These pathetic cowards were already getting paranoid, expecting a backstab from literally anyone. If enemies attacked right now, they'd barely be able to defend themselves. All because they chose to trust the immortal. They should shut up for a second and look up, because the one they've been talking about is already here. Can finally wrapped up his business and returned to the base. Naturally, everyone gathered around him, eager to hear if he solved the problem or not. The main character didn't waste time and quickly lifted the mood, even showing off a new gift. Deep down, Murdy always knew it would go like this, but for some reason she still got annoyed. The allies didn't like the fact that Khan made a deal with them while running around collecting relics. He might as well have just said he considers himself a god who can do whatever he wants. That would have been more honest. The silver bullet stepped in and immediately explained what actually happened. According to her, the priest personally handed the relic over to the immortal, and no blood had to be spilled. The goddess herself told the priest he'd have to give up the gloves, and in return, the city's people would receive blessings. No one really understood what that meant, but for the priest, those words were enough. Now the focus shifts to Arya's sacred relic, assuming it even exists. After Kan took the relic, Murdy headed to the temple to become the high priestess. She didn't expect to see her homeland swallowed by darkness. Everything was already taken over by enemies, and there was no temple left to speak of. Which means she's an incomplete saint who never received a new relic from the goddess. She'll have to find everything on her own, but at least the base is already established. Portals opened, and the two worlds touched each other like fingertips in Michelangelo's masterpiece. The local warriors panicked because of the strange earthquake. The reality is, they needed to build walls, lay roads, and fortify everything around them. Now things actually look safer and more stable. If you ever need something built fast, just call the Necromancer. After that, the allies dropped to their knees, believing they had witnessed a miracle. The traitor had turned into a god they were ready to worship. Allies from Earth started emerging from nearby portals. They had already cleared several dungeons and were missing their boss. The only problem was that someone had spent experience points from the Necromancer's account. If it wasn't the people from Earth, then it was probably Kiba. Something serious must have happened to him, and that needed to be checked out. Kan also learned about a malfunction on the aircraft carrier, and that repairs had been carried out. The moment he heard Bibi's name, he immediately understood what really happened. He told the allies to handle the local monsters while he returned to Earth. A lot had changed there, and of course, Bibi was behind it. Now she'd better explain why the aircraft carrier broke down and what exactly went wrong. She thought she fixed a problem that didn't even exist in the first place. Kan didn't even realize right away that the aircraft carrier could actually fly. At first, he just broke into a sweat and grimaced like something felt off. No one ordered it, but a flying aircraft carrier is still pretty badass. Bibi spent another 15 minutes explaining how she pulled it off. No one could have imagined that a floating stone could be used like that. And while he was gone, that wasn't the only change. Around this massive flying Titanic, there were now dragons ridden by warriors from planet Jaka. And they acted like everything was totally normal, even though flying like that on Earth is definitely illegal. Bibi thought those lizards were talented and allowed them to escort Adril. Honestly, who even gave her that authority, because she's been acting like the boss for a while now. And judging by everything, she wasn't even done yet. She even managed to build a full-on situation room. It was packed with tech to control the aircraft carrier. Sometimes it feels like if you drop Bibi in the desert, she'd build a civilization in a month. Can couldn't ignore her contribution and, of course, thanked her. Still, it wouldn't hurt for her to ask permission sometimes before doing stuff. Just when things settled down, a dungeon fracture appeared. The captain and Mr. Chan didn't need to panic because the Necromancer already knew what to do. This was the perfect chance to test the aircraft carrier. Just look at Bibi's sparkling eyes when she heard they could use weapons. Now Adral was about to show its full power to these unwanted guests from another world. The monsters had completely lost it and taken over an entire part of the city. They were acting like they owned the place, like they were starring in their own Godzilla movie. Too bad Legendary Pictures wasn't involved, or they'd be filing lawsuits right now. Of course, no one was ready for the dungeon fracture. They didn't have time to evacuate everyone. For some civilians, those were the worst moments of their lives. But sometimes, miracles happen exactly at the darkest moment. That's where the Dragon Riders came in clutch, even if the rescued guy didn't immediately realize who saved him. When you see monsters in the middle of the city, your instinct is just to run. The Dragon Riders saved every single survivor. Now only monsters remained in the area, which meant it was time for a full cleanup operation. Time to burn these filthy beasts and turn it into a nuclear fireworks show. The local boss tried to fight back, attacking with fire-based power. He even managed to take down a few aircraft, making it seem like the monsters had the upper hand. That illusion lasted right up until Adral showed its true power. The monster didn't even have time to react before turning into a charred corpse. The explosion was so massive and bright that even the undead got spooked. Even the Necromancer himself had never seen power like that before. Everyone was ready to celebrate. But then something rose from the dead. Mr. Godzilla wasn't going down that easily. Somehow, it regenerated and came back like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Creatures like that need a serious reality check. For Bibi, this was her big moment and she couldn't mess it up. Either she proves the aircraft carrier's power right now, or no one will ever trust her again. Magical rings formed around Adral, shocking even the monster. For a few seconds, it just stood there, trying to understand what was about to happen. Today, Bibi was clearly the star of the show, and she had one last ace up her sleeve. She told everyone to relax and enjoy the fight. The dungeon boss didn't find it funny and decided to go all in. It charged head-on, raising the stakes. The aircraft carrier confidently took the hit. While terrified civilians were freaking out, Bibi stayed in full control. The barrier held perfectly, proving the monster's attack wasn't all that impressive, which meant it definitely wasn't ready for what came next. Now, no regeneration would save it. It was already too late. The compression of magical energy reached 100%. That meant nuclear-level energy was released straight toward the target. The explosion shook the carrier, but not Bibi's confidence. The massive Godzilla was reduced to two perfectly separated pieces. As a chef would say, that was a perfectly sliced steak. All that's left is to give the blonde a round of applause and say, bravo. The only downside is that she completely drained one of the energy stones. Now the aircraft carrier is in trouble and can barely stay airborne. They need to react fast, or crashing into the ground will ruin everything. The Necromancer had to burn through his reserve magic to stabilize the situation. They were this close to total disaster, like a teen who forgot to clear browser history before mom grabbed the laptop. Even though Bibi defeated the monster, she still earned a few harsh words for that stunt. It's probably best not to mess with the captain and the prime minister right now, maybe even send them to a therapist. Good thing the Dragon Riders made it back to base. At least someone here is acting like an adult. All the injured from the city center were brought on to Adral. Some of them were on the brink of death and desperately needed help. They should be rushed to a hospital so doctors can do their job. Sounds like a solid plan, but there's just not enough time. If they want to save everyone here and now, they'll need to use divine power. What used to be impossible isn't anymore. Little Sua has truly become a god, which means it's time for miracles. While some were making the world better, Layson kept doing what he does best, parasitizing everything. He's been hunting for the god for a while now, all to fulfill his master's order. Last time, he got punished hard for another failed mission. Not going into details, but yeah, he felt it for a long time. He even had to crawl on his knees and beg for another chance. Time is running out, so Layson has to find the god right here, right now.
This idiot is literally browsing the internet, thinking Google will help him.
Good thing he had someone checking the local news at the right moment. Survivors in Seoul were talking about a miraculous rescue and a little girl who saved them. Something clicked in the criminal's head, and he realized he had just found a lead. That was exactly what he needed, and now the predator was on the hunt. In just a moment, the operation to capture the god will begin, and little Sua is in deadly danger. The aircraft carrier didn't go anywhere and stayed docked near a station in Seoul. A huge number of people couldn't take their eyes off that massive ship. The entire internet was flooded with theories about what's going on and who built this insane thing. A video of a sliced-up monster blew up with millions of views, even beating Mr. Beast-level numbers. Journalists pushed Adral's leadership into holding a press conference to answer all the questions. Some people suspect that Adral left Seoul just to survive and avoid risking its own skin. That kind of nonsense isn't even worth listening to, let alone responding to. People need to understand that the aircraft carrier is a strategic fortress, not some escape plan. Moments like this really show how important Mr. Chan is. He reminded everyone that his guild is ready to fight monsters and protect every country in the world. He never dodges tough questions and is always ready to stand his ground. That's exactly why he's the prime minister and not some greedy fat secretary. He also made it clear that South Korea needs to stop relying on Adral. That doesn't mean the guild refuses to help. It's more like a push toward mutual cooperation. Korea needs to learn how to defend itself and become a real partner. The press conference ended, and the news spread across the entire world. By the next day, Mr. Chan slightly regretted running his mouth that much. Maybe he should have filtered his words and been a bit more careful. Then again, that might be because a disaster is approaching at the speed of light. Everyone is talking about the catastrophe now, and there's no ignoring it. The world is going to hell, and that's putting everyone on edge. The only option left is to trust the Necromancer, who at least acts like he knows what he's doing. Right now, he's approaching Arya's temple to find the artifact he needs. If the Necromancer doesn't need rest anymore, Murdy definitely does. She wouldn't mind lying down on a couch and taking even a short break. Can listened to her for once and decided to stop for a quick rest. He even spent some of his points to prepare a proper dinner. By the way, Murdy has no idea about the passive skill called Shopping Store. Now she basically sees the Necromancer as a god who can access anything he wants. He doesn't like talking about himself and shifts the topic to the goddess Arya instead. Soon, the saint will meet the goddess, and she needs to be ready. 2 days passed, and things at the Saurus base were still strangely calm. People were walking around and enjoying life like no disaster was coming. Even the Necromancer's team had started to relax a bit. Recently, Jamin had been busy clearing monsters around the base. He drank so much blood, it could have fed an entire vampire squad, so he wasn't worried anymore. That lasted until Fiery Sengu showed up. He reported that the Alliance wanted to speak with the Vampire Lord. An emergency meeting had just been called to discuss changes in enemy behavior. Scouts reported that large groups of monsters were gathering on the southern front. Apparently, things are about to get heated there and everyone from the base is invited to the party. The younger members of the Necromancer's team hesitated, unsure how to react. They say a certain individual will appear there, someone whose skills are beyond evaluation. Everything feels strange since until now the Dimensional Lords acted separately. Now the factions are uniting and there's clearly a reason for that. It's all because of a new power that recently appeared on Alphen. Everyone is preparing to unite against the Immortal, the one they fear the most. And with Kan absent, defending the base isn't exactly easy. It might be better to find shelter, instead of getting trapped here. Sengu completely rejects that idea and openly protests. The Silver Bullet supports him and agrees they can't just abandon the World Tree and the base. They spent weeks building this place, and giving it away would be stupid. On the other hand, there aren't many options left, since the enemy is clearly stronger. Without the Necromancer, the Alliance might not survive at all, which means some heavy decisions are waiting on the horizon. Moments like this really make you wish Kan would come back already. Someone suggested an unexpected solution. They might be able to contact him. Turns out vampires have a mental link ability, and it could work. After all, he's been the Necromancer's servant for a while now. There's nothing mystical about it, just a connection between them. Jamin focused hard, but there was no response. From the outside, it looked like he just drank wine and started making stuff up. Or maybe something happened to the Necromancer, and he's not responding at all. All they can do is keep trying, and hope fate is on their side. After that, everything went quiet, like the calm before a storm. The Necromancer may have acted on his own, but everyone agreed to build the base. It was designed with defense in mind, and built around the values of this place. They can't just run away out of fear and abandon their ideals. The best choice is to prepare and fight, no matter the outcome. Besides, there's always hope the Necromancer will show up and fix everything. Long story short, those spineless cowards actually turned into real men. They made the tough call and started planning the defense. Now let's get back to the main character, who somehow ended up in a disgusting swamp. That's what happens when you book a trip with 0 reviews. They promise you a 5-star hotel, and you end up on a pig farm. The funniest part is that the goddess herself chose this place for her temple. She's got some seriously weird taste, and there's no arguing with that. After moving forward a bit, they finally saw the long-awaited temple. You probably think it's some heavenly structure inspired by ancient Rome or Greece. Nope, not even close. The Temple of Arya is literally a giant black rocket. How it got here, and why it looks like that, I honestly have no clue. It feels like a prank show is about to start any second. Even Murdy is seeing this place for the first time, so no answers there either. The only option is to go inside and figure out what the hell is going on. Inside, it was bright like a spaceship straight out of a classic sci-fi movie. After a few steps, Kan felt his magical power draining away. There's no calling for help here. He can't summon his familiars or contact his allies. Murdy, on the other hand, is completely unaffected. Now they need to find the relic, assuming it's even here. Kan told the saint to rest while he handled the search. He's been waiting to go full Sherlock Holmes and solve another mystery. The rocket has multiple floors, all accessible by elevator. He reached the top and found what looked like a gamer's paradise. A powerful PC, insane graphics card, and tons of monitors everywhere. You expect ancient scrolls in a goddess's temple, not a full-tech setup. It almost feels like someone is messing with him on purpose. The ancient texts can't be read, which makes him want to destroy everything. Honestly, looking at Khan, it feels like he wants to do that every morning anyway. Maybe the goddess showing up will calm him down. Turns out she's been watching him this whole time, like a sly fox. It's been over 20 years since she first appeared in his dreams. Now she shows up as a hologram inside a rocket, which definitely needs explaining. Let's rewind 20 years to understand what's going on. After being transported, Kan found himself in some kind of white void. There was no one around, yet he kept trying to speak, hoping someone would answer. That's how it goes sometimes. You're just heading to school, and suddenly you end up in some unknown place. Then the goddess Arya finally appeared beside him and greeted the confused kid. She told him they were on Alphen, and even called him the savior. The goddess explained how to survive on this planet and how to grow stronger. Thanks to her guidance, that small boy eventually became the man he is now. But now she looks completely different, and Khan is the only one who seems to care about that. The goddess says it doesn't matter whether she's real or not, because there are more important things at stake. She's ready to answer his questions, but only if he truly knows what he wants to ask. Of course, he starts with questions about the code, even though he could have asked who created Bitcoin. When people talk about a code, they usually mean the right to exist on a planet. For example, Earth has its own code, which is simply called Earth. The Dimensional Lords are searching for a master code hidden on every planet. A massive conflict is happening over this substance, because whoever controls it gains full dominion over the planet. Obviously, the Necromancer wouldn't turn down that kind of power. At the very least, he could use it to free Earth from monsters. For that, he needs something called the Deletion Code. The Dimensional Lords agreed to hide this artifact because of how powerful it is. With this code, it's possible to sever the connection to Trinet, which is exactly what's needed. By the way, this code is called the Set of Trash, so technically, Kan could have figured it out himself. The final key is located on Earth, and that's where the information ends. Many competitors have already started fearing the Necromancer, which is shifting the balance of power. Now the base at Soros is under threat, especially with its leader absent. Right in the middle of this conversation, Murdy returned. And judging by everything, she managed to obtain the relic. A crown now shines on her head, glowing brighter than any star. After that, the conversation ended and Kan rushed back to the base. He could feel that his allies were in danger, and the threat could no longer be ignored. Because of his emotions, he didn't notice one important detail about Murdy's change in mood. She gave the goddess such a strange look that her usual smile completely disappeared. The girl couldn't take her eyes off Arya for a long time. Before leaving, the goddess wished the Necromancer good luck, as if her own fate depended on his actions. Now we return to the base, where preparations for battle are underway. At last, the Necromancer made contact and greeted his ally. He had just learned about the approaching threat and promised to return as fast as possible. The journey would take at least a week, and during that time, the Alliance would have to hold the enemy back. Obviously, that news didn't sit well with anyone, and some were already falling into despair. He decided to move faster until he saw the danger approaching. It felt like fate itself was playing a cruel joke on him, not letting him reach his friends. Right on the path to his own base stood an enemy army of monsters, blocking the way. The long road ahead is now cursed with relentless monster encounters lurking at every turn. Now they've locked onto a single target, giving him zero chance to catch his breath. Guess it's time to summon the Plague King and have him cleanse this filthy road like a boss. Yeah, that's the kind of ultimate solution for traffic jams you only see in another world. The first wave of monsters is wiped out, but don't get it twisted. This ain't over yet. Even for a powerhouse mage like Jen, there's still a mountain of work ahead. Most likely, the issue lies in the Necromancer's divine power, and now even his familiars are taking the hit. Seems like Murdy being nearby is holding him back from unleashing his true potential. She's already secured her relic, which means she can now hold her own in battle. Time to split up and finally purge this unholy mess once and for all. They'll have to pick up the pace because their allies at Soros Base are in serious trouble. Regular familiars won't cut it here. It's skeleton squad time. All of them will fight under the command of the bloodthirsty Plague King. Kan isn't even planning to step in. At least not until things get insanely heated. The moment he felt his old power returning, all worries about the outcome vanished. Meanwhile, his allies are busy cleaning up the small fry. Whether he likes it or not, the Necromancer's gotta throw hands with the boss. The local boss has long forgotten how many years he's spent searching for Alphen's code. To him, it's been nothing but a thrilling game throughout his life. After all, he doesn't fear death. Another lord conquering dimensions and savoring every second of existence, like it's a victory lap. That is, until an immortal showed up with his own take on how power in the universe should work. For these scumbags, wiping out a planet is just another round of their twisted game. The 44th General of Tranet, Elec, aka the Black Shadow, has earned himself a brutal punishment. This black-loving menace came fully prepped for battle, and he's fully aware of everything going down around him. Onan, along with the other lords, is already heading toward the enemy base. As for Selek, he formed this squad specifically to clear out the Necromancer's dungeon. Long story short, pressure and chaos from every direction. That might scare a rookie warrior, but can not even close. If the Black Shadow doesn't want to play nice, then fine, let's play by his rules. Let's see what happens when the Immortal seizes the initiative. It won't be easy though, the enemy army has been built over tens of thousands of years. The moment familiars try to step into this territory, they'll vanish instantly. But clearly none of these restrictions faze the main character. He's deliberately baiting his opponent into believing he's already won. And the second Elak lets his guard down, boom, death sentence delivered. It all happened so fast the Black Shadow didn't even have time to react. His right-hand man just got instantly decapitated. Now all that's left is to deal with the rest, and honestly, that shouldn't be a problem. The fortress walls of Soros are fully prepped for battle. Everyone here's on edge, bracing for the incoming threat. Enemies are slowly advancing from the eastern flank. Scouts already confirmed it. In no more than 6 days, a full-blown bloodbath will begin. Sango, why did you decide to stall the enemy's advance? No clue where that insane confidence comes from, but his plan sounds straight-up reckless. You can't just solo an entire army, even if you're the Plague King's disciple. The mage knows that if this place falls, he'll never make it back home. And that fear hits harder than any monster, forcing him to take the risk. The motivation makes sense, but there's no guarantee he'll pull it off. At first the monk opposed him, but eventually showed respect. In that case, it's time to prepare the young mage for battle, and no one does that better than the Dwarf King, Raoul. Raoul's had his own problems to deal with this whole time. He's been testing all kinds of weapons and prepping gear non-stop. Sangu asked him for something special, and yeah, it's a real head-scratcher. Raoul had to think hard before finally coming up with a solution. They headed to the magical lab hidden behind the forge. That's where Raoul found a magic amplifier in a lab built by the Immortal himself. It took some effort, but in the end, they created something seriously insane. And no, he's not talking about VR goggles, it's some totally different kind of tech. You just stand in the center and fire off your usual fire magic like always. At first, everything's calm. Then boom, magic circles appear. The fire comes out way stronger and more boosted than usual. Basically, it's a magic amplifier, but yeah, you're not fitting that thing in your pocket. Guess they'll have to ask Raoul to somehow shrink the device. Or better yet, not shrink it, but tweak the tech and embed it into a staff. Problem is, the mage doesn't even have a staff, like he was never a Gandalf fan. So Raoul's gonna have to craft one, but that means gathering rare materials first. Of course, the staff won't be as powerful as the altar, but Sengu can still expect at least a triple boost. Meanwhile, the warrior known as Unan is steadily approaching Soros. The Harpy Queen Sirao just reported some bad news to him. Ilak's magic has completely vanished, which means he's been taken out. Either way, the Dark Mage was supposed to stall for time, and he clearly delivered. Now the generals of Tranet have bought time and distanced themselves from the Necromancer. He can't move across the planet, so a long journey lies ahead for him. Plus, the enemies suspect he hasn't fully recovered his former power yet. All they need to do is recall their past battles to figure that out. Back then, the army of the dead could travel the planet through portals. If they can't do that now, it means the Necromancer lacks power and artifacts. The plan is simple. Destroy the military base and shatter the interworld portal. That way, the Immortal gets stuck on Alphen, forced to watch his home planet fall. But there's another side to this, something called motivation. Every dungeon lord is hunting Can, and that's boosting his level like crazy. Just 2 more stages, and he'll unlock a new summon, a dragon. Time is running out before the Necromancer returns. And right at that moment, the skies begin to darken. The monster battalion advancing on Soros is getting closer and closer like an unstoppable wave. Sangu finally received his magic staff and stepped up like he's about to make history. He doesn't even know if it'll work, but he feels absolutely no fear of the risk. The guy has long believed that without risk there's no life, and without faith there's no luck. That's the kind of mindset you usually hear from casino addicts who lose their entire paycheck in seconds. Let's just hope he's different from them, and actually has the skills to back it up. The first explosion turned out way more powerful than any attack from the Plague King. That clearly shows his student has reached perfect form and gained serious support. The Vampire Lord couldn't just let him go alone and showed up ready to enjoy some fresh blood. I don't know who told him that orc blood tastes good, but that sounds like a bad idea. The monsters keep pushing forward despite their allies getting wiped out. No matter how many of them get destroyed, it doesn't slow their advance. The plan that seemed too simple is clearly not working. It's not that the Necromancer's allies are weak, it's that they need a new approach. Instead of attacking the monsters head-on, it's way smarter to destroy their path. If the surrounding terrain gets wrecked, they'll slow down for sure. The military base will buy time and hold out until the Necromancer arrives. Now they just need to find the right spots to strike. Two young guys jumped into action without caring about the consequences. Several days have passed and Can is still fighting nonstop. He just can't break free from this devilish fog that feels like a deep swamp. All these creatures keep charging like they're getting paid bonuses for it. He promised to return the next day, and now that promise is hanging by a thread. Another slime showed up here thinking he's some kind of god. He's been waiting for this meeting since yesterday because of recent events. He found out that the dungeon linking Alphen and Adral has already been cleared. That means Kiba lost his fight despite all the support he had. Most likely his opponent was Selak, another general of the enemy army. He fully understands what's going on, especially the Necromancer's intentions. This guy wants to protect his home planet and clearly won't refuse the power of the Earth God. It turns out that by killing a god, you can obtain that divine code yourself. Selak has already gone through this process and now suggests Khan should do the same. Instead of chasing artifacts, it's far better to become a god yourself. According to him, the code is the planet's main god, and to get it, you must kill the previous one. Sounds interesting, but the Earth God happens to be the protagonist's younger sister. Sure, he could eliminate her, but that theory just doesn't sit right. This monster probably just read a few psychology books and thinks he can manipulate people. In reality, things are way more complicated and far from simple. Every careless word here is paid for with blood. This is no time for pointless talk because the immortal is dead serious. Talking won't work, so Selak has to either accept the challenge or run away like a coward. He's been preparing for this fight for a long time and will most likely choose to fight. After all, every general of Trenet is insanely strong. This guy has no intention of playing fair or following any rules. He ordered his soldiers to jump in immediately and help kill the Necromancer. The flying creatures look intimidating, but no mission is truly impossible. If Can values the base and the planet's safety, he has to pass this trial. Battles of this scale never end on time. In the end, the enemy army reached Soros before the Necromancer did. No matter how Sangu and Jamain tried to stop them, nothing really worked. Now the second phase of the war begins where survival is the main goal. There's no talk of total victory here because things are much simpler. As soon as the Necromancer appears on the horizon, victory will be guaranteed, so they just need to stall. The Flame Mage decided to show what he's capable of and cast a rain of fire. It may sound flashy, but the result is absolutely convincing. No one expected Sangu the Dragon Knight to be this powerful. It feels like he doesn't even need help, because he's handling everything just fine. Hope started to appear in the hearts of the warriors that they might survive until the Necromancer arrives. And as we know, once a warrior feels hope, he's ready to fight to the last drop of blood. No matter how many monsters there are, defending is always easier than attacking. The base had been preparing for defense for a long time, and it shows from the first minutes. A massive volley of arrows immediately caused problems for the monsters. One of the mages on the orc side couldn't stand watching his people suffer. He raised his staff and everything changed from that moment. All the orcs turned into zombies that ignore pain. The monster's strange reaction couldn't be ignored. Even with fatal wounds, they keep advancing. Common folk would call this a rage spell. The mage forces monsters to use their inner reserves to keep fighting, despite injuries. After that, the monster will definitely die, but will have time to kill as many enemies as possible. For some reason, no one thought about this in advance. Now regular arrows don't help and only cause temporary inconvenience. The orcs trample their own allies and start climbing the walls. They're basically trying to cosplay Spider-Man, and somehow it's working. If this keeps going, there won't be any hope left. They need to throw these filthy bastards off the walls at any cost. Of course, this is where the strongest vampire lord comes in. Recently, Jamin has completely changed and can now be relied on in critical moments. He won't run anymore or show weakness when his allies are in danger. He also managed to contact the Necromancer and learned that only 10 minutes remain before his arrival. The good news spread quickly everywhere and it seemed like the situation was under control. But for some reason, the Alliance's chief mage wasn't in a hurry to celebrate. His face looked like someone who just heard a brand new Taylor Swift album. That's because he was the first to notice a new threat approaching. Two dragons are rushing toward the base at full speed. It's hard to imagine worse news, and even Trump's statements don't sound this bad. These are the same dragons that almost turned Seoul into a wasteland. In a situation like this, the mage's firepower becomes absolutely essential. Sangu took on the role of leader and began giving confident orders. He asked for a defensive barrier to block the dragon's breath. Graham warned that it's impossible because no ordinary mage can do that. Sangu doesn't see himself as ordinary and intends to achieve the impossible. Besides, if he fails, the base will be destroyed, and that cannot be allowed. At the same time, when the Necromancer promised to return in 10 minutes, he clearly wasn't being serious. Just look at the number of enemies in his way and it becomes obvious why. It's practically impossible to deal with all that in 10 minutes, especially considering there are still 2 enemy generals ahead. The Necromancer has already defeated 2 on his path and now must face both at once. On top of that, the generals know he hasn't fully recovered his power, meaning he can be defeated. Kan suggested skipping all formalities and getting straight to business. Anon told him not to rush and to keep talking a little longer before making a move. He reminded him that Fatu and Leia are already heading toward the Soros base, and that changes the whole situation. Of course, Kan knows these exact dragons since they already gave him a hard time before. In just 10 minutes, the dragons will arrive, and nothing but a pile of ashes will be left of the base. The mood instantly dropped, almost like after watching Suicide Squad. Now it's actually interesting to see what Kan will choose, whether to defeat another general or save the base from destruction. The offer is tempting, and the choice is definitely not an easy one. So instead of overthinking it, it's better to just solve both problems at once. The Necromancer has had a plan ready in his head for a while, and now all that's left is to pull the trigger. A blazing comet suddenly appeared in the sky, rushing forward at insane speed. The magic of summoning a meteor is terrifying even for Tranit's generals. The Plague King showed up without hesitation the moment he was called. For him, killing another 1,000 monsters is never a problem. Normally, abilities like this require time to prepare. That means the Necromancer came here earlier, prepared everything for the battle, and then waited for his opponents. He planned everything carefully, and that's exactly why he can be called a genius. Right after that, he instantly canceled the summon and the skeleton army disappeared. All of this was done so that only the monsters would suffer from the meteor strike. Reacting was pointless because there was no way to stop the meteor. The explosion was so powerful that the shock wave destroyed nearby mountains. Jin protected his master by activating a barrier at the right moment. Now the generals are left without their soldiers, which makes the fight equal. In a battle like this, confidence alone means nothing. What really matters here are skills and abilities, and necromancers always have more of them. And remember when I said he only needed 2 more levels to learn how to summon a dragon? It looks like that has already been done, and now victory is only a matter of time. A massive bone dragon is already here, and it clearly craves action. The dragon sees its new master for the first time, the one who summoned it from the world of the dead. Now this undead creature is ready to carry out any command, and everything here is obvious. All it takes is pointing at the enemies and ordering it to end their suffering. For the dragon, that's like a red rag to a bull. It's obvious that someone here is clearly not ready to fight a dragon. Since everything has already been decided, there's no reason to stay here any longer. The Necromancer clearly turned out to be smarter than everyone else and barely even got his hands dirty. The Plague King dealt with the enemy army, and now the Bone Dragon will fight the generals. All it took was giving a few commands, and the main problem was solved. Even though the generals have no intention of dying, the dragon's hunger is much stronger than it seems. Yes, Unan really managed to dodge, which cannot be said about his companion. Just look where she ended up, even though everything started out so perfectly. The knight couldn't hold himself back and rushed in for revenge, forgetting about strategy and common sense. His sword, forged by the best blacksmiths in the world, shattered into pieces at the very first contact with the dragon. That's what happens when you try to save money on materials and cut corners. While the general was grieving over his broken weapon, the dragon continued its advance. It clearly wasn't satisfied with just one small girl and wanted more. At one moment, there was an awkward pause, and then the dragon found its target. The man who thought he could defeat the immortal necromancer now stood just one step away from death. An abyss opened before him, and his heart started beating wildly. No defensive armor helped here, which means we will most likely never hear about Unan again. Now it's time to focus on defending the Soros military base. The necromancer who promised to be there in 10 minutes might actually keep his word. Jen advised to drop the defense and take a closer look instead. Right above the mountain, 2 dragons are flying, eager to have a proper feast. One of them is already preparing its fiery breath, and no toothpaste is saving anyone here. The civilians are under the threat of total destruction. All hope now rests on the guy who was a complete failure not so long ago. Everyone is looking at Sangu as if they truly believe in a miracle. His determined gaze and clenched fists show that he is ready. The mage doesn't know that his teacher and boss are approaching and relies only on himself. He needs to reach maximum speed to return to the base in time. The dragon is just about to fire and the tension reaches its peak. Even the necromancer held his breath and forgot about his usual cold expression. He ordered the mage to activate teleportation despite the risk of losing all his mana. A flash of magic worked and he appeared right next to the dragon. By that moment, the monster had already launched its fireball from its mouth. In the next instant, the necromancer's weapon reached its target and beheaded the fire-breathing creature. Without hesitation, he immediately aimed at the second dragon. Judging by its color, it might be related to Rajakui. The mage decided that it was time for relatives to meet and rushed to kill the dragon. The problem is that the fire breath had already been released, and there was nothing the necromancer could do about it. A massive wave was moving toward the base. At some point, time seemed to slow down, and then the protective barrier activated. There should have been no one at the Alliance base capable of doing that. The necromancer kept wondering who managed to surpass their limits and expectations. At that moment, Sangu's tension reached its peak. All his previous training suddenly felt meaningless. It was as if his entire life had been preparing him for this heroic moment. To accomplish this feat, he had to go beyond his limits. Even the magic staff began to melt under the pressure. Everyone who watched this couldn't say a single word. People felt like they were part of something greater, something that would last forever. The pressure continued until the peak moment when Sangu gave everything he had. Only because of that did he manage to become the first mage to stop a dragon's breath. Everyone around rejoiced and kept repeating the word miracle, and there is really no better way to describe it. But the guy who gave everything clearly wasn't in a state to celebrate. He lost consciousness and fell down like a comet. The necromancer immediately came to help and caught his friend. He ordered the Plague King to deal with the second dragon. These creatures caused too many problems to treat them lightly. They simply had to be torn apart for all the suffering they caused. Apparently it didn't take long, and now it was time to focus on Sangu. The poor guy lost not only all his strength, but also sacrificed his limbs. It is hard to imagine how he is even breathing and still fighting death. The necromancer will stay to help him, while Jamin must immediately return to the ground. The Lords of Dimensions are hunting a god that must be protected. The necromancer will also join the defense as soon as he completes his goal on Alphen. Of course, he constantly thinks about his sister, but still sticks to the plan. As for our favorite mage, he is experiencing unbearable pain. Sangu feels like he is swimming in boiling oil, stuck between life and death. The heat kept getting stronger until some force suddenly cooled everything around him. The guy heard a voice that kept calling him over and over. Looking closer, he recognized the silhouette of the immortal. Sangu managed to regain consciousness, but he really shouldn't look at his arms and legs. He started to suspect that he was about to die, even though that was far from the truth. Heroes don't die, they come back to rewrite history in golden letters. To survive, this guy is going to need something truly special. For example, a dragon heart that can save him from the dragon's curse. This curse can't be healed with just a crystal because the injuries are way too severe. Sangu himself has to show the will to live and keep fighting. Only a strong spirit can stand against a dragon's curse. If his willpower weakens, the dragon breath will burn away what's left of his soul. The crystal has just been activated and the fusion process has begun. He has to endure the dragon's curse on his own and be reborn as a Dragonian. 3 weeks have passed since that brutal moment, and everyone has returned to their usual rhythm of life. The Allied forces wiped out the remaining monster troops. All the destroyed fortifications and structures were rebuilt while the necromancer helped his friend overcome the curse. Because of all the intense events, everyone completely forgot about Murdy. Only now is she slowly returning with the help of one of the allies. There are too many wounded at the base, so it's better to hurry and help every last one of them. As she got closer, she finally saw the world tree, but even that failed to cheer her up. The problem is that the goddess gave a terrible prophecy, and now Murdy is constantly suffering because of it. The goddess asked her to make a decision for the sake of saving Alphen. To carry out this plan, the world tree on Mount Soros must be burned down. The guards stationed on the base walls noticed the saint approaching. They reported that Murdy had finally returned from her long journey. Everyone immediately ran out to meet her and make sure she was okay. She apologized for not being there during the hardest moment and explained her absence. The monk, on the other hand, thanked Murdy, because together with the necromancer they had achieved their goal. Either way, everything ended well, aside from the sacrifice made by the mage Sangu. After hearing that story, Murdy immediately ran to the necromancer. She couldn't believe that the bright boy named Sangu had turned into eternal flame. People don't understand the ceremony the necromancer is performing and don't believe the mage will ever come back. After all, more than 20 days have already passed and there are still no results. All they can do is hope the necromancer's divine power will help resurrect the hero. All this news added even more sadness to the saint's already painful fate. She took care of her own matters, rested a little after the journey, and then got to work. Murdy went to the world tree to carry out the goddess's command. The Alliance had just found hope and now she had to destroy it. While some people sacrifice themselves for others, the saint has to commit something this horrible. This tree is the last gate between Alphen and Earth. If the portal is destroyed, the necromancer will never return to Earth again. While the saint was trying to figure out what to do, fate had already made the decision for her. The necromancer appearing nearby scared her half to death. He noticed her strange behavior and made her seriously nervous. To change the subject, she had to ask questions about Sango's ritual. The ceremony is already finished, and now everything depends on the mage's will to live and his character. His soul has already been saved, and if he wants it badly enough, he will return to normal life on his own. Of course, it's worth remembering that he'll be coming back in a slightly different form. After finishing his business, the Necromancer decided to go search for the final relic. While he is gone, Murdy must protect the military base. He is counting on her a lot, and those words probably cut straight into her heart. Naturally, when searching for a relic, you always need a helper who knows the area. The Necromancer spent a long time away from Alphen and has no idea how much everything changed. He had to take Silver Bullet with him, and she immediately regretted it. She tried to hide for a long time, but his intuition still helped him find the tiny elf. Now she has to buckle up and prepare for yet another dangerous ride. This time, they're dealing with the god of time named Harris. Very few people know that name, even though this god appeared when Alphen was born. Only certain priests knew of his existence, and they passed that knowledge only to the chosen few. The elf and the necromancer arrived on the northern continent, known as the Land of Eternal Frost. An ordinary person wouldn't survive here, because the cold freezes not only the body, but the mind as well. Arya's temple was already rough, but Harris's temple is way worse. The temple of the god of time is already close, but the final step is always harder than the entire road before it. The travelers slowly approach the temple. Now they need to solve a small puzzle and figure out how the doors open. Kan has hated puzzles since childhood and prefers the old reliable method. All he needs to do is carefully approach the doors and activate the power of explosive energy. It looks extremely impressive, even though the local architect was clearly expecting something else. Once inside, they quickly realized that even this place was packed with technology. The system kept screaming about an intrusion and producing strange algorithms. The temple's defense system has been activated, and now the intruders are in danger. The god of time laughed when he saw the guests. This was exactly what had been written in history, which means fate is moving along the right path. Silver Bullet summoned a spirit of light to help. It's way too dark around here, and turning on some lights would be nice, but the skill refuses to cooperate. The same thing happened in Arya's temple, where divine power basically left the chat. That isn't the only similarity, because this place is also full of advanced technology, science, and machinery. Maybe Alphen's source comes from an alien civilization, or maybe this whole world was created by some insane nerd. Honestly, this is all weird, because the intruders made a ton of noise and the temple's owner still didn't even come out to say hello. Then they entered a bright room and were seriously surprised. In the temple of the god of time, you expect something special. But this is way too much. A pool table and a fridge make this place look more like a pub than a divine temple. When you open the fridge, you can find a can of Coca-Cola. All that's missing is a bag of chips, and the night is basically perfect. Silver Bullet had never drunk anything like this, and honestly, she should not start now. The Necromancer wasn't especially interested in drinks because he noticed some strange lockers. It feels like these are the names of crew members. But where are all of them? Now, there's no doubt that all the gods of Alphen are connected to Earth. By the way, the elf still tried our favorite drink. She instantly spat it all out, collapsed onto the floor, and started screaming.
Everything inside her felt like it was boiling, which means this definitely isn't holy water.
The elf begged for an antidote, like she had just swallowed poison. Then she noticed movement on the ceiling and pointed it out. There is a camera here, which means the intruders had been watched the entire time. Right after that, the doors opened with an obvious invitation to come inside. The Necromancer decided not to refuse and took the risk despite the consequences. Only here did they finally see the god of time himself. He was inside some kind of capsule, and it looked like he needed to be pulled out. Harris greeted them and reminded them that he is the one guarding Alphen's long history. Why is he completely alone, without his priests or assistants? Harris doesn't need them and has never asked anyone to help him. All those names on the lockers don't mean anything, because the truth is looking in a completely different direction. Since he doesn't want to speak plainly, Kan has no choice but to ask direct questions. Kan wants to know whether Alphen's ancient civilization is really connected to planet Earth. He won't be getting an answer on that, because Harris only records history and doesn't go back to rewrite it. That only pissed off the Necromancer even more, and he immediately attacked the god's projection. He's sick and tired of everyone treating him like an idiot and refusing to tell him the truth. If Harris wants to play riddles, then he can go play them by himself. The Necromancer demands the relic so he can leave in peace. The god of time promises to grant his request, but only when the perfect moment arrives. Is he really talking about Murdy and the moment she burns down the divine tree? In short, the god tells the Necromancer to wait for the perfect moment, because only then will he hand over his relic. An annoyed Khan is supposed to go back empty-handed, and that is clearly not part of his plan. A lot of time has already passed, but the second squad still hasn't arrived. Many guilds showed interest in the expedition to Alphen, yet in the end, there's been nothing but radio silence from them. After all, nobody wants to rush in and turn the expedition into a bloody horror show. The hunter's conversation was cut off when a person carrying fire appeared. Looking closer, it's easy to see that this is Saint Murdy with a seriously unhappy look on her face. She says she came to speak with the World Tree and needs some time. The request is obviously unusual, especially considering it's the middle of the night. Everyone assumes the saint has simply lost her mind and doesn't take it seriously. As soon as the guards leave, the saint prepares to carry out her part of the plan. She has to burn the tree to ashes because that is the only way to save her home planet. To convince herself to go through with it, she keeps replaying the same thoughts in her head over and over. Murdy tells herself that the goddess sees everything ahead of time and most likely has some kind of plan. Her soul tells her this is wrong. But on the other hand, disobeying the goddess is a sin. She doesn't want the connection to be severed and planet Earth to suffer because of it. On top of that, the Necromancer and all his friends will take this as a personal betrayal. No matter how hard Murdy tried to hype herself up, and no matter how many motivational videos on YouTube she could have watched, none of it helped. The girl simply couldn't bring herself to commit something that disgusting. The moment she dropped to her knees, she immediately felt a burst of divine power. All that energy simply began to scatter, and maybe this was the price for disobeying the goddess. From this moment on, Murdy is no longer the holy woman of Area. As soon as she realized that, a portal opened right beside her. Through it came those very hunters from different guilds on planet Earth. They are on another planet for the first time, yet somehow they feel completely at home. These people represent the Leon Guild and greet Murdy. The squad leader, Mr. Gon, also known as Ryder, says they came to take part in saving Alphen. By that moment, an alarm had started going off inside the temple of the God of Time. Changes appeared in the records, and that very turning point had finally begun. The time had come and the god didn't even flinch, as if he had been waiting for this all along. Now he hands the relic to the Necromancer, and it is called the Belt of Harris. Now let's jump to the day after the Leon Guild joined the Alliance. The Phantom Squad only recently found out about the reinforcements. For them, this seems like good news because now they have someone to rely on during battle. The leader's assistant noticed something strange and wanted to talk about it. This morning, he was patrolling the area and spotted something suspicious. The new members of the Alliance were using some mysterious devices. They found out that this place has a lot of minerals along with valuable oil. In short, they came here to make money, not to save the planet. When the assistant decided to talk to them, they immediately got nervous and didn't know what to say. Those two played dumb and said they just liked exploring the area, especially on another planet. Of course, all of this sounds strange and gives everyone plenty to think about. If the Leon Guild is really plotting something behind the Alliance's back, then they'll have to be eliminated. From this moment on, every member of that guild needs to be watched very carefully. Suspicions rarely appear out of nowhere. It looks like these bastards really are cooking up a nasty plan and might turn out even more dangerous than any monster. With the help of one magic stone, he wants to begin the main phase of the operation. Now Ryder can either destroy or capture the entire Alliance base. All of this is a little sudden, so we need to go back a few days. In the center of Seoul stands the headquarters of this extremely dangerous guild. Their performance numbers keep falling right along with their profits. Lately, the guild hasn't been handling its duties and has been taking losses. Their competitors keep moving forward, and that's starting to hit their pride hard. The boss orders everyone to offer alternatives that could help them regain their lost position. At that very second, he is informed that the person he wanted to contact so badly has arrived. This person promised to hand over the goods for the right price. All they had to do was hold the meeting and fulfill their side of the terms. This man in a black cloak and mask is called the Executor, but the moment he shows his face, they recognize him right away. Of course, behind all the filthy schemes stands that same Layson, the guy everyone is already sick of. People said the Necromancer had gotten rid of him long ago, but this guy has risen from the ashes again. His master's power allows the dead to be resurrected, and that is really starting to get on everyone's nerves. For a guild losing profit, cooperation with a great dimensional lord could become the catalyst for major change. They have just been offered space fragments, all for the sake of cooperation. Now everyone can get what they want as long as they have a little courage and luck. The guild leader doesn't even need time to think it over. Although, of course, he does ask what Laysan wants in return. It's pretty simple. They need to use the space fragment to take over the base on Alphen. At first glance, it seems impossible, and it's probably better not to even try. In that case, they'll need to explain what kind of power the Dimensional Lord can grant. If they switch to his side, they'll receive limitless possibilities. There was even a line about eternal life, and that alone was enough. Laysan is one hell of a manipulator, and he plays that role perfectly. He manages to convince the man across from him, and now Gon believes in eternal life. This whole thing feels a lot like a cult where they sell fairy tales and collect money. He chooses the option of capturing the base, and once again, danger hangs over the Alliance. A little later, the bald monk meets this traitor. He decides to ask about sending more troops from Earth to secure Alphen's military base. Rumor has it that several brave guilds were planning to send their fighters. Ryder tells a beautiful story, and the monk happily believes it. In reality, it's just a fairy tale meant to buy time and fully capture the base within 24 hours. The plan has almost no flaws at all, except for one important detail. A girl with a dangerous look has been watching Ryder the entire time. Choi had already spoken with her ally from the Phantom Squad. She knows about the strange behavior of the newcomers and wants to step in. Let Ryder personally explain what his real goals are for coming to Alphen. The conversation is a little tense, and you can see it clearly on their faces. It feels like one burst of anger could blow the whole situation apart at any second. Ryder reveals all his cards, but only after activating his magic power. Choi tries to attack, but she can't even move from where she stands. Her shadow is already under his control, which means she's now completely in the enemy's hands. That's his signature skill, and it's called Shadow Surveillance. On top of that, the capture is complete, which makes Gon the new master of Soro Space. He got promoted and officially received the full title of Dimensional Lord. To him, that's a sign that he's now almost an immortal god too, just like the Necromancer. Everything around them lit up with bright flashes. People didn't even understand right away what the hell was happening. Ryder didn't notice any outside changes, even though he was probably hoping to turn into Thanos. Not everyone understood what had just happened or what those flashes of magic actually meant. After that, Ryder activated his power and opened another portal. Monsters sent by Lord Mello began entering the dungeon. Lei-san completed the assignment, or at least the easiest part of it. Now the Immortal will lose his base and won't be able to return to Earth anytime soon. That will let them shift attention to the Earth God and get rid of him faster. The god is most likely on the aircraft carrier, but that still needs to be confirmed. The Lord is clearly pleased with his helper and tells him to keep going. He even said he wants to take the immortal Necromancer's place. Full synchronization with Earth will soon be complete, and the Dimensional Lords will finally lose all their restrictions. Many of them will try to attack and crush the power of Earth's people. Then Lord Mello will step in and take everything under his personal control. He'll play the role of both the planet's savior and its conqueror. Only now does Lei-san realize that he's been helping destroy his own Earth. It's way too late to call the cops and complain, because time isn't rolling back for him. Good thing the Phantoms already knew a threat was coming. They are far from the base and can see what's happening there. All those wild boars and different mutants are slowly taking over the territory. The base got stolen without even giving them a real chance to fight for it, and that one hurts. Only now is it clear that all of Ryder's smiles were nothing more than a distraction. Good thing they didn't manage to capture every warrior. As long as these guys are still free, hope of taking back the base is not dead. Blanca is seriously scared because Chohei is in danger. Maybe I missed something, and these two have had romantic feelings going on for a while now. Still, acting recklessly right now is forbidden because that would only make everything worse. Luckily, by this point, the top boss has already returned to the territory. That's what I'm calling the Necromancer, because compared to everyone else, he's clearly the alpha. The Indian hunter immediately rushed into his arms and repeated several times that he missed him badly. They had to explain what was happening here and why everyone looked so freaked out. Kan didn't like any of this news, but at the same time, he was seriously surprised. After receiving the notification that the base had been captured, he was sure one of Tranit's generals had stepped in. Finding out that some regular hunter did it was completely unexpected. Now they'll have to take the base back and punish the arrogant idiots behind this. The monsters have already settled in here and are acting like they own the place. The same can be said about the new Dimensional Lord. He could feel power spreading through his body, and it honestly even excited him a little. The doors opened, and his assistant reported that the Necromancer had arrived. Ryder wasn't scared in the slightest, acting like he was somehow much stronger than Khan.
The last guy who thought that turned into fried chicken and got sent straight to meet the devil.
Right now, all the guards are dead, so any hope of backup is completely gone. Ryder was told that the main goal is capturing the enemy base. The problem is, nobody told him that holding a base is way harder than taking one. And now they've finally met face to face, the Alpha and the traitor. That means another round of battle is about to begin, and this one will go down in Alphen's history. Ryder got a little nervous and tried to calm himself down. He kept repeating that their power was equal, that he had nothing to fear, and that he even had the advantage in close combat. Self-hypnosis has never saved anyone's life. This could turn into a major tragedy, especially when the gap in skill is way too big. Ryder watched a few motivational videos, called his spiritual mentor, and decided nothing could threaten him. He thinks that if he uses his shadow capture skill on the Necromancer, victory is guaranteed. Well, after all that, we can confidently state the obvious: this guy has something wrong with his head. This is what happens when you drop a baby on the floor right after birth. Kids like that grow up saying Timothée Chalamet is the greatest actor alive, or they become way too cocky for their own good. As we can see, Ryder clearly ended up as the second type. When the shadow skill didn't work, he grabbed his magic sword. His approach took so long that Can had enough time to brew some tea and then start walking toward him. At first glance, this fragile-looking guy hits like a freight train, and that is genuinely terrifying. A brutal knockout in the very first second instantly showed who was really who. Ryder should probably be more careful, or better yet, just run back home. His shadow means nothing against a necromancer who commands the dead. This looks more like a cat playing with a mouse than any kind of serious competition. Now Ryder is going to explain how he got the spatial proof and the space fragment. Even though he resisted and stayed silent at first, the necromancer found the right approach for this guy. Now he'll make him suffer and beg for death. At one point, it seemed like Ryder was about to reveal everything he knew. But the necromancer got so carried away that he couldn't stop and ended up killing the traitor. Now he calmly returns the base back under his control. There's no real need to figure out who was behind this attack. Either way, it was Tranet's helpers, and the exact name doesn't matter anymore. After finishing the dirty work, the main character hurried to free his friends. For them, staying in prison actually turned out to be pure paradise. They didn't have to fight anyone, and on top of that, they were getting fed for free. They didn't even decide to leave right away, especially after hearing the unpleasant news. Lieutenant Chohei isn't feeling too great after all her NFTs crashed in value. In reality, she feels awful because of the attack, and even Murdy can't help her. The necromancer didn't even understand right away what that meant or where her divine power had gone. They had to tell him the whole backstory and explain how the goddess abandoned her servant. In reality, she could have burned the tree, and the base still would have been lost in the end. She could have kept her skills, but she would have lost her friends. Murdy made the right choice and proved that she can be trusted. They need to find an antidote and heal the lieutenant. Maybe someone from the Leon Guild has the antidote. Now the whole trash collection is complete. Just like the rulers of Alphen have been destroyed. He can move on to the next stage of his plan and finally return to Earth. The next day, a portal opened near the World Tree. Until the lieutenant's treatment begins, the Phantom Squad members will stay by her side. The traitors didn't have an antidote, so she'll have to go through a long course of treatment. Cho will be fine, she just needs a little time. As for Murdy, she's supposed to guard the gate, though I honestly don't understand how she can do that without divine power. Generally speaking, she's basically empty now and can't help with much. Maybe I'm missing something and you guys can explain it in the comments. As for the necromancer, he's planning to save Earth and come back again. He's become so strong that he doesn't fear anyone anymore and has no need for overcautious moves. So he said his goodbyes to everyone and returned to his home planet. All this time, the aircraft carrier had been giving support near dungeon rifts almost all over the world. This flying castle never turned anyone down, and neither did its crew. The rate at which dimensional lords were appearing started to rise, and the tension climbed with it. The squad is slowly losing control of the situation and needs the boss to return. Right now, they need to head to Beijing and settle the issue of cooperation with China. Bibi says it's way too dangerous there and that taking the risk isn't worth it. She's thinking about a possible battle, while the Prime Minister doesn't want to break their agreements. Even Jalman stepped in and backed Bibi on this one. Right now, their first priority is protecting Sua, and everything else comes after that. Sometimes you have to dodge enemies for a while so you can wait for the perfect moment to strike. The assistant asked Chan not to forget why Adral was created in the first place. That immediately sent him back to the past, to the moment he first talked about hiring employees. After all, when a guild grows bigger, it needs more people who can actually fight. That was when the necromancer explained that he only needed a guild so he wouldn't have to join the army. For that kind of thing, he doesn't need employees or extra people hanging around. That simple reason is what led to the creation of an entire state. Sometimes the Prime Minister forgets that and starts thinking about saving the whole world. Nobody created the guild for some noble world-changing purpose. They were just supposed to help the necromancer and handle his small errands. Now the conflict is settled, and nobody is going to Beijing anymore. On top of that, news came in that Hunter Chul, also known as Mr. Lightning, was found in London. That's exactly where Dr. Toppler was last seen, which means those two are connected. After all, Lightning is an important piece in destroying Trinet, so they'll have to take the risk and head to London. The conversation started with avoiding danger, and somehow ended with choosing danger on purpose. Everything would be perfect if Sua looked just a little happier. She looks kind of sad, yet she's glowing like a newborn angel. The Oracle has entered her soul again, which means something important is about to drop. This time they need to catch at least one clue and listen extremely carefully. According to the goddess, the fated moment has arrived, and the dam will collapse under a massive force. The whole world will be swallowed by a gigantic whirlpool, and now it's only a matter of time. A new hero will appear and bring order to this chaos. The only question is whether he can freeze the whirlpool or end up destroying this world himself. With that, the vision ended, and the girl felt her strength fade. For some reason, at that exact second, something terrible happened to Bibi. She screamed like a pig getting slaughtered and clearly lost control of herself. She changed drastically and felt that the world needed her help. I don't know what any of this means, but the little girl turned into a sweet little bun that's pretty hard to resist. After synchronization finished, she took back her former form and removed every restriction. Now you can't treat her like a child anymore, unless you want to get slapped on the butt. A real war is approaching, and it's time to bring back full combat readiness. The world quickly began to drown in flames and ruin. The soldiers trained for war clearly weren't keeping up with their duties. The problem wasn't just the size of the monsters, but also their numbers. They attacked from different directions and acted like they couldn't feel pain at all. Luckily, awakened hunters who wanted to help were nearby. At first, that really balanced the forces, but then everything rolled right back to where it started. The monsters are too strong, and holding them back is becoming harder and harder. This was the start of a cataclysm that couldn't even be compared to the dungeon shock from 5 years ago. After synchronization, dungeons started resetting several times a day. The awakened didn't even dare to go on raids, and dimensional lords broke into this world. The people of Earth can't handle a threat like this without serious support. And all this horror had to be watched without any right to interfere. The problem wasn't even helping, but choosing what to deal with first. The disaster spread across the entire world, making it hard to decide who to save and who to ignore. Right now, there's clearly no time to search for Lightning while he's hiding in London pubs. At some point, a familiar voice rang out, and it belonged to the Master. It was one of those moments where you call to ask how things are going and find out the apocalypse started. The Necromancer's first reaction was to hang up and run off to the Bahamas. Then his conscience dragged him back to reality, and he realized he needed to help. Everyone started talking at once, trying to figure out where to send the Immortal's power. Some unpleasant rumors appeared about Donut's location. Apparently, he went to grab food at a McDonald's right next to a Seoul subway station. That means he's in deadly danger, and there's already no contact with him. Can heads out to help him first, then plans to return to the aircraft carrier. The government still hasn't issued permission to intervene, but that doesn't matter anymore. No laws are working now except the law of the jungle, where the strongest wins. The Necromancer gave the order to move out and destroy every monster in their path without hesitation or fear. He himself headed to Savush Station, where everything had already been destroyed for a while. Somehow, this chubby guy manages to survive even in these nightmare conditions. While everyone else is running and screaming in terror, he's calmly sleeping and doesn't even understand what's going on. Turns out, he was trying to restore the destroyed Adrel, as if anyone still needs that office right now. On top of that, he keeps trying to maintain diplomatic relations and wants to stay here. It's time to stop talking nonsense, pack his stuff, and do what the king says. That might become a problem because of the wind that just started rising. Judging by the dark aura, this must be an old acquaintance of the Necromancer. Once upon a time, they could talk normally, but their last meeting left a nasty aftertaste. As for Lord Mello, he isn't even trying to hide his smile. He went on Polymarket, bet that the world would be destroyed, and now he's counting his money. All that's left is to destroy the Necromancer and become Earth's savior. Laysun is worried about his boss, but all that concern is pointless. Power isn't the main element of a battle because there's something far more important. Sometimes sending the right opponent is enough to give even an immortal serious problems. The 72nd General of Trainet's army, chosen by fate as the Raven of Death and Chaos, is already here. What appeared in the sky weren't just monsters, but wild ravens. That might sound kind of funny at first, but don't rush to laugh. The ravens merge together and form a full-blown titan. That is how the Raven King of Death and Chaos appears. Can had only heard stories about this monster from the Plague King before. Then they finally met, and he remembered that encounter for the rest of his life. Donut needs to grab all his stuff and hide in the bunker. Now is absolutely not the time to play hero. The Necromancer and the Raven decided to chat a little, like in the good old days. The whole thing feels like UFC-style trash talk before the fight starts. Mutual insults and full confidence in their own strength, in other words, pure classic behavior. First, the Necromancer took the fire head-on to make his opponent burn through some stamina. At times, he was even having fun, even though it was insanely difficult. The Raven knew he was Trainet's last hope, and his hunger for victory was way too intense. Because of that abnormal thirst to win, he kept telegraphing every attack before making it. That gave Khan enough time to stall and summon an army of dead mages for backup. I didn't even know the Plague King had skills like that in his arsenal. A squad of high-level familiars immediately joined them as well. Together, they formed one brutal strike force and charged straight ahead. The Raven, obsessed with nothing but victory, started breaking under the pressure of pain. His small helpers instantly rushed in to back him up and attack the familiars. Moments like this remind you that even ravens can be dangerous with the right prep. But the one thing they definitely can't do is stop a stone dragon. At this stage, even the main boss can't do a damn thing about it. The Necromancer's entire role was to drag things out until backup arrived. Now that the job is done, he simply lets his helpers finish off the wounded beast. In the end, the raven who promised a first-round knockout ended up in serious trouble. Just when it looked like the battle had run its course, the whole fight suddenly flipped. The monster flipped into berserker mode, fully restored his health, and boosted all his stats. He called on every servant of the dimensions to answer his summons. Now the dark side is planning to launch a counterattack. All the surrounding dungeons belong to the Raven, which means he still has an ace up his sleeve. The battle that should have been over just got an unexpected sequel. Now massive hordes of monsters have come to the Raven's aid. All of this clearly drags things out and plays right into the villain's hands. Kan quickly gave orders and organized his army. They know what to do in situations like this, but one extra piece of advice never hurts. As for the main character, he decided to use his time wisely. The moment he got a chance to breathe, he immediately put his points exactly where they needed to go. Combining the 5 relics of Alpheon didn't take too long. Now his perfect gear also comes with brand new skills. Though it's not all perfect, because he still lacks enough achievement points. The artifact fusion isn't finished yet, so he still hasn't reached his absolute max level. Either way, this should be enough to stop the madness in Central Seoul. By that time, the skeletons had already gone to work alongside the familiars. The monsters aren't nearly as terrifying as the stories make them sound. Most of these creatures have never trained or followed any real strategy. They just scatter in every direction and attack, hoping to scare their opponent. But the moment they run into a prepared enemy, they start getting folded immediately. Wherever the Necromancer couldn't give orders in time, Jen handled it for him. His magical aura was also drawing in legions of enemies. Even though the battle had only just begun, the Raven already felt that taking back the initiative would be difficult. You can't just beat a powerful opponent out of nowhere without proper preparation. The planet that once looked like a kiddie sandbox had turned into a gladiator coliseum packed with its own warriors and heroes. Tranit's minions can only keep increasing the pressure and hope the fight finally turns in their favor. The brutal clash continued for several more hours straight. The monsters slowly kept dying, and the Necromancer couldn't help but smile at that. It feels like once he gets rid of the Raven, victory will only be a matter of time. The Raven's entire hope was that the Necromancer would eventually run out of mana. In that sense, he was right, and at one point the undead vanished. The delighted monsters gathered into one huge swarm and rushed straight at the main boss. At that moment, they seriously miscalculated and forgot one important thing. There are way too many dead bodies around here for him to absorb. That will make the Immortal's power even greater and even more overwhelming. Of course, he took full advantage of that gift from fate and felt energy surging through his veins. And now I highly recommend you don't look away from the screen. Something unreal is about to begin, and this is the kind of moment you absolutely have to enjoy. Once again, we see the Necromancer baiting his opponent straight into a trap. This time, he's using a technique to absorb as much energy as possible. The hours-long battle existed for one reason only, and that was to create a mountain of corpses. Now he can absorb all that mana at once and fully restore his health. It seems like that was exactly what he wanted, but there's still something else. After restoring his health to the limit, the Necromancer gained new possibilities. The Bone Dragon has needed a new form for way too long. Winter is coming soon, and in that state, it's definitely going to freeze. Fighting the Raven himself would be too stupid and way too naive. That dragon is a much better fit for this role. To win, it needs a boost from its master's mana. But besides energy, the dragon also needs a proper body. All the local monsters started turning into ground meat and merging into one bloody mass. That entire red mass rushed toward the Bone Dragon. Fans of monster tuning are definitely going to appreciate what's about to happen. The dragon, used to fighting with nothing but bones, will finally become at least a little more intimidating. Muscles grew across its body, and its energy doubled. Now even the Necromancer himself finds it pleasant to look at. This is no longer some walking corpse, but a real beauty, a full-fledged blood dragon. Just look at the reaction of that little bird who thought he was better than everyone. Not a trace of the Raven's confidence is left. Now he has to turn from predator into prey. It's time to run before it's too late, or accept death like a man. The Raven didn't know what to do and froze for a few seconds like he'd been paralyzed. He kept darting forward and backward, basically helping the dragon finish the job. The Necromancer couldn't hold back and jumped onto his pet's neck. He wants to be closer so he can personally watch the Black Raven die. The giant monster ran faster than businessmen fleeing the tax office. Speed was never his strong suit, and the Necromancer knows that perfectly well. At one point, they finally closed the distance and the hungry dragon opened its jaws. It sank its teeth straight into flesh and savored the long-awaited victory. The 72nd general of Trinet's army lost his head. And that means the chaos in Central Seoul is finally over. Now they can fully focus on finding Lightning from London. After the massive battle, things became much quieter. People came out of their shelters and looked around. When Donut saw the enormous blood dragon, he turned around and ran for his life. Only after hearing a familiar voice did he realize there was nothing to fear. He'd better climb onto the dragon and head to a safe place together with the Necromancer. Donut and his assistants refused, so the intimidation skill had to be used. The chubby guy started shaking so hard that the best moments of his life flashed before his eyes, back when he ate nuggets and skipped school. Meanwhile, people all over the world were trying to adjust to the chaos that had happened. As for Seoul, it was almost completely destroyed. Only thanks to the timely efforts of soldiers and hunters were some lives saved. When the Necromancer defeated the main monster, Lord Mello didn't hide his disappointment. Lysan was supposed to leave the Necromancer stuck on Alphen, but in the end he couldn't even manage that. He can blame anyone he wants, whether it's the idiots from the Leon Guild or even his ex-girlfriend. The result is still the same, failure and a total fiasco. A dimensional lord does not forgive mistakes like that. Today was supposed to go perfectly, but once again, he'll have to adjust to the situation. Meanwhile, Khan kept rushing toward the military base. He hasn't seen his friends or his sister in a long time, and he wants to make sure they're okay. Flying on the dragon was comfortable for him, which absolutely cannot be said for the other guild members. They'll need a long time to recover, but that doesn't matter anymore. Baby suddenly threw herself into his arms like there was something more than friendship between them. She has grown a lot, and now she can act like an adult. Good thing Mr. Chan showed up on time and distracted everyone from unnecessary conversations. He explained that the destruction in Seoul is only the beginning. Almost the entire world has fallen into chaos, and people have no idea what to do. Right now, the aircraft carrier needs to head to Greece and help the locals. By the way, for the first time in a long while, there's actually good news. The hunter known as Lightning has already been found and is currently on the aircraft carrier. Sooner or later, this meeting had to happen. Now they finally have time to talk and discuss everything. Last time he ran away, but now he came on his own, which means this must be serious. Dr. Toppler asked him to deliver a message because he can't show up himself. Apparently, he's just afraid for his life, and honestly, he's completely right. The Necromancer cannot be trusted because he's a psycho who loves killing guests. If Lightning wants to leave this place, he'll have to tell every bit of truth he knows. At the same time, he isn't afraid of death at all and starts spouting some nonsense again. Unlike Dr. Toppler, he at least has a soul, but why is he so determined in the face of death? Can decided to drop the intimidation and talk like normal people. This is going to be a long conversation, and it begins with the first candidate who will save Earth. Strangely enough, that character turns out to be Lord Melo himself. The Moon World predicts that two saviors will appear on Earth, Lord Milo and the Necromancer. Can didn't immediately remember where he had already heard about this dimensional lord. As strange as it seems, this monster does have the right to save Earth. The hunter explained that all of this is connected to Earth's hidden code. The Necromancer had already heard about this from Arya, but now they're getting into the actual details. With the deletion code, the connection between Alphen and Earth can be severed. And the hidden code allows the restoration procedure to be carried out. In short, there are two codes, one for deletion and one for restoration. Only the Necromancer and Lord Mello can use these codes. That is exactly why all the other monsters died when they tried to do the same thing. The hunter isn't asking him to kill Lord Mello because the situation is a little different. Even though he's on the dark side, he still has his own role in this game. Dr. Toppler is placing his hopes on the immortal and betting everything on him. It would be best if Lord Mello and the Necromancer never crossed paths at all, and that is what the Moon World wants. Can still hasn't earned the right to receive the code, so for now he'd better stay out of it. I know this all sounds confusing, but this is where you really need to pay attention. The Necromancer is required to prove his right to Earth, and only then will he receive everything he needs. He has already practically found the execution of Trash, and that will be the final step towards success. Can feels that there is another way to obtain the code. He demanded that the hunter tell him the truth, but the man didn't even flinch. His life is supposed to end right here, because that's what is written in the Book of Fate. He's ready to accept his death and fulfill his destiny. At the very end, Lightning only reminded him that strange things always happen around the Necromancer. Leveling up, constant monsters, and magic all clearly feel like a game. Does he really think he's living in reality? With that, the conversation broke off, leaving behind a nasty aftertaste. The Necromancer stepped outside and didn't even bother explaining what had happened. He said Lightning can leave Adral at any moment, whenever he wants to. Killing this man has no point, at least because there's no profit in it. After all, he needs to maintain some kind of connection with James Toppler because that old man clearly still knows a lot. In 3 hours, the aircraft carrier will already be in Greece. That means there is time to check every employee. One of them has a black soul and might be a traitor. The enemies are clearly targeting Sua, and they need to secure the girl as quickly as possible. While Mr. Chan went to check the employees, Khan summoned his familiars. He asked them to split into teams and go clear out the dungeon lords. To stand against the enemy coming in the future, he needs to raise his level. Bibi promises they'll handle it, though nobody expected any other answer from her. Once they disappeared, the main character replayed the recent conversation in his head again. All those words about reality wouldn't let him relax. It felt like lightning had touched an important string deep inside his soul. Right now, he is standing inside a crater, but he can still leave this place. Strangely enough, tears appeared in his eyes because the story had changed. The final chapter of the Book of Fate has been cleared, but the story itself isn't over. Which leaves one question. Can Khan become the savior who opens a new world?